Recently, someone unsubscribed saying my intros are boring and weird. Honestly, I know they might not be for everyone, but I make them because I enjoy it. Still, if others also feel the same way, I'd love to hear your feedback. It really helps me improve and like, subscribe and share fanfiction audiobook channel for all parts. Have a nice day. Chapter 1. See Circle Calendar 1484, Canyon of the Gods. A group of people wearing white short sleeves with target patterns printed on their backs were running desperately in the forest. Everyone had a frightened and helpless expression on their faces, as if there were some terrible monsters behind them. Run! They are catching up. Don't get in the way. Laozi needs to live. Boom! Ah! Intensive gunshots rang out from behind them, people kept falling to the ground, and the running crowd became more chaotic. In this chaos, 4 figures stood close together. No matter how crowded the surrounding crowd was, the 4 of them always stayed together. There were 3 men and 1 woman among these 4 people. Although one of them was extremely burly, judging from his immature face, he was still a child just like the other 3. His physical strength is obviously much stronger than the other 3 children, but he always follows behind the 3 of them, using his body to act as a barrier for them. A bow and arrow had been deeply inserted into the target pattern on his back. However, even though he was injured, he gritted his teeth and remained silent. The only little girl among the 4 turned around and burst into tears when she saw this scene. She cried anxiously. "Bear boy! Get in front of us! Your size is too easy to get hurt from behind." Xiangzhe forced a smile on his face, shook his head and said, "Jinny, don't worry about me, I'm fine, as long as you are not hurt." That's what he said, but judging from his weak tone and pale complexion, his current condition is obviously not very good. After all, he is still a child, well, a child over 2 meters tall. When the remaining 2 boys heard Jinny's voice, they all turned to look at Bear. Among them, the boy with the afro head darkened when he saw the bow and arrow on the bear's back. He looked at the other boy beside him and said in a deep voice, "GG, we have to find a safe place to hide quickly. The bear is seriously injured. Damn it, those scum." The boy named GGE is not wearing a white short-sleeved shirt with a target pattern, but a white long-sleeved coat that looks of good quality. He has messy black hair and a delicate face. His dark eyes are calm and determined, and his childish face reveals a hint of maturity that is inconsistent with his age. At this moment, GGE's face was as sinking as water, and he slowly said, "Nowhere is safe now. We can't stop. Just hold on. The sun is going down and those people will go back soon. But run. Otherwise there will be death." Xiang also spoke out at this time. "Yvonne Chan, GGE is right, we must not stop here. If I can't hold on anymore, please leave me alone and run away." At only 9 years old, he was actually prepared to die at this moment. Jinny cried even harder after hearing this. Xiangzi, I will never abandon you." Although GGE said he was tough, his steps slowed down unconsciously. This behavior is obviously extremely dangerous, but fortunately it is getting late, and the people chasing behind them may be tired, and their speed is also slowing down. Less than an hour later, the gunfire behind GGE and others gradually subsided until it stopped. To be on the safe side, GGE and others continued running for a while, and finally stopped in front of a small pool. Plop! Plop! As soon as Yvonne and others stopped, they collapsed to the ground like deflated rubber balls. The bear with an injury on his back fell directly to the ground in a large shape. GGE first looked around cautiously. After confirming that it was safe, he came to sit by the pool and stared at himself reflected on the water in a daze. It has been a week of escape, in this world of One Piece. GGE traveled through time. He was originally an orphan on Blue Star, and he graduated from college with difficulty by relying on work-study programs. Orphans are also a group of people who are prone to time travel. On the night of graduation, he drank with his sons in the dormitory all night long until he was extremely drunk. He only remembered that in the end he was holding on to the wall and wanted to go out to the bathroom, but his feet gave way and he fell down the corridor. He lost consciousness. When he woke up, he had become a child and was still on an isolated island. Regarding the memory of his predecessor, he could not remember anything except that he was named Gge like himself and was 8 years old, as if he had lost his memory. As for why he knew that he had traveled to the world of One Piece, it was because he met the fleeing bears while groping on the isolated island. Not to mention Ginny, Bear, and Yvonne, 2 distinctive characters in One Piece, are all too familiar to Gge who has read the comics. After learning the names of the 2 people, and looking at Ivan's afro, his pervert energy, and Xiong, a 2-meter-tall 9-year-old child, how could Gge not know them? The 3 Xiongs are all well-known good people in the pirate world. Seeing that Gge, a child younger than them, was miserable alone, they directly roped him into their gang without saying anything. From that day on, the group became a group of 4. Based on the current age of Xiong and others, as well as their situation, Gge also knows where he is now and what is happening. Canyon of the Gods, the slave hunting ground of celestial dragons. Gge, who had just confirmed the news, suddenly felt tens of thousands of mud horses galloping past. He knows very well what will happen in the Valley of Gods. Soon, the top warriors in the pirate world will gather here to start a fierce fight. Rock's pirate, Marine, and Celestial Dragons ace power, the Knights of God, just thinking about it makes people's heads tingle. And Gge, a Celestial Dragons armed with a gun, could kill him at any time. What kind of hellish start is this horse riding? Where's the promised novice village? When you come up, you face a full-level boss, and they are all riding horses. Although Gge knew that the big bear would eat the meatball fruit later and use his powers to escape with everyone, but that was when he was reading the comics from a god's perspective, but now he has truly become the prey in this hunting ground. What if he was shot dead by one of the celestial dragons in the middle? What if they failed to find the meatball fruit in the end because of his joining? You must know that in the original comic, he and Yvonne also discovered the fruit by accident. In the first few days, Gge still had some luck, thinking that since time travel is real, cheats should also have it, right? Like the system? Gge has always imagined hearing a ding, in his mind, and then some electronic sound. XX conditions have been met, XX is activated. However, until now, Gge is almost numb to the gunshots and screams every day, and that tinkling sound like celestial music has still not appeared. Recalling his escape experience during this period, Gge finally couldn't hold himself any longer. He punched the water and made a sound through his teeth. Celestial dragons, if Laozi can get out alive, none of you will be able to live well. Chapter 2. Splashes of water fell on Gge's face, and he suddenly coughed violently. An abnormal flush appeared on his face, and some steam could even be seen coming out through his skin, as if his blood was burning. It's the same as on. Yvonne and others behind him saw this and hurried forward. Yvonne supported Gge and said, "Gge, are you okay? Your body." Gge calmed down for a while, and then unbuttoned his chest. You could see scars with suture marks crisscrossing the skin at his heart, which looked extremely scary. The skin on his body was also steaming, and his whole body was extremely red, especially the skin around his heart, which was the most obvious, like a red sun imprinted on it. Judging from Gge's appearance, it looks very similar to Luffy's second gear state, but that's just superficial. After Luffy enters the second gear, it is like being on stimulants. He can be said to be full of energy, while Gge will be deflated as soon as he enters this state. He can be as weak as possible. This happens whenever he gets emotional or after strenuous activity. This is obviously a problem inherent in the original body. Judging from the scars and the clothing that is obviously different from other slaves, the original body must have experienced something unusual. However, GGE has not gained the memory of the original person, so he has no clue why there is such a problem. Damn it, forget it if you don't have cheat, it even comes with its own debuff. Cursing secretly in his heart, GGE endured the discomfort and slowly sat on the ground. Xiong immediately sat up straight and let GGE lean on him. Ginny held the water with her little hands and handed it to GGE's mouth, carefully letting him drink it. The three people's concern was beyond words, which warmed the heart of the depressed GGE. It was a blessing among misfortunes for him to meet these three people. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to survive until now. As for escaping from the Valley of Gods, he would never even think about it. GGE's only advantage is that he has read the comics and knows some key information, but the problem is that the 6 devil fruits were placed in the Valley of the Gods by the Celestial Dragons, and the comics did not describe their specific locations. However, according to the mysterious saying that fruits also choose their owners, as long as you follow the bear, the probability of finding the meatball fruit will be very high. Among these 6 devil fruits, it can be confirmed that they are the meatball fruit and the green dragon fruit. These two alone can be said to represent the top fruits in Paramecia and Zoan respectively, and can be selected as prizes by celestial dragons. In addition, the quality of a few pieces is definitely not much different. However, as far as GGE knows, one of the other 4 boxes containing devil fruit is likely to contain the red-haired Shanks guy. To be precise, the number of devil fruit on the island should be 5. GGE guessed that there should be a phoenix and a giant Buddha among them. He was not sure about the last one. He didn't know if Whitebeard had eaten the fruit now. If not, it was probably Zhen Zhen. Anyway, no matter which one of these 5 devil fruits you eat, as long as you are not too salty or useless, you will reach the sky in one step, and your future potential will be unlimited. Don't talk about there are no useless fruit abilities, only useless ability users. Anyone with any brains will know that this sentence is nonsense. Look at Wang Luffy's rubber turned Nica. After all, isn't it just that the ability to blow rubber just can't be used anymore? Can an ordinary bird in Zoan be compared to a phoenix of a fantasy beast type? You said that Liu Qi was very powerful after eating an ordinary leopard fruit and could defeat Nika in 2 moves. However, isn't that just because Liu Qi has solid basic skills and excellent physical skills? What if he ate a blue dragon or a giant Buddha? The increase is no more impressive than a leopard fruit. Since we are in the world of pirates, we must eat devil fruit. For GGE, without cheat, a powerful devil fruit is the basis for him to survive in the world of pirates. Thinking of this, GGE raised his head and looked at Ginny seriously. Ginny was locked by GGE's gaze, and she sat upright unconsciously and asked in a low voice. What's wrong GGE? Ginny, are you sure you have passed on the information that there is the best devil fruit here? Speaking of this, Ginny's dirty little face instantly burst into a confident smile. She patted her chest hard and said. Don't worry GGE. This is my expertise. I can be sure that now everyone in the world who can receive the signal has heard the news. After receiving Ginny's confirmation, GGE breathed a sigh of relief. What he was afraid of was the butterfly effect caused by his joining, which resulted in Rock's pirate and Marine not appearing in the Valley of the Gods. If these 2 forces had not come, the Valley of the Gods would still be a hunting ground, and they could only be prey to be slaughtered from beginning to end. After all, they can be said to be complete weak chickens now, except for bears. It would be difficult for them to defeat an ordinary adult. If they want to get the devil fruit, they have to cause chaos in the Valley of the Gods, so that they have a chance. Starting from the day when Ginny spread the information, Rox should have arrived by the time, because the number of slaves on the island has been greatly reduced. If Rox didn't come, he might not be able to keep up with the hot food. Maybe tomorrow is when the melee begins. Thinking of this, GGE narrowed his eyes and went through the plan again in his mind. The meatball fruit is the absolute core of this plan. Its ability is the guarantee that he, Xiang and others can escape from the Ancient of Gods. This is an absolute god-level paramecia fruit. As long as he can find it, GGE will definitely eat it without hesitation. He has thought about how to develop the meatball fruit several times in his mind these past few days. Of course, the green dragon fruit is also very good, but GGE feels that compared to the concept-level meatball fruit, the green dragon fruit is still a bit inferior. And although the blue dragon fruit has the ability to fly, it is definitely not enough to be seen in the battlefield of the Valley of Gods where there are so many powerful people today. With his current physique, his flying speed will definitely not be fast. He had to be killed by an airborne haki attack. What's more, GGE has to consider taking away the three bears. Although they have not known each other for a long time, people's relationships are often the strongest in desperate situations. Plus GGE understands the character of these three people, which is worth it. Deep friendship. Even though eating the meatball fruit and running away alone was the best solution, GGE looked at the bow and arrow still stuck on the bear's back and shook his head slightly. People can be selfish, but they must not be heartless beasts. Chapter 3. The sky has completely darkened, and the celestial dragons outside have all returned to the palace to rest. Now if they hunt slaves, it will be a foul, and their so-called points will be deducted. After several days of hunting, most of the 100,000 slaves who came to the Valley of the Gods were dead and became points for the celestial dragons to obtain rewards. GGE and Xiang were lying on the ground with their heads above their heads, looking at the bright moon in the sky. GGE thought to himself that if he had not met Xiang and the others, he would have died at the hands of the celestial dragons. Although for some unknown reason, there was no target pattern on his clothes, he was not naive enough to think that he could avoid being hunted by the celestial dragons. Those scum won't care so much. Even if they don't get points for killing GGE, they won't be stingy with a bullet. It's not bad for them to enjoy a little hunting fun. In this rare moment of peace, Yvonne and the three of them talked quietly. Ginny turned to the bear and said, "Hey, bear boy, if we can escape, what do you want to do?" The bear replied without hesitation. "Of course I will live happily with everyone." "Haha, of course. But that's not what I'm asking. What I mean is, what is your dream?" "Dream? I want to be someone like Nika. Bring freedom to everyone." Speaking of Nika, Xiang's eyes twinkled and his face was full of longing. Yvonne suddenly jumped up from the ground. He gave a thumbs up and praised. "What a great dream! Bear, I believe you will succeed." Xiang scratched his head in embarrassment and turned his gaze to GGE, who had been silent. Although Xiang looks a bit naive, he is actually a very delicate and sensitive person. He can feel that GGE is different from himself and others. The three of them have gone through many hardships, and their minds are far beyond those of their peers, but after all their age, they still have some childishness and innocence. However, GGE, a child who is younger than them, behaves much more maturely than them in many cases, almost like an adult. The reason is actually very simple. GGE, who has lived alone as an orphan in Blue Star for more than 20 years, has experienced the warmth and ups and downs of human relationships while he was growing up. If he had been any more immature, it would have been difficult for him to survive. Fortunately, he was still up to par and had good luck. With the help of the director of the orphanage and some kind-hearted people, he was admitted to university. However, he encountered many problems in the process. Only he himself knows the difficulty. The so-called maturity in GGE is also forced out, which makes him stand out among the four. Xiang has already silently regarded GGE as his backbone. So when it comes to dreams, what Xiang wants more is GGE's approval. Noticing Xiang's gaze, a rare smile appeared on GGE's face. He nodded slightly and said, "Come on, Xiang, your dream will definitely come true. I believe you will do better than that Nika. You are better than him." Xiang didn't expect that he would receive such praise from GGE, which made him feel flattered and at a loss for a moment. Yvonne and Ginny were also very surprised. They stared at Gge without blinking. Yvonne suddenly asked. What about you, Gge? What is your dream? Gge turned around and said calmly. I don't have that kind of thing. If I have to say it, I just want to become stronger. Only strength is everything. Yvonne was obviously not satisfied with this answer and asked. Then what do you want to do after you gain power? There are many things I want to do, such as helping Bear realize his dream, as well as yours and Ginny's, but if your dream is to make the whole world become like you, forget it. Gge-chan, you are so heartless, I am sad. Even so, Yvonne was still very moved in his heart, especially Xiang and Ginny. Both of them looked at Gge with tears in their eyes, and even their names changed. Brother Gge. A smile appeared on the corner of Gge's lips, which gave him a lot of favorability. Of course, he didn't mean it, he was serious. Being alone all this time, he naturally attaches great importance to his relationship with the three bears, and he doesn't want to mix in any bad things. However, after this conversation, the relationship between the four of them has become closer, and they are just short of a 4-month sworn brotherhood. Finally, the exhausted Gge, Yvonne, and Ginny rested on the bear's belly and prepared to fall asleep. Before going to sleep, Gge suddenly said. Don't forget, no matter who finds the devil fruit, don't hesitate to eat it. Even a small bite is fine, remember. The three bears nodded seriously and said. I know, brother Gge-chan. Go to sleep. Be sure to get a good rest. We will continue to escape tomorrow. Just as the four of them fell asleep, in the sea not far from the Valley of the Gods, several giant ships were approaching in the direction of the Valley of the Gods like black clouds. Each ship was hoisted with a flag with a skull pattern on a black background. It was obvious that this was a large-scale pirate group. In today's pirate world, the name of this pirate group is very popular, it is Rock's Pirate. In the cabin of the largest pirate ship in the middle, all the key members of the Rock's Pirate are gathered. Except for Golden Lion Shiki and others, there are 3 future 4 emperors here, Whitebeard, Big Mom and Kaido of the Beasts. Today's Kaido is not as good as Whitebeard and the others in terms of status, but his talent is indeed outstanding, and coupled with his somewhat unknown relationship with Big Mom, he is here. Each of these people is a strong man who can dominate outside. However, in this cabin, they are not the protagonists. The real protagonist is the middle-aged man sitting on the throne at the front. The man has a rugged face, wild long black hair hanging casually, a tall figure, and a black cloak. Just sitting there gives people a shuddering sense of oppression, and the word haki the interpretation is vivid and vivid. He is the captain of Whitebeard and others, Rox. At this moment, Rox was holding a barrel of wine with one hand and drinking heavily. He drank it all in one go. He slammed the empty barrel down and said angrily. Damn world government, this time Lao Zi wants to settle old and new accounts together. Buzz. As soon as he finished speaking, a domineering and ultimate aura erupted from Rox, and purple-black lightning raged in the cabin. Not long ago, the undercover agents placed by the world government in his pirate group took advantage of the fact that most of them were out and about, and stole the treasure he had left on his nest island. He was really going to explode at the news. Chapter 4. After the anger, Rox fell into regret again. He gritted his teeth and said. A hole. If I had known better, I would have just eaten it. Upon hearing this, Charlotte Linlin shrugged and said. Captain, you'd better calm down first. If you continue like this, all our people will be stunned by you. There will be a fierce battle tomorrow. Everyone else nodded in agreement. Rox just burst out in a wave of terrifying conquerors in anger. Needless to say, the strength of his conquerors. Even though there are no weaklings in Rock's Pirate, there are still some lower-level crew members who can't stand it. Fainted. Rox shook his head disdainfully and said. TCH, Those who faint at this level are just trash, don't worry about it at all. Linlin didn't refute and said casually. Yet. So too. Shiki and others are also non-committal. They believe in the belief that the strong is respected, and they don't care about the life or death of the weak at all. Newgate frowned. For him who paid attention to his companions, the behavior of these people made him feel very uncomfortable. He wanted to leave Rock's pirate more and more. Among this group of people, Newgate was the most stable one. He pondered for a moment and said, although I don't know who spread the news some time ago, what is certain is that the world government must have also known about the leak of the news, and should have started to take precautions by now. In addition to the Knights of God on the island, our enemies this time, there will probably be Marine. Even though they know that Newgate has long wanted to leave, Rock still attaches great importance to Newgate. There is no way, who said Newgate is strong enough? Who doesn't like such a talent? Rox also calmed down. He tapped his fingers on the table. After a while, he slowly raised his head with an evil smile on his lips. Just in time, we should have had a decisive battle with the world government a long time ago. After this battle, I will be the well-deserved king of the world. Valley of Gods. A gorgeous palace is located in the center of the Valley of the Gods. This was the palace of the original king of the Valley of the Gods, but now it has been forcibly commandeered by the Celestial Dragons. As for the king, he died long ago after the leader of the Knights of the Gods, Figa. Under the sword of Saint Lando Garin. At this time, Jialan was wiping the sword in his hand. Today, the sword was stained with a lot of dirty blood. He had to clean it carefully. His brows were slightly furrowed, as if he had something on his mind, and the action of wiping his sword seemed a little absent-minded. As a celestial dragons among celestial dragons, it's hard to worry about anything in this world. But tonight, he used his privilege to do something that went against the rules of the game. He stared blankly at the sword in his hand and muttered to himself. I cheated in the end, but I need a reason to accept you, and leave the rest to fate. The next morning, Gge was the first to open his eyes. He stood up from the ground suddenly, woke up the three Ivans who were still sleeping, and said. It's time to go, those guys are going to start hunting soon, we have to hurry up and find devil fruit. After that, Gge took the lead and ran deep into the forest, followed closely by the three bears. They did not choose to operate in the dark because the island was already covered with video phone bugs used to monitor slaves. Many people did not know about devil fruit and would choose to rest at night. It would be too deliberate if Gge acted like this. After all, you have been on the run for a day. What are you doing sneakily at night without rest? Once the person under surveillance focuses on that one, it's completely over. Soon after the four people left, gunshots were heard one after another, and some unlucky slaves who overslept due to excessive exhaustion fell asleep forever. Gge turned a deaf ear to the sounds behind her and focused on looking for devil fruit. He remembered that the scene in the comic Devil Fruit was in a place with buildings around it. The Valley of the Gods originally had a country, and that scene should be in a town, so his goal was to find the town first. After running for who knows how long, Gge and others ushered in a wave of dazzling sunlight, which also indicated that they had arrived at the end of the forest. Through the forest, a town appeared in their sight. Gge was immediately overjoyed. This was simply the finals of a chicken game. He hurriedly called to the bear and they ran towards the town. It was not just the four Gge who came here, but many slaves followed. Many of them were inspired by Ivan's speech before and have been following the four Gge. When there are more people, the target becomes bigger. Gge naturally understands this truth, but he did not choose to get rid of these people. Even the closer he got to the city gate, the slower his speed became. They who were running in front were gradually lost to other slaves. Leave it behind. Yvonne noticed this and asked puzzledly. Gge-chan, why did you stop? Are you feeling unwell again? Gge nodded and said softly. Yeah, I didn't expect it to happen again at such a critical time. I'm sorry for dragging you down. Upon hearing this, Yvonne immediately said. What are you talking about? We are friends. There is nothing to drag you down. Xiang and Jinny also said. Brother Gigi, didn't you abandon me yesterday? I know you were waiting for me at that time, so let me carry you now. I'm in good health, and it won't affect anything if I carry you on my back. Yes. Brother Gigi, it's okay to be slower, we will die together. Gigi waved his hand and said with a smile. What are you talking about? What about death? We will definitely survive. Besides. Before he could finish speaking, intensive gunshots and the sound of swords cleaving flesh suddenly rang out in the city, followed by screams. Ivan's expression changed and he said in shock. No. There's an ambush in the city. Gigi, however, seemed much calmer. An imperceptible smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he thought to himself. It's exactly what I thought. No matter how stupid those celestial dragons are, they should know how to put up precautions in such a place in advance. After all, if there is no protection, who lucky guy will accidentally find the devil fruit and eat it? The current situation just proves that there must be devil fruit stored in the city. Naturally, he slowed down to let other slaves go in first to explore the way, and shoot the first bird. The situation has been proven, and now he only needs to rely on his small size to blend into the crowd and rush into the city. Although many people knew that there was an ambush in the city, many people no longer dared to rush into the city, but the celestial dragons behind them were gradually approaching, and they had no other choice but to rush in. Gigi shouted to the stunned bear. Bear, lower your head later, your target is too big. According to the original plot, the bear should be able to successfully eat the chicken without any danger in the end, but again, in order to avoid the possible butterfly effect, Gigi couldn't help but give some instructions. Xiang nodded vigorously, he arched his body, blended into the crowd with Gigi and others, and poured into the city together. Chapter 5. Facing the hail of bullets, the Gigi quartet successfully rushed into the city. In the process, the bear was injured due to his large size, but the impact on his actions was not great. After entering the city, the four of them did not dare to waste a moment, looking for devil fruit everywhere. Xiang was about to enter a gorgeous house. Suddenly, a man wearing a black suit and sunglasses appeared in front of him, raising his leg and kicking on his stomach. The bear looked much bigger than the lean man in a suit, but after being hit, it flew backwards like a large rubber ball and collapsed the wall behind it. Gigi and the others rushed over when they heard the noise. Seeing the trembling bear lying in the ruins, Jinny burst into tears and kept calling for the bear cub. Yvonne also called for the bear anxiously. Gigi had already rushed to the bear's side. Fortunately, the bear did not lose consciousness. When he saw Gigi, he coughed violently several times and struggled to straighten up. The attack from the man in the suit just now was obviously not easy to bear. Xiang endured the severe pain in his abdomen and said weakly. This man is very strong. Brother Gigi, take Jinny and the others and run away. I'll hold him back. Gigi looked solemn, thinking that he would be in trouble this time. The man in the suit didn't expect the bear to stand up and speak. He raised his eyebrows and said. You are that brat from the Bacania tribe, you are in pretty good shape. As he spoke, he put his hands in his pockets and walked towards Gigi and the others step by step, saying as he walked. What have you four brats been sneaking around looking for since you entered the city without running for your lives? This is really suspicious. Yvonne rushed to Gigi and Xiang, opened his arms, and shouted. Don't even think about hurting them. The man in the suit didn't take Yvonne seriously at all. He slowly raised a hand. Yvonne closed his eyes subconsciously. Gigi suddenly said. You are not qualified to attack us, are you? The only ones qualified to kill us now are the Celestial Dragons. Do you want to break the rules of the game? The man in the suit hovered his hand in mid-air. Although he was unhappy at being yelled at by a slave, what Gge said actually hit the point. He is indeed not qualified to take action against Gge and the others, these are precious points for his masters. But these four brats were really suspicious. They almost let the Bacanian brat enter the house behind him. This house was not a good place to enter. If the contents inside were lost, his life would not be saved. After thinking for a moment, he spat on the ground and said impatiently. Forget it, it's just four brats. You won't live long anyway. Get out of here and don't hang around here. Hearing this, Gge didn't hesitate for a second. He and Evangenie helped the bear up and left towards the other side without looking back. On the way, Ivan lowered his head and whispered to Gge. Gge, that house. Gge knew what Ivan meant, and he said categorically. There must be devil fruit in that house. When he said this, Gge tried hard to suppress his inner excitement. He was afraid that he would suddenly become ill. From the performance of the man in the suit, it is obvious that there is no silver in this place. Even a fool knows that there is something important in that house. What else can this thing be besides devil fruit? Ginny didn't show much excitement when she heard the news. She frowned and said. But with that person here, how are we going to get in? Besides, Xiangzhe is so seriously injured this time. The bear wanted to say something, but he couldn't stop coughing. Ivan supported the bear and said with an ugly face. That BD. He beat the bear like this. Hearing Xiang's cough, Gge felt uncomfortable. He clenched his fists and said coldly. That guy will definitely pay the price, I promise. Boom boom boom. As soon as he finished speaking, a series of explosions sounded, and thick smoke began to fill the sky over the town. Immediately afterwards, a loud roar resounded across the sky. Dragon bastards! Are you ready to face my wrath? Gge is not surprised but happy. There is only one person here who dares to scold celestial dragons like this, and that is Rox. In the palace in the center of the town, Saint Satan, one of the 5 elders, changed his expression and disappeared in the next second, arriving outside the palace. Feeling the approaching terrifying auras, Saint Satan took out a phone bug and said in a deep voice. Saint Jialan, immediately lead the Knights of God back to defend the royal city. The Rox pirate is here. The phone bug also responded quickly. I know, leave it to us. Shortly after the Rox pirate arrived at the Valley of the Gods, several marine warships followed closely. The marine marshal rushed off the warship first, and pursued the Rox pirate with Garp and other marine officers. However, Marine was still a step behind. Rox pirate had already appeared in the town where Gge was. Rox and others landed on a street. Rox, the leader, looked up at the royal city in the center, and Sartan also looked at it. The two people's eyes met, and Rox didn't say anything nonsense, and punched Wang Cheng directly in the air. A wave of red and black energy mixed with electric arcs burst out from his fist, and everything in its path, whether it was people or objects, was blown to pieces. Saint Satan's face was a bit ugly. His strength was certainly not weak, but it was still far behind Rox. Facing Rox's menacing punch, he wanted to hide, but there were many weak celestial dragons in the palace. If he hid, he would be dead. Tear. The clothes on Saint Satan's lower body were suddenly torn apart, 8 black spider legs stretched out, a pair of black horns sprouted from his head, and his whole body swelled. He raised the crutch in his hand and bravely faced Rox's attack. The moment he touched it, the ground he was on suddenly collapsed, and the people were gradually retreating. Just when they were about to be unable to withstand it, the Knights of God suddenly Saint Changjialan finally arrived and helped Saint Satan break the attack with a single blow of his sword. Seeing that the attack was blocked, Rox just smiled contemptuously. He had plenty of time to deal with these celestial dragons today. In a small alley not far behind him, the 4 of Gge witnessed what just happened. The actions of the max-level boss were so terrifying. Xiong and Jinny were stunned speechless by Rock's strength. Ivan's voice trembled. Then, is that the legendary Captain Rox? He can cause so much damage with just one punch. What a monster! This is also the first time that GGE actually sees the actions of the top warriors in the pirate world. This kind of shock is far beyond what reading comics can compare with. But he didn't feel a trace of fear. Instead, the blood in his body began to boil unconsciously. This abnormal situation made him very confused. He had been deliberately controlling his emotions, but it seemed like he was ill again. Chapter 6. The perception of Rox and others is so sharp that this subtle movement immediately caught their attention. GGE and the 4 people who poked their heads out of the alley were immediately spotted by them. When they saw a few children, the Rox pirate people suddenly lost interest. Linlin chuckled softly, well, it turns out they are just a few brats. Are these brats captured as prey? Rox held his chin and glanced around GGE with interest. That kid is interesting. He must have had fighting spirit just now. Do you still want to fight me after seeing my strength? GGE could no longer care about the attention of Rox and others at this moment. He was clutching his heart and cursed in a low voice. Damn, what's going on? Slow down. Yvonne and the other 3 were also panicked when they saw GGE's condition, thinking that he was ill. However, GGE didn't feel weak at all. Instead, he felt a strong excitement. In short, he wanted to touch a brick and FK Rox. In fact, his current strength is also surprisingly strong. He is covering his chest with one hand and clasping the other hand on the eaves of the wall. That part has been broken by him. This is the first time that this abnormal situation has happened. GGE is even thinking. Isn't this my return to glory? Rox over there has withdrawn his gaze. GGE has only aroused his slightest interest. The Knights of God led by Saint Jialan and Saint Satan are staring at this place. He shook his neck a few times and said casually. Newgate, how about using your ability to give those celestial dragons a welcome gift? Newgate, who had long blonde hair, took a step forward. He clenched his right fist, a translucent white halo appeared, and then he punched it out hard. Crack! There was a sound like a shattering mirror, and several cracks spread from Newgate's fist. In an instant, the entire Valley of the Gods shook and the houses collapsed. This is the ability of Paramecia Shock Fruit, and in the hands of Newgate, who is now in his prime, its power has been interpreted by Ultimate. The bear behind had already used its body to protect GGE and the 3 of them, resisting the crumbling masonry. However, the ensuing earthquake had begun to change the terrain, and the bear rolled GGE and the 3 of them out, and was finally buried under a pile of rocks. Over at the palace, Saint Garin has ordered several members of the Knights of God to rescue the Celestial Dragons. Newgate's attack was actually not as powerful as Rox's initial punch, but the trouble it caused was much greater than that punch. I don't know how many weak celestial dragons were killed by that punch. Saint Sartan couldn't stand it anymore. He kept stalling for time because he knew that the Knights of God here alone would be difficult to fight against the Rox pirate, not to mention the distraction of rescuing the celestial dragons, so he had to wait for Marine to come. Finally, when he was waiting so long, the Marines led by Marine Marshal Sora finally arrived, and Garp shouted. Where is that guy Roger? He was still enjoying his vacation. If Sengoku hadn't told him that Roger would show up, he wouldn't have bothered to come over and take care of the Celestial Dragon's shit. Sengoku, who was still Admiral, pulled him and said in a deep voice. Don't worry about Roger for now. Look, the Rox pirates are all here. I'm afraid today's matter will be more troublesome than we expected. Admiral Zephyr looked around and saw the ruins everywhere. He frowned and said. What I just said was Newgate's ability. This destructive power is really terrifying. Rox was not surprised by Marine's arrival. He looked at Marine opposite and said with a mocking face. Hey, as expected of the Celestial Dragons' dogs, they all came to protect their master, right? Marine's side was immediately aroused by these words, but no one refuted it for a while, because what Rox said was really the same thing. The fiery-tempered Garp immediately exploded. His fists were covered in pitch-black weaponry. Garp's figure disappeared from the spot and reappeared in the sky above Rox and others the next second. He swooped down like a comet, his metallic fist shining with terrifying power directed towards the rocks below. Fistbone Meteor. Rox crossed his arms and didn't even raise his head. Newgate jumped up and collided with Garp in midair with his fists wrapped in shock waves. Boom! The roar mixed with the sound of shattering resounded through the sky, and the aftermath of the collision between the two instantly dispersed the clouds over the Valley of the Gods. The dazzling sunlight shone on the earth, and Rox grinned, showing a very bright smile. Newgate and Garp collided in midair and separated at the same time, each falling back into the team. A pile of stones shook a few times, and the bear's head popped out. Then he opened the stone, revealing the 3 GGE in his arms. Looking at those familiar faces, GGE's pupils narrowed. The situation on the field at this moment is that Rox Pirate is facing enemies from both sides, with Marine in front and Knights of God behind. However, Rox is still extremely confident. GGE didn't think Rox was arrogant at all. Although Rox's strength was not shown in the comics, he just saw it. Just a flat A forced Satan Saint to open up, although there was Satan Saint in it. It was because he had to protect the Celestial Dragons behind him, but it was enough to illustrate his terrifying strength. But the most outrageous thing is his crew, the young Newgate, Linlin, Kaido, and the Golden Lion Shiki without the rudder on his head. What a dream lineup this is! Whoosh whoosh! Several more figures arrived. It was Saint Satan and the Knights of God rushing over to join Marine. As soon as Saint Satan arrived, all the monitors hidden in the town also gathered. They were uniformly dressed in black suits and stood neatly behind Saint Satan. Rox didn't take this group of people seriously at all. He lowered his arms and stared at Saint Satan opposite and said, "You world government are so brave. You dare to steal my Rox treasure. Today Lao Zi not only wants to get his own things back, but he also wants to let everyone know who the master of this world should be." Saint Satan had regained his composure, and said calmly with a calm expression, "The Celestial Dragons are the masters of the world. Everyone and everything in this world should belong to the Celestial Dragons. You are just a despicable pirate." Not only did Rox Pirate feel uncomfortable when he said this, but even the Marines behind Saint Satan had expressions of disgust on their faces. Only the members of the Knights of God looked matter-of-fact. Rox was really disgusted. He waved his hand and shouted angrily, "Come on! Lao Zi will destroy you Celestial Dragons today." As soon as the words fell, before the two parties started, GGE on the other side had already called Yvonne and the three of them to run wildly towards the distance. Now they are not qualified to be spectators. Chapter 7. GGE and others hadn't run very far. Behind them, the collision between the top Hacky's counterattack and fruit abilities broke out instantly, and the roar was endless. Now the Valley of the Gods has completely become a battlefield for the gods. Yvonne couldn't help but look back and saw countless boulders floating up into the sky and then falling down like a heavy rain. GGE also noticed this scene. He pulled Yvonne, who was already dumbfounded, and said, "That's Lion Fruit's ability. Run quickly. If you get affected, you'll be in trouble." Yvonne came back to his senses, swallowed his saliva and sighed. The power of Devil Fruit is so terrifying. Can we achieve this level if we eat one? GGE narrowed his eyes and said firmly, "Yes. At least those devil fruits given as prizes by the Celestial Dragons will not be worse than that lion fruit." After saying that, he continued to take the lead and ran towards the gorgeous house where the man in the suit was before. Now that all the Celestial Dragons minions in the town have been summoned by Sartan to participate in the battle, no one is paying attention to them anymore. This opportunity must be seized. Returning to the previous position, the original house had turned into a pile of ruins. Gge did not hesitate at all. He rushed to the ruins and directly pushed away the rubble with a pair of fleshy palms. Ivan and the other three saw Gge's actions as well. Learn from others. No one would be lazy at this time, because the aftermath of the battle between those monsters could kill them at any time. Boom! The battle between rocks and others set off a gust of wind. On the ruins, Gge's robes were blown by the wind, and his small body was crumbling in the raging wind. Gge gritted his teeth and continued digging hard, muttering in his mouth. Devil Fruit, if you really know how to choose a master, please choose me. Let's climb to the top of this world together. His nails were worn almost to the point of disappearing, and bright red blood seeped out from his fingertips, dripping onto the broken stones and tiles below and converging into a bright red line of blood that slowly flowed in along a gap. Gge raised his arm and rubbed his blurred eyes, subconsciously digging in the direction of the blood flow. After a day of escaping, Gge's body was already overwhelmed. He struggled to move a stone, staggered and almost fell down. At this moment, a faint golden light flashed under the stone. Gge quickly took a closer look and found that it was a wooden box, with only a corner of the gold plate exposed. Gge felt the blood all over his body surge up. He forced himself to calm down and dug out the wooden box with trembling hands. Fortunately, the box was not locked, presumably to make it easier for some weak celestial dragons to open it. Even the weak Gge could open it effortlessly. At this moment, this box was Pandora's box in Gge's heart. He held his breath and opened the lid of the box. A strange purple fruit that looked like a pineapple lay quietly in the box. Seeing the appearance of this fruit, Gge's eyes widened, and a thunder flashed through his mind. Is this dark fruit? The appearance of dark fruit has appeared in the comics. As the fruit that Blackbeard has been waiting for more than 20 years, Gge is very impressed by the appearance of this fruit. The appearance of this fruit was beyond Gge's expectation. It can be said to be a big surprise. Because dark fruit is definitely a top-notch devil fruit. Although it cannot be elementalized like other Logias, the effect of elementalizing it later is basically zero, and it is of no use other than bullying the miscellaneous fish. Except for a few elements that have powerful attack attributes, some Logia have directly become version abandonments and a complete joke. But dark fruit is different. Not to mention its bug that can make people with abilities lose their abilities. What Gge values most is the natural disaster it represents, that is, the black hole that annihilates everything. Within 3 seconds of confirming that what was in her hand was dark fruit, Gge opened her mouth and bit into it. The lavender pulp mixed with juice entered the mouth, and an indescribable taste permeated Gge's mouth. His face turned purple, and his stomach was already churning before he could swallow it. Fortunately, devil fruit only needs one bite to gain abilities. Otherwise, with Gge's current small mouth, there's no telling how much suffering he would have suffered. Throwing away the fruit that had turned into an ordinary fruit, Gge stood there for a while, and a strange feeling came over him. He felt as if he had an extra sense, as if he had an extra free movement. Limbs are the same. Gge stretched out his right hand and put it in front of his eyes, trying to activate his ability. His right hand instantly turned into darkness, and wisps of black smoke rose into the sky. He stared at his right hand in confusion. From this moment on, he was the master of dark fruit, the controller of darkness. Gge-chan! Ivan's shout interrupted Gge's thoughts. He looked back and saw Ivan holding up a bear paw-shaped devil fruit and shouting excitedly. Look what I found! Devil fruit! Gge's pupil shrank. Just from the appearance, it can be seen that the fruit in Ivan's hand must be a meatball fruit. Finding the meatball fruit is of course a happy event, but Ivan's character is already out of the ordinary. His current behavior was too flamboyant. In fact, Ivan had good intentions. He didn't know that Gge had eaten dark fruit, and Gge had always shown a desire for devil fruit before, so after finding devil fruit, he immediately thought of it. It's for GGE. Ivan's voice is really loud, and the words devil fruit are also very sensitive. Whether it's the Rock's side or the world government side, who doesn't have hearing far beyond ordinary people? As soon as Ivan called out devil fruit, the two parties who were fighting immediately stopped in unison, and several dangerous eyes locked on Ivan who was holding the fruit, making him freeze in place. In fact, Ivan's performance is already very good. You must know that there are many owners of Conqueror's Haki among these people. The fact that he can avoid being stunned shows that his qualifications are better than most ordinary people. Saint Satan also recognized the meatball fruit at a glance, and immediately called Saint Jialan to snatch it. However, Saint Jialan did not make any move. His attention was entirely on GGE, who was not far away from Ivan, with a subtle expression. Marine was mostly sighing that a few children would appear here. Garp curled his lips, thinking that it must be the fault of the Celestial Dragons again. Rox didn't care about that much. Before Rox said anything, Linlin rushed over, aiming directly at Ivan who was frozen in place. Little devil! Hand over the devil fruit to me. Chapter 8. Regardless of Rox's ugly expression, Linlin chose to leave the battlefield after seeing the meatball fruit. She was extremely fast and was about to rush to Ivan. In the blink of an eye, GGE suddenly raised his right hand, which had turned black, and aimed it at Ivan. A black vortex appeared in his palm. Universal pull. Buzz. The powerful gravity was released through the dark vortex. Ivan and the meatball fruit in his hand flew towards GGE at high speed under the pull of gravity. Linlin also missed and showed a confused expression on her face. The big guys in the distance also had different expressions when they saw this scene. Rox stared at GGE with an unbelievable look, focusing his eyes on the dark vortex in his hand. Is it that kid just now? That ability? Could it be? Satan Sheng's face was rarely shocked. He was not shocked by the ability of the dark fruit, but by GGE's face. Who is that kid? He suddenly looked at Jialanchen who was silent at the side. Jialanchen had a complicated expression at the moment. He murmured, he is obviously dead, but he just happens to look like. Everyone had their own thoughts. After a brief moment of confusion, Linlin turned around and looked at GGE with a playful look, and said in a frivolous tone, I didn't expect that you, a little kid, are also a person with abilities. It seems that you have a good ability. Well, you are handsome, but you have taken my prey. Be obedient and give me the fruit. How about following me in the future? Linlin is not fat yet. She is a hot and beautiful woman. Her voice is even a little charming. Even so, GGE still had the image of the drooling, bloated crazy ant behind him in his mind, and he couldn't help shuddering. Linlin felt that GGE was scared by her. She laughed and walked slowly towards the scared GGE. Just when Linlin thought that the meatball fruit was about to become hers, GGE lifted Ivan's hand and squeezed it hard, and Ivan immediately cried out in pain. Taking this opportunity, GGE grabbed the meatball fruit and was about to stuff it into Ivan's mouth, but he still underestimated Linlin's speed. In just a breath, Linlin had already rushed in front of GGE, and the unlucky Ivan was kicked away by her like a ball. She squatted down, pinched GGE's arm, which seemed extremely slender to her, with her fingers, and said in a bad tone. Little ghost, you are not very honest, hey. Linlin's face suddenly changed, and she suddenly raised an arm covered with armed color. The moment she completed this action, a black shadow holding a sword appeared and chopped Linlin's arm with a sword. Clang! The person who came was actually Jialan Sheng. After he chopped the sword, he immediately retreated with the force, and his figure fell not far away, staring at Linlin coldly with a pair of eyes. Linlin retracted her arm, and the armor color faded. She could see a clear red mark on her fair skin. Even though she had a terrifying defense, she felt a dull pain in her arm. Frowning, she didn't expect that the leader of the Knights of God would abandon the main battlefield and come to deal with her. She felt very troubled and thought to herself. It seems that celestial dragons also value this meatball fruit. Then I must get it, and the blue dragon fruit. The message sent by Ginny clearly mentioned the meatball and the blue dragon fruit. Before coming, Linlin had already seen the devil fruit illustration. Her main purpose of coming to the Valley of Gods this time was to get the blue dragon fruit. She already had the soul fruit, so of course she didn't snatch it for herself to eat. She used it to seduce Kaido, who was reluctant to surrender. Linlin has never really surrendered to Rocks. She has long wanted to leave Rocks pirate and work alone. Kaido is the person she likes. She also plans to tie Kaido with the blue dragon fruit and let him follow her in the future. Originally, she only wanted to use the meatball fruit as a substitute, but Saint Jialan's attack made her pay more attention to the meatball fruit. However, her thoughts went astray. Jialan Sheng was not interested in the so-called meatball fruit at all. He turned his head and looked at Gge, who was ignored by Linlin, and his eyes stayed on Gge's open chest for a moment. Seeing those crisscrossing scars, his eyes flickered and he said, "Hey, what's your name?" Gge was stunned for a moment. He naturally knew this Saint Jialan, the leader of the Knights of God, the absolute elite among the Celestial Dragons, and his terrifying strength. How could such a person pay attention to a child like himself? Is it because of the dark fruit ability he just showed? Come to think of it, neither Linlin nor Gge can resist Gge at present, not to mention that this Jialan saint does not seem to have any malicious intent. My name is Gge. Hearing Gge's name, Jialan Sheng's body trembled slightly, and he asked eagerly, "Where's your full name?" Gge was stunned for a while. It seemed that Jialan Sheng knew him. To be precise, he knew his predecessor. However, he had no memory of his predecessor at all, so he had to say honestly, "I can't remember what happened before. I only know that my name is Gge now, and Gge is my full name." Gge's words are truer than gold, and the main theme is sincerity. Jialan Sheng nodded thoughtfully and whispered, "Have you lost your memory? You can remember your name but forget your surname." Gge asked tentatively upon seeing this. "You know me? So can you tell me what my full name is?" The two of them were talking to each other, and Linlin was directly reduced to the background. Veins popped up on her forehead and she shouted angrily, "That's enough! What's the name without a name? What do you think I am?" She roughly grabbed the meatball fruit and raised her feet to leave. Just when Gge thought that the meatball fruit was about to be taken away, Jialan Sheng moved again. He just raised his sword and swung it, and a sword energy emitting red and black lightning burst out, aiming directly at Linlin. Linlin didn't dare to raise her eyebrows, so she had to cross her arms in front of her chest to catch the sword energy, but the meatball fruit fell out of her hands and rolled to Gge's feet. Yvonne had already been kicked several meters away by Linlin. Gge flew up and kicked the meatball fruit at his feet towards the bear, shouting, "Bear! Eat the meatball fruit quickly!" The bear and Ginny were still in a stunned state. Gge's shouts woke them up. The bear didn't care anymore. He opened his mouth and pounced towards the flying meatball fruit. His mouth was much bigger than Gge, and he swallowed the meatball fruit directly. Soon, a pair of very cute-looking meat pads appeared in the bear's palm. Chapter 9. Seeing the bear swallowing the meatball fruit in one gulp, Linlin was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. He looked at Gge as if he wanted to eat someone. However, at the moment, she was powerless, because Jialan Shengzheng was suppressing her tightly, not giving her any time to free her hands. Taking this opportunity, Gge raised his hand to suck Yvonne in front of him and shouted to the bear, "Bear, use your ability to send us away. Control your strength and just shoot." Gge had also told the bears before how to use the ability of the meatball fruit to move quickly. In addition, the bear itself was indeed very compatible with the meatball fruit, so after hearing GGE's words, he directly took the photo. He glanced at himself and arrived in front of GGE, almost teleporting. GGE spread out his hands, and dark vortices emerged from each of his open palms. The strong gravity pulled Ginny and Yvonne, who was kicked away. During this process, GGE kept paying attention to Sartan, who was fighting with Rock's pirate over there, because according to the original storyline, this guy would come to interfere with the bear. However, Satan had no intention of coming over from beginning to end. GGE guessed that it might be because Jialin left the battlefield. After all, before the Roger pirates arrived, it was still difficult to face Rock's pirate with the current Marine plus a Sartan, and this was because there were so many actors in Rock's pirate. Xiong raised his hand again, preparing to use his ability again to send himself and GGE away from the Valley of Gods. Jialin has been paying attention to GGE. He also saw the bear's ability and guessed that GGE was going to run away. When the bear's hand was about to touch GGE, Jialin suddenly shouted to GGE. "Boy! Remember! Your last name is Figolando." Bo! The meatball fruit ability was activated, GGE's figure disappeared in place, and the bear wanted to save some more slaves, but Rox didn't know why he went crazy, and suddenly released his conquerors, and the entire Valley of Gods instantly thundered and lightninged, like the end of the world. He stared at the place where GGE disappeared with red eyes, his roar echoed through the sky. "A hole! Where did you send that kid?" "That's my fruit." Sengoku and Garp looked at each other and wondered, why is Rox so crazy? "What fruit?" "Meatball fruit?" Although Xiong has excellent qualifications, he is still young after all. He was shocked into a daze by Rock's conquerors. When he came to his senses, he did not hesitate and immediately used his ability to send himself out. Sartan shouted to Garin. "Garin! Come back quickly!" Jialin stood there in silence for a moment, then got rid of Linlin and rushed towards the battlefield that belonged to him. Linlin had no intention of going back. Without Jialin's interference, she began to focus on looking for the green dragon fruit. In the distance, Sartan breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Garin returning, and whispered. "That fruit originally belonged to you." Garin shook his head and said calmly. "I'm not very interested in devil fruit. I just came here to enjoy the fun of hunting. What's more, he is still alive, which means that Vegapunk's experiment was successful. In this case, there is nothing more suitable for him than that fruit." Sartan opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something more, but Rox did not give Sartan a chance to speak. He rushed over like a black lightning, and pounded Sartan hard with his angry fist. Garp and Sengoku, who were standing in front of Sartan, did not know whether intentionally or unintentionally, but they moved away. Garin did not step forward to stop him because he was worried. The surrounding Celestial Dragons guards were loyal enough, and they rushed forward without fear of death. However, in Rock's eyes, they were no different than ants, and some of them were directly blasted into a ball of blood mist. Sartan's crutches flew out in a spin, and he received a heavy punch on the face, performing a stunt on the spot. Sengoku looked like he wanted to laugh but didn't dare to laugh, while Garp spurted out with a loud sound. Crane on the side stretched out his hand and pinched him hard on the waist. Garp, who was armed and strong, actually broke his defense, and the expression on his face was worse than crying. Still ugly. The people in Rock's pirate didn't have any psychological baggage. They all laughed loudly and almost rubbed Satan's old face on the ground. After suffering a heavy blow, Sartan stood up in a short while. After all, he was a Zoan Phantom Beast type Esper, and his recovery ability was extremely good. But looking at his slightly trembling look, it was obvious that Rock's angry punch was not that comfortable. After getting up, Sartan first glanced around Marine with cold eyes, and then looked at Garp a few more times. Garp was picking his nose, looking nonchalant. Garp is now an important combat force. Even if Sartan was angry, he couldn't vent it on the spot. He had to hold back his anger and issue an order to Marine Marshal Kong. Destroy the Rock's pirate, leaving no one behind. Rox snorted and said disdainfully. It's just you? After today, Lao Zi will be the new king of the world. Come on, kids. The two sides collided again. Facing the combination of the Knights of God and Marine, Rock's pirate showed no sign of decline, but showed faint signs of suppression. Rox also became more and more excited as he played. According to his plan, it was best for him to eat dark fruit. With the blessing of dark fruit, his chances of winning would definitely increase a lot. But the performance of Marine and world government made him feel that this was just the case. This was because some people in the pirate group were fishing. The most hard-working among Rock's subordinates is Kaido. Now he is just a stupid young man, and the mace in his hand is dancing so hard that it has an after-image. He just sees who hits whom, and with those the captain's performance was in stark contrast. Rox saw this and was already planning to give Kaido a promotion and a raise after he won the battle. However, the idea of opening champagne at halftime has always been a taboo. Just when Rox was holding a marine officer's collar and preparing to break his neck, a black and red sword light roared across the sky. God avoids. Rox's pupils shrank, threw Marine away from his hand, and retreated quickly. The sword slash struck the ground, stirring up smoke that filled the sky. The smoke dissipated, and a bottomless ravine appeared before everyone's eyes. Aha! A figure wearing a red cloak descended from the sky, with a confident smile on the face. Garp, who had always been lacking in interest, suddenly roared as if he had been given blood. Roger! UBD finally showed up. Roger turned his head and smiled at Garp, then pointed his sword at the ugly-looking Rox and said in a deep voice. Rox, you are too dangerous and I can't let you continue. Chapter 10. Rox was really put off by Roger's remarks. He only understood one thing now, that is, as a pirate, Roger actually chose to side with the world government to deal with him. Newgate used an air shock to force back Garin, who had been fighting with him for a long time. You could see that there were several staggered stab wounds on his exposed chest, with blood coming out from time to time. The golden armor that Garin wore that belonged to the Knights of God was also shattered in several places, and blood flowed from the corners of his mouth. Newgate in his prime and Shock Fruit were not that easy to deal with. The battle between the two of them just now was very fierce. If Roger hadn't suddenly appeared, one of them would have been killed today. Newgate squinted at Roger, his eyes flickering, not knowing what he was thinking. Roger certainly didn't come alone. After a while, Deputy Captain Pluton Rayleigh arrived with other crew members. They stood behind Roger and confronted the Rox pirate. At this time, the arrival of the Roger pirates can be said to have completely reversed the situation of the war. Rox looked extremely ugly, and now he wanted to eat Roger alive. The members of Rox pirate had different expressions. Except for Linlin, who didn't know where he was running, most of them were already looking around, looking like they wanted to run away. Rox was naturally aware of this, and he couldn't think about it anymore. He roared, raising his momentum to the extreme, and the entire sky was instantly covered with a shadow. Clenching his fists, the Black Conqueror's lightning crackled. Rox's figure was like electricity, and his terrifying aura locked Roger tightly. He had already made up his mind, even if he failed today, he would have to kill Roger, the pirate scum. Facing Rox, who was attacking with all his strength, Roger looked solemn. He wrapped Conquerors around Ace, one of the 12 skills of the sharp knife in his hand, and rushed forward to face Rox. However, as soon as the collision occurred, Roger felt that the arm holding the sword was almost losing consciousness. Rox's strength was even more terrifying than he expected. Seeing that Roger was in a bad situation, Pluton Rayleigh immediately wanted to draw his sword to help, but Garp on Marine's side was faster than him. A black iron fist fell from the sky. Rox was only thinking about killing Roger in front of him. Without noticing, Garp punched him away and he retreated back. Looking at Roger Garp standing side by side in front of him, Rox was so angry that he couldn't hold back 4 words for a long time. Absolutely disgusting. He originally wanted to take a preemptive strike to stabilize the lax morale of the army, but he was frustrated and the situation became increasingly unfavorable to him. However, at this moment, Linlin, who had been finding no such person, suddenly turned back, holding a cyan devil fruit in his hand. While everyone was fighting, she used the ability of the soul fruit to give her soul to a piece of land, and finally obtained the azure dragon fruit. Rox was very pleased to see Linlin reappearing, thinking that this woman still had some conscience, but before he could be happy for too long, Linlin's words almost made him petrified on the spot. Kaido, you silly boy, why are you working so hard? Look what I found? Come with me. Kaido was overjoyed when he saw the blue dragon fruit, and actually rushed towards Linlin. After the two met, they turned around and left, disappearing from everyone's sight in a few breaths. After a brief silence, Newgate suddenly sighed. Now he was extremely disappointed with Rock's pirate. He put Yunki on his shoulders, turned around, and walked away without saying a word. His speed was not fast, but the world government had no intention of stopping him at all, and just allowed Newgate to leave here in a swaggering manner. Shiki took a puff of his cigar. He was the calmest person on the field. He was a lion fruit user. As long as he wanted to leave, almost no one could keep him. Ever since Linlin and Kaido disappeared, Rox had been standing there quietly, and he didn't say another word even after Newgate left. But Roger and Garp standing opposite him suddenly felt a suffocating and terrifying momentum. Rox, who was in a desperate situation, was already desperate. Sarton's old face already showed an expression of victory, but his body remained tense. He knew that Rox was in the most dangerous state at this time. Rox slowly raised his head, and a cold voice slowly came out of his mouth. Roger. Celestial Dragons. Marine. You all deserve to die. Boom. There was a loud noise, and the ground collapsed instantly. Rox led a few loyal men and rushed into the enemy camp. For a moment, countless broken limbs and broken arms were flying in the sky, and the entire battlefield was filled with blood mist. The world government, Marine, and Roger pirates no longer remained, and all the top combat forces swarmed in to encircle and suppress Rox, who had gone crazy in the center of the battlefield. There was no fear on Rox's face. He threw off the cloak that was stained red with blood and laughed wildly. Let's go together. Lousy is Rox. After an unknown amount of time, the roar that echoed throughout the Valley of Gods gradually subsided. At the edge of the Valley of the Gods, Newgate pushed a wooden boat into the sea, then jumped into the boat. Rox's pirate's ship had long been destroyed by the marine warships that came from behind, so he had to build this relatively solid boat himself. Looking back in the direction of the Valley of Ice, Newgate shook his head and said softly, "Goodbye, Captain Rox." After saying that, he fumbled for a sky blue devil fruit from his arms and thought to himself, I actually picked up a devil fruit on the way here. It must have been prepared by the Celestial Dragons. It gave me an advantage. On the marine warship, Sengoku was sitting on the bench wiping the blood on his body. There were too many Marines injured in this battle, and the military doctors were already overwhelmed. Relying on his strong physique, he did not choose to let the military doctors treat him, and gave up his limited resources to other Marine soldiers. Just as he was holding cotton with tweezers and trying to press it on the wound, there was a bang and Garp pushed the door open and came in. Hey! Sengoku, are you okay? Pfft! Looking at the tweezers inserted into the wound, Sengoku's mouth twitched and he turned his head to get angry. Garp suddenly threw out a wooden box and said carelessly, "See what I found." There were several pieces of gold foil on the box, and you could tell that the contents inside were valuable. Sengoku raised his eyebrows and slowly opened the box. A golden devil fruit lay quietly inside. Sengoku stared and looked up at Garp in disbelief. Garp smiled and said, This must be the fruit of those celestial dragons. I found one. You know, I'm not too fond of that group of people, so I won't hand over this fruit. But I don't want to become a landlubber either. You have to be interested. I'll give it to you. At the same time, on board the Roger pirates, Roger and others stood around a wooden box, looking at the red-haired baby in the box with bewildered expressions. The baby waved its little hands, but instead of crying, it actually giggled. Chapter 11. In the kingdom of Sorbal, a place outside the law, in front of a slightly dilapidated church. Bo. The 4 GGE people were teleported one after another. Ivan shook his dizzy head and muttered. What happened? I feel so dizzy, where is this place? Xiang looked up at the church in front of him, with a sad look on his face, and slowly said. This is the country where I was born, the kingdom of Sorbal. Ginny looked around curiously and asked. So we escaped? There is a church here. Yes, this church belongs to my father, he is a pastor. Ivan and Ginny fell into silence. They had heard the bear talk about his experience and knew that the bear was remembering those painful memories. Well. Gigi, who had been silent until now, suddenly made a painful sound. After hearing this, the Xiang trio hurriedly looked towards Gigi and saw that he was holding his forehead with one hand, his brows were furrowed, and beads of sweat appeared from his forehead. It looked like he was not in a good condition. It can be said that Gigi's previous operations in the Valley of Gods made the 3 of them recognize Gigi's big brother status from the bottom of their hearts. Even Ivan, the oldest, also shouted together. Brother Gigi, what's wrong with you? The 3 of them ran to Gigi's side. Ivan knelt down and put Gigi's arm on his shoulders. Ginny gently stroked Gigi's chest with her hand, and the bear stretched out his meat pad towards Gigi. Gigi saw the bear's intention. He wanted to use the power of the meatball fruit to try to expel the pain for himself. It has to be said that the bear and the meatball fruit are like a natural pair. The 2 are very compatible. In addition, Gigi has taught them the ability of the meatball fruit in advance. Now the bears have figured out some of the meatball fruit. Practical usage. However, Gigi raised his hand to stop the bear's behavior. Under the puzzled gaze of the bear, Gigi breathed a sigh of relief and said in a weak voice. You are not familiar with the power of the meatball fruit yet, so don't use it indiscriminately. And even if you use it, there will be no one else around, and the pain will eventually return to me. No, I can. Xiang patted his chest, which clearly meant that he wanted to help Gigi bear the physical pain. However, Gigi still refused. He stopped Xiang's words because he didn't want Xiang to do this, and at this time, his mind was in a mess, which could not be called pain. In his mind, chaotic memory fragments kept emerging, like a revolving door. He wanted to stop and watch carefully but couldn't stop. It all started after Garin said the 4 words Figolando to him before leaving. Gigi saw his body being placed on a cold test platform, and a man dressed as celestial dragons stared at him greedily. In an instant, anger, fear, confusion, and all kinds of negative emotions came over, and Gigi felt a splitting headache. Crack! A silver arc of electricity emerged from Gigi's body and electrocuted Ivan along his arm. The bear was also startled by Gigi. He hurriedly pulled Ginny away, who was stunned. He also lifted up Ivan, who rolled his eyes, and used the power of the meatball fruit to get away. At this moment, Gigi suddenly raised his head, his originally dark pupils had turned blood red, and a tide of darkness spread out from under his feet. His eyes were empty and his voice was as cold as if he came from hell. Must kill him. Revenge. The darkness spread to the bear's feet and turned into a huge black mouth, about to swallow the bear. At this moment, Gigi's body softened and he fainted to the ground. The huge mouth of darkness froze suddenly, escaped into the darkness again, and returned to Gigi's body. Xiang swallowed and raised his hand to wipe the cold sweat from his head. Just now he wanted to use his fruit power to avoid it, but he didn't know what happened. When the darkness approached him, he only felt that his connection with the power became extremely stagnant and difficult to mobilize. If Gge hadn't fainted suddenly, he, Yvonne and Ginny would have been completely swallowed by the darkness at this time. Putting Ginny and Yvonne down, Xiang slowly approached Gge who was lying on the ground and found that Gge had completely fainted. He picked up Gge, and Ginny dragged Yvonne on the ground and walked toward the church together. At night, in the haze, Gge opened his eyes with difficulty and found that he was lying on a soft big bed. He slowly got up. Another wave of dizziness hit, and a voice full of hatred sounded in Gge's mind. "You are me, I am you, avenge me." Gge didn't feel anything strange. He looked calm and murmured in a low voice, as if talking to himself. "I know, we are one person, I will definitely take revenge." After saying that, Gge felt his body light up, as if something had completely dissipated from his mind. He felt a sense of clarity that he had never experienced before, his perception became extremely sharp, and the layout of the entire church was clearly presented in his mind. Including the scent of Bear and Ginny in the church, as well as the "Where did the mummy come from?" Looking at the large-headed mummy wrapped like a rice dumpling beside him, a look of surprise appeared on Gge's face. The mummy shook its head twice and made a muffled sound. "It's me Gge, I'm Yvonne, Yvonne who was almost fed by you, hee ha. Ah this." Only then did Gge remember the electric discharge on his body at that time. He slapped his forehead, turned around, helped Yvonne up, and said with an apologetic expression. "Sorry Yvonne, my brain was in chaos at that time and I didn't know what I was doing." "No, it's okay. I even escaped from a place like the Valley of Gods. This little injury is nothing, he. It could be seen that Yvonne was in a good mood and did not take the matter of being electrocuted to heart. But Gge still felt a little guilty. He jumped off the bed and gently lifted Yvonne and carried him on his back. Ivan's eyes widened in shock. He knew Gge's physique well. Although it could not be said to be weak, it was not much better than Ginny, who was a girl. But now, Gge could easily lift Yvonne, who was much heavier than him, and carry him as if nothing had happened. Yvonne felt like he had seen a ghost. Gge also noticed this, but he didn't say anything more and just came to the living room like a gust of wind carrying Yvonne on his back. The bear wearing an apron was walking out of the kitchen with a bowl of hot fish soup. Ginny was sitting on the dining table thinking about something with a knife in one hand and a fork in the other. Seeing Gge appearing with Yvonne on her back, Ginny was immediately stunned. The bear's hands trembled and the fish soup was about to fall to the ground. Buzz! A force of gravity appeared, and the bowl was controlled by Gge. He chuckled and said, "Xiang, your craftsmanship is very good. This bowl of fish soup is very fragrant." Chapter 12. The bear came back to his senses, hurriedly stepped forward and took Yvonne off Gge, and found a chair for Yvonne to sit down. The four of them sat around a dining table, tasting the fish cooked by the bear. This fish was their only dish tonight, but fortunately the fish was quite big. Gge ate with gusto. This was the first time he had a hot meal since he time traveled. When they were in the Valley of the Gods, they didn't have the energy to catch fish, let alone light a fire to cook, so they could only pick up some wild fruits as rations. However, the three Xiangs didn't move their chopsticks for a long time. The three of them just watched Gge showing off the fish with big mouthfuls. After drinking a large bowl of thick fish soup, Gge smacked his lips, looked up at the three of them, and praised. "Why don't you eat it? It tastes really good." Xiang asked tentatively. "Brother Gge, do you still remember what happened during the day? There was an electric current in your body. Is that also your devil fruit ability?" Ginny nodded vigorously, stretched out her hands and gestured. Yes, even the eyes have turned red. It's so scary. Ivan did not speak. He stared at a pair of big copper bell-like eyes, full of curiosity. Obviously he also wanted to know what happened to Gge. Gge was not prepared to hide anything from these three people and whispered. That's because I remembered something. You should have heard what the man said to me when we were about to leave. At that time, the most conscious person besides Gge was the bear. The bear said. Remember, that person said your surname was Figolando. Does this surname have any significance? Of course, that last name reminds me of a lot of things. Speaking of this, Gge suddenly paused. He looked directly into the bear's eyes and slowly said. Bear, if I were a celestial dragons, would you hate me? Nanny. X2. As soon as these words came out, Ginny and Ivan jumped up from their chairs and looked at Gge in disbelief. Compared to the two people's reactions, Xiang was much calmer. He lowered his head and said nothing. No one knew what he was thinking. Gge didn't speak, just looked at the bear quietly. The church hall was eerily quiet, and Ginny finally couldn't bear it any longer. She forced a smile on her face and started laughing. Are you kidding? Brother Gge, how can you be a celestial dragons? We just escaped from the Valley of the Gods together. Ginny was unwilling to accept this reality from the bottom of her heart, but looking at Gge's serious look, she knew that this matter was most likely true. Gge looked at Ginny and said softly. How could I joke about such a thing? I am indeed a celestial dragons. Otherwise, why would Garin, the leader of the Knights of God, rescue a slave from Charlotte Linlin? This gallon is yours. It's my uncle. Tears welled up in Ginny's eyes. She ran to Gge and held Gge's hands tightly, as if she was afraid of losing him. She murmured as if she was deceiving herself. No, that's just a coincidence. Yes, if that's the case, why would they allow you to live in the Valley of Gods? Gge raised his hand and stroked a dull pink hair on Ginny's head, and recounted his previous experiences in an extremely calm tone. Now that he has merged with the remaining soul of the original body, including the memory of the original body, he has experienced the pain all over again. He was born in Marie Joyce, the Holy Land, to Saint Figolando Gulando, the eldest son of the Figolando family. Gulando's younger brother is Garin, who has become the leader of the Knights of God. The Knights of God are the ace force that protects the celestial dragons. The leader of each generation is inherited by a member of the Figolando family. Of course, such an important position will not be assigned to a certain family. The reason why it is always held by a member of the Figolando family is because the members of the Figolando family are not only a small number of awake factions, but also a member of the Figolando family. The important thing is that they are extremely talented. Their talents are not compared to those celestial dragons, but to the top experts outside. This can be seen from Garin. His performance in the Valley of the Gods was absolutely outstanding. He played against Charlotte Linlin, Newgate, and finally Rox, and he showed no signs of decline. This generation of Figolando family gave birth to a pair of brothers, Garin and Gulando. As the elder brother, Grando was actually very talented, but compared to his younger brother Garin, he was weaker. He lost to Garin every time he competed, and in the end he missed the position of leader of the Knights of God. This has also become a permanent thorn in Gulando's heart. However, his talent seems to be more in his mind. In terms of scientific research, he can be said to be 10 miles ahead of Garin. There are too many talented races in this world, and Gulando also focused on this. In the end, he chose the Fur tribe and the Lunaria tribe. He wants to add these two genes to himself through experiments to become stronger. But he is more afraid of death, and he is an adult and his body is almost fully developed. Even if he uses genetic modification, the effect will be limited. Just when he was a little discouraged, his child, Gge, was born. The Figolando family attaches great importance to the physical aptitude of their descendants and has special equipment to identify this. GGE's statistics in all aspects are very strong, even stronger than the original Jialan. This made Gulan so overjoyed that this cold-blooded guy actually set his sights on his own son. GGE's body is too perfect for Gulando, not to mention it's his bloodline. There are many ways to exchange bodies in this world, such as Meatball Fruit. As a member of the Celestial Dragons, Grando certainly knows this. Greedy, he is not even satisfied. He wants to apply his previous ideas and genetic modification experiments to GGE. He wants to get a body comparable to that of a god. As a result, Grando teamed up with Vegapunk to conduct inhumane genetic experiments on the young GGE. But no matter how strong GGE's physical talent is, he is still a child after all. The long-term experiment directly caused his body to collapse and the experiment failed. Seeing GGE who had died on the experimental table, Grando didn't even feel a trace of sadness in his heart, but only madness and violence. Waste! Waste! Gulando, who had become mentally perverted, actually hated GGE. He hated GGE for shattering his dream. So, he ordered his henchmen to throw GGE's body into the slave ship, and transported it to the Valley of the Gods with the ship. Chapter 13. As GGE recounted this experience, there was no trace of fluctuation in his expression. Ginny and others were dumbfounded. They could not imagine that there could be such a father in this world. Even the words "better than a beast" could be considered a compliment to him. GGE lowered his eyes, with a wisp of black smoke emitting from the corners of his eyes. It was obvious that his mood at this moment was not as calm as he appeared on the surface. I will definitely go back to Marie Joyce and kill him with my own hands. Ginny's heart tightened, she held GGE's hand subconsciously and asked eagerly. Brother GGE, are you going to abandon us? Ivan blinked his eyes crazily, expressing his inner eagerness in this way. Xiang also raised his head and looked at GGE nervously. GGE was stunned for a moment, then shook his head and chuckled. How could it be? I'm so weak now, and it's not the time to take Marie Joyce back. Hearing this, Ginny and the three of them breathed a sigh of relief. As companions who had experienced the Valley of the Gods escape together, their feelings for each other were very deep. Moreover, Garin's series of performances in the Valley of the Gods have already made him the backbone of the four. This feeling is even stronger for Ginny, the only girl among the four. So after confirming that GGE has no intention of taking Marie Joyce back for the time being, Ginny can be said to be the happiest one. She couldn't help hugging GGE, rubbing GGE's face hard, and shouted. That's great, brother GGE. We will always be together. Never separate. Ivan squeezed the bandaged hand with difficulty, and just when he was about to speak, Xiang took the lead and said. Brother GGE, you gave me this strength. I will definitely work hard and never hold anyone back. A bright smile broke out on GGE's face, but against the darkness surrounding the corners of his eyes, his smile had a hint of evil charm. Bear, don't you care that I'm a celestial dragons? The bear shook his head and said softly. No. GGE is still GGE. He is my big brother forever. Ginny turned her head and asked with a puzzled look on her face. Xiangzhe, then why were you lowering your head just now? You looked very worried. Yes, I'm sorry. Actually, I knew when Garin mentioned Figolando. I heard about this family when I was a slave, but I don't want to ruin our relationship because of this. I thought as long as you pretend not to know, you can continue to live together. Unexpectedly, Brother GGE proposed it himself. As he said this, Xiang scratched his head, a slightly honest action that seemed so simple and sincere to GGE. Gently pushing Ginny away from his arms, GGE looked around the three of them. A group of darkness loomed behind him. Don't just blame me. You have all been persecuted by the Celestial Dragons. I will avenge you all. Ginny is a girl after all. To her, it is good that everyone can live well, so after hearing Gge's words, she couldn't help but worry about gains and losses. But brother Gge, are the Celestial Dragons really something we can resist? Gge smiled slightly, raised his right hand that turned into darkness, and whispered. Of course, otherwise wouldn't I have let down this dark fruit? As soon as he finished speaking, endless darkness surged out of Gge, enveloping the entire church like a black curtain, leaving no trace of light. Ginny was frightened by this scene and clutched Gge's clothes tightly with both hands. Fortunately, the darkness did not last long. Soon, the darkness faded, and a clean and tidy hall appeared in the sight of Ginny and the three of them. This is... Looking at the spotless environment around her, Ginny covered her mouth in surprise, with a look of amazement on her face. Xiang, who is also an ability user, was even more surprised. He was surprised that Gge could control Devil Fruit's abilities so well. He had already seen the power of Dark Fruit. That terrifying Dark Maw almost swallowed the three of them together. The bear still couldn't help but break into a cold sweat when he thought about it. He could feel the ultimate destructive power contained in that darkness, the power that could turn everything into powder. But Gge had just released such a large-scale dark power, but he was able to avoid the furnishings in the hall and the three bears. He just absorbed the dust and garbage. This meticulous control made the bears feel ashamed. If it were him, he would probably make a huge ball of flesh and wrap it around the church, and then clean it. But not to mention that with his current ability, it is difficult enough to create a meatball that can wrap around the church, let alone control the ability to bounce away the garbage in the church. If he really uses it, he may not blow the entire church away, which makes Xiang respect Gge even more. The reason why Gge's control of Dark Fruit has improved so much is because he has now completely integrated with his original body, and his soul strength is far beyond that of ordinary people. Because of this, he, who was already extremely talented, naturally awakened observation haki. Ginny didn't think about it as much as the bear. This magical sight made her face turn red with excitement and she clapped her hands vigorously. Goodoo! Ivan swallowed a mouthful of saliva, with envy in his eyes. Among the 2.5 boys present, he was the only one who did not get a devil fruit, so after seeing the abilities of Gge and Xiang, he also hoped that he could also get a devil fruit of his own. But he didn't feel jealous at all. In his opinion, Gge and Xiang were obviously more suitable for the 2 devil fruits than him. Ivan's performance was noticed by Gge. He was good at observing words and emotions and could easily see what Ivan was thinking at the moment. He immediately smiled and said, Ivan, don't worry, the devil fruit that suits you hasn't appeared yet. Believe me, that devil fruit is destined to be yours. Ivan immediately danced with excitement. He was very convinced of Gge's words and asked immediately after hearing the words. What's the name of that fruit? Gge shook his finger and said mysteriously. I won't tell you this yet, you just need to know that it can perfectly satisfy your little hobby. These words made Ivan even more itchy, and he kept pestering Gge with questions, but no matter how much he begged his grandfather to sue his grandmother, Gge would not say a word, which made him go crazy for a while. Finally, Gge couldn't stand being tortured by Ivan anymore. A plume of black smoke came out from his finger and he lightly stroked Ivan's big mouth. A darkness covered Ivan's mouth, and the right suction force made him pout hard. Ahoy! I haven't eaten yet. Chapter 14. 6 years later, in the church of Salbii Kingdom. Xiang, who was over 5 meters tall, sat in the center of the church like a hill. In front of him were old men and women lining up waiting to be healed of their injuries. With the power of the Meatball Fruit, Xiang has become a well-known priest in the Solbeck Kingdom, and is deeply loved by these old people who have no money for medical treatment. A young man and woman were sitting on a bench in the church. The man lowered his head and carefully read a Bible with a black cover. The woman held her chin in one hand and stared at the man who was reading the book seriously. The two of them are Gge and Ginny 6 years later. Nowadays, Ginny has grown into a slim figure. She has short pink hair, wearing a white vest on the upper body and dark denim shorts on the lower body. The simple combination makes her look so youthful and beautiful. At this moment, she was flashing her big lavender eyes and pouting, saying, "Brother Gge, is this book so fascinating to you? You don't even look at me. Is it because I'm not good looking?" Gge looked away, reached out and gently rubbed Ginny's head, and said, "When did our beautiful Ginny become so unsure of herself? The pile of love letters sent to the church during this period is almost as high as a bear." "Humph! Who cares about those people? They are like a swarm of flies, they are annoying to death." Just as he was talking, the bear over there finished his work for the day. He got up and sent the old people out of the church, leaving a huge red and transparent meatball on the spot. Seeing this, Gge closed the book in his hand and slowly stood up from the chair. Ginny also stood up, looking at Gge standing tall and tall, a gleam of light flashed in her eyes. Gge has just turned 15 this year, but her height has reached 1.9 meters, which is several heads taller than Ginny, who is several years older than her. He wears a white high-collared long coat with a black cross pattern printed on the chest, which is exactly the opposite color of the bear's clothes during the Shishibukai period. He has messy black hair, a white face with sharp edges, and his pupils are as dark as night, as deep as a pair of black holes. Looking at the transparent flesh ball formed by pain and fatigue, Gge said softly, "It's time for me, the priest, to get to work." As he tapped the Bible with his fingers, the black cover began to squirm as if it was alive, forming a small black tornado that surged out and landed in front of the meatball. When the darkness dissipated, what remained was an ugly middle-aged man wearing a crown. His originally gorgeous clothes were full of holes, and he looked very miserable. Seeing the man slumped on the ground, Ginny exclaimed, "King Beckley!" The bear trotted back after hearing the noise, and was confused when he saw Beckley. Since the pain and fatigue caused by the bear's ability cannot dissipate naturally, Gge has been going out to catch some scum back over the years and let them bear the pain. Gge likes to travel at night. Coupled with his dark fruit ability, the villains call him the Dark God tier official. Xiang and Ginny have become accustomed to this. After spending so many years together with Gge, they are no longer the kind of good people who show kindness to everyone. But they didn't expect that Gge would capture the king of this country this time. Gge walked to stand next to Beckley, leaned down, put his hand on Beckley's back, and whispered in his ear, "Okay, now put your hand into this meatball. Do you want me to help you?" Gge's voice sounded like a devil's whisper to Beckley's ears. His body trembled like chaff, his lower body felt hot, and a stream of heat surged out, causing him to urinate directly. The strong smell filled the air. Gge frowned and looked unhappy. "You are such a disgrace to a king." Beckley suppressed the fear in his heart and said with a trembling voice, "You can't do this to me. I am the king of a country that has joined the world government. Do you want to attract Marine?" After hearing this, Gge just smiled and replied, "Yeah, I just want Marine to come over. Speaking of which, they have to bow when they see me." "Nanny? What nonsense are you talking about? Stop screaming. I specifically chose Monday. There are a lot of people here today. This meatball is much bigger than usual. It's enough for you to enjoy." After saying that, before Beckley could speak, Gge pushed him into the meatball floating in the air with a slight force on his hand. "Ah!" The pig-like screams echoed in the church hall, and the sound lasted for a long time until it gradually stopped. Plop! Beckley, who had already rolled his eyes, fell to his knees and ended up in a pool of blood mixed with his urine. "Hey, can't you bear it after just a short while? It's been a real advantage for you to be the king comfortably for a few years." Gge shook his head, and with a wave of his hand, a darkness surged out, submerging Bloodline and Beckley before dissipating into the air. Ginny approached Gge, waved away the smell that was still in the air with her hands, and asked. Brother Gge, why did you catch this guy? Gge smiled slightly and said. Didn't I just tell you to ask Marine to come over? Hey? But wouldn't Marine be on his side? Haha, have you forgotten my last name? Do you think Marine dares to take action against me? What does Brother Gge mean? Of course I want Marine to hold a grand welcome ceremony for me. Gge's eyes narrowed slightly, and wisps of black smoke rose from his dark hands. He's going into Marine. After 6 years, he felt that his strength had reached a bottleneck. If he wanted to continue to improve, he had to go through combat and Haki's training. The Sorbet Kingdom is too weak to satisfy his fighting intensity. Nowadays, the sea is turbulent. Roger pirates, Whitebeard pirates, and other forces have risen one after another. This is the best time for him to train himself. There is also Haki's training. Counting the time, it is just the time when Zephyr is transferred to instructor and takes care of the first class of students. Zephyr's teaching level is definitely not bad. Different from the wild approach of Teacher Kaido, Zephyr is a serious academic. The 3 Logias behind him, Admiral, were all his students, and all 3 of them were top-notch in terms of physical skills and physical abilities. Gge believes that with his talent and Zephyr's guidance, his strength will soon make a qualitative leap. As for his identity, Gge has already considered this. He is not afraid of not being able to get into Marine or being targeted by Gulando because of his overly public behavior. He took out an envelope from his arms, with a line of small gilded words printed on it. Saint Figolando Garin. Chapter 15. Garin took his nephew surprisingly seriously. As an elite member of the Celestial Dragons, he could be said to have great hands and eyes, and he quickly found Gge's location. For 6 years, the two never lost contact. When Gge was about to overthrow the king, Jialan only wrote one sentence in the letter sent to Gge. Choose your own path, remember, behind you is the Figolando family. Needless to say, Garin's status in the family goes without saying. Even the eldest son Gulando cannot influence his will. He had criticized Gurando's actions back then, but he didn't expect that Gurando's experiment would be so dangerous, which directly led to Gge's death. When he learned the news, it was already too late. Now that he had the opportunity to make amends, he would not miss it. In fact, Jialan wanted Gge to return to the family at first, but Gge refused. The Figolando family respects strength. Gge must become stronger. He must suppress the entire family with absolute strength, and then personally kill his father who is worse than a beast. In the evening, Ivan, who had been crazy outside all day, returned to the church. When he came back, he saw Gge and 3 people sitting on the sofa. Sensing something was wrong in the atmosphere, Ivan couldn't help but shrink his head and said weakly. Are everyone waiting for me? What happened? Ginny jumped off the sofa, put one hand on her waist, pointed at Ivan with the other, and said angrily. Brother Ivan, where did you go wandering again? You came back so late. Ivan stared at his big eyes and said while gesticulating. Don't you know? There's chaos outside now. The king is lost. However, even after he told such explosive news, the expressions of Gge and the others did not waver at all. Ginny even sighed and looked at him helplessly. Gge shook the Bible in his hand and said with a smile. I have sent him back to the arms of God. Nanny. Gge never avoided them when using his abilities, so Ivan knew what was going on as soon as he heard it. He swallowed and made a gesture of wiping his neck. So the king is attracted by you? Yes. After a short silence, Ivan suddenly raised his hands and spun around in circles. I've long disliked that BD king. As expected of you, Gge-chan. Haha. He turned all the way in front of Gge, leaned back, and gave Gge a lethal wink. A big well appeared on Ginny's head, and she kicked Yvonne on the butt, causing him to spin and roll out. Gge always maintained a polite smile on his face, but a drop of cold sweat still broke out on his forehead. He habitually turned 2 pages of the Bible in his hand. By the way, in addition to practicing these years, Gge would spend his free time reading books stored in the church to hone his temperament. 6 years ago, he awakened the power belonging to the fur tribe in his body, but it also caused him to lose control of his emotions and almost accidentally hurt the bears and others. In fact, the genes of a fur race alone are not like this. The main reason is that there are other genes in Gge's body. These powerful race genes are intertwined in his body, and once activated, it is easy for him to enter a violent state and even fight against us. No distinction. That's why he reads books to keep his emotions in a peaceful state for a long time so as to better control his own power. Snapped. After closing the Bible, Gge looked solemn and said in a deep voice. The news of the king's disappearance has spread. The world government will take action soon. Soon, they will send Marine to investigate. The bear rubbed the flesh pads between his palms and said. Brother, then we are going to war with Marine, right? Ginny took out a gold-plated pistol from her proud bust. It was a birthday gift that Gge sneaked into the palace to get back for her on her birthday. It can be said that she couldn't put it down. She carried it with her almost every time except when taking a bath. And Ginny didn't just use this gun as a decoration. Because of her appearance and figure, some nobles once had an eye on her, and some even resorted to violence. The group clearly mistook Ginny for a vase, but they were wrong. While girls of the same age were still acting coquettishly with their parents, Ginny had already walked back and forth from the Valley of the Gods. She has seen the dark side of the world very early, and because she has been with Gge for a long time, she knows the importance of strength. So over the years, she has never failed to train, and now she is an out-and-out shins player. Not to mention Yvonne, his SE boxing technique has already begun to take shape. Looking at the 3 people who were eager to try, Gge couldn't help laughing and said. Don't be so nervous. I'm not asking you to fight to the death with Marine. I just want to ask, do you want to join Marine with me? As soon as these words came out, the 3 of them were stunned. After a while, Ginny said with a worried look. I don't care. I will go wherever brother Gge goes, but, we were all slaves. If we are found out, will we? Gge stretched out his finger and tapped Ginny's forehead and said. Why do you always forget that I am also a Celestial Dragons? As long as I am here, no one dares to do anything to you. Ginny nodded obediently. She held Gge's hand and said seriously. Brother Gge, I will follow you. I said 6 years ago that we should never separate. Xiang also raised his hand, indicating that he would follow Gge. Only Yvonne lowered his head and did not express his position. Gge did not urge him and just looked at him quietly. Ginny couldn't help it anymore. She grabbed Ivan's ears and asked loudly. Brother Yvonne. What are you thinking about? Don't you want to go with me? Yvonne was silent for a moment, then slowly raised his head, with a rare serious expression on his face. I'm sorry, I think I'm really not suitable to be a marine. I like freedom and the sea. Ginny's expression changed, and she wanted to say something more but was interrupted by Gge raising her hand. Gge doesn't have any negative emotions about Ivan's choice. Everyone has their own ambitions, and he will not force it. And he had already mentally expected this result. Although he felt a little regretful, he still respected Ivan's choice. He will not be estranged from Yvonne because of this. He always remembers the days when they escaped together in the Valley of Gods, as well as every detail of the past 6 years. Looking at Yvonne with a guilty look on his face, Gge showed a sincere smile. He patted Yvonne on the shoulder and whispered. It doesn't matter, we will always be friends, and one day we will meet again on the sea. Chapter 16. In the next few days, unlike the chaotic Salbi country outside, the church where Gge lived continued to live its previous days as if nothing had happened. The only difference is that Ivan, who had to go out every day to go crazy, has calmed down. He stays in the church every day and occasionally helps Xiong receive the old people who come for treatment. No one mentioned what happened that night, and the relationship between the few of them remained the same. Until this day, a marine warship arrived at the port. A large number of marine soldiers walked quickly from the warship, as well as a marine officer with the rank of Rear Admiral. The nobles and ministers of Salbi Kingdom have been waiting here for a long time, and they immediately surrounded the Marine Rear Admiral when they saw him. A minister approached the Marine Rear Admiral diligently and said, "You should be Bob's Rear Admiral of this headquarters, we have been waiting for you." The Rear Admiral named Bobs nodded and gave a military salute. Then he did not look at the minister again, but turned his eyes in the direction of the warship. Following Bubbles' gaze, he saw a man with a slicked back hair and a black and grey striped coat, followed by two men in suits, slowly walking down the warship with arrogant steps. The marine soldiers on both sides had awkward looks on their faces and lowered their heads, obviously not wanting to see this guy. A look of disgust flashed across Bob's Rear Admiral's eyes, but he quickly restrained himself. He leaned forward slightly and said in a respectful tone, "Mr. Spandane, we have arrived at the Kingdom of Sorbet." Spangdine ignored Bob's. He glanced sideways at the man in a suit next to him. The man in the suit immediately understood and skillfully took out a cigar and handed it to Spangdine's mouth, then took out a lighter and lit it. Taking a deep puff of his cigar, Spangdine glanced contemptuously at the ministers in front of him, then at the town not far away, and puffed out a large puff of smoke. "This is the country of Salbi? Yep, this can also be called a country. No wonder there is so little gold in the sky every year, hee tooey." A mouthful of thick phlegm wiped the collar of a nobleman and fell to the ground. However, this nobleman who was used to showing off his power did not even dare to fart. These ministers and nobles are not stupid. From Spangdine's arrogant behavior and what he said just now, they vaguely know Spangdine's identity. He is a member of the world government. The minister who had been courting Bob's Rear Admiral just now immediately changed his target, bent his body like a shrimp and leaned in front of Spangdine, and asked in a flattering tone, "Forgive me for being clumsy, my lord, who are you?" Spangdine still had that arrogant look with his nostrils turned upward. The man in a suit next to him stopped in front of Spangdine and scolded, "What are you doing so close to me? You don't deserve to know the identity of the master, just stay here." The minister was startled, quickly stepped back, and said in panic, "I'm really sorry for offending you, sir. Please don't be angry." Spandane waved his hand impatiently and said, Okay, I heard that your king is gone? Just let Bobs handle the bigger things. I am here with an important mission." The minister bowed several times again. Seeing how pitiful he was, Bob said, "Tell me about the current situation. Do you have any clues about King Beckley? Although he is a minister of a country, whether it is Rear Admiral Bobs from the headquarters or Spangdine from the world government, each of them is a big shot that he cannot afford to offend." He immediately replied. His Majesty the King was fine during the day, but he suddenly disappeared one night. We speculate that this matter is probably related to Gge. This person is not old, but he has a strange ability. The most important thing is that he has no law and is an extremely dangerous person. After hearing the minister's description, Bobs nodded slightly and thought. Strange ability? Is it demon fruit power? No wonder. Devil fruit is a rare item, especially in such a remote and small country. A slightly stronger ability user is not something ordinary people can deal with. Bobs wanted to ask about Gge again, but Spangdine's expression suddenly changed and the cigar in his mouth fell to the ground. He jumped over the two men in suits, grabbed the minister by the collar, and shouted with foam at the mouth. "Who did you just say? Say it again." The minister, who had his face sprayed with saliva, replied honestly. King Beckley should have been captured by him. Snapped. A loud slap sounded, and in full view of everyone, the minister was slapped hard by Spangdine and fell to the ground. If he hadn't been blocked by Bob's leg, he wouldn't have rolled further. After reacting, Bobs frowned and said with an unhappy expression, "Mr. Spangdine, although you are an official of the world government, is this behavior a bit excessive? After all, Sorbet country is also one of the participating countries. You can't treat a minister like this without reason, right?" Spangdane took a few deep breaths. He himself had little fighting ability, which was due to the slap in the face just now. After his breathing had calmed down a little, he pointed at the shivering minister lying at Bob's feet and cursed. "Damn it! I don't care what kind of virtue you have. Can you call that adult by his first name? I'll just..." As he said that, Spangdine took out a pistol and pointed it at the minister and was about to shoot. A man in a suit on the side quickly stopped him. "Lord Spangdine, don't kill him yet, we have to find out where that lord is from his mouth." The words had an effect. The furious Spangdine put down his pistol and directed two men in suits to drag the minister over like a dead dog. Bobs did not stand up to speak for the minister this time. He fell into silence. This time it seemed that the matter was not as simple as he thought. Not long ago, he received a mission from Sengoku Admiral to investigate the disappearance of the king, but when he was about to set off, Spangdine suddenly arrived and asked to go to the kingdom of Solbi together. Bobs wanted to inform Sengoku first, but Spangdine produced a document signed by the world government and did not give him a chance to inform him at all. With this document, even if Bobs was unhappy, he had no choice but to let Spangdine board the ship. Spangdine didn't reveal his purpose to him, and he didn't bother to ask. He just thought that everyone was busy with their own things when they arrived in Sorbet country. But now, it seems that the two people's tasks are intertwined. The key point is the young man mentioned by the minister, Gge. Chapter 17. Inside the church. Gge seemed to feel something. He closed the Bible in his hand, turned his face sideways, smiled and said to Ginny beside him, "Get ready, the people coming to pick us up are here." Ginny, who was looking at Gge in a daze, turned red. She pulled the white vest on her body in a panic, sat up straight and asked, What's the matter? Brother Gge, what kind of guest?" As soon as he finished speaking, a sound of footsteps came from the door of the church. Spangdine suddenly stopped in front of the church door. He stretched out his hand to stop Bobs and the others behind him, and whispered, "Okay, don't go in, don't disturb that adult." Bobs became more and more curious and couldn't help but ask, "Mr. Spangdine, are you sure this Gge is the person you are looking for? I don't mean anything else, but this person is probably demon fruit power, and the disappearance of King Beckley is also related to him. I'm worried you." Spangdine glared at him and continued to lower his voice and said, "I told you not to call this gentleman by his first name. Let me tell you, if I offend this man, as long as he says a word, let alone you, even I will disappear from this world." Spangdine's impression on Bobs has always been one of lawlessness and superiority. But now that he was so frightened by just a name, it was hard for Bobs to imagine what kind of background this young man named Gge had and how he could stay in the small country of Sorbet. He stopped asking questions and directly ordered Marine behind him to wait where he was. Spangdine sprayed some saliva on his hands, wiped his hair, then straightened his clothes, put on a flattering expression, straightened his body and walked into the church alone. In the church hall, Gge and Ginny were sitting on a bench. When Spangdine came in, he saw their backs. He didn't dare to say anything, but walked gently to the side of the bench and asked with a smile on his face, "Hello, is Master Gge here?" Gge stood up from the bench. His height of 1.9 meters made Spangdine feel a sense of oppression. His calm expression already made him vaguely guess that the person in front of him was the person he was looking for this time. I am Gge. You must have been sent by Uncle Jialan, right? Your name is Spangdine. When he heard the name Uncle Galan, Spangdane was so excited that he immediately bent down even lower. He looked like he was about to kowtow on the spot. Yes, yes. The villain is Spangdine, Lord Gge, please forgive me for the offense just now. It is really a great honor for me to meet you. This is how Spangdine was able to climb to his current position. He knows very well who the master of this world is. Some time ago he received a message from Marie Joyce, and he would never forget the majestic voice that came from the phone bug. It came from Saint Figolando Garin. That's the Figolando family. Celestial Dragons and Celestial Dragons. And Jialan Sheng has become the head of the family. Just hearing this name makes him feel suffocated. When Jialan gave him the task of picking up Gge, he was almost crazy with excitement. For him, this was an opportunity that was hard to come by even if there was smoke in the ancestral grave. As long as he has a little relationship with the Figolando family, his status can reach a new level. What's more, the person he was asked to pick up was Jialan Sheng's nephew. Although he had never met Gge before, Gge's status in his heart was now closer than that of his biological father. Xiang and Yvonne both came out of the room when they heard the noise. When they saw Spangdine, they roughly guessed what was going on. People from the world government are here. A sad look appeared on Ivan's face, and he knew that this meant that it was time for him and Gge to part ways. Spangdine lowered his head, not daring to look at Gge. His extremely humble attitude made Ginny click her tongue. This was also the first time that Ginny intuitively realized the dignity of Gge's status. A senior official of the world government would behave so badly in front of Gge. Gge glanced in the direction of the door and said, "There are a lot of people outside, why didn't you come in together?" "Sir Gge, Lord Jialan has told you that you don't want too many people to know your identity, so I didn't let them in." Gge nodded and praised. "You did a great job." After receiving Gge's praise, Spangdine felt a sense of relief all over his body, and immediately patted his chest and said, "Don't worry, Lord Gge. Lord Jialan has told you that if you have any inconvenience in the future, you can leave it to me. I will definitely handle it for you. You are my master. I am you dog." These words are really not something that ordinary people can say, and Ginny on the side was dumbfounded. Even Gge's mouth twitched, he coughed twice and said, "Okay, now let the people outside come in." "Yes. Master Ji Gasheng." "Wait, don't put Saint after my name in front of outsiders, especially Marine. The villain understands." Now Spangdine, as he said, has completely transformed into a loyal dog, and ran outside to call for help. After he left, Ginny couldn't help but sigh. He is really a weirdo. Gge smiled and said, "You will see more people like this in the future, so get used to it in advance." After a while, Spangdine walked in with Bobs and other marines and nobles. These people looked at Gge with a hint of awe. It was obvious that Spangdine had just told them something outside. Bubbles looked at Gge standing in the center of the church, feeling surprised. What surprised him was that Gge was younger than he thought, and it was Gge that made him feel a little bit of danger. This shows that the strength of the person in front of him is no longer inferior to him, or even stronger than him. Gge also saw the military rank on Bob's shoulder and walked towards Bob's. Looking at Gge walking towards him step by step, Bob's heart tightened and his body tensed up subconsciously. However, when Gge came to him and said something, he was immediately confused. "Hello, my name is Gge. My friends and I want to join Marine." Seeing that Bob's was still silent, Spangdine on the side stamped his feet and secretly cursed the idiot. He pushed Bob's hard, but he was so weak that he almost fell down. This made him even more angry and said in a bad tone, Babu's Rear Admiral, Mr. GG, is talking to you, can you be polite? Chapter 18. Under Spondane's urging, Bobs had no choice but to say, "Sorry, I can't make the decision on this request. If you want to enter the headquarters, you must first report to the recruitment office." Now Zephyr Admiral has been transformed into an instructor, and he is responsible for the recruitment and training of recruits. Hearing Zephyr's name, Spandine's arrogance also turned off. He knew that Zephyr, in his own words, was very a person who was very difficult to talk to and didn't know how to adapt at all. But Zephyr is indeed strong enough, after all, he is a person who has served as Marine Admiral. Spangdine is still very self-aware. He knows that in front of Bubbles, the Marine Rear Admiral, he dares to show off his power under the guise of world government, but it is not necessarily the case with Zephyr. He secretly glanced at GGE and found that GGE didn't show any dissatisfaction on his face, and even had a smile on his face. According to Spangdine, there are only two possibilities for this performance. One is that GGE is extremely well educated and can perfectly control his emotions even if he hits a snag with Bobs. The other is that GGE doesn't take Bobs seriously at all. He is full of confidence in his family's power. Although GGE gave him a very different feeling from other celestial dragons, he still preferred the second possibility. Because members of the Figolando family can do whatever they want. Thinking of the Figolando family, Spangdine's fear of Zephyr instantly disappeared. Yes, isn't Zephyr just a Marine Admiral? In front of the Figolando family, let alone a Marine Admiral, what about the current Marine Marshal Kong? Judging from St. Jialan's attitude towards GGE, Spangdine also knew that this was a master who could walk sideways in Marie Joyce. The more Spangdine thought about it, the straighter his back became. He raised his eyebrows, pointed at Bobs and said, "Mr. GGE wants to go to Marine. It's an honor for you Marines. Don't be shameless. You just said Zephyr, right? Come on, give me the phone bug. I'll tell him in person. I want to see the face of world government. To give or not to give." Bubbles didn't expect that Spangdine would dare to be so arrogant after hearing Zephyr's name, but when the words came out, he was so worried that he really wanted to reach out and touch the phone bug from his arms. GGE suddenly reached out and held down his arm. "It's not necessary. You still have to go through the process. You just need to take me and my friends to the headquarters." As he spoke, he nodded to Spangdine, which made Spangdine, who was a little uneasy, instantly moved to tears. This was a step down for Bobs, and he was not that ignorant. He immediately agreed and said that he would send GGE and others safely to naval headquarters. The bear looked back at the cross hanging on the central wall of the church, with a worried look in his eyes. GGE saw through what he meant. He called Spangdine to his side and told him something in a low voice. Spangdine nodded like garlic. After finishing the matter, GGE patted Ivan's shoulder hard, then called Xiang and Ginny, and followed Bobs to leave the church where he had lived for 6 years. Ivan remained silent for a while, then suddenly bolted and rushed out of the church. He shouted at the disappearing figures of GGE and others. "GGE, thank you. And Big Bear and Ginny-chan. You must take care." Hearing Ivan's shouts behind him, GGE did not look back, but just raised a smile at the corner of his mouth. He comforted Ginny who was crying beside him, turned to the bear and said, "Xiang, are you worried about those old people?" Xiang was stunned for a moment, and thought to himself that he was indeed the eldest brother of GGE, he could always see through what he was thinking. "Yes, they are all old and cannot do heavy work. If there is any problem with their health, they will not have the money to see a doctor." GGE stood still, stared into the bear's eyes, and said earnestly, "Xiang, there are many people like those old people in the world. You can't take care of them all. Their suffering is not caused by you, and you don't need to feel guilty about it." Xiang nodded silently. He understood what GGE said, but he had been with those old people for a long time. If he left them behind like this, he would still feel reluctant to let go. Gge put away her serious expression and said with a smile. Don't worry, Xiang. I have my own arrangements for those old people. Look, didn't Spangdine come with you? In the church at this time, the ministers and nobles of the Soul Kingdom stood in front of Spangdine with their heads hanging down like a group of primary school students. Spangdine can be said to have changed his face in Sichuan opera. Compared with the person he was in front of Gge before, he is a completely different person. He held a cigar in his mouth, paced back and forth in front of the ministers, opened his mouth and said, "You guys are such rubbish. You can't even manage such a small country well. There are so many old people who don't even have money for medical treatment." The two men in suits behind him looked at each other in confusion. Based on their understanding of Spangdine, this was a scumbag who only wanted to get promoted and get rich. When did he start caring about people's livelihood? A minister said weakly. Lord Spangdine, actually we don't want this. This is all done by the original King Beckley. He has been raising taxes for. That's enough. I don't want to listen to your nonsense anymore. Since that Beckley is incompetent, let's find another king. Okay. Under the incredulous gazes of all the ministers, Spangdine puffed out another puff of smoke and said lightly. That's it. I heard that the previous king was named Bulldog. He was very good. Let him take the throne again. However, the change of the king of the franchise country needs to be reported to Marie Joyce. I don't know, Mr. Spangdine. Humph. Do you still need to say this? Am I the kind of person who doesn't know the rules? After saying this, everyone present except Spangdine himself felt a burst of curse in their hearts, but no one dared to fart. Spangdine also knew that what he said was indeed a bit unconvincing. In fact, he did not have the power. But since he dares to make such a decision, he naturally has his confidence, and his confidence comes from Gge. Because these were all what Gge had just told him, thinking of Gge, a look of fanaticism appeared on Spandane's face. He threw away his cigar and wiped his ash-stained fingers on a minister's clothes. Let me tell you, these are Lord Gge's wishes. He is God, and his words are the edict. Just follow them obediently, and you don't need to worry about the rest. After speaking, Spangdane waved his hand and walked away under the escort of two men in suits. Chapter 19 Naval Headquarters, Marine Ford. Jewelry Ginny, from South Blue, 19 years old, good at shooting. Bartholomew Big Bear, born in South Blue, 16 years old, user of Paramecia Flesh Ball Fruit. Darkside Gge, born in South Blue, 15 years old, a user with Logia Dark Fruit ability. At the Marine Recruitment Department, the interviewer stared at Gge and the three people in front of him in stunned silence, and then looked down at the three resumes placed on the table. His eyes finally stopped at the line of small words on Gge's resume, Logia Dark Fruit. Bob's rear admiral stood aside, also looking shocked. He had already guessed that Gge had demon fruit power, but he really didn't expect that Gge's devil fruit would be Logia. He couldn't understand the strength of the Logia devil fruit, because now there are two such Logia monsters among the new recruits brought by Zephyr Instructor. Lava Fruit and Shining Fruit, Bobs has seen these two ability users take action. To sum it up in one sentence, that is action and natural disaster. Fortunately, the current instructor is the former Zephyr Admiral. An ordinary general would not even be able to suppress these two Logia ability users. The generals in this department basically have armament haki, which can deal with Logia's elementalization, but the lethality of the two elements of magma and flash is really terrifying. To this day, Bob still remembers seeing with his own eyes a Marine Rear Admiral who was almost at the same level as him, being teased by the Shining Fruit ability user. Even with observation haki, it was difficult to touch the hem of that ability user's clothes. As for the Lava Fruit ability user, needless to say, it's not that the Marine Rear Admiral can't touch it, but that he doesn't dare to touch it at all. The boiling magma is enough for the Marine Rear Admiral to drink a pot of if it touches it. The iron body they are so proud of is a complete joke in front of magma. Since then, Bobs has known that there are definitely grades of devil fruit. At least in his eyes now, Logia devil fruit is noble. Moreover, GGE's Logia devil fruit is a dark element opposite to light. Just thinking about it, you know that this dark fruit is definitely a top quality Logia that is not weaker than those two fruits. Bubbles' body began to tremble with excitement. He actually brought back such a monster to Marine. No, genius. The interviewer also swallowed his saliva. He didn't know whether he was stunned or something, but he unexpectedly said to GGE. 15 years old? You are a bit young. This does not meet our recruitment requirements. As he spoke, he looked doubtfully at GGE's height of almost 2 meters in front of him, and thought. Is he really 15? GGE was also stunned. Just as he was about to explain, Bob suddenly got violent and directly pressed the interviewer's head on the table. Bobs, what are you doing? The interviewer struggled hard, and with a constipated smile on his face, Bubbles said to the GGE trio with a smile. Great, I think these 3 talents are born to join Marine. In the surprised gazes of GGE and the other 3 people, Bobs's hands turned into afterimages, and he grabbed the seal on the table and stamped it 3 times. People who didn't know this showed that GGE and the other 3 signed a contract to sell themselves. When the interviewer raised his head, Bobs had already grabbed 3 resumes and said. You have passed. I will report to Sengoku Admiral later, and then the headquarters will arrange a place for you. You can rest for a few days, and then you can report to Marine School with these 3 resumes. GGE glanced at the red seal on her resume and said. Then let's go hang out first and come back here to wait for you later. Of course. But don't go too far. After all, you haven't officially joined the Marines yet. Okay. After GGE and the other 3 left, Bubbles took the 3 resumes in his hands and looked at them carefully. He also kissed GGE's one fiercely, making the interviewer next to him feel chilled. He rubbed his red forehead and said with dissatisfaction. Hey Bobs! You're going too far. Even if you ignore GGE's age, have you investigated the backgrounds of the 3 of them? You only know that they are from South Blue. Bubbles glanced sideways at him and muttered. Don't worry about it for now. This is Logia. Do you understand the value of Logia? Hey, here is a user with Paramecia's ability. Although Paramecia's 5-flowered fruit is 8-gate, maybe this is also a surprise? TCH. Look at your virtues. That girl named Ginny is not bad either. She looks heroic. I think few of the girls who came for interviews before had this feeling. That's all right. We at Marine want to welcome talents like this to join us. There's nothing wrong with what I'm doing. Looking at Bobs, who was in a state of madness, the interviewer nodded helplessly and said feebly. Okay, aren't you going to report to Sengoku Admiral? By the way, show him these 3 resumes. Hey! We didn't even check the background. We are still too hasty in doing this. Well, I will report this matter to Sengoku Admiral truthfully, and I believe Sengoku Admiral will definitely support my approach. Bobs carefully stuffed GGE's resume into his arms and strode away. On the way, Bob's excitement gradually calmed down, and he began to think seriously about this trip to Sorbet country. Background investigation is indeed very important, especially for GGE. With Spangdine as a backdrop, GGE's background becomes even more mysterious. However, no matter how much he thought about it, he could not have imagined that GGE would be a Celestial Dragons. The most he could guess was that GGE was the illegitimate son of a senior executive in the world government, and was placed in Sorbet country for some shady reasons. Growing up in such a remote country. When the time comes, he will make arrangements to pave the way for his child. He has not heard of this kind of operation. Pouring his lips, Bubbles felt that this little thing was nothing compared to Logia dark fruit. Thinking of this, Bobs quickened his steps and soon arrived in front of Sengoku's office and knocked gently on the office door. Sengoku Admiral, I am Bobs. Come in. In the office, Sengoku was holding a document that had just been sent from world government and muttered to himself. It's strange how the kingdom of Sorbet suddenly changed its king, and he didn't even mention the missing King Beckley. Looking up and seeing Bobs walking in, Sengoku waved and asked. Babus, you've just come back. Tell me what's going on in Solbi country? Have you found King Beckley? Chapter 20. Bobs told Sengoku everything about his trip to Sorbi country. After hearing this, Sengoku held his chin and thought for a moment, then said. Has a small country like Solbi attracted so much attention? I've heard of Spangdine. His status in the world government is not low, but he is not very likable. Bobs nodded in agreement, and on the way to Sorbi country, God knows how many times he wanted to kick Spangdine into the sea. Sengoku picked up the document on the table and took one last look, then threw it to the white lamb beside him. The lamb squeaked and ate it, like a living paper shredder. After the lamb swallowed the paper with a grunt, Sengoku touched the lamb's head and said. Forget it, now that the world government has decided, the rest is not ours, Marine. Bobs, do you have anything else to do? Bobs nodded quickly and took out the 3 resumes from his arms with excitement on his face and placed them neatly on Sengoku's desk. Sengoku leaned back in his chair, glanced at the resume on the table, and asked doubtfully. Resume? Recruitment is Zephyr's responsibility, right? Why are you showing it to me? Sengoku Admiral, there are 2 demon fruit powers here alone, and one of them is Logia, dark fruit. Nani? Logia. Sengoku straightened up suddenly, leaned forward, and stared at the 3 resumes on the table. Finally, he fixed his eyes on GGE's one and murmured. Dark fruit? Is it the dark element opposite to Porosalino's sparkling fruit? Bruce, you really brought me a surprise. Let me mention here again that the previous news spread by Ginny in the Valley of the Gods only specified the meatball fruit and the blue dragon fruit, and other fruits were not mentioned. The world government had no plans to let Marine participate in the Valley of the Gods, and the news about devil fruit has been kept under lock and key. So in addition to the Buddha fruit that Sengoku got from Garp, as well as the blue dragon and meatballs that were revealed, he didn't know what the remaining fruits were. Especially the dark fruit, which is a treasure stolen by the world government from Rock's lair. It is the most precious and powerful devil fruit they have prepared, and the confidentiality measures are also the strongest. And GGE didn't show much of dark fruit's abilities in the Valley of Gods, so Sengoku didn't think much about it. All he thinks about now is, Marine is really going to be developed this time. With GGE, Marine actually got 3 of Logia's devil fruits at once, light, darkness, and magma. Anyone with a bit of common sense knows that these 3 elements cannot be weak. When these 3 people grow up, how powerful Marine's power will be. Before he became marshal, Sengoku was still very passionate. He didn't have to put too much energy into dealing with world government. That was something that the current Marshal Kong should worry about. What he thinks most about is how to strengthen Marine and eliminate pirates. Looking at GGE's photo on his resume, Sengoku's eyes became more and more fanatical. Bobs had been paying attention to Sengoku's expression. Seeing Sengoku Admiral, who was the most stable in his mind, showing such a rude expression, Bobs couldn't help but feel proud, but he looked embarrassed and said. Sengoku Admiral, there is no need to report to you about recruiting new recruits, but GGE is only 15 years old, which does not comply with the recruitment regulations. I am afraid that Zephyr Admiral will be unhappy when he sees it. Rules? What rules? Didn't you see that this GGE is 1.9 meters tall? Why should he care about age when he is so tall? Besides, this is dark fruit. Zephyr is not that pedantic, he understands the importance of this fruit. What does it mean to Marine? With Sengoku Admiral's words, I feel relieved, but there is another thing. GGE's background is not simple. You haven't seen how humble the arrogant Spangdine is in front of him. It's not a big deal. Since GGE has the consciousness to join Marine, it means that he is a passionate young man who yearns for justice. Besides, how deep can his background be? Could he still be a Celestial Dragons? Sengoku himself laughed when he said this. Celestial Dragons signed up for Marine? Isn't that the most ridiculous thing in the world? Shaking his head slightly to get rid of this ridiculous idea in his mind, Sengoku took another look at Xiang's resume. Paramecia Meatball Fruit? Sengoku was stunned for a moment, and finally remembered what happened to the Valley of Gods. He remembered that Charlotte Linlin was blocked by Saint Jialin, and the fruit was finally eaten by a tall child, and then the child disappeared with 3 other children. Sengoku frowned slightly and began to make calculations in his mind. Could this bear be the child from back then? Judging from his height, it's very possible. Was he once a slave of the Celestial Dragons? It's a bit troublesome. He had no doubt that GGE would be one of them. In his opinion, GGE was a person with a world government background. How could he be thrown into the Valley of Gods as prey? Sengoku pointed to the photo of the bear and asked. What is the relationship between this bear and GGE? The 3 of them are friends. According to my observation, they have a very good relationship. Xiang and Jinny call GGE their big brother. Sengoku couldn't help but think of Crane, Garp, and himself back then. With a look of nostalgia on his face, he nodded and said. I see, it's okay. You take them to the accommodation area to find a place to stay, and take them to Zephyr's place to report in 2 days. Yes. Oh, by the way, you have worked hard this time and brought back such a talented person. I will report your matter to Marshal Kong. Thank you Sengoku Admiral. Bobs excitedly saluted with a military salute, picked up GGE's resume, turned around and left happily. After he left, Sengoku stood up from his chair and wandered back and forth in the office with his hands behind his back. Things would become very troublesome once the Celestial Dragons were involved. If it weren't for GGE, Sengoku would not have sent the bear to Marie Joyce after knowing the identity of the bear, but he would never have agreed to the bear joining Marine. There is no way, the temptation of dark fruit is too great for Marine, this is really no exaggeration. In Blue Star terms, a powerful Logia devil fruit is tantamount to a nuclear weapon. Sengoku didn't want GGE, the future humanoid nuclear weapon, to have any grudge against Marine because of this. He comforted himself in his heart and said. Anyway, Celestial Dragons already has enough slaves, and it's been so many years. If you just cover it up a little, they probably won't notice. Chapter 21 Marine Ford, Leisure Area. In the future of the Marine Admiral, Kizaru and Akainu were wandering aimlessly on a street. Both of them were dressed casually. Kizaru was wearing a yellow shirt, a white hooded hat, and a pair of brown sunglasses on his face. Akainu was wearing a red shirt. His exposed chest muscles were extremely strong, and the left chest was covered with tattoos of rose petals. He wore a white marine hat with a low brim and a stern expression on his face, giving him the air of a gangster brother. Compared to Akainu, Kizaru looks like a street kid. Kizaru was peeling the banana in his hand. He glanced at the dull Akainu next to him and said. Sakazuki, today is a rare day off, can't you be happy? Akainu slightly adjusted the brim of the hat that almost covered his eyes, and said in a low voice. I still have a few sets of training to do today. I'll eat quickly later. I'll continue training when I get back. Kizaru shrugged, finished the banana in his hand in 3 bites, and threw the banana peel on the ground. Akainu frowned slightly. He bent down to pick up the banana peel on the ground and held it in his palm. Then his hand turned extremely red, and a burst of smoke rose. The banana peel turned into ashes under the terrifying high temperature and spread to the sky. In the air. Poor Salino, you should pay attention to your image. Some people are secretly calling you a yellow monkey. Kizaru laughed, seemingly not taking this matter to heart, but a shining golden light flashed across the brown lenses. It's really rude, but it doesn't matter. We've always been treated like monsters anyway, we're used to it. As he spoke, Kizaru clasped his hands behind his head and walked forward faster. Akainu, who was following behind, suddenly said, "I've taught them a lesson." Kizaru paused, raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and made a slightly exaggerated tone. "Hey Sarasuke, you're a little too irritable, did you use your powers?" "No, there is no need to deal with those people." "That's right. If I don't use the fruit power, I can't beat you. I can't beat it even if I use it." Kizaru choked hard and ignored Akainu. He put his hands in his pockets and whistled. The two walked quietly for a while, and finally stopped in front of a barbecue restaurant. "Gilu." Kizaru suddenly turned his head and stared at Akainu, and asked confused. "Sakazuki, did you hear any strange noises?" Akainu's face turned dark red. The sound just now clearly came from his stomach. Kizaru was obviously trying to trick him. There's no way around it. Although the food in marine school is good, it can't be eaten every day. Akainu glanced at the tempting posted at the door of the barbecue restaurant, gritted his teeth, turned around and left without saying a word. Hey, don't go. I really want to eat barbecue today. You can eat with me once, and I'll treat you." Akainu stopped and turned back to glare at Kizaru. At this moment, the aroma of barbecue came from the store. He moved his nose and said in a deep voice. "Okay, but don't eat too much. Teacher Zephyr said that too much oil will affect your training." Kizaru held his forehead and sighed softly, waved his hands helplessly and said. Okay, let's indulge this time, let's go." In a corner of the barbecue shop, Gge and the three of them sat around an oven. Ginny held her chin in her hands, staring unblinkingly at the sizzling pork belly on the stove, pouting and saying, "Brother Gge, how long will it take for it to be cooked? I'm already hungry." Gge smiled and flicked Ginny's smooth forehead with her fingers and teased. "I think you're greedy. If you wait a little longer, you won't be able to learn from the bear and be patient." Hearing Gge's praise, Xiang scratched his head in embarrassment and said weakly. "Brother Gge, actually I'm a little hungry too." "Okay, I'd better add more charcoal, don't blame me if it's burnt." Ginny rubbed her face against Gge's arm and said softly. "I don't blame Brother Gge. Even if the meat is really burnt, I can still eat it all." Gge chuckled a few times and was about to speak when a sultry tone sounded from the door of the store. "Boss! Is there any room left? I want a big portion of beef, fat and thin." A voice from behind was a little dull. "Add 2 more bowls of white rice." "Sakazuki, you really have a soft spot for rice." Hearing Sakazuki's name, Gge paused and looked up towards the door. The waiter at the barbecue restaurant had already greeted them warmly. Under the guidance of the waiter, Kizaru and Akainu finally sat down next to Gge. Kizaru sat down on the chair and stretched. He turned to Gge and smiled, asking. "This little brother, you seem to be looking at me all the time. Do we know each other?" Gge didn't hide it and responded with a smile. "I'm sorry, I'm rude. I just think you have a unique temperament, so I couldn't help but take a few more glances." Ahem. Akainu suddenly coughed twice and silently raised his head to glance at Kizaru. Kizaru seemed to be very interested in Gge. He automatically ignored the question of temperament and asked. "Brother looks a little unfamiliar. Have you just arrived here?" "Yes, we are here to join the army." Upon hearing that Gge and the other 3 were here to join the army, Kizaru immediately moved a chair and placed it next to Gge. After sitting down, they started chatting very familiarly. That's such a coincidence. Maybe we will become classmates. Let me introduce myself. My name is Porisalino and the one over there is Sakazuki. Gge glanced at Akainu, and Sakazuki nodded slightly, with a slightly stiff smile on his face. He also briefly introduced himself and others, Gge said with a smile. It seems that you two are our future seniors. Nice to meet you. Kizaru waved his hand and said. What's wrong with seniors? The two of us are a bit unsociable in school. When you enter school, you may want to stay away from us. Oh? What's the reason for this? I feel very comfortable getting along with you two. Hey, we are called monsters in school. Who would like to hang out with monsters? The two of us had to hug each other to keep warm. Yeah. Gge used chopsticks to flip the meat slices on the stove and said softly. Maybe we will be the same kind of people. Chapter 22. The expression on Kizaru's face remained unchanged. Hidden by his sunglasses, no one knew where he was looking at this time. Is this the same type of person? Haha, is this what Gge is talking about? As he spoke, he stretched out a finger, and a cross-shaped golden light flashed on his fingertip. Some diners who heard the movement and looked here were directly flashed by the light and closed their eyes. Akainu crossed his arms and said solemnly. Porisalino, put away your powers. The light on Kizaru's fingertips instantly went out. He stood up, clasped his hands together, and bowed to the diners around him to apologize. Oops, I'm really sorry everyone, I got a little excited. After saying that, Kizaru selectively filtered out some bad sounds and sat down on his own. When he looked at Gge again, he was stunned. A pair of Gge's pupils were seen rotating like two vortexes, vaguely emitting a suction force. As he watched, Kizaru instinctively felt uncomfortable. He looked away, not wanting to look into Gge's eyes again. Akainu also noticed strange phenomena on Gge, but he didn't feel any awkwardness. Gge's eyes returned to normal, she smiled and praised. That just now was probably Porisalino senpai's ability. It's such a gorgeous ability. Kizaru did not answer the question and said seemingly casually. Brother Gge is also a person with abilities. What a terrifying ability. Can you tell me what your ability is? This will be kept secret for the time being. Anyway, we will meet again soon. Senior, how about you let me keep it a little mysterious? Haha, of course. Kizaru doesn't mind either. Unless the Esper himself is too famous about fruit abilities, the fewer people know about them, the better. And from Kizaru's point of view, he only showed a little bit of his abilities, and he didn't show what kind of ability he was. Anyway, he just didn't suffer. But he never thought that Gge would be a time traveler, and he already knew a lot about him and Akainu. Next, several people stopped discussing this topic and started chatting. Under Gge's deliberate guidance, the atmosphere became harmonious. Even Akainu, who had always been averse to words, took the initiative to say a few words. After all the dishes on Kizaru's table were served, the two tables even shared dishes that the other didn't have. Akainu even reluctantly gave up and gave the bear one bowl of the two large bowls of white rice he ordered. There is also an episode, Jinny's Big Eater makes Akainu, a straight man with strong chauvinism, a competitive spirit. Although Jinny didn't pay attention to Akainu at all, in Akainu's heart, how could a grown man like himself not be able to eat a weak woman who was less than half his weight? He completely forgot about what he said at the beginning, don't eat too much, and just showed off to the barbecue on the plate. After showing off the last plate of barbecue, Akainu glanced at the stacked dinner plates in front of him with satisfaction, and looked at Jinny out of the corner of his eye. This look made him confused on the spot. The plates in front of Jinny could be described as a mountain, but her mouth was still busy. She picked up a large piece of barbecue and put it in her mouth. Gge and Xiang on the side have long been accustomed to this kind of situation. Xiang has already turned to the Bible, and Gge is still helping Ginny roast meat. Akainu touched his bloated belly and lowered his head silently, acquiescing to his defeat. Seeing Ginny eating the barbecue with relish, Akainu couldn't help laughing, thinking that he was really stunned, actually comparing this with a girl. Not only did he not feel lost in his heart, but he felt extremely relaxed. For Akainu, who had been hanging out with Kizaru at Marine School, this experience was really novel. After eating countless plates of barbecue, Ginny happily picked up a tissue and wiped her mouth. When she looked up, she found that Gge and others were looking at her with a smile. 2 blushes appeared on her pretty fair face. Ginny leaned against Gge and whispered, "Why are you looking at me like that? The food here is really much better than the food in Salbii country, so I can't help but eat more." Gge gently pinched Ginny's little nose and smiled. "Okay, eat more if you like. There will be many more opportunities like this in the future." Kizaru raised his hands and said cowardly, "Let me interrupt, Teacher Zephyr is very strict. Sakazuki and I haven't been out for 2 months, so you'd better be mentally prepared." "Ah? Why is he like this?" Ginny's mouth tightened, and she suddenly felt that the future was gloomy. Gge was about to comfort her with a few words, but she suddenly thought of something and said happily, "It's okay. We have bear cubs here, so you can run away if you want." The bear cooperated by raising the pads in his palms, indicating that he was always at his disposal. Kizaru and Akainu also noticed the bear's palm. They looked at each other and Kizaru whispered, "Is he another Esper? Today's newcomers are so scary." When it was time to check out, Gge put a huge amount of banknotes on the counter with a wave of his hand, and said to the clerk very arrogantly, "I will pay for the consumption of these 2 tables, and any extra will be treated as a tip." Jialan Sheng has sent Gge a lot of pocket money over the years. As for how much he has sent, it is already an astronomical figure. Take Kizaru for example. Judging from his salary as an admiral in the future, he will only get a fraction of Gge's pocket money after clocking in diligently for 180 years. What's more, Kizaru is still a student. He is mentally estimating how many bananas Gge can buy with that note. Sakazuki suddenly said with a serious face, "Gge, we don't need the money from our table. Porisalino said he would treat us this time." "Sakazuki, you talk a bit too much today. I still like the taciturn you used to be." God knows how much Kizaru wanted to kiss Akainu now. He looked at the clerk with a smile, pretending to take out his wallet. Gge held his hand and said seriously, "I've already paid. I'm very happy to meet these 2 seniors. Let me express my gratitude to you." Kizaru's hand slipped and the wallet that had just popped out of his pocket fell back. "Oops. Brother Gge, you don't need to be so polite. What's wrong with seniors? Just call us by our names in school from now on. You agree, right?" Sakazuki. Akainu watched Kizaru's movements throughout. He rolled his eyes and turned his head to express that he did not recognize this embarrassing guy. After saying goodbye to Gge and his group, Kizaru and Akainu returned to the school dormitory. Before the 2 of them got their butts warm, someone knocked on the door. "Porisalino, Mr. Zephyr wants you to go to his office." Chapter 23. Hearing Zephyr calling him, Kizaru suddenly felt a headache and muttered, "What's the matter with the old man? He doesn't let anyone rest on his days off." Akainu had already taken off his shirt and was lying on the ground doing push-ups with one hand. Kizaru rubbed his hands and asked, "Sakazuki, come with me." "No, Teacher Zephyr just called you." "How heartless, I just treated you to a barbecue." "It was invited by Gge." "Hey, that's almost it." Seeing that Sakazuki had no intention of going, Kizaru had no choice but to give up and walk towards the door with his head hanging down. Kizaru and Zephyr don't like each other. In Kizaru's opinion, it's not a good thing for Zephyr to suddenly find him. The truth was exactly what he thought. As soon as he entered the office, Zephyr saw Kizaru and scolded him directly. Poor Salino. I remember telling you not to use your abilities indiscriminately outside of school, right? I've been getting complaints from all the people. Kizaru lowered his head, rolled his eyes, and muttered. Whoever is so troubled just shines. Zephyr slammed the table. What did you say? Stand at attention. A Marine can't stand tall. Kizaru curled his lips, straightened his body awkwardly, and shouted. Yes. Teacher Zephyr, everything you said is right. Don't do this to me. Since everything I said is right, why haven't you listened to it? What is Sakazuki doing? Report Mr. Zephyr. He's exercising. Humph, you still have the nerve to say that? As a user with abilities, Sakazuki has always paid great attention to physical exercise. How about you? Report to Teacher Zephyr. I also want to exercise, but you are looking for me. I think Teacher Zephyr's matters are the most important. Looking at Kizaru who looked like a dead pig in front of him, Zephyr rubbed his forehead and said helplessly. Forget it, no matter how much you say, it's useless. You'll know after you suffer a loss on this. Report to Teacher Zephyr. Can I leave then? Zephyr waved his hand like he was shooing away flies and said impatiently. Let's go, let's continue training tomorrow, you'd better not be late for me. Yes. Kizaru gave an extremely standard military salute, turned around and left in goose step, stamping on the floor with a crackling sound. Zephyr crossed his arms and watched Kizaru leave the office. He sighed, took out a document from the drawer, looked at the photo of GGE on it, and said to himself. Another Logia, I hope you don't give me as much headache as poor Asalino. Sengoku has handed over the information about GGE to Zephyr, and highlighted the information about GGE to him. Naturally, he means that he wants Zephyr to focus on GGE, a good young man. In fact, there is no need for Sengoku to say that Zephyr also knows the significance of a powerful Logia user to Marine. As for GGE's age, he has not even thought about it. Since Zephyr left Marine Admiral and became instructor, his mentality has also changed a lot. Now he puts all his energy into educating students. Especially for good prospects like Kizaru and Akainu, he devoted even more energy. Even if this guy Kizaru often confronts him, the most he can do is scold him. Of course, this is also because Kizaru's own talent is strong enough. Although Kizaru is just doing nothing all day long, Zephyr knows it well. Even if Kizaru is not a sparkling fruit user, based on his current physical skills and swordsmanship, basically no one in the school is his opponent except Akainu. Zephyr often thinks how great it would be if Kizaru could train half as hard as Akainu. The reason why he is always so harsh to Kizaru is not because he hates Kizaru, he just hates it. On the day of registration, Bob's Rear Admiral came to GGE's residence early and led them to Marine School. After sending GGE and the others to the gate of Marine School, Bob stopped and said with a smile. I can only send it here. After entering, go straight to the office building. The top floor is the Zephyr instructor's office. GGE shook hands with Bob's and said. Babu's Rear Admiral, I'm sorry to trouble you at this time. Haha, this is what I should do. The three of them are all rare talents. Their future achievements will definitely not be comparable to mine. When the time comes, I will have to call them officers. After saying that, several people looked at each other and smiled. Bob's waved his hand, turned and left. The three of GGE entered the school. On the way, GGE noticed that there were many students doing physical training on the training ground. Among them was an acquaintance, Akainu, who had just had barbecue together not long ago. Akainu stood alone in the corner of the training ground, with various training equipment placed around him. At this moment, he was training with a barbell. Just looking at the size of the barbell, it's not something that a normal person can lift. It's obviously specially made. Such a barbell is like a toy in Akainu's hands, and there is no sense of any difficulty on his body. The students who passed by him were already not surprised. They only glanced at him and continued to do their own things. Akainu seemed to realize that someone had been looking at him. He looked up and saw the three GGE standing outside the venue. Jinny waved to Xiang, while GGE gave a thumbs up to Akainu on the field. Akainu threw away the barbell in his hand, and the barbell fell to the ground with a dull sound. The people around him glanced at this, and then they were stunned. Because Sakazuki, who had always had a poker face in their minds, was actually smiling and waving in one direction. Although the smile looked a little stiff, it could be seen that Akainu was trying his best to smile. They followed Akainu's line of sight and saw GGE, and immediately started talking. Unfamiliar face, who is that? I don't know him. He must be a newcomer here to report. Are there any new people joining at this time? It seems that the qualifications are good. The enrollment standards of this class are not low. Well, it seems that he also knows Sakazuki. Except for Porisalino, he usually doesn't talk to anyone else at all. I guess they are fellow villagers. Tisk, tisk, it must be another monster. SHHH. Stop talking. Have you forgotten those people last time? Sakazuki caught him saying bad things about Porisalino, and he was beaten so hard that he lay in the hospital for half a month. As soon as these words came out, the discussion stopped abruptly. They remember that those people were quite smart at the time and used words to irritate Sakazuki, saying that he would only rely on his ability and don't use his ability if he has the ability. The strength of those few people is pretty good among the students, and I feel that if Akainu doesn't use his abilities, they still have a good chance of winning. However, the reality is cruel. Akainu really has no ability, so he used a pair of fists to beat the people who were nicknamed behind them until they were unconscious on the spot. This also lets everyone know that the gap between them and Akainu is more than just a devil fruit. Outside the court, GGE was about to continue walking forward after saying hello to Akainu. Suddenly, he stopped and suddenly raised his hand to grab him. Zephyr, who appeared behind GGE at some point, looked at his grabbed arm in surprise and praised. Nice reaction, you must be GGE. Chapter 24. Zephyr came early today and saw Akainu and GGE greet each other. He was surprised and happy about this. Akainu and Kizaru, two top students, have some problems in their personalities. In fact, Kizaru is not bad, at most he gives Zephyr a headache, but Akainu is different. Zephyr has always been worried about him. Because Akainu is a little too dull, his views on some things are very extreme, he doesn't like to talk, and he doesn't socialize much. As an older generation of Marine, Zephyr always thinks that Marine is a collective. He wants Akainu to get out of his closed heart and actively integrate into the big family of Marine. So he was very happy to see the small change Akainu showed today. When he saw that the other person was GGE who came to report, Zephyr ran over excitedly. He wanted to pet GGE from behind, but he didn't expect GGE's perception to be so strong that he was noticed as soon as he moved. GGE let go of his hand, bowed slightly to Zephyr, and said, "Teacher Zephyr, I am GGE who is here to report today." Zephyr smiled and nodded, very satisfied with GGE's performance. At least compared to Kizaru and Akainu, two problem teenagers, GGE looked quite normal. Jinny and Xiang also greeted Zephyr. Zephyr was about to speak when a rhythmic voice came, "It's GGE, I saw you as soon as I came. It seems that today will be a happy day." Everyone turned their heads and saw Kizaru with one hand in his pocket and the other hand pinching the sunglasses on his face, walking towards this side slowly. Seeing Kizaru's appearance, Zephyr, who was originally in a good mood, suddenly looked like he had eaten a fly, and his face suddenly became gloomy. He glared and shouted, "Borsalino! What time is it? Look at what other students are doing." Kizaru just adjusted his sunglasses and looked carefully. He found Zephyr standing next to Gge. His face changed and he muttered. Well, today is not a happy day. He adjusted his posture slightly and said. Good morning, Teacher Zephyr. The students are really hard-working. It's not time yet and they've started training. He deliberately emphasized the tone of the 4 words not time yet, and Zephyr's forehead was blue. Considering that there were new students next to him, Zephyr suppressed the idea of giving Kizaru a big slap in the face. His face was serious and he said in a deep voice. Enough, today's training time is up, go to the field and gather immediately. After that, Zephyr flashed into the training field directly. Kizaru shrugged and said to Gge and the other 2. The old man has this temper, you'll get used to it. Then, he put his hands on his eyes as if looking out, and said with a slanted pout. Sakazuki is really something, why did he get up so early, making the old man crazy again? Gge said. Maybe this is the legendary Curling King. Curling King? It sounds very impressive, what does it mean? Well, it means to describe a person who is very hard-working. I see, hey. Why are you so hard-working? The time is clearly stipulated, and there's nothing wrong with training on time. What do you think, Gge? Gge couldn't help laughing after hearing this, thinking that he was worthy of being Kizaru. Maybe it was true that he punched into work after becoming an admiral. Patting Kizaru on the shoulder, Gge said seriously. You're right. Kizaru's eyes lit up, and he naturally stretched out his arm and put it on Gge's shoulders, and said loudly. I knew we were getting along. Let's go, otherwise the old man will be angry again. Ginny looked at the backs of the 2 of them and pouted. Brother Gge won't let him lead us into trouble. The image of Gge wearing sunglasses and crooked mouth automatically appeared in her mind, and she couldn't help but shudder. The bear shook his head and whispered. No, Brother Gge is much more mature than us. He will not be easily influenced by others. What's more, this senior Porisalino is not a bad person, he just has a special temperament, hey. Oh, Xiangze, you are so serious. Don't I know Brother Gge as well as you do? Well, I know that Sister Ginny cares too much about Brother Gge, so sometimes she thinks too much. Ginny's face turned red instantly, and she twirled her toes on the ground. Xiangze, what are you talking about? I also care about you and Brother Ivan. The bear still shook his head and muttered. It's different, it's different. Ginny covered her ears and ran away, leaving behind a sentence. Xiangze. Brother Gge is right, you are a straight man. You will be a bachelor from now on. The bear watched from behind as Ginny caught up with Gge, a smile on his face. At this moment, a loud bell rang, and the surrounding students began to gather towards the center of the field. Zephyr stood there with his hands behind his back, and his eyelids jumped again when he saw Kizaru and Gge walking arm in arm. Fortunately, Kizaru didn't cause any trouble for him this time. He took Gge and Xiang and stood at the back of the team, in line with Akainu. Ginny went to the female cadet team by herself. After the team stood up, Zephyr cleared his throat and said loudly. There are 3 new students here today. Before the training begins, let them come up and introduce themselves. Ba bang bang. The students all turned to look at Gge and Xiang behind them, and then there was a burst of welcoming applause, with Kizaru clapping the loudest. Xiang was the first to take the stage to introduce himself. The students looked at him with his hill-like figure and gasped. When he said that he was demon fruit power, they exclaimed again. Zephyr's expression remained unchanged. He had already learned about bears from Sengoku. After all, he had also experienced the Battle of the Valley of the Gods. He knew what was going on when he heard about the meatball fruit. He didn't say much. Anyway, he is no longer an admiral. As long as they are sent here, they are all his students. He doesn't care about the bad things of celestial dragons. And since he is his student and an ability user, he must first have a general understanding of the bear's abilities so that he can conduct targeted training, so Zephyr asked the bear to demonstrate his abilities first. The bear nodded. He clasped his hands together in front of his chest, and then slowly pulled them apart. A very cute-looking transparent meatball appeared between his palms. Some female students below could not help but exclaimed, "This ability is so cute." The bear's face turned slightly red and he lowered his head shyly. Some male students curled their lips, thinking that Paramecia's fruits are always so flashy, so it's probably another ability that is only seen as useless. Zephyr's expression became serious. He could feel the power contained in the transparent flesh ball. He waved to the students below and said, "Everyone spread out. Let the bear show off his abilities." Chapter 25. After Zephyr finished speaking, everyone came behind the bear. The bear pushed with both hands, and the transparent meatball from his palm slowly flew out and floated above an open space. Xiang looked back at Gge, and Gge smiled and nodded at him. When everyone's eyes were attracted by the floating transparent meatball, Xiang said softly, "Bear paw impact." Boom! The transparent meatball suddenly exploded, and a dazzling white light burst out, followed by a terrifying impact that spread out, covering most of the training ground. When everything stopped, there was not a single weed to be seen on the site that had been ravaged by the shock wave. As far as the eye could see, there was only bare ground. The people behind the bear were stunned by the scene in front of them. Zephyr crossed his arms with a look of horror on his face. Paramecia's devil fruit has always had mixed results, but after all, the meatball fruit was a fruit selected by celestial dragons, so Zephyr was quite looking forward to the meatball fruit's ability, but he didn't expect that the meatball fruit would perform so well. In terms of its destructive power, it can be seen that the meatball fruit is a top-notch Paramecia devil fruit. Zephyr's eyes flashed. He looked at the bear's burly figure and thought to himself that he had found another treasure. Among the crowd at the back, Kizaru had already opened his mouth into an O shape and said exaggeratedly, "How terrifying! Is there such an exaggerated Paramecia?" A serious look appeared on Akainu's face. He couldn't help but look at Gge, who was calm on the side. He clearly remembered that the bear called Gge his big brother. Now that the bear has shown such a powerful ability, what about this ability to be the big brother? What could it be? On the female students' side, some of the female students who had previously thought the bear's ability was cute were still in a daze. Only Ginny clapped her hands excitedly and shouted, "Bear boy is awesome!" Zephyr also came to his senses. He reached out and patted the bear's waist and praised, "Very good! Your ability development has reached this point. If you train hard, I am very much looking forward to your future." The bear scratched his head shyly. He first bowed to Zephyr, and then retreated back to the group under the awe-inspiring eyes of everyone. After he left, Ginny volunteered to stand up. Her slim figure and pretty face immediately attracted the attention of all the male students. Looking at the lively and beautiful Ginny, a smile appeared on Zephyr's serious face. He took out a military flintlock and handed it to Ginny and said, "Ginny, I've seen your profile, and it says you're good at marksmanship. Come and show it, too." Ginny did not take the pistol handed over by Zephyr. Under Zephyr's stunned expression, she quickly turned around and took out a golden pistol from the marine vest on her chest, then turned back suddenly and said with a smile, "I'm sorry, Teacher Zephyr, I still like to use this gun that Brother Gge gave me." Looking at the golden pistol shining in the sun, and then at the beggar's version in his hand, Zephyr coughed twice in embarrassment, but he still pointed out seriously, "That gun is a bit too conspicuous, and your position will be easily exposed on the battlefield." Ginny glanced at Gge over there, waved her hand and said, "Teacher Zephyr is right, but I believe Brother Gge will protect me." As soon as these words came out, there was a burst of cheers and the heartbreak of some male students. Gge helplessly spread his hands, looking like he was in Versailles to everyone. Zephyr didn't say anything when he saw the situation and signaled Ginny to start. Ginny's little face looked flushed, and her heart was beating fast. She didn't know what was wrong with her, but she just said such a word out of nowhere, which was like confessing her love in public. But Ginny is not a pretentious little girl. Now that the words have been spoken, there is nothing to regret. She held her breath and concentrated, quickly adjusted her condition, raised her hand and fired several shots at the target placed in the distance. Zephyr's eyesight is very good, and he can clearly see the red hearts in the middle of all the targets even from a long distance away, and the gun has 10 rings. After Ginny's results were announced, there was another burst of applause, and Zephyr also gave himself recognition. Ginny raised her pistol and turned to look at GGE expectantly. When she saw GGE also applauding, she happily puffed up her proud chest and turned back to the team. Ginny embarked on the path of gun skills because of the advice given to her by GGE. Although the presence of guns in the pirate world is not as strong as that of swords, there are still several representative strong men for reference, such as Beckman and Yasop. In the world of pirates, except for monsters like Big Mom, most women are indeed physically inferior to men, which makes it difficult for them to reach the top in swordsmanship and physical skills. If women want to improve their strength, besides Devil Fruit, gun skills are definitely a good choice. GGE is still very pleased with Ginny's performance today. He is already thinking about finding a Devil Fruit for Ginny that suits her in the future, preferably one that can perfectly match her gun skills. When he was thinking about what kind of fruit was suitable for Ginny, Kizaru on the side hugged him with his shoulder and whispered. "It's your turn, GGE, it's time you let me know what you're capable of." GGE was stunned for a moment, and when he looked up, he realized that everyone was looking at him. He nodded slightly, strode out of the team, and came to Zephyr's side. At Zephyr's signal, GGE smiled slightly and said, "Hello everyone, my name is Darkside GGE. I am 15 years old and a user with Logia Dark Fruit ability." Before GGE could show off his abilities, everyone just fell into silence after hearing the words Logia Dark Fruit, and the surroundings instantly became silent. There was nothing they could do about why everyone behaved like this. It was because Kizaru and Akainu left such a deep impression on them. Even though GGE always maintained a harmless smile on his face, they still couldn't help but classify GGE as a monster in their hearts. Kizaru stared at GGE standing in front and said to himself, "Is it any wonder that I felt a little awkward when I first saw him? Darkness is the opposite of light." GGE saw no reaction from everyone for a long time, then turned to Zephyr and said, "Teacher Zephyr, do I still want to show my ability?" Zephyr did not agree immediately. He suddenly glanced at Kizaru at the back of the team. Kizaru was shocked when he saw it. He quickly lowered his head and muttered, "It's broken, old man, what do you think I'm doing? I mean it's not a good thing." "Come whatever you want," Zephyr's voice came from the front. "Pora Salino, you are the light and GGE is the darkness. It is up to you to cooperate with GGE to show the power of Dark Fruit." Chapter 26. Kizaru had the word reluctance written all over his face. He raised his hands and said, "Teacher Zephyr, GGE is still a newcomer, and he is Logia. If one of them fails to control himself later..." Zephyr interrupted angrily. "You don't have to worry about this anymore, come up here now." "Well..." Sighing heavily, Kizaru lowered his head and walked to the opposite side of GGE. Zephyr added next to him, "Be more serious later. If I find you busy with business, I will cancel your extra allowance for this month." "Nanny? Teacher Zephyr, you can't joke about this. Who are you kidding? You haven't had a serious battle in a long time, right? I have to see if you have made any progress recently." Then Sakazuki. "Sakazuki, I don't have to worry about this at all. As for you..." Zephyr crossed his arms and squinted at Kizaru, his meaning self-evident. Kizaru wanted to struggle a few more times, but Zephyr kicked him on the butt and said angrily, Stop talking nonsense. Let's get started. After saying that, Zephyr directed the other students to retreat to the edge of the training ground, leaving the entire training ground to Gge and Kizaru, which was enough for 2 Logia cards. Kizaru patted the big black shoe print on his butt, muttered something unknown, then looked up at Gge and asked. Gge, shall we start? Gge responded with a smile. Please give me your advice, Pora Salino. As soon as he finished speaking, Kizaru raised his hand and shot out a laser. The laser directly penetrated Gge's body and exploded to the rear. A large charred pit was instantly blasted out on the ground. Kizaru had already anticipated this situation. In his opinion, since Gge is Logia, it must be able to elementalize. Energy attacks of this level are definitely ineffective. His move is purely to disgust Zephyr. Zephyr just said that he only cares about fighting and does not need to worry about the rest, so he needs to let dear teacher Zephyr worry more about repairing the field. Anyway, just seeing Zephyr's black face makes him feel happy. But Zephyr knew Kizaru very well. He shouted to Kizaru with a stern face. Porushalino, didn't I tell you how to deal with Logia? Kizaru pouted, knowing that he couldn't continue the performance. He raised his leg, and a layer of dark armed color slowly adhered to his calf, causing all the students to exclaim. Is that a weapon color? Pora Salino has already mastered it. This guy hides it well enough. I've never seen him use it before. Is there a possibility that he won't have to use weapons to deal with us? Well, that's true, but do you think Sakazuki can do it too? That's a matter between monsters. Let's ask less. Knowing too much will only upset your heart. This Gge is going to be in trouble. Without weapons, he can't threaten the opponent at all. Zephyr nodded slightly. Judging from Kizaru's performance, he had a relatively good grasp of weapon colors. He had another reason for letting Kizaru use the weapon color, which was to let Gge, a Logia user, feel what it feels like to be hit. After decades of marine career, Zephyr has also met some Logia ability users. Almost all of these people have a common problem, which is that they are too dependent on elementalization. He wanted Gge to realize this in advance, so that Gge should not be overconfident just because he is a Logia user, and should pay more attention to physical training. Kizaru kindly reminded Gge. Gge, be careful later, you may get hurt. Gge didn't seem to know Haki's power, and still looked calm, which meant that Kizaru could come as he pleased. Kizaru pushed up the sunglasses on his face, and his body emitted a golden light. He turned into a stream of light and appeared in front of Gge, and swept Gge's waist with a horizontal kick. He was extremely fast, and by the time the people on the court reacted, Kizaru's right leg had already kicked Gge. However, the imagined scene of Gge being kicked away did not appear. Kizaru's right leg covered in armed colors actually passed directly through Gge's body. Kizaru didn't expect this to happen at all. He was so confused that he made a 360-degree spin directly in front of Gge under the influence of inertia. At the end, he staggered and almost fell to the ground. After standing firm, he glanced at the armed color on his right leg that had not dissipated, then raised his head and stared at Gge in disbelief. Not to mention him, even Zephyr on the sidelines was shocked. With rich combat experience, he quickly thought that Gge had predicted Kizaru's attack and transferred the elementalized body in advance. Thinking of this, Zephyr was even more shocked, because this meant that Gge had awakened observation haki, and the intensity was not low. Because Kizaru's ability to increase speed is very terrifying, ordinary observation haki simply cannot keep up with Kizaru's speed. Zephyr couldn't help but think of the scene when Gge grabbed his arm at the entrance of the training ground, and he suddenly became more convinced. Thinking of Gge's age, Zephyr no longer knew what to say. Even without dark fruit, Gge is a true genius. What he didn't know was that Gge's situation was completely different from what he thought. After Gge became a dark fruit user, he discovered that dark fruit can actually be elementalized. However, due to the characteristics of darkness, the attacks received will be automatically absorbed, and finally fed back to the main body at the cost of doubled pain. In order to avoid this shortcoming, GGE developed another type of elementalization, which is to hide the elementalized body into a dark space to achieve the effect of avoiding attacks. The advantage of this approach is that it can dodge almost all attacks, even haki. Of course, the disadvantage is that after entering this state, GGE cannot attack others. And even though GGE itself is dark, it is easy to get lost in the endless darkness if you put your body into the dark space for too long. The time of entry cannot exceed 10 minutes at a time. However, as GGE develops the fruit's abilities, the duration will gradually increase. This method was inspired by Obito Kamui in Hokage, so GGE named this special element Kamui. Kizaru didn't give up and wanted to test it a few times, but GGE didn't give him this chance. A black vortex appeared in GGE's palm. Kizaru instinctively felt a sense of crisis, and his body instantly turned into photons and dispersed toward the back. GGE slowly raised his right hand and said softly, "Universal pull." The countless light points formed by Kizaru suddenly stopped, then all flew in the direction just now, and finally condensed into Kizaru's appearance. His shoulders were tightly held by GGE, and there was a rare look of panic on his face. Because he found that he couldn't activate his ability. Chapter 27. Looking at the panicked Kizaru in front of him, GGE slowly said, "This is the power of dark fruit. It is darkness that swallows everything, including devil fruit. As long as a person with abilities is caught by me, he will lose his abilities." Nani. As soon as these words came out, not only Kizaru, but also everyone else exclaimed, they could not imagine that such a devil fruit could exist in this world. Even Zephyr encountered this situation for the first time. He wanted Kizaru to teach GGE a lesson, but the result was the other way around. He had just said a few days ago that Kizaru would suffer a loss in ability, but he really didn't expect it to happen so quickly. After all, sparkling fruit is so comprehensive. It not only has amazing destructive power, but also has high mobility. Even if it encounters an enemy that cannot be dealt with, it can still run away. Originally, he thought that darkness and light should be opposites, but what happened now completely subverted his understanding. The speed of light seems so powerless in the face of the gravity of darkness. Coupled with the characteristics of dark fruit that can suppress devil fruit's ability, dark fruit is simply a sparkling fruit. Kizaru also realized this. He quickly calmed down and immediately covered his arms with armed colors, preparing to compete with GGE in Taijutsu. His thinking is very clear. He did suffer a big loss in terms of devil fruit ability, but he doesn't think he will lose to GGE in terms of physical skills. Do you really think he is fishing every day in marine school? Since one shoulder was buckled by GGE, he concentrated all his strength on the other arm and punched GGE in the abdomen. In this position, GGE can't dodge at all. If he uses Kamui, he will lose control of Kizaru. It seems that he can only choose to receive Kizaru's punch forcefully. Under everyone's gaze, GGE's hand on Kizaru's shoulder suddenly emitted a ball of cyan lightning. Kizaru's fist was just halfway out when his whole body was convulsed by the electricity. Thump! Kizaru fell to his knees on his back, a wisp of white smoke coming out of his mouth. This time, not only Kizaru was numb, but Zephyr and all the students were also numb, as if they had also been electrocuted. Kizaru was actually just dizzy for a moment and soon regained consciousness. GGE reached out and pulled him up, patted the dust on his body, and asked with concern. "Porisalino, are you feeling okay?" Kizaru tilted his head feebly and held back a sentence for a long time. GGE, dark fruit still has the ability to discharge electricity. GGE explained casually. Of course not. The ability to discharge electricity comes from the fur tribe and is considered a racial talent. Kizaru suddenly said. That's it. It turns out you are from the fur tribe. As he said that, he looked at Gge with a puzzled expression and asked. But your skin looks quite smooth. Where did the hair grow? Could it be? Kizaru's expression suddenly became very vulgar, and he glanced at Gge's pants. Gge's face darkened, and he said angrily. Where do you see it? My parents are both humans. Ah? Then how could you? Gge fell silent and pulled up his clothes, revealing the scars crisscrossing his chest. Kizaru's face froze, and his expression gradually became serious. He did not continue to ask, but silently patted Gge's shoulder. Gge acted as if nothing had happened. He waved to the bear. The bear immediately used his ability and appeared next to Gge. This move once again made everyone marvel. Needless to say, there is no need to say much about the tacit understanding between Xiang and Gge. Gge just glanced at Kizaru, and Xiang immediately understood what Gge meant. Under Kizaru's confused gaze, the bear raised his hand and pressed it on Kizaru's chest, and then, a red translucent flesh ball emerged from Kizaru's back. Something that shocked everyone happened again. Kizaru, who was still sluggish just now, suddenly became lively and energetic, as if he was not the one who had been electrocuted just now. Kizaru felt relaxed all over. He did a few stretching movements on the spot and said with a surprised look on his face. It feels so relaxing. What's going on? The bear explained his abilities very patiently. After hearing this, two cross-shaped golden lights appeared in Kizaru's eyes, and the way he looked at the bear became different. The ability to pop out pain and fatigue, but anyone who knows the industry knows how ridiculously valuable this ability is. It can be said that once the bear showed the ability of the Meatball Fruit, he became the well-deserved big treasure in Marine. Zephyr on the sidelines was clenching his fists. God knows how excited he was at this moment. He even wanted to hold Sengoku and kiss him hard. If the bear was still regarded as a gift from Gge, now that the bear's ability is revealed, his value has become completely independent. Xiang, a being who not only has huge output, but also has a full milk supply. Zephyr has completely ignored Xiang's former slave status. He believes that Sengoku will not dwell on this after knowing about it. Talent like this should belong to Marine. To hell with all the Celestial Dragons. So far, the performance of Gge and others has completely exceeded his imagination, especially Gge and Xiang, the two biggest surprises. He couldn't wait to tell Sengoku what happened today. Back to Gge, Kizaru was twisting his waist and relaxing in an enchanting way. The red meatball behind him suddenly trembled, and then slowly approached Kizaru. Kizaru immediately noticed something was wrong, and his body instantly turned into photons and flashed aside, but the meatball still floated towards him unhurriedly, and the speed was gradually increasing. Gge shouted to Kizaru, who had already moved to the edge of the field. Poor Salino, if no one can bear the impact of the bear's pop-up, it will eventually come back to you. Kizaru shouted while dodging. Then what should I do now? Do I have to keep flashing around like this? Gge stretched out his hand, and a few streams of darkness gathered in his hand, and finally turned into a black Bible. A gust of breeze blew by, and the Bible opened with a splash, and an expanding dark tornado emerged from it, throwing out a man who looked half dead. This was an unlucky man Gge had caught when he was in Salbii country. Pirates. This man is also the last one imprisoned in the Gge Bible. He is more or less a pirate, so his physique is pretty good. The other unlucky ones have long since starved to death inside and been decomposed by the darkness. Items that have been placed around Logia users for a long time can be transformed by elements. For this point, please refer to the rose flower Akainu wears on his chest later. Gge's Bible has been successfully transformed by him and used as a storage space. Because it is a fixed dark space, the violent dark power can be better controlled, and people or objects placed inside can be stored for a long time. Chapter 28. The bear bent down, reached out, and picked up the unlucky pirate on the ground like a chicken, and threw it into the meatball that popped out of Kizaru's body. This pirate had his last breath left. After contact with the meatball, he couldn't even scream and died completely. The body was directly swallowed up by the darkness released by GGE. A set of operations is performed smoothly, and others are stunned for a while. After Kizaru saw the meatball disappear, he returned to GGE with a swish and praised. This method is great. I will definitely catch a few more pirates and give them to you in the future. GGE put away the Bible and said with a smile. Hey? Catching pirates is hard work. Aren't you tired? You still understand me, but with the bear's ability, it's not a bad thing to prepare more pirates. The two looked at each other and smiled. Although Kizaru looked a little uneasy, he was not a stingy person. If he lost, he would lose. He would not create any rift with GGE because of this matter. On the contrary, the relationship between the two changed. Better. What's more, after this battle, GGE's performance can be said to have conquered everyone, and it has also been recognized by Kizaru and Akainu. Now they truly recognize GGE. Even though they seemed to be isolated from others in Marine School, in other words, weren't they isolated from others? If the gap between people is too big, it will be difficult to play together. After GGE and others returned to the team, Akainu cast a fiery gaze directly at GGE and said excitedly. GGE, what you just did was so beautiful. This is how you should deal with pirates. I will make you my friend. GGE was stunned for a moment. He thought Akainu was aroused to fight. It was because of this for a long time. But thinking about Akainu's performance in the manga, this is indeed very Akainu. Faced with such an opportunity to gain favor, GGE naturally would not let it go. He immediately stretched out his hand towards Akainu and said with a smile. What are you talking about? Haven't we already become friends? Akainu nodded vigorously, and he held GGE's hand without hesitation. His tone was extremely serious. You're right, we are friends. Kizaru on the side suddenly raised his hands and shouted. Hey, hey, hey! What about me? Sakazuki, have you forgotten me? We have known each other for so long, why didn't I hear you say this to me? What is our relationship? Good guy, these words sounded a bit ambiguous, and a drop of cold sweat flowed from GGE's forehead. Looking at Akainu again, under GGE's observation, his face gradually turned red, and a few wisps of steaming heat floated out from it. GGE immediately wanted to withdraw his hand because he felt that his hand was a little hot. Some discerning people around had already stepped back to make room for GGE, Akainu, and Kizaru. Just when GGE was about to use Kamui, Akainu finally returned to normal. He let go of his hand, straightened the marine hat on his head, and said. Pora Salino, you are my friend too. This is right. Kizaru raised the corners of his mouth and put his arms behind his head contentedly. The performance of the three of them was noticed by Zephyr, with a pleased smile on his face. The 3 GGE will definitely become Marine's top combat force in the future. If they can still stick together, then he really can't think of any force on the sea that can compete with Marine at that time. So he made a decision immediately and said. The performance of the 3 newcomers is great. GGE, let me allocate dormitories to you and Xiong first. You two share a dormitory with Sakazuki and the others. They happen to have 2 spots left. Akainu certainly had no objections to Zephyr's arrangement. Even Kizaru, who had always liked to go against Zephyr, nodded in agreement. The 2 beds in their dormitory have been empty for a long time. There is no way, no one wants to live with these 2 monsters. Ginny was a girl, so she was naturally assigned to the girls' dormitory in the end. She was very popular because of her cheerful and lively personality, not to mention the relationship between GGE and Xiong, so no one would bother her. After everything was arranged, Zephyr saw that it was getting late and thought that he might as well get here today and start formal training tomorrow. He was indeed in a good mood today and planned to go to the pub with Sengoku and Garp for a drink in the evening. Thinking of this, he waved his hand and announced the disbandment on the spot. The students suddenly burst into cheers, but after a long time, no one left the training ground. Most of the students gathered around GGE. They hoped to get to know GGE better. After all, compared to Kizaru and Akainu, GGE seemed to be much easier to get along with. There is no shortage of smart people here. Judging from GGE's performance today, his future achievements will definitely reach a level that people look up to. Although everyone is a trainee now, this is Marine. After graduation, it will be easy for people like GGE, Kizaru, and Akainu to get military merit, and their military ranks will rise like a rocket. In the past, Kizaru and Akainu were not easy to get close to because of their weird personalities, but after GGE came, these two seemed to be much more normal. With GGE as a bond, they could at least talk a few words. Talked. So not only was there a lot of excitement around GGE, there were also people trying to talk to Kizaru Akainu. If you can embrace these three thighs now and become a follower of any of them, then it will be much easier to get involved in Marine in the future. Moreover, Marine is not an easy profession. The mortality rate is very high. You may encounter a powerful pirate group at sea one day and you will be finished. If you have a good relationship with GGE and the others, no matter what happens, you may be able to save your life at a critical moment. This is definitely a matter of no harm. Kizaru had one hand in his pocket, still looking carefree, and would just say a few words when someone came to see him. Akainu folded his arms and looked like he was keeping away from strangers, but he was determined to come to him. There were two GGE who he knew, namely the future Marine Vice Admiral, Doberman, and Ghost Spider. In fact, Xiang's performance is also very eye-catching, but he feels a bit boring. Even though he is large, he has a weak sense of presence, and the least number of people come to him. Besides, everyone can see that Xiang is completely focused on GGE, so it is better to go directly to GGE to find him. As the youngest and best looking among the group, GGE was originally the most popular and had the most female students around him. Surrounded by all the warblers and swallows, even GGE was a little nervous and could only maintain an awkward but polite smile. Among the male students who were looking for GGE were Flying Squirrel and Huo Xiaoshan. He deliberately spoke to these two people a few more words. Feeling GGE's special attention, the two men actually felt a little elated. Just when GGE and others were surrounded and unable to move, Ginny finally squeezed through the crowd, threw herself into GGE's arms without hesitation, and said softly, "Brother GGE, I'm hungry. Let's go eat." Chapter 29. The next day, after having a refreshing drink with Sengoku and the others last night, Zephyr got up early and came to the training ground to inspect as usual. The Marine School's training ground was very large. He habitually looked towards the area with the most people on weekdays, but he only saw a few scattered students, all of whom were female students. Zephyr's face darkened, thinking that yesterday's training must have ended too early, allowing those boys to seize the opportunity to go out and hang out, and now they are probably still sleeping soundly in the dormitory. It seems that we can no longer set such a precedent in the future. They are still young, how can they slack off at this time? How could they sleep? Just when Zephyr was thinking about waiting for everyone to gather and then start training with the devil, a burst of shouting came. 99, 100. Sakazuki is awesome. GGE is getting faster and faster. Come on GGE. Porisalino, what are you doing? Oh my god. Is he asleep? Zephyr was stunned for a moment, and looked in the direction where the sound came from. He saw that Sakazuki's exclusive corner was full of people. He counted, and with the few girls in the center of the venue, the students had already arrived. Done. Because there were so many people, Zephyr could only know through the shouts of the students that GGE and the other three were also there, and even Kizaru, who always liked to get stuck. Curious, he held his breath and quietly came behind the flying squirrel. The flying squirrel didn't even notice Zephyr behind him. He was stretching his neck and cheering for Gge in front of him with a red face. In the open space in the center of the crowd, Gge, Kizaru, and Akainu were lying shirtless on the ground, each holding a large barbell and doing presses. Ginny on the side was holding a stopwatch to time, but her eyes were always on Gge, and she didn't know if she would be able to hold down the stopwatch accurately later. Seeing this scene, Zephyr, who was a little angry at first, lost all his anger in an instant, and he was even quite happy. Although he didn't know what was going on, the sight of the students mingling together made him feel happy. But when he turned his attention to Kizaru, he immediately scolded him out of habit. Polosolino, you are lazy again. Is there glue on the barbell? It's stuck to your belly, right? Kizaru, who had been wandering on the ground for a long time, trembled when he heard Zephyr's voice. He subconsciously raised the barbell and pushed hard twice, but it quickly withered. Zephyr's voice also made others notice his presence, and they all turned to look at him. Ahem! Zephyr coughed twice, blaming that BD Porosalino in his mind. I want to observe him for a while longer. Now that he had been exposed, Zephyr's next performance was beyond all the students' expectations. He put away his serious face and said with a smile. You continue, it's still early, haven't they decided the winner yet? After speaking, he took the lead and shouted. Everyone, work harder. Whoever wins this month, I will give him a double subsidy. This reward is actually not attractive to Gge and Sakazuki. After all, one of them is not short of money and the other is focused on the game. Only Kizaru, after hearing these words, his eyes suddenly glowed, and he finally got the energy to push. However, he fished for too long, and before he could push a few times, Ginny clicked the stopwatch and cheered. The game is over. Brother Gge is so awesome. You and Sakazuki are tied for first place. Kizaru, who came in second and last place, lay on the ground like an eggplant beaten by frost, and complained bitterly. Mr. Zephyr, why didn't you tell me earlier? It's a waste of your efforts. Zephyr gave him a look. The opportunity has been given to you. Who do you blame for not being able to grasp it? The three people on the ground stood up one after another, and Ginny immediately put a coat on Gge, attracting envious looks from all the male students. Akainu picked up the coat on the ground and put it on, covering his strong upper body. In fact, there are still many female students who like Akainu, a tough guy, but he looks so fierce that no female students dare to approach him. Of course Akainu wouldn't care about this kind of thing. He said while fastening his buttons. Gge, you are very strong, much stronger than that guy from Polosolino. Gge shuddered and wondered why Akainu was always so angry when he spoke. However, Gge still admires Akainu in his heart. You must know that his physical talent is among the best. After all, he is the blood of the Figolando family, and his body has been specially modified. Although Akainu's talent is not low, it is not as good as Gge is still a lot worse than Gge. The tie in the game is entirely the result of Akainu's hard work. Kizaru sat cross-legged on the ground, sighing. He was still regretting losing the double subsidy. Akainu still understands Kizaru very well and comforted him very considerately. Porosalino, even if you use your full strength in the beginning, it will be difficult to defeat me and Gge. Don't worry too much about this. Kizaru looked at Akainu speechlessly and complained. I said Sakazuki, are you comforting me or trying to hit me? Of course I'm trying to comfort you. Pug. Hearing the conversation between the two, Ginny couldn't help bursting out laughing, holding Gge's hand and saying. Brother Gge, they are so interesting. Not only Ginny, but also the students who were watching were made to laugh by Akainu and Kizaru. They suddenly discovered that these two beings they once regarded as monsters actually had such a cute side. After the group was disbanded yesterday, Gge invited all the students out for a big meal. We were all young people. They sat together for a few drinks and then let go quickly. Those students who were beaten up by Akainu even apologized to Akainu and Kizaru face to face under the influence of alcohol. The most exciting one was Ginny. She had an amazing appetite, but she had the opposite ability to drink. She got drunk after just a few drinks. At that time, she was wrapped around Gge like a little snake. She said something that makes her think about it now. If you can't help but find a crack in the ground to crawl in. On the way back, she also told Xiang that if she got drunk again in the future, she would use her power to pop the alcohol out of her body, otherwise she would be really embarrassed to see others. When she met Gge at the training ground today, her face was still red. Fortunately, Gge didn't have the chance to bring up the topic last night. He was directly dragged to the game by Akainu. But in this way, Ginny was a little disappointed, as if she had said everything in vain. The little girl's thoughts are always so complicated. Ginny looked up at Gge's side face, her eyes gradually blurred. It wasn't until Zephyr called for gathering that she came back to her senses. She reluctantly let go of Gge and ran to join the little sisters she had just met. Chapter 30. As usual, before starting each day's training, Zephyr will talk about the day's training goals. Today he is talking about 6-position training. Before Gge and the other 3 arrived, Zephyr had already told others the training methods of the 6 postures. However, the 6 postures are not so easy to learn. Let alone the 6 postures, students who can master one of them proficiently are currently all a rare existence. Marine's future veteran Vice Admiral, such as Flying Squirrel and Ghost Spider, has only learned 2 or 3 moves at most, while Akainu and Kizaru have not learned all of them. Just as a new person joined, Zephyr took advantage of the situation and taught the 6 postures again. Of course, you don't have to learn all 6 moves. It depends on your personal situation. For someone like Kizaru, there is no need to learn moonwalk. Sparkling Fruit gives him an innate ability to move in the air that is stronger than moonwalk. Among the 6 poses, the one Kizaru masters best is the finger pistol, as it greatly increases the power of the lasers he emits with his fingers. Gge carefully watched Zephyr explain the 6 postures one after another, and immediately excluded iron body and paper arts from his mind. Among them, paper arts is the most useless to him, because with his strength of knowledge, he cannot use this skill at all. As for the rest of the iron body, isn't this an illusion? Except for these 2, the remaining 4 postures are of great help to Gge. Finger Pistol and Tempest Kick make up for Gge's current lack of single-target attack weaknesses, while Shaft and Moonwalk can greatly improve Gge's mobility. After Zephyr finished speaking above, he disbanded the team and asked the students to consolidate what they had learned. He himself came to Gge and prepared to teach in person. After all, Gge and the other 3 came late, so it's understandable that Zephyr would start a small business. He looked at the 3 Gge in front of him and asked. Did you understand what I just said? Do you need me to demonstrate it to you again? Ginny and Xiang both nodded, but Gge didn't speak. Zephyr thought that Gge was digesting what he had just learned, so he did not disturb him and started to guide Ginny and the bear first. He started talking about shaving. Just in the middle of his words, Gge suddenly moved. I saw his feet clicking on the ground at a speed that was difficult to discern with the naked eye, and then his body moved several meters away in an instant. Seeing this scene, Zephyr's movements stopped abruptly, and some students who saw it also stood stunned on the spot. Akainu grabbed Kizaru's fist and said sideways. Is that shaving? Gge has already learned it. However, he was not too surprised. The use of the 6 moves depends on one's physical fitness. The stronger the physical fitness, the faster one can learn it, especially the simple moves like shaving. Gge himself didn't think it was anything. He tried it a few more times, getting faster and faster, and in the end, it even produced an afterimage in place. This performance makes some students who have not yet mastered shaving make them want to cry and cry out that God is unfair. Ginny tilted her head and said to Zephyr. Teacher Zephyr, how about we go directly to Brother Gge to learn it later? You can jump directly to the next pose. Okay, actually shaving is a very basic move. Once you master shaving, it means that your leg and foot strength is up to standard, and you can perform moonwalk and tempest kick. A scion/wave crossed half of the training ground and landed on the wall at the edge, leaving a deep crack on it. Seeing Gge poofing in the air, Zephyr no longer knew what to say. In less than a cup of tea, Gge had already learned 3 of the 6 poses before most of the students even finished their warm-up exercises. This kind of talent is simply unheard of, already in the realm of monsters. Some people were already kneeling on the training ground, thinking about the meaning of their existence. Gge frowned in midair and said to himself. It's not powerful enough. Try this again. Crack. Gge stepped hard in the air and flew straight into the sky. In the process, his left foot burst out with a ball of violent lightning, and then kicked it downwards. Tempest kick rakery. A crescent-shaped slash-wave entwined with electric arcs fell from the sky and landed on the ground, triggering a violent explosion. Raging electric light spewed out from it, illuminating the dull faces on the field. Landing smoothly, Gge looked at the big black pit on the ground, and finally a satisfied smile appeared on his face. This should be the effect he wanted. Zephyr was already numb. He waved his hand feebly and said. You two go directly to Gge. These 3 moves are enough for you to learn for a while. Ginny cheered and happily pulled the bear and ran towards Gge. After a while, many people had gathered around Gge. The flying squirrel looked at the big hole that Gge kicked out and said to himself. Mr. Zephyr didn't teach you this trick. Huo Xiaoshan, who was in a better mood, patted his shoulder and said sincerely. Don't look at it. If you look at it again, it will only make you more upset. We just have to practice our own skills. Don't compare with Gge. He is not the same type of person as us. Ginny didn't care about this. She stood beside Gge and said softly. Brother Gge, Teacher Zephyr asked us to come to you, so I'm going to trouble you today. When Xiang saw this situation, he immediately said. Brother Gge, you can teach Ginny first. I will just practice on my own. Gge nodded and found a corner with Ginny to start one-on-one guidance. Ginny followed suit carefully, swinging her long white legs back and forth in front of Gge, making Gge's blood surge. He shook his head and told Ginny some of the key steps without any distractions. However, Ginny's mind did not seem to be on this. Rather than learning, it was better to say that she was deliberately showing off herself. Seeing that Gge just wasn't on the right track, while Gge was correcting her posture, Ginny bit her teeth lightly and suddenly did a high leg lift. This caused her body to become unbalanced. Her calves were placed directly on Gge's shoulders, and her upper body was tilted in one direction. Gge subconsciously reached out and hugged her waist to stabilize her body. The two stood there in a very weird posture. Ginny's face was pressed tightly against Gge's chest. The strong heartbeat made her feel hot all over and her breathing became heavy. Gge himself felt uncomfortable. Ginny's figure was so good. If he didn't react at such a close contact, he would have to follow Yvonne in the future. Taking a deep breath, Gge carefully moved her shoulders, trying to get Ginny to lower her legs first. However, Ginny had no intention of cooperating. There was a cunning look in her eyes. She took advantage of Gge to relax and used her strength again. The two of them fell backwards close to each other. Chapter 31. The two fell to the ground, their eyes facing each other. Ginny's face became more and more rosy. It wasn't until Gge patted her waist that she slowly straightened up. With a pop, their lips parted, but Ginny still didn't get off Gge. She sat on Gge with a pair of long legs in a figure-8 shape, and her posture looked even more ambiguous. She lowered her head and looked at Gge below without blinking, and asked Xiaodao. Brother Gge, just now, did you feel anything? Not bad, soft. Oops. Ginny jumped up from Gge in shame, covered her face and ran away. Gge smashed his mouth, stood up and looked at Ginny who had run away and smiled softly. How could he not understand Ginny's meaning after being born in 2 generations, but he felt that now was not the time. At least we have to wait until he graduates from Marine School. At that time, his physical age will only be 18 years old. In the following time, Ginny's attitude towards Gge remained the same as before, but she often accidentally had physical contact with Gge. Gge responded calmly every time. Ginny, a young grass, was no match for an old cow like him. She was blushing with shame every time, and finally ran away. Of course, the two of them don't just play and fight, they spend most of their time training. Although Ginny's own talent cannot be compared with monsters like Gge, don't forget her big eater attribute. She has never gained weight after eating so much. People with this attribute in the One Piece world are often not weak. Where to go? The daily intake of large amounts of food allowed Ginny's physical strength to grow very quickly. Coupled with the daily systematic exercise and professional guidance at Marine School, after a few months, she had become the strongest among the female students. With a cheerful and generous personality, she often helps her little sisters deal with some flirtatious male students, and she has a faint tendency to become a big sister. But when facing Gge, she still looks like a soft girl next door, and she is always molested by Gge. On this day, Ginny ran a few laps around the training ground, then sat listlessly on the ground, drawing circles on the ground with her fingers. Several female students who played well with Ginny came over. One of them, a young female student with short blonde hair and a heroic spirit between her eyebrows, patted Ginny on the shoulder and asked with concern. Ginny, why have you been so listless these days? It's not like you. Ginny blew the pink bangs on her forehead and said with a pout. I'm fine, Jessica, when do you think Brother Gge and the others will be back? After hearing this, Jessica sighed helplessly, straightened her waist and said. It's true, you. I miss your brother Gge every day, and he's only been out for a few days and you're like this? You're a bit promising, my dear Ginny. Several other girls followed suit and teased. Yes, Ginny, Gge and the others have teacher Zephyr with them, so they won't run into any danger. You are exaggerating. Speaking of which, Gge is really outstanding. He was taken out on a mission by teacher Zephyr just a short time ago. Who says otherwise? If it weren't for our Ginny, more than half of our girls would want to get close to him, even me. The girl stopped mid-sentence because Ginny had already pinched her face and asked with wide eyes. What do you want to do? Nothing. I'm a staunch Ginny supporter. Jessica grabbed Ginny's ears from behind and said unhappily. Okay, we won't compete with you for your Gge brother, don't be like a hen protecting your cubs. Ginny turned around and hugged Jessica, saying with tears in her eyes. Jessica, but I have never been apart from Gge brother since I met him, I miss him so much. She rubbed her face on Jessica's belly, making Jessica feel numb all over. She held Ginny's pink little head and coaxed her softly like an older sister. On the male side, Flying Squirrel and the others were chatting while practicing. I wonder how Sakazuki and the others are doing. I really want to go out to sea with them. Hey, who wouldn't want to? The sea is not very safe now. Without the strength of the 4 of them, it's easy to lose your life even with the protection of teacher Zephyr. Yeah, let's train hard. While everyone was chatting, a tall and beautiful figure suddenly appeared at the entrance of the training ground. She had a black high ponytail, light makeup on her face, a beauty mole next to the corner of her mouth, and her face looked very delicate. She wore a peach-colored short-sleeved top and dark shorts on her lower body. There was a prominent spider tattoo on her white and smooth thigh skin, and a luxurious sword was pinned to her waist. Such a beauty immediately attracted the attention of many male students as soon as she appeared. The female students were also looking at her. When they saw her towering breasts, many female students took a breath and lowered their heads in shame. Jessica pulled Ginny's collar and pointed at the girl standing at the entrance and said, "Ginny, look, that girl is very pretty, is she new?" Ginny just glanced and looked away. Her mind was full of hope for Gigi's return, and she had no interest in anything else. The girl's eyes swept around everyone in the training ground, and then she walked into the training ground with an elegant step. She walked up to the male students including Flying Squirrel, smiled sweetly, and fascinated Flying Squirrel and the others, then spoke softly, "Hello, is there a student named Gigi here?" When they heard that they were looking for Gigi, everyone's faces suddenly showed disappointment. Hua Shaishan stood up and asked, "Gigi and Sakazuki were taken out on a mission by Teacher Zephyr. May I ask who you are?" Hearing that Gigi was not there, the girl looked a little surprised. She stretched out her hand to half cover her seductive red lips and said, "My name is Jun." "You just said that Gigi went on a mission? Isn't he still a student?" "Yes, he is very strong. Teacher Zephyr thinks he has the ability to go out to sea to perform missions." "I see, no wonder sister he keeps mentioning him in front of me." Jun was pinching her chin and thinking about something, and a white and tender hand suddenly patted her shoulder. She turned her head and saw a pretty face that was the opposite of her style, but equally beautiful. Ginny looked at Jun in front of her with suspicion and asked, "Hello, my name is Ginny. I just heard that you were looking for brother Gigi. What do you want to see him for?" Chapter 32. Jun tilted his head and said, "Of course I have my own business to find Gigi. Since he's not here, I'll leave first." With that said, Jun passed by Ginny and was about to leave without looking back. Ginny frowned slightly, she suddenly flashed in front of Jun and said, "Brother Gigi and I have known each other since childhood. If you have anything, you can tell me first. I will tell brother Gigi when he comes back." Jun was startled by Ginny's speed. When he heard about Ginny's relationship with Gigi, he immediately stopped and asked with interest, "Oh? It turns out we are childhood sweethearts. Why does my little sister look so nervous? Are you Gigi's girlfriend?" "Hey! What are you talking about? My relationship with brother Gigi is not what you think." Ginny stood there with a flushed face, her hands tugging at the corners of her clothes. Jessica, who was following her, slapped her forehead helplessly when she saw Ginny's appearance, secretly thinking that there was no hope. Jun smiled slightly, she stretched out a finger and touched Ginny's chest, feeling the elastic touch, and teased, "Then I was wrong. You just have unrequited love now, right?" Upon hearing this, Ginny suddenly felt like a little pink cat with fried fur, and shouted angrily, "You have unrequited love? Brother Gigi must also." "What?" Ginny didn't come up with a reason for a long time. She shook her head vigorously and said angrily, "It has nothing to do with you. Just say you have something to do with brother Gigi." Jun shrugged, placed his left hand on the handle of the knife at his waist, rubbed it gently, and said, "Of course I want to come and see the strength of the student who is said to be the strongest in this class. Sister, he has always been full of praise for him." Hearing that Jun was here to challenge, before Ginny could speak, Hua Shaishan stood up again from behind and said, "Then Miss Jun, why don't you try 2 moves with me first? I think you also use a sword, right?" Flying Squirrel and others curled their lips, thinking that Huo Shaoshan was just taking advantage of Gigi's absence to show off in front of the beautiful lady. Speaking of which, Huo Shaoshan is really a sultry man. He usually looks smiling and honest, but in fact he is more excited than anyone else when he sees a beautiful woman. In the comics, he has a glorious record of being petrified by the Empress, which is a bit embarrassing compared to the flying squirrel who also faced the Empress before. Jun looked at Hua Shaishan for a moment, nodded slightly, and said, "Well, it's indeed against the rules to challenge the strongest right from the start." As she spoke, she slowly pulled out the sword from her waist and made a swordsman's salute to Hua Shao Mountain, her expression extremely serious. Huo Shaoshan hurriedly returned the salute, and at the same time drew out his samurai sword. The flying squirrel beside him suddenly said, "Miss Jun, if I'm not mistaken, the one in your hand should be the famous sword Kinpara." As a pure swordsman, Flying Squirrel is familiar with most of the existing famous swords, and he remembers the appearance of the famous swords clearly. He often looks at the albums of famous swords late at night, and falls asleep. Jun also gave him a high look and said softly, "Yes, this Jinpai Lao was a birthday gift from Sister He to me. I like it very much." Sister Crane. I've been wanting to ask just now, does the Sister Crane mentioned by Ms. Jun refer to Vice Admiral Crane? Yes. Yes. After receiving Jun's confirmation, everyone took a breath. Vice Admiral Tsuru's prestige in the headquarters can be said to be at its peak, and he is on the same echelon as Admiral Sengoku and others. With this background, Flying Squirrel and others who are still students are already worthy of the name of Marine rich family. Jessica leaned into Ginny's ear and whispered, "She turns out to be the sister of Vice Admiral He. It's a bit troublesome for GGE to be entangled with such a person." Ginny acted very calmly from beginning to end. She just nodded and was very disapproving of Jun's so-called background. In her opinion, no matter how big the background is, what does it matter? Can it be bigger than her GGE? Huo Shaoshan wiped the cold sweat from his head and couldn't help feeling a little regretful. This is Crane Vice Admiral's sister. If he hits her too hard later and hurts her. Although he Vice Admiral is a person who won't care about such things, I'm sure someone will take it out on Vice Admiral He's behalf. Jun seemed to have anticipated what everyone was thinking. She chuckled and said, "Don't worry, our competition is a normal competition and won't involve any messy things, not to mention." A sharp cold light flashed across Jinpira's sword, and Jun's entire aura changed. There was no trace of feminine weakness anymore, and his voice became colder. "I don't think I'm any weaker than a man." Jun's figure disappeared from the spot, and in the next second he appeared behind Hua Shaishan, stabbing his lower back with a gold pira. Out of a man's instinct, Huo Shaoshan burst out with an astonishing reaction speed. He turned around suddenly and blocked Jun's attack with his vertical sword. The trembling sensation coming from the sword made Hua Shaishan put away all his miscellaneous thoughts. He roared and used brute force to open Jun, and then the long sword in his hand vibrated at an extremely fast frequency. As soon as Jun landed on the ground, she saw blazing flames coming from the sword of Hua Shaishan. She narrowed her eyes and whispered, "The flame is formed by high-speed friction with the air. It's a very strange move." Huo Shaoshan held the handle of the knife with both hands, jumped up, and slashed down towards Jun below. Faced with this powerful and heavy blow, Jun did not choose to take it head-on. Instead, he easily avoided it again with his dexterous movement, and used the opportunity to distance himself from Hua Shaishan. When Huo Shaoshan was about to raise her sword to pursue again, Jun suddenly sheathed Kinpira, and she tilted her body slightly, making a gesture to draw the sword. Compared with Huo Shaoshan, who was moving widely, Jun seemed to be still. When the distance between her and Huo Shaoshan was getting closer and closer, she finally moved. Jinbaluo was pulled out of the scabbard by her again, drawing a beautiful arc in the air, and a pink sword energy bloomed from it, accurately hitting the katana on the burning mountain. After completing this action, Jun held a sword flower in his arm, turned around and walked towards the flying squirrel and others who were watching the battle, as if he had declared his victory. Huo Shaoshan was still gritting his teeth to resist the sword energy fired by Jun, but in the end he couldn't hold on for a few seconds. He was knocked away with the sword, and finally fell to the ground in a very embarrassed state. The flying squirrel looked at Jun walking towards this direction with a solemn expression, and murmured. She actually fired her sword energy. Shouldn't we say that she is the sister of Vice Admiral Crane? Facing the stunned gazes of everyone, Jun put one hand on his waist, a bright smile appeared on his face again, and said loudly. If the level of marine school is like this, then maybe I don't have to wait for GGE to come back. Chapter 33. Jun's words were particularly harsh to everyone's ears. Flying Squirrel suddenly pulled out his katana and was about to challenge him, but Ginny was already standing in front of Jun one step ahead of him. She looked directly into Jun's eyes and said word by word. You're a little carried away. Brother GGE's strength is not something you can question. Jun laughed. She had been the sweet girl of heaven since she was a child. She had always despised Ginny's behavior of praising a man wholeheartedly. She said in a disdainful tone. Whatever you say, after all, you are just a little girl who is carried away by emotions. Please wake up, little sister, your brother GGE may not be as good as you think. Jessica on the side had a look of anger on her face. She had a straightforward personality and didn't care about her background. She rushed forward to find Jun to reason with. Ginny grabbed Jessica with great strength, and Jessica was pulled behind her almost without any resistance. Taking out the golden pistol GGE gave her, Ginny said coldly. Aren't you here for a challenge? I'll fight with you. You. Jun crossed his arms, glanced at Ginny's slim figure, and said. Are you better than that person just now? Don't you know it when we fight? Jun thought of the speed that Ginny had shown unintentionally before and nodded. She pointed the gold pira in her hand at Ginny and said. Come on, let me see your strength. Ginny said no more, she raised her leg and fired out a tempest kick. Jun sidestepped and looked at the cracks made by the tempest kick on the ground. She nodded slightly and said secretly. The power is good, but the speed is not enough. When she looked at Ginny again, she found that Ginny's figure had disappeared from her sight. However, Jun was not panicked at all. She had long since awakened observation haki, and with her sense of sight, she quickly sensed Ginny's position. There were 2 gunshots, and 2 bullets were fired from behind Jun. Without even looking, she swung her sword back with one hand and split the bullets in half. She turned around gracefully and said to Ginny, who was not far behind her. Little sister, you are already very skilled at shaving. For this reason alone, I admit that you are much better than that person just now. Among the spectators, Huo Shaoshan's face was red and he felt extremely ashamed. Ginny didn't take these words to heart at all. She would not be complacent because of such cheap praise because she targeted GGE. She bit her lip lightly and knelt on one leg, the gun in her hand still emitting white smoke, thinking that this woman was much more powerful than she had imagined. She wasn't very skilled in the tempest kick, and Jun was obviously good at speed, so it was expected that she would be dodged. So her tempest kick was just a cover from the beginning, and gun skills were what she was best at. After all, the speed of bullets was much faster than her tempest kick. Just now, she used her shaver to find the best shooting position, but Jun easily saw through it and lost 2 bullets in vain. You must know that the number of bullets she has is limited. Once they are exhausted, she can only use taijutsu to fight against the Jinpira in Jun's hands. This is obviously very detrimental to her. Jun raised his chin, with a charming smile on his lips, and said. Speaking of it, this kind of open area is really unfair to you who uses a gun. I won't give you a second chance like the one just now. Otherwise, just admit defeat. If you get injured later, but it doesn't look good. Ginny snorted coldly, stood up slowly, and said coldly. You don't need to worry about it anymore. It's still up to you who will win. Jun stretched out, slightly showed off his proud curves, and said in a lazy voice. Okay, let's continue. As soon as she finished speaking, Ginny used Xiao again and approached Jun directly in a flash. Jun also didn't expect that Ginny, a gunner, didn't want to distance herself from her. Instead, he directly played close to her, a swordsman. He suddenly laughed and said, "What? You seem to be a little too impatient. Playing close combat with me is not a wise choice." As she said that, she turned the jinpila in her hand over and used the back of the knife to hit Ginny's abdomen hard. This blow was so powerful that if she hit it, Ginny would probably lose her ability to fight. However, Ginny made an action that shocked everyone present. She faced the drawn jinbaluo with one hand, grabbed it hard, and held the blade firmly in her hand. The result of this was that the sharp blade cut her white fingers, and blood dripped down the blade to the ground. Jun widened his eyes and said in shock, "You're crazy. Aren't you afraid of becoming a cripple?" If Ginny didn't control her strength just now, with the sharpness of the famous Kimbiro sword, it would be really easy to cut off a few fingers. Jun was so frightened that she broke out in a cold sweat. She didn't expect that a girl like Ginny who looked cute would be so cruel to her. Even though the hand holding the blade was dripping with blood, Ginny didn't even frown. There was even a smile on her face, and she said softly, "What is this injury compared to the pain I experienced before?" In Jun's dilated pupils, Ginny punched Jun in the stomach. The force was so strong that she flew backwards and fell heavily to the ground. Ginny shook the blood on her hand vigorously and said to herself, "You have to pay a price for calling me brother Gge." Jun covered his stomach with one hand and supported the ground with Jinpira with the other to stand up. He coughed violently for a few times and then quickly recovered. A trace of black slowly faded from her abdomen. Flying Squirrel and others who were watching the battle noticed this and their faces darkened. Huo Xiaoshan said with an ugly expression, "Oops. She actually awakened armament haki." Ginny's attack just now was offset by haki. Huo Xiaoshan's mood was even more complicated at this time, because it meant that just now he, a grown man, didn't even show off his armed colors in Jun, which was like another slap in the face. Jun even glanced at him, and she patted the dust on her clothes, her expression becoming increasingly grim. She had awakened her armed color, but the intensity was average. Ginny's attack just now was not cancelled out like Huo Xiaoshan said. At least she could still feel the strong pain coming from her abdomen. This punch also made Jun angry, and she once again assumed the posture of drawing the sword, obviously wanting to end the competition. Ginny had seen Jun's sword energy and knew that she could not avoid it, but she still raised her pistol without fear and pointed the gun at Jun. Chapter 34. Buzz. In anger, Jun fired a pink sword energy that was far more powerful than before. Almost at the same time, Ginny pulled the trigger, and a dark bullet sprayed out from the muzzle of the gun. After firing this bullet, Ginny suddenly seemed to have lost all her strength, and her body went limp and fell to the ground. However, the bullet that was easily cut off by Kimpira before was locked in a stalemate with the sword energy wielded by Jun. Jun stared at the bullet that was spinning in the air and said in a deep voice, "The bullets wrapped around haki? I didn't expect you to awaken your weapon color." Glancing at Ginny who was slumped on the ground again, she shook her head and said, "It seems that you just woke up not long ago. It's hard for you to use it at this time, but haki with this level is not enough to block my attack." As soon as she finished speaking, the bullet fired by Ginny finally reached its limit. After a violent shaking, it exploded into pieces. Without the bullet's blockage, the sword energy whizzed towards Ginny again. Flying Squirrel and the others could no longer hold back and wanted to rush forward to help. Once she was hit by the sword energy, Ginny would definitely be severely injured. Then they would really have no shame to face Gge. It was just that it would be difficult to catch up with them at their speed. Ginny raised her pistol tremblingly. Even if she could only shoot an ordinary bullet, she would never admit defeat. But it was too late. Before she could pull the trigger, Jun's sword energy flew in front of her. The dazzling sword light made her subconsciously close her eyes, and countless thoughts popped up in her mind. "I still lost, it's a bit embarrassing." I obviously work hard at training, and brother Gge often praises me. If you give me a little more time, I will definitely not lose to this woman. If I get hit, it will hurt a lot, right? Woohoo! I'm actually very afraid of pain. Why don't you feel it yet? I am not dead, am I? Doesn't that mean I will never see brother Gge again? No. Ginny opened her eyes suddenly, and a tall figure appeared in her sight. The sunlight had been blocked, leaving Ginny with darkness, but she felt very warm, because her Gge brother was dark. Incarnation. The visitor was Gge, who had just returned. A bright and charming smile bloomed on Ginny's slightly pale face, and she called out in a soft voice. Brother Gge. Gge was holding a one-handed grasping posture, with a metallic light shining on his dark hands. Hearing Ginny's call, he turned his head with a smile that was very familiar to Ginny. But when he saw Ginny's bloody hands and pale face, bursts of strong black energy emitted from the corners of his eyes. As soon as Ginny saw Gge, she felt all the weakness in her body swept away. She jumped up and hugged Gge's waist from behind, and said happily, Brother Gge, you are finally back. I miss you so much. Gge stroked her pink hair and said softly, I've only been out for less than a month. It looks like my Ginny is in a hurry. Didn't she call her? The phone bug is so ugly. I still like to see brother Gge with my own eyes. Okay, calm down first and tell me what's going on with the woman opposite. Ginny nodded obediently and briefly explained the matter to Gge. She did not say anything bad about Jun because of her defeat, only that she came to challenge. Gge listened quietly. When Ginny finished speaking, he softly said, I understand. Suddenly, he lowered his head and kissed Ginny's smooth forehead. Ginny suddenly froze in place as if petrified. Gge smiled and pinched Ginny's soft pretty face. When he turned to face Jun, there was no trace of smile on his face anymore, and his eyes were full of darkness that was so rich that it was ultimate. Jun still kept swinging the sword, with a dull expression on his face. Her mind was still stuck on the scene just now. Just when her sword energy was about to hit Ginny, Gge's figure appeared like a ghost, and then crushed the sword energy. At this moment, when she met Gge's eyes, Jun instantly felt a chill rush through her body. She subconsciously held the knife with both hands and said solemnly, You must be Gge. Sister, he is right, you are really strong. Gge didn't answer. He put his hands in his pockets and walked towards Jun step by step with slow steps. The keen-minded flying squirrel secretly thought something was wrong. Gge's mood seemed very wrong. The woman named Jun was in danger. The flying squirrel is not swayed by the beauty, he is not worried about Jun, he is worried about Gge. Jun has said that she is the sister of Vice Admiral Tsuru. Although I don't know if they are related to each other, the relationship is definitely very close. He has absolute unconditional trust in Gge's strength. Because of this, he is afraid that Gge will make a mistake later and give Jun to. If something like that really happens, no matter how generous he Vice Admiral is, he may not be able to be kind. Once Vice Admiral he gets angry, even Teacher Zephyr may find it difficult to protect Gge. Speaking of which, why did Gge come back alone? Mr. Zephyr, where have you been? Do you know that this is going to be a big mess? Seeing Gge getting closer and closer to Jun, Flying Squirrel was worried. He glanced at Huo Xiaoshan and the others who were already stunned, cursed his teammates inwardly, then turned around and ran towards the office building. He wanted to go make a phone call. At this time, no one on the field noticed the flying squirrel's sudden departure. Jun looked at Gge approaching him and tentatively swung his sword energy again. Gge just waved his hand and scattered the sword energy into the air like swatting flies, without affecting his speed at all. His speed was not fast, but it put great psychological pressure on Jun. She exerted force on her feet and retreated quickly. She didn't stop until she was 100 meters away. Before she could take a breath to calm down, when she looked up, Gge was already standing in front of her. Gge leaned forward slightly and looked quietly at Jun in front of him. Their faces were so close that they could even feel each other's breath. Jun wanted to continue to retreat, but was horrified to find that he could no longer move at all. Gge's body was like a magnet, exuding a strong suction that firmly held her body in place. Gge's expression remained calm, and he said in a low voice. You seem to be very confident in your own strength. You want to challenge me, right? Come on, I'm standing here now, you can make moves. How could Jun bear this? She gritted her teeth and swung the knife with all her strength. Jinpila passed through Gge's body and cut through the air. Chapter 35. The attack missed, and Jun was stunned. Then she remembered that Gge was a Logia, and physical attacks without haki could not hurt him at all. So she used armament haki to wrap around the sword and stabbed Gge's waist. I don't know if she has some obsession with the waist, always stabbing at this position. So she made the same mistake as Kizaru at the beginning, that is, confusing Gge's Kamui with ordinary elementalization. The Kinpala wrapped with haki still passed through Gge's body without any hindrance. Jun opened her mouth slightly and blurted out. How is this possible? I clearly used armament haki. Gge said nothing, he grabbed Jun's shoulder with one hand, and hit Jun's stomach with a knee strike. She immediately used armament haki to defend, but her armament haki was as fragile as a layer of paper in front of Gge's attack, and was broken in an instant. Suffering a severe blow to the abdomen, Jun spurted out a mouthful of blood with a wow, and her body trembled and stepped back a few steps, and finally knelt on one leg in front of Gge. Seeing this scene, the crowd watching the game on the field all twitched their mouths violently, thinking that Gge had no mercy on women, and was really cruel when he started fighting. Gge looked down at Jun and said lightly. What's wrong with you? Do you want to admit defeat? Jun's face showed embarrassment. Just now, she also faced Jinny with such a condescending attitude, which was absolute confidence in her own strength. But now, the roles have reversed. Her so-called confidence has been completely torn into pieces by Gge, and the swordsmanship she was proud of couldn't even touch Gge's clothes. Jun finally understood why Tsuru praised Gge so much. In terms of the strength shown by Gge, Tsuru might still be too conservative. She smiled bitterly, thinking that she had been complacent about defeating 2 students before, and now she thought about how ridiculous her performance was. The gap was too obvious. No matter how unwilling Jun was, she had to admit that she had lost, and lost completely. She held the knife with both hands and stood up from the ground. Gge's cold face was reflected in her pair of peach-colored pupils. Jun looked at Gge's face carefully, as if he wanted to remember this face firmly in his heart. Until Gge showed an impatient look, she whispered. I lost. Gge raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect Jun to admit defeat so easily. He felt like punching cotton. With his current anger, if Jun said something stubborn again, his next blow would immediately make her lose consciousness on the spot, and she would not be able to come out without lying in the hospital for 10 days or half a month. In order to avoid falling into that violent state again, Gge cultivated himself in Salbi for 6 years. His mind has been tempered to be very tough, and it is difficult for him to break down. But when he saw the injured Jinny, he almost couldn't control himself and almost lost control of his emotions. Only then did he really realize that Jinny was so important to him. Unknowingly, the girl who followed him all day had become an inseparable part of his life, and he would not allow anyone to hurt Jinny. Thinking of this, Gge's hand once again emitted a thick black gas, and Jun's ponytail spread out and floated towards Gge. The black high heels on her feet were inserted deeply into the soil. After temporarily stabilizing her figure, she murmured. Still don't want to stop? It seems that the girl doesn't have unrequited love. Why is she suddenly envious of her? Gge raised his dark right hand expressionlessly and pointed it at Jun. Just as he was about to exert force, a figure wearing a marine cloak flashed past and raised his palm to meet Gge. Calm down Gge. The person who came was tall and tall, with long dark blue hair tied into a ponytail like Jun's. He had a very capable temperament, but his face looked a little older. She is the Vice Admiral Crane of the headquarters. Thanks to the flying squirrel's message, she was able to arrive in time. Of course, Flying Squirrel, who was just a student, didn't have the ability to call Crane directly, so he called Zephyr first. What surprised the Flying Squirrel was that Zephyr was still on the warship returning to his headquarters, but he didn't have time to ask these questions, so he directly told the story about Jun. Teacher Zephyr, come back quickly. No one can stop Gge here. Zephyr didn't say anything after hearing this, and directly informed the news to he who was at the headquarters. He was also shocked, and immediately put down what he was doing and went straight to Marine School. As soon as she arrived, she saw Gge reaching out to Jun, and he had already used his power. He has long heard about the power of dark fruit. As far as the news from Zephyr is concerned, not even a body can be found of the pirates who died at the hands of Gge when they went to sea this time, which is even cleaner than Akainu's method. Although she knew that Gge would most likely not kill him, she didn't dare to gamble. This palm of hers is not just a simple palm, this palm contains the power of washing the fruits. She wants to wash away Gge's anger. But he was obviously too impatient. She forgot that this devil fruit ability, which needs to be used at close range, has no effect at all on Gge, who is a dark fruit ability user. By the time he realized this, it was too late. The black energy on Gge's hand not only did not dissipate, but became more violent. At such a close distance, her hand was tightly attached to Gge's, making it difficult to pull away. Crane Vice Admiral, this Jun lady wants to see my strength, so you don't have to get involved, right? Jun has already admitted defeat. I will give you an explanation later after I ask for clarification. Hearing what he said, the students on the field were shocked. Good guy, that's Crane Vice Admiral. She actually said she would give an explanation to Gge, a student? Is there something wrong with my ears? His eyes flashed, and his armed color instantly covered his entire arm, and a strong thrust erupted, forcing Gge back. After all, she is an older generation Marine. Even if she loses her fruit ability, her armament alone is not something that an ordinary Marine Vice Admiral can achieve. After breaking free from Gge's palm, he hugged Jun behind him around his waist, carefully checked Jun's injuries, and then breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that she was fine. He couldn't help but scolded. Jun, you are really the one who caused so much trouble for me as soon as you came here. Didn't you always say you don't like staying at the headquarters? In front of Jun looked like a little girl who had done something wrong. She lowered her head and whispered. I've been listening to Sister He talk about how amazing the students of this class are, and there is also a genius Gge. I couldn't help but be curious and wanted to come and see it. Chapter 36. He was stunned for a moment after hearing this, and then sighed helplessly, thinking it was her fault. But think about it, the sister I recognized is indeed outstanding in talent. Not even the boys of her age, let alone girls, can defeat her, so only Jia can be her opponent. It's just that Cake can't satisfy Jun in battle. With his obsession with Jun, he has to give up even before he starts. It's no wonder that Jun has always looked down on him. His numerous failed confessions are not just about his appearance. Reason. Jun, who has a strong nature, will inevitably get bored if she stays in the comfort zone outside for a long time, so after she heard that a group of students who were not weaker than appeared in the headquarters, she couldn't help but come here. Then he met Gge who had just returned from a mission. He was the strongest in this class, which directly shattered Jun's pride. Thinking of this, he rubbed his swollen forehead and softened his tone. Then what's going on between you and Ginny? It's just a competition. How did the fight reach this level? Well, it must have been what I said before that irritated her. She has a strong temper and even grabbed my knife with her hand. Jun paused slightly when he said this, and then said. I was careless and got hit by her, so I hit harder. Thanks to Gge who arrived in time, otherwise it will be a big deal. He pinched Jun's little mouth. He felt happy, but at the same time he couldn't help but think that if he was seriously injured, Garp and Sengoku would probably lose their minds like Gge. Gge was shaken away by the crane's armed appearance and retreated directly to Ginny. Her figure was slightly swaying. Upon seeing this, Ginny hurriedly supported Gge from behind and said anxiously. Brother Gge, are you okay? That's enough. I just hurt my hand a little. It's okay. Gge patted Ginny's cold little hand and said softly. I'm fine, don't worry. After saying that, he looked up at the crane in the distance and said in a deep voice. I still underestimated he. To be able to cultivate the armed color to such an extent is worthy of being in the same class as Sengoku and the others. After several months of training and this time going to sea for actual combat, Gge has become very proficient in the use of weapon colors, and the intensity is not low, but he still can't do it as openly as he just did. This was also the first time that he personally experienced the intensity of the weapon's display. The power was truly extraordinary, and Crane had obviously not used his full strength. Tsuru is someone who has competed in Rock's Pirate with Garp Sengoku and other top marines. She is definitely the strongest among the female marines. What's more, he is not as old as she was when she appeared in the anime. It can be said that she is in her prime. Gge speculates that her strength is definitely infinitely close to Admiral. It is completely acceptable for Gge to suffer such a loss in the hands of he. He is still a long way from being at the top of his combat power. After all, he has only just turned 16 years old. Gge was thinking about something and suddenly felt a stream of hot air spraying on his hand. He looked down and found that Ginny was holding the hand he had held against he just now, pouting and blowing air on it. Gge asked with a puzzled look on his face. Ginny, what are you doing? Ginny blew and replied. Brother Gge, your hands are a little red. They should have been shaken by the Crane Vice Admiral. I'll give you a B and relax. Idiot, I'm not that fragile. Your hand is much redder than mine. Ginny smiled and raised her injured hand as if to show off. She was in good health, and the wound on it had already scabbed over in a short while. Looking at Ginny with a smile on her face, most of the anger in Gge's heart disappeared instantly. He pinched Ginny's pretty and elastic face and said earnestly. Don't be brave when I'm not around in the future. We'll talk about everything when I come back. Do you understand? Ah? Then brother Gge, wouldn't it be great if you were always by my side? Gge put one hand on his forehead and was about to speak to educate the stubborn Ginny, but when he saw Ginny's big watery eyes, he suddenly swallowed what he wanted to say. In the words of Blue Star, Ginny is a hopeless love brain. Gge even laughed at this kind of girl at the time and even thought that this kind of girl could not exist at all. But when he actually met her, and the person he fell in love with was still himself, he realized how terrifying this kind of girl could be. At least he couldn't resist. Caressing Ginny's soft short pink hair, Gge didn't know what to say anymore, so she just said okay softly. Ginny hugged Gge's waist tightly, with a bright smile on her face. He led Jun over like a parent. She quietly observed Gge and Ginny for a while. If Jun hadn't been scratching her palms to urge them, she might have waited until the two of them finished talking. Looking back and glaring at the funny Jun, Tsuru looked at Gge and said. Gge, I already understand what happened. It was indeed Jun who provoked her, and her actions were not serious. I apologize to you and Ginny on her behalf. After saying that, he actually lowered his head to Gge. Considering her identity and status, this approach was indeed very rare. Tsuru is such a gentle and sensible person, otherwise he wouldn't have Garp and Sengoku, two tough men, caring so much. Seeing his actions, Jun felt guilty, and he also lowered his head to apologize. Jinny suddenly felt flattered, and she bowed at 90 degrees and said repeatedly, "It's okay, it's okay. There's something wrong with me as well. I'm too serious." Seeing the performance of these three people, Gge had nothing to say, but he still ignored Jun and just said to he. "Crane Vice Admiral, I was rude just now. You don't need to apologize. This has nothing to do with you." Crane waved his hands and was about to speak when a popping sound suddenly came from the air. Everyone looked up to the sky and saw Zephyr rushing towards here on the moonwalk, with a flash of light behind him. Zephyr shouted while kicking. "Gge! Stop it, kid! If I had known, I wouldn't have let you come back early. Porisalino, why are you dawdling behind?" After hearing this, everyone couldn't help but look at Gge. Jinny couldn't help but ask. "Speaking of which, brother Gge, how did you come back?" Gge pointed to Zephyr in the sky and said casually. "It's just like Mr. Zephyr. The speed of the warship is too slow, so I used moonwalk to run back in advance." Chapter 37. Everyone was shocked after hearing this. He frowned and asked. "Use moonwalk to run back? How long have you been running?" "It will take about a day or so. In fact, I can let the bear photograph it directly for me, but I want to take this opportunity to exercise." Crane crossed his arms, glanced at Zephyr who was preparing to land above him, and said in a deep voice. "What nonsense! You actually let a person with abilities leave the warship on the sea for a long time. What if he loses his strength or encounters a storm?" At the same time, she was once again shocked by Gge's physical fitness. "You must know that moonwalk is not running. It consumes a lot of physical strength. It is too luxurious to use this method to travel." And Gge actually used moonwalk to travel long distances for a day, and even managed to clean up Jun easily when he came back. Now that I think about it, this is simply outrageous. The students on the field felt much calmer than he after hearing this. In Marine School, they could be said to have been with Gge day and night, and they were already a little numb to his various extraordinary performances. Don't ask, just ask because he is not the same type of person as us. Zephyr landed smoothly and breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Crane was present and his expression was quite calm. Thanks to the flying squirrel's report, Zephyr seemed to have the situation under control. A minion landed behind Zephyr, gradually condensing into the appearance of Kizaru. He stretched his neck, looked around, and muttered. "Crane Vice Admiral, isn't it already here? The old man just likes to be in a hurry." Flying Squirrel, who had gone to the office building to make a phone call, also ran back at this time. He was stunned when he saw that Zephyr and Kizaru had already rushed back before him. After seeing the Flying Squirrel, Zephyr directly praised him in public. "Flying Squirrel, you did a good job this time and were very considerate when things happened. But Mr. Zephyr, I just finished making a phone call, why are you back so soon?" "Well, the bear used his power to send me and Porisalino back, but the location is slightly off." "I see." At this moment, on Zephyr's warship, Akainu and Seong were sitting cross-legged on the deck. The marine soldiers standing guard around them secretly looked at the two from time to time and whispered. "Hey, Zephyr instructor and that Porisalino suddenly disappeared just now. What a magical ability! Where do you think they went? Maybe he returned to the headquarters early? After all, the mission has been completed, and this area is so close to the headquarters. Which pirate group dares to cause trouble here? Speaking of it, this mission was completed very easily. We didn't make any effort at all. Hey! Don't you look at who Zephyr instructor has brought this time? Those 4 students are more monsters than the last. Are the newcomers now so strong? Who says it's not the case? The fruit abilities of the 4 of them are so terrifying. Those pirate groups would be really unlucky when they meet them. Especially GGE and Sakazuki. Even the Zephyr instructor can't pull down the pirates when they kill them. Live. In the past, the pirates led by Zephyr instructor basically captured them alive if they could. Afterwards, we had to escort those scum back, but now it saves a lot of trouble. Stop talking, I'm still shuddering when I think about it now. If every ability user is like them, what should we do if we encounter them in the future? What are you afraid of? Don't you feel safe with people like this in our marine? That's right, hey, look. That Sakazuki stood up. I thought he was asleep. Next to the bear, Akainu looks a bit petite. In fact, he is already 2 meters tall, but the bear is too big. After all, he belongs to the Bacania tribe. Akainu slightly adjusted the marine hat on his head, and slowly pulled out a katana from behind. Only half of the blade of this katana was left, and the broken part was obviously melted by the high temperature. Akainu rubbed the remaining half of the blade with his hand, looking a little depressed, and whispered. My fruit ability is really not suitable for using a knife. How bad is this? Akainu suddenly became a little envious of Kizaru's ability. He could make a lightsaber out of his hands, and the power of the lightsaber was very impressive. Cutting pirates was like cutting tofu. Just looking at it made Akainu secretly happy. He can do it, but to be honest, making a knife out of magma is not as straightforward as firing a few magma punches. When he was practicing swordsmanship with Kizaru in school, he didn't think anything of it. It wasn't until he went out to sea to actually fight that he realized that swordsmanship was indeed a bit useless to him. I just want him to give up, but he is a little reluctant to give up. After all, he has really worked hard to practice before. The bear looked at him silently and said. Brother GGE is right, you are really not suitable for using a sword. Akainu was stunned for a moment. He still attached great importance to GGE's words and quickly asked. Did GGE also say this? What exactly did he say? The bear hesitated for a moment and then slowly said. He said you were taking off your pants to show S***X. Hey? What do you mean? What a waste. The classic remark from Blue Star was immediately silenced by Akainu, but he was not angry. The words were to the point, but they sounded a bit harsh. Looking at the broken knife in his hand, Akainu looked more and more irritated. He threw the broken knife back and threw it off the deck, and finally fell into the sea. Don't tell me, after Akainu threw the knife away, he felt a sudden relief in his heart, as if a burden had been lifted, and a relaxed smile appeared on the coffin face. The bear looked at it and nodded, and suddenly said. Well, you finally put your pants on. In GGE's absence, Xiong showed his hidden venomous nature, but of course he didn't mean it. Akainu's body stiffened, but fortunately he knew that Xiong was an honest man and did not mean any harm in what he said. He also helped him untie a knot in his heart, so he didn't take it to heart. If it were Kizaru, a hermaphrodite, he would have to let Kizaru know why the monkey's butt is so red. He adjusted his hat again out of habit and asked. Xiong, Teacher Zephyr left in a hurry just now and didn't say what happened. Why don't we go back to the headquarters in advance and take a look? Forget it. If we leave, who will protect this place? Makes sense. Akainu agrees very much with what Xiong said. How can a qualified marine leave his post without permission? Well, GGE doesn't count, he made the report. Thinking of this, Akainu gave the bear an approving look, and then sat cross-legged next to the bear again. The two of them stopped talking and stood on the deck like two sculptures, making people feel very safe. Chapter 38 Marine School. He finally pulled Jun away. When he reached the door, Jun suddenly looked back at GGE. He didn't know what he said to Ginny, making Ginny giggle. On the way back, Tsuru saw Jun with his head lowered and remained silent, and asked. Jun, are you still thinking about the battle just now? Don't take it too seriously. Go back and practice hard. You will definitely be able to. Speaking of this, he was suddenly stunned. What she wanted to say was that Jun could defeat GGE, but after seeing GGE's series of performances just now, even she felt that this seemed to be an impossible task. She had to admit that GGE was so evil. Like Sengoku and Garp, the two top marine fighters today, did they have the same strength as GGE when he was his age? If they faced GGE at that time, the result would probably not be any better than Jun. Now in the middle of the conversation, he was stuck there in embarrassment, not knowing how to continue speaking. Jun wasn't stupid either, she had already heard what Crane meant, but instead of being annoyed, she burst into laughter. Sister He, why don't you stop talking? In fact, you don't even believe what you are about to say, right? With his thoughts revealed, he simply said it bluntly when facing this sister with whom he had an extremely close relationship. Well, GGE's talent is really amazing. To be honest, it's only a matter of time for him to take the position of Admiral. Jun shook his head slightly and said thoughtfully. The future Marine Admiral, is this your evaluation of him, Sister He? I'm afraid it's better to be conservative. He glanced at Jun with some surprise and continued. Do you want to say that he can become a marshal? A marshal cannot be a marshal based on his strength alone. Judging from GGE's character, I don't think he is suitable for this position. In today's Marine, doves are the most powerful, and Crane is a representative figure among them. Zephyr has heard about GGE's ruthless treatment of enemies during missions. She has a conservative concept of justice and does not think GGE is a suitable candidate for marshal. Thinking of this, he also laughed, thinking that this was too far gone. No matter how strong GGE was, he was still just a student. Strictly speaking, GGE didn't even have a formal military rank. Jun didn't continue to talk about this topic. She stopped and said seriously under his doubtful eyes. Sister He, does Marine School still accept people now? I want to enter Marine School to practice. Well, it's okay to accept it, but now the first school year is almost over. If you want to join, you have to be included in the second class. Jun curled her lips after hearing this, then she hugged his arm and started acting coquettishly. Sister He, with your relationship with Zephyr instructor, it shouldn't be difficult for me to be a transfer student, right? Just do this for my sister. She really couldn't resist Jun's move. She said helplessly. No, didn't you think the headquarters was too boring before, and Garp and I were not as good as Zephyr in teaching? Why do you suddenly want to enter Marine School? Oh, I just want to have more contact with GGE. With such a genius beside me to stimulate me, my strength will definitely improve very quickly. Crane looked at Jun suspiciously and asked. Because of GGE? I said you don't have other thoughts about him, right? Have you forgotten about Ginny? I can tell you, if you really think so, I will never agree to your request. You might as well consider adding some extra points, because even though she's not good in appearance, she's already excellent in other aspects. Sister He, what are you talking about? I was just punished by GGE. How could I have other thoughts about him? I really just want to make progress. And can you stop asking me for extra points all day long? It's so annoying to be around me. He stared at Jun for a long time, and Jun looked at he very openly. In the end, he gave in. She waved her hand and said. Okay, I will tell Zephyr about this, but you have to promise me that you will not cause any trouble for me again after entering the school. As soon as he let go, Jun immediately cheered. She hugged his body and kissed he hard on the face, leaving a bright red lip mark on it. Sister He is the best. Don't worry, I will definitely practice well in school and I will never embarrass you. Tsuru wiped off the lipstick marks on his face, rolled his eyes at Jun, and said. Can you be more reserved? I see that Ginny is about the same age as you. She looks so cute. How about you? TCH, it's just a little girl's attitude, men still like more mature women. Just you? A mature woman? Do you want to laugh me to death? He stopped paying attention to his already neurotic sister and left alone. Jun looked at the crane's back, his beautiful eyes narrowed, looking like a cunning little fox. She took out a pink hairband from her arms, tied her loose hair back into a ponytail, and murmured to herself. Sister just be optimistic. Women don't have to rely on strength to defeat men. A few days later, Gge got up a little late today and left the dormitory quickly with Kizaru, who likes to get stuck. When they arrived at the training ground, it was already time to gather. He walked to his seat and stood, waiting for Zephyr's arrival. Kizaru on the side tilted his head and said. Gge, the old man hasn't come yet at this hour. Do you think he's getting older and started sleeping in? Gge shook his head and whispered. No, the older you get, the less time you have to sleep. I think teacher Zephyr must be delayed by something. TCH, what can happen to him? You should retire as soon as you are old. I heard that Marine Admiral's retirement allowance is very generous. So you don't want to be an admiral? Of course. As a Marine with a righteous heart, my dream has always been to become a Marine Admiral. Akainu, who maintained a standard military posture, glanced sideways at him, and the disdainful expression on his face already expressed his meaning. When the bell rang, Zephyr finally appeared. Everyone was stunned when they saw him, because there was a slim beauty behind Zephyr. And this beauty is Jun Kaname, who almost chose Marine School not long ago. In the astonished eyes of everyone, Zephyr led Jun to the front, coughed a few times and said. Dear students, we have welcomed a new member today. You should be familiar with her. Let her introduce herself. Chapter 39. Jun walked out from behind Zephyr with his hands behind his back and a smile on his face, and said hello to the people below. Hello everyone, my name is Jun. I had some trouble with some of my classmates here a few days ago. Please don't take it to heart. Please take care of me in the future. Everyone below looked at each other, the female students were silent, and Jessica even looked at Jun with a hint of hostility. There was also no reaction from the male students. Flying Squirrel and others looked at Gge subconsciously, and the scene was a little awkward for a while. Zephyr couldn't help but feel a little headache. To be honest, he didn't want Jun to enter Marine School if Tsuru hadn't come to him personally. He knew very well what was going on with the students he led. For the female students, Ginny could be said to be the favorite of the group, but not to mention the male students. They were completely led by Gge. Although Gge is the youngest among everyone, except for Akainu Kizaru, his strength is far ahead of the others. With such strength, coupled with a composure that belies his age, almost no male student would be dissatisfied with him. Jun happened to offend these two at the same time. To be honest, Zephyr didn't know how Jun would survive in school in the future. Looking at Jun, she didn't seem to notice anything was wrong with the atmosphere, or she could tell that everyone was a little resistant to her, but she didn't take it to heart at all. From the beginning to the end, her eyes stayed on Gge standing in the front row, with a pair of big peachy eyes with a moving luster. Jessica pushed Ginny with her arm and whispered. Ginny, this Jun has been looking at Gge. I feel that her motives for coming to school are a bit impure. Ginny wrinkled her beautiful eyebrows, and she naturally noticed this, but Jun had already apologized that day, and the matter was over. She is not a petty girl, and she does not want to lead others to isolate Jun because of that battle. She disdains this. So even though she felt a little uncomfortable with Jun's performance, she still said. Okay, after all, she will be our classmate from now on. It would be too rude if we don't express anything like this. After she finished speaking, Ginny took the lead in applauding, and as soon as she expressed her stance, the other girls also followed suit. Gge looked at Ginny, who was clapping her hands vigorously over there, and couldn't help but shake her head and chuckle a few times, and also clapped symbolically. His influence was much stronger than that of Jin Nuki. The originally fragmented applause suddenly became intensive, and among them, Huo Xiaoshan was the most enthusiastic. Jun tilted his head, the smile on his face getting brighter. Zephyr also breathed a sigh of relief, and after telling Jun a few words, he immediately announced the start of formal training. Everyone dispersed, but Gge, Akainu, and others stayed where they were, exchanging some of their cultivation experiences during this period. Jun stood there alone, and no one came to see her. She didn't have the star-studded feeling she had when she was in the branch, and there was no entanglement from the loyal dog liquor Kaji. She didn't feel any loss at all. She gently kicked away a stone at her feet and walked slowly in the direction of Gge. However, before she had taken a few steps, Ginny stepped in front of her again, with a friendly smile on her face and said, "Jun-san, where are you going? The girls are over there. You just arrived, so I'll take you to get to know them first." After saying that, she couldn't help but hold Jun's hand, and Jun didn't resist, letting Ginny pull her and walk quickly in the opposite direction to Gge. Looking at Ginny, who looked a little anxious, a playful look appeared on her face and she chuckled. "Ginny, please walk slower. It's not convenient for me to wear high heels." "Oh, I'm really sorry, but I see you wear high heels when you fight. Wouldn't that affect your movements less? You are quite tall too. Please don't wear such shoes in the future. It's too inconvenient." "Haha, I think girls should wear high heels so that they look more feminine. Let me tell you, this is very lethal to men." "Hey? Really?" Ginny's ears twitched and her steps stopped. She lowered her head and looked at the black high-heeled shoes on Jun's feet. Against the background of the shoes, Jun's exposed insteps looked so white and flawless. Looking at the plain white training shoes on her feet, Ginny couldn't help but ask, "What do you mean by lethality?" Jun pursed her lips and smiled. Ginny's rank was still far behind hers. She put her face close to Ginny's ear, her red lips parted lightly. "Of course it hurts more to kick someone. Where did you think you were, Jin, classmate?" Ginny's pretty face suddenly turned red, and she didn't know whether it was from embarrassment or itch. Realizing her gaffe, she buried her head in her pair of breasts like an ostrich, and remained silent for a long time. Jun looked down at Ginny's little pink head with a victorious smile on his face. Not far away, Jessica saw Ginny's appearance and thought she was being bullied by Jun. She ran over angrily, blocked Ginny behind her, glared at Jun and said, "Hey! What did you just do to Ginny? Let me remind you, Gge is standing there. He hates to see Ginny being bullied the most." Jun couldn't help but look back at Gge. Gge was holding a long knife and slashing passionately with the lightsaber Kizaru had made, and didn't notice what was happening here. After admiring Gge's battle for a while, Jun slowly turned around, put his hand on his waist, and said with a smile, "This classmate, you seem to have misunderstood something. I had a great chat with Ginny just now. If you don't believe me, ask her." "Humph. It's best like this. If you dare to bully Ginny, even if she doesn't say anything, I will tell Gge and let him deal with you." "Oh? So what's your relationship with Gge? Are we also childhood sweethearts?" What kind of relationship can I have with Gge? It's just an ordinary classmate relationship." "Is that so? But when I heard you talking about Gge, I thought you had a very close relationship with him." Jessica's expression froze, and she hurriedly looked back at Ginny. She was secretly relieved when she saw that Ginny had no reaction. Immediately afterwards, an inexplicable anger rose from her heart. She grabbed Jun's collar, revealing a large area of snow-white color. Fortunately, there were no male students around, otherwise there would have been a scene of soaring nosebleeds. Jessica looked directly into Jun's eyes and said in a cold voice. Stop talking nonsense here, no matter what, Gge and I are much closer than you, and I'm just worried about Ginny, that's all. Chapter 40. Jun frowned, and was about to slap Jessica's hand that was holding her collar away when Gge's voice suddenly sounded from behind her. What are you doing? Sensing Gge behind him, Jun's hand that he was about to raise suddenly stopped and even turned around. The hole in his collar became wider, revealing a little bit of pink underwear. However, Gge simply ignored this breathtaking beauty. He passed through Jun and came to Ginny, patted a bunch of pink hair on her head and asked. Hey, silly girl, what happened? Ginny was startled, turned away quickly, and said in a low voice. No, it's nothing. Then why are you keeping your head down? Have you finished today's training? Have you learned to be lazy? I'm not lazy. I'm going to train right now. Ginny jumped a little wildly, then suddenly became quiet again, and asked tentatively. Brother Gge, do you also like high heels? High heels? Why do you ask this suddenly? Oh, don't worry about it, just tell me whether you like it or not. Well, it's okay. Do you want to wear high heels? I'll give you a pair, but I think boots are more suitable for you. Brother Gge, do you like me wearing boots? Yes, okay. I understand. Gge crossed his arms and said to himself. Actually, both of these shoes affect activities quite a bit. If I usually train, I don't. However, Ginny didn't listen to Gge's next words at all. She made a face at Jun behind Gge, then turned Jessica around and ran away, leaving behind some inexplicable words. Gge. Jun wanted to say a few words to Gge, but Gge didn't even think about turning around, and disappeared in a flash. After a while, Jun became alone again. She straightened her messy collar, looked at the deep ravine and murmured to herself. What a rude man, I don't believe you can keep ignoring me like this. She looked at Ginny who had started training in the distance, her eyes gradually narrowed. As long as we have a good relationship with that Ginny. Evening. Gge returned to the dormitory after washing up. Akainu and Seong went to take a shower. The only one in the dormitory was Kizaru who got into bed. He rested his head in one hand and held a banana in the other hand, tasting it as if he were eating some delicacy in the world. He brought the banana back from the canteen after dinner and specially enjoyed it as a dessert before going to bed at night. Seeing Gge come back, he took out another one from under the pillow, threw it to Gge very generously, and said. Gge, eat a banana. I got a lot from the cafeteria. Gge took it, put the banana next to the pillow, and said with a smile. Forget it, I just finished brushing my teeth. Let's save it for tomorrow morning. Kizaru nodded, he was not as particular as Gge, he didn't brush his teeth at night. There is no mobile phone or anything in the pirate world. After Gge made the bed a little bit, he was ready to go to bed. But before he lay down, the phone on the table suddenly rang loudly. This phone bug has only been installed for a few days, and only Gge and his dormitory have it. Because the strength of the four of them has reached the general level, Zephyr no longer treats the four of them as ordinary students. If he encounters some temporary tasks, Zephyr will contact them through this phone bug and dispatch a few people to go to sea with him. If Akainu was here, he would definitely be the first to pick it up due to his personality, but he was not there. Gge glanced at Kizaru on the upper bunk opposite. Kizaru had no intention of moving at all. He looked at the ceiling and muttered. What's the old man calling this late at night? Gge, please pick it up. I'm a little bloated from the banana I just ate. Gge shrugged helplessly, walked to the table and pressed the connect button on the phone bug's shell. The purple-haired phone bug began to imitate Zephyr's speech vividly. Is it Gge? Someone from world government is looking for you at the door. Please come over. Hearing this, Kizaru sat up suddenly on the bed and raised his ears to listen. Zephyr continued. Don't be nervous. That man's name is Spangdine. I heard Bob say that you two had contact before when we were in Salbi country. I won't ask more about your personal affairs. You go and meet him first. Var. Gge nodded and said. Okay, I'll go right away. After hanging up the phone, Gge put on a coat and was about to go out. Kizaru suddenly stopped him and said. Gge, if you don't come back tonight, let us know. If you have anything to say, just tell us. Gge was slightly startled. When he turned around, he saw Kizaru's eyes full of concern. Feeling warm in her heart, Gge said softly. It's okay. Didn't you listen to what Teacher Zephyr said? I know that person. Maybe my family asked him to send me something. Gge's words could be regarded as a reminder to Kizaru that his family background was related to world government. After hearing this, Kizaru stopped saying more, nodded, and lay down slowly. Arriving at the gate of Marine School, the guard at the gate opened the gate directly when he saw it was Gge and let Gge go out. As soon as Gge walked out of the door, Spangdine walked out of the shadows like a thief. He walked up to Gge with his waist hunched over, the smile on his face as flattering as ever. Sir Gge, I'm really sorry, but I have to ask you to come out in person. I'm afraid that if I go in, I'll spill the beans in front of outsiders and expose your noble identity. Gge waved his hand and said. Okay, you did a good job, tell me, what do you want from me? That's right, Lord Garin called me today and asked me to take you to Marie Joyce. Uncle Jialan is looking for me? Did you say something? No, Sir Jialan Sheng only said that he wanted to see you. Spangdine rubbed his hands, looked at Gge with a flattering expression, and continued. Don't worry, Lord Gge. What I am telling the outside world is that the world government is very interested in you and wants to investigate you. After all, your outstanding performance here is obvious to all. Speaking of this, Spangdine looked at Gge with awe, and he thought to himself. As expected of the Figolando family, you must know that the students of this class are personally guided by the former Marine Admiral Zephyr, and the quality of the students is definitely the best. Gge can actually stand out among this group of people, what a talent it must be. Spangdine has come into contact with a lot of celestial dragons. To be honest, the strength of those people is not as strong as his own. He has only encountered celestial dragons like Gge once. He increasingly felt that Gge was a promising stock, and he became more and more devoted to Gge. Even people like him have dreams, and his dream is to become the #1 loser around Gge. Chapter 41. Gge lowered his head and thought, wondering if it would be too risky to go to Marie Joyce now. As a direct descendant of the Figolando family and the eldest son, Marie Joyce is a place he can go whenever he wants. But who made him have such a beastly father like Gulando? Gulando must have known about the existence of his son over the years, but he has been staying in the family without making any moves. Gge guessed that it was because of Jialan's intervention. After all, Jialan is the current head of the family. With him in Marie Joyce, it is difficult for Gulando to reach out. But if Gge is in Marie Joyce, the danger level will rise sharply. Not to mention Gulando's influence in the Figolando family, in terms of his own strength, Gge is not able to compete with him now. If it weren't for Gulando, why would Gge come to Marine to practice? The resources of the Figolando family are not comparable to those of Marine. Thinking of this, Gge felt a wave of confusion in his heart, and the darkness gradually spread out under his feet. Spangdine, who was standing in front of him, felt his feet suddenly tighten, and then his body began to slowly sink into the darkness. The gravity of the darkness made Spangdine unable to even lift his legs. He was extremely terrified, but he didn't dare to speak loudly. He trembled and said, Saint Gge, spare my life. Spandin's fearful voice pulled Gge's thoughts back. At this time, the darkness was almost above Spandin's waist. With the thought, the darkness instantly surged back into Gge's body. Spandin knelt on the ground with a plop, gasping for breath. Thinking of the scene just now, Spandin was horrified. Is this the ability of Saint Gge? It's so scary. Until Gge reached out and pulled up Spandin, who was so scared that his body was limp, his face was still in shock. He calmed down and asked. Saint Gge, what do you think about Marie Joyce? Since Uncle Garin wants to see me, I will go back. You can leave and wait for me at the port tomorrow morning. Yes. Spandin bowed respectfully at a 90-degree angle, and his figure slowly retreated until he disappeared into the shadows. After he left, Gge stood there in silence for a while. He slowly raised his right hand with black air rising, and said in a deep voice. What is coming will come sooner or later, and I am not someone he can easily control now. After that, a dark Uzumaki appeared behind Gge, and then his body gradually twisted, and finally disappeared completely with the dark Uzumaki. In front of the dormitory building, in a dark corner, Dark Uzumaki reappeared and sent Gge out. He first looked around and confirmed that he was near the dormitory building, then nodded slightly and said. The location of short-distance transmission is relatively accurate. I hope that long-distance transmission can be as stable as this. The next morning, Gge first told his close friends that he had something to do and had to leave for a while. He didn't say what he was going to do. He just said that he would be back soon. Ginny followed Gge to the entrance of Marine School. The soldier standing guard at the entrance only let Gge out. He smiled and promised Ginny. I will be out for no more than a week this time. You don't have to be so nervous. I will bring you a gift when I come back. Ginny nodded obediently and said softly. Brother Gge, I will wait for you to come back. After touching Ginny's head through the iron bars, Gge jumped into the air and ran towards the port on moonwalk. Ginny had been watching Gge's figure disappear from her sight, with a trace of worry on her face. When Gge said she was going out in the morning, she noticed that Kizaru's expression was a bit strange, so she took the opportunity when Gge was not there to pull Kizaru aside. Under her constant questioning, Kizaru finally confessed. I don't know the details, I just know that Gge should have been called by the world government. Hearing this news, Ginny was stunned at the time. She knew a little about Gge's life experience, so she was very clear about the risk factor of Gge's going out this time. But knowing it is knowing it, facing the behemoth of the world government, Ginny only felt a deep sense of powerlessness. Ginny wanted to go with Gge, but she knew that she was too weak now. If something unexpected happened, she would only drag Gge down. The only thing she could do now was to pretend that she knew nothing, at least not to upset Gge. As she stared at the sky in a daze, a dull voice sounded. Don't worry, Ginny. If there is no news from brother Gge, I will go directly to Marie Joyce. Ginny was startled and looked sideways to find that the bear was standing not far from her, watching her silently. Bear, you. I also heard what Borsellino said. The bear raised his hand, looked at the meatball on his palm, and whispered. This ability was given to me by brother Gge, and now it's time for it to work. After meeting Spandin at the port, Gge boarded the ship prepared by the world government and sailed to the holy land of Marie Joyce. Marine Ford is very close to Marie Joyce. In less than a morning, Gge standing on the deck could already see the red line. At the top of the red line was his destination, the holy land of Marie Joyce. After a while, Spandin walked to Gge with a hunched back and said respectfully. Saint Gge, we have arrived at the red line. Please follow me to get off the boat. Gge nodded, and Spandin immediately called a group of men in suits to escort Gge off the boat and come to an elevator at the bottom of the red line. The elevator took Gge and others through the clouds and stopped at the highest point. A team of guards in golden armor had been waiting here for a long time. When the elevator door opened, they saw Gge surrounded by the center and immediately knelt on one knee and shouted, "Welcome Saint Gge." This scene shocked Spandine directly. He had come to Marie Joyce more than once or twice, but he had never seen such a reception. Especially the guards in golden armor in front of him, just by looking at them, they were totally different from the suited men behind him. He had no doubt that any of those guards could easily kill the people he brought with him. Swallowing his saliva, Spandine felt that he had opened his eyes today. If it weren't for Gge, he would probably never see these golden guards in his life. Chapter 42. Gge's expression remained unchanged, as this was what he should have done given his status. The golden guard kneeling at the head slowly stood up. Judging from the armor pattern, she was a woman, and she was the only woman among all the guards. She slowly came to Gge, raised her hand and took off the heavy golden helmet on her head. Her long black hair spread like a waterfall. She looked at Gge and said softly, "Master Gge, I am the captain of the third team of the Figolando family guards, Logia. I wonder if you still remember me." Gge was stunned for a moment. He began to search for previous memories in his mind, and at the same time looked at the woman named Lucia in front of him. She doesn't look very old, and the thick armor can't hide her exquisite curves. The exposed skin above her neck is as smooth as white jade, and her delicate face has a pair of big amber eyes. But if you look closely, there is a small scar under her left eye. It is this scar that reminds Gge of her. That was what happened before Gge was experimented by Gulandola. Before the age of 6, he lived a pampered life in the palace like other celestial dragons, and Lucia was a slave that Garin bought at an auction during a trip to the Sabayati archipelago. Garin didn't have any special hobbies. He fell in love with Lucia because when the host introduced her, he said she was a princess. Lucia's original country was a non-franchised country. Because it was too weak, it was destroyed by a group of pirates. Almost everyone in the royal family except Lucia was killed by the pirates. After she was discovered by the pirates hiding under the bed, she was sold to the auction house along with some treasures by the pirates. Born into a royal family, she stood out among the slave children at that time. Garin took a liking to her at a glance and bought her as a 4th birthday present for Gge. The family tradition of the Figolando family is much better than that of other celestial dragons, and Gge was only 4 years old at the time. What bad thoughts could a 4-year-old have? Lucia was very afraid of this boy who was 3 years younger than her at first, because she had heard about the cruelty of celestial dragons from her parents since she was a child. Even the so-called king was an ant that could be easily crushed to death in their eyes. However, Gge did not treat her as a slave at all. He had been imprisoned deep in the clan by Gulando since birth, and he finally met a child about his age, so he naturally cherished her very much. He would let Lucia sit next to her during meals and would often yell for Lucia to play some childish games with him that he heard from the nanny. Gge remembers that he and Lucia played house at the time. Since there were only 2 of them, they simply pretended to be a couple. At first, Gge often called Lucia sister. Lucia's mind is more mature than Gge. She knew that she could not let Gge call her that. If this kind of thing spreads, no matter how good the relationship between the 2 is, someone will make her, a humble slave, disappear from Gge forever. The 2 spent 2 years of peaceful time together. Not only was Lucia not tortured by the inhumans in her imagination, but under the influence of Gge, she gradually opened her closed heart. She even thought that it would be nice to stay with Gge and be a slave for the rest of her life. But things didn't go as she wished. One day when Gge was 6 years old, Gulando suddenly came to Gge with a guy with a huge head and weird appearance. Gge was listening to Lucia reading to him at the time. When he saw Gulando, before he could call his father, he was grabbed by Gulando around his waist and taken away in confusion. Lucia has not seen Gge for a long time since then, and she was suddenly enveloped in fear after losing Gge. Only then did she realize that the huge Figalandu family was a prison to her, and she became that little girl again whose country was ruined and her family was ruined. Gge has always been the light that illuminated her, but now the light has disappeared. Her only hope every day was that she would suddenly see Gge come back, and then she would hold Gge tightly in her arms and tell him her fears and longings. But she waited day after day, and Gge didn't come back in the end. Even the news about Gge seemed to have become taboo in the Figalando family. But she didn't give up until one day, two strangers in white coats passed by her while she was cleaning the yard. The two men were dressed in the same attire as the strange man standing next to Gulando. Lucia immediately and quietly approached the two men and vaguely heard what the two were talking about. "Oh, a gene has just been injected into it and it's like this. I really don't know how long that child can survive. That's already a miracle. Well, that kid is still a celestial dragons. I really don't understand what's going on. Stop talking. This is not our business. We are just two assistants. We just need to do what Dr. Vegapunk says." Snapped. The broom in Lucia's hand fell to the ground. She ran up with all her strength, stopped in front of the two of them, and asked in a trembling voice. "Are you talking about Lord Gge?" The expressions of both of them changed. One of them glared at Lucia fiercely, and then pulled the other one away quickly. Lucia stood there blankly until the head waitress came over to urge her. She suppressed the fear in her heart and continued to work despite the female officer's scolding. When it was time to finish work in the evening, she did not go back to the residence with the other servants, but found an excuse and ran away. Her usual area of activity was only the place where Gge lived. She followed the direction the two men walked during the day until a pure white building appeared in her sight. She hid behind a flower bed and did not dare to move forward because there were two guards in golden armor standing there. But when she turned around to leave, a heart-piercing shout suddenly came from the white building. "Let me out! Father, why are you doing this to me?" The voice was hoarse, but Lucia recognized it immediately as Gge's voice. The two guards at the door were used to it. One of them laughed and said casually, "Our Lord Gge has started again." Listening to the sound, it seems that the dose of medicine injected today is a bit large. "Hey, you won't hear it soon. A child can survive such an experiment until now. Should he be said to be a bloodline of the Figalando family? Wait a minute, did something run over there just now?" When the two guards arrived at the flower bed where Lucia had been hiding, there was no one there, except for a few drops of water on the ground that were almost dry. Chapter 43. Lucia ran back to her apartment crying, covered herself with a quilt, and tried her best not to cry. She doesn't know Gge's situation. She only knows that Gge is suffering from great pain and may even lose his life at any time. Recalling every little moment of getting along with Gge, her heart became increasingly sad. After a sleepless night, Lucia went out to work the next day with red and swollen eyes. She cleaned the courtyard with empty eyes, and Gge's painful screams still seemed to echo in her ears. Since Gge was taken away, no one has come to this courtyard, but Lucia has just arrived today when a sound of heavy footsteps comes from far away. They are the two men in white and a golden armor guard from yesterday. They walked to stand in front of Lucia. The golden armored guard pointed at Lucia, whose height had just reached his knees, and said coldly, "Is this her you are talking about?" The two men in white nodded repeatedly. The more they thought about it after they went back yesterday, the more scared they became. They were afraid that Lucia would reveal the contents of their conversation and implicate themselves. So they found a golden armored guard in charge of monitoring the laboratory and said that a slave had overheard the secret. Hearing that the target was just a humble slave, the golden armored guard didn't take it seriously and came directly with the two men in white. The golden armored guard's eyes were calm, and he asked first, "Kid, who is your master?" Lucia was a little scared at first, but after hearing this, she raised her head and said firmly. My master is Ji Gasheng. The golden armored guard nodded slightly after hearing this, thinking in his mind. Ji Gasheng's slave? Isn't that the same as being a slave without an owner? It would be much easier to deal with such a slave. He grabbed the clothes on Lucia's back, lifted her up roughly, and said coldly. Oh, that's easy. You heard some bad things yesterday and now I have to shut you up forever. After saying that, he ignored the two men in white and carried Lucia outside. The Figolando family has a rule that if you want to execute a slave, you have to go outside, and you cannot let the lowly blood pollute the noble land of the Figolando family. She was alone, and the only thing she cared about was Gge. The Figolando family has a very large territory. The golden armored guard carried Lucia through several courtyards in a swagger. When he passed a palace, a majestic voice stopped him. Zisai, where are you going? The body of the golden armored guard named Zisai froze. He slowly turned his head and saw Jialan sitting on a chair inlaid with various gems, crossing his arms and looking at him indifferently. The moment Zisai saw Galan, he immediately knelt down on one knee, lowered his head and said, Lord Jialan Sheng. This slave has committed a capital crime, and my subordinates are about to take her out and deal with her. Galan glanced at Lucia, who was being held by Zisai, and raised his eyebrows, feeling that she looked familiar. He stood up from the chair, slowly walked to the kneeling Zisai, looked down at Lucia and asked. May I have your name? Lucia lowered her eyes and replied mechanically. Lucia. This kind of neither salty nor bland attitude is absolutely disrespectful to a slave. Zisai raised his eyebrows, threw Lucia to the ground, and scolded. You BD brat! How dare you speak to Lord Jialan like this? Zisai's force was so strong that Lucia felt as if her whole body was falling apart, but she still struggled to get up from the ground and looked into Zisai's eyes without fear. Lucia's performance made Zisai furious. If Galan hadn't been around, he would have killed this disrespectful slave immediately. But Galan remembered Lucia's origin. Wasn't this the birthday gift he bought for Gge? He asked. I remember you are Gge's slave, right? What crime have you committed? At the mention of Gge, the suppressed anger in Lucia's heart burst out instantly, and she shouted at Galan. You care what crime I have committed? If you want to kill me, just kill him. Even Master Gge is locked up and tortured by you, so what am I a slave? Hey? What did you say? Jialan frowned, and Zisai on the side felt bad after seeing it. He didn't care about the rules anymore. He turned his palm into a knife and slashed at Lucia's neck. Bang! With a muffled sound, Zisai was kicked away by Galan, and his body slid out against the ground. He stood up with difficulty while holding the dented armor on his chest. As soon as he raised his head, he saw Jialan's cold face. His body slowly exuded an aura that was as domineering as the ultimate. Under the pressure of this aura, Zisai's feet the ground began to crack. Did I let you move? Galan didn't make any move, but Zisai felt as if he had been hit hard. He knelt down on his knees with a bang and shouted with a look of panic. It's me who deserves to die. Lord Jialan Sheng, please spare your life. Galan ignored him. He turned to look at Lucia and said in an unquestionable tone. Tell me what happened. It only took a moment from Zisai's attack to being knocked to the ground. Lucia still stood there blankly before she could react. Galan was already very impatient, and his aura suddenly increased, and he directly pressed Zisai to the ground, letting out a scream. Lucia finally woke up and saw Zisai's miserable condition. She vaguely felt that things seemed to have turned around, so she gave it a try and told everything she had seen and heard yesterday. Galan listened quietly, the expression on his face getting darker. After Lucia finished speaking, he walked up to Lucia without saying a word and said coldly. You should still remember the location of that place, take me there. Lucia nodded vigorously and hurriedly ran forward to lead the way for Galan. Garin didn't even look at Zisai on the ground and walked over on his body. Arriving in front of the white building where Gge was imprisoned, the remaining golden armored guard at the door saw the ugly-looking Jialan and hurriedly knelt down to salute. Jialan just looked at the door in front of him. With his excellent hearing, he had already heard the moans coming from inside the door. It was his nephew Gge. Without waiting for the guard to open the door, he punched out and the thick iron door exploded like a fragile mirror, revealing the scene inside. On a big snow-white bed, Gge was lying on the bed covered with needles. Surrounded by a group of frightened people in white, there was also Gulando, who had a face similar to Galen's, but his hair was like a cone. Gge raised his head with difficulty after hearing the noise. He looked at Garin and Lucia at the door and murmured in pain. "Uncle Garin, Lucia, save me." Chapter 44. Looking at the angry Gge lying on the bed in front of her, tears burst out of Lucia's eyes. She yelled Lord Gge and was about to rush over. Garin grabbed her and looked at Gulando. Asked coldly. "Gulando, what on earth are you doing? Didn't you say you were treating Gge? What disease has not been cured for so long? And you made Gge look like this?" Grando placed a tube of green injection in his hand on Gge's bed and responded calmly. "Why are you here to care about this if you don't practice hard? Gge is very ill. How can it be so easy to cure? It hurts me to see him like this every day. He is my biological son." Gulando deliberately emphasized the last few words, with the obvious intention of telling Garin not to come and meddle in other people's business. Gge struggled to speak on the bed. Gulando held his mouth and whispered. "Poor child, you'd better stop talking and take a good rest." Galen's eyes flashed. He didn't know whether what Gulando said was true or false, so he could only stand there silently. Seeing that Garin had calmed down, Grando's lips curved into a hidden smile. Just as he was about to ask Garin to leave, Lucia, who was pulled by Garin, suddenly shouted. "He's lying. I heard it all yesterday. What experiments are these people doing on Gge?" Grando frowned, held the crescent-shaped pendant on his chest, and pulled out a mini knife. He held the knife and slashed it through the air, and a sword energy burst out towards Lucia. Court death. At this critical moment, Jialan also pulled out the sword from his waist and blocked the flying sword energy. But because he took action in a hurry, the aftermath of the sword energy dissipated still affected Lucia, who was standing next to him, leaving a thin line of blood under her left eye. Lucia was indeed unaware of the bright red blood flowing out from the wound. She tightly grabbed the hem of Galen's clothes and begged. "Please take Lord Gge away, he will die if this continues." Garin was upset by Lucia's shouting. He threw Lucia away. Before he could speak, Gge on the bed suddenly opened his eyes when he saw the injured Lucia. A violent electric current burst out from his body and said angrily. "Lucia!" Gulando quickly stopped his hand. He stared blankly at his palm, which was slightly blackened by the electricity, and suddenly fell into a state of madness. "Ha, it worked! I succeeded!" Garin was shocked by the scene in front of him. He stared at Gulando and asked. "What the hell is going on? Did you really do some kind of experiment on Gge? You better tell me clearly." Grando stopped laughing, tilted his head and looked at Garin, and said. "Garin, are you, my younger brother, ordering me? You are not the head of the family yet." Garin pointed his sword at Gulando and responded stiffly. "So what? Have you forgotten that as the leader of the Knights of God, I have the power to judge the Celestial Dragons? Now, I want you to tell me exactly what you did." Gulando was stunned for a moment, then he covered his face and laughed. Ha. "Yes, the leader of the Knights of God is so majestic." Smiling, the expression on Gulando's face became more ferocious. He suddenly looked into Garin's eyes and said through gritted teeth. "That position should be mine. Stop showing off to me." Don't you want to know what I did? Okay. I'll tell you. He lowered his head and looked at Gigi, who was already stunned, and said in a feminine voice, I admit that even if I practice more, it is difficult to surpass you in strength, but I have a good son, his talent is stronger than yours, you say, how can I waste such a body? As he said, Gulando gently touched Gigi's forehead with his hand. His hand was not cold, but Gigi shuddered. Gigi's body is like a piece of unpolished jade, which needs to be carefully developed. For this, I have put a lot of effort. He walked to a table, grabbed a report from it and threw it to Garin, saying, take a look, this is a genius design. Garin took the report and only read 2 pages. A chill came out of his heart. He threw the report to the ground and glared at Gulando and shouted, you are crazy. Gigi is just a child, how can he bear this kind of experiment? Gulando snorted coldly and said, my child is not your turn to care about. If you have nothing to do, don't disturb my research here. Garin had no intention of leaving. He approached Gulando with a sword and said word by word, leave Gigi to me, you are not worthy of being a father. Facing the angry Garin, Gulando looked surprisingly calm. He held his arm and said frivolously, oh? I almost forgot, you are going to be a father soon, right? Click. The floor was cracked by Jialan's step. He stopped suddenly and looked at Gulando in disbelief, saying, you, how did you? How do I know? Haha, my good brother, you only know how to practice all day long. How many things in the family do you know? What little thing can be hidden from my eyes? Jialan looked ugly, and he stood there with his sword. Gulando sneered a few times and continued, I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. Otherwise, if that matter spreads out, I'm afraid you will not be able to be a father anymore. You. Jialan's lips trembled with anger. At this moment, he really wanted to chop Gulando with a sword, but Gulando's words really caught his vital point. Gulando slowly walked to Garin, patted his shoulder, and whispered, don't be so nervous, we cannot interfere with each other, and besides, my experiment is of great benefit to Gigi, how can I joke with my son's life? Garin tightly grasped the hilt of the sword, gritted his teeth and said, how long will your damn experiment take? Soon, didn't you see the current burst out of Gigi just now? This shows that the direction of my experiment is correct. As long as I give me some time, I can create the most perfect body in the world for him. At this point, Gulando silently added in his heart, it's also for myself. Garin closed his eyes, slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, then he turned around and pulled Lucia away from here. After leaving the lab, Lucia was still crying and begging Jialan to save Gigi. Jialan turned his head away and said coldly, don't cry. You are very loyal to your master, which is very good. I will arrange you to join the guard team. Practice hard there. When Gigi comes back, you can be his personal guard. Chapter 45. Lucia accepted Garin's arrangement and joined the Figolando family's escort team, training desperately every day. Her idea is simple. If Gigi never comes out by then, at least she can still do something with her own strength. But Gigi couldn't hold on in the end and died in the laboratory at the age of 8. Naturally, this kind of thing would not be publicized. Only a few people in the Figolando family and others knew about it. Several heavyweights in Celestial Dragons. Lucia didn't know Gigi was dead, but that was a good thing for her. Gigi is the motivation for her to practice hard. If she had known about it, she might not be alive now. The happiest day for her in these years was when Garin came back from the Valley of the Gods and specifically told her that Gigi had come out. However, due to some special reasons, he could not return to Marie Joyce for the time being. Although she was a little regretful, after hearing the news, a huge stone in Lucia's heart finally fell, and she became more motivated to practice. She looked forward to the day when she would meet Gigi. It wasn't until this day 6 years later that Jialin found her again and told her that Gge was coming back. Now that she had become the captain, she was so happy that she went crazy. She brought her men here before dawn to wait for Gge. Ge. When the elevator door opened, she immediately saw Gge standing in the center. The little kid who called her Lucia's sister has now become a tall and handsome young man. Maybe it was too long, Gge didn't seem to recognize her after she took off her helmet, but it didn't matter. Lucia felt that her years of waiting were worth it, and her Gge saint stood by her again in front of. The memory of Lucia gradually became clearer in his mind, and Gge looked at Lucia with gentler eyes. He remembered the girl who broke into the laboratory next to Garin. He raised his hand and gently touched the scar under Lucia's left eye. Lucia's body trembled and she looked at Gge blankly. "Lucia, I'm back." Gge's voice was not loud, but it was like a heavy hammer hitting the softness deep in Lucia's heart. At this moment, her big amber eyes were filled with tears. Because this is Marie Joyce with a strict hierarchy, she resisted the urge to hug Gge and said with a smile, "Young master, welcome home." Gge nodded slightly, and the two looked at each other for a long time. The golden armored guards brought by Lucia remained motionless, and no one raised their heads. Spangdine in the back didn't even dare to take a breath, let alone the remaining men in suits. Anyone who knows anything knows that keeping his head down and counting ants is the wisest choice at this time. Reaching out his hand to wipe away the tears from the corner of Lucia's eyes, Gge said softly, "Take me to see Uncle Jialin." Lucia hummed softly. When she turned around, the expression on her face instantly became cold, and she ordered to the guards kneeling on the ground, "Line up and send the young master home." As soon as he finished speaking, the guards stood up one after another and lined up in 2 rows behind Gge. The whole process was orderly. Spangdine swallowed, jumped behind the guard and shouted, "Lord Ji Gasheng, I will wait for you on the boat." At this time, no one responded to him, and Gge and his party had already walked away in a mighty way. From time to time, celestial dragons riding slaves passed by on the road, and they immediately started talking when they saw the battle. "Hey, isn't that the Figolando family's exclusive guard? Who is the guy at the head? Who knows? Hey, isn't that Lucia? She's getting more and more beautiful. It would be great if I could have her by my side." Just think about it, Saint Jialin publicly said that the woman was prepared for his nephew, Saint Gge. Sage Gge? If you didn't tell me, I would have almost forgotten about him. He is said to be a direct descendant of the Figolando family, but he has never been seen before. I don't know if this person exists. That's right. My father told me that this generation of the Figolando family has not yet produced an heir. Saint Garin and Saint Gulando don't seem to be very interested in women. If this continues, I'm afraid the Figolando family will disappear. It's best to disappear. Then won't all their resources be shared with us? The unscrupulous voices of several celestial dragons came. Gge's expression remained unchanged, and Lucia sneered a few times with disdain, thinking that no matter how much the Figolando family declines, they are not something you can covet. After staying in the Figolando family for so many years, she still feels that what she has seen is just the tip of the iceberg of this family. And now Lord Gge is back. As long as he is around, the Figolando family will continue to pass on. Unfortunately, I can't help in this matter. Thinking of her status as a slave, a sad look appeared on Lucia's face. "Lucia, your face doesn't look good. What are you thinking about?" Lucia raised her head to face Gge, who looked concerned, shook her head quickly and said, "It's okay, young master, I just felt a little sad for the young master after hearing what those people said." "Feel sorry for me?" "Well, the young master is obviously the only heir of the Figolando family, and his status is so noble, but when something like that happens, the glory that should belong to you has never really been obtained until now." Although what Lucia said was not what she just thought, it was also her sincere words. Gge sighed softly after hearing this, raised his eyes and looked forward, and said, "Aren't you the same? I remember Uncle Jialan told me that you were once the princess of a country. If the country had not been destroyed, you would be much happier now than in this so-called Holy Land." Lucia didn't expect that Gge would still think of her. A complex emotion brewed in her heart, and she murmured with trembling lips, "Little Lord." Gge didn't look at her and continued, "Lucia, I heard you just said that you are now the captain. You are really excellent, but I want to say that you must have suffered a lot in these years." Lucia could no longer control the strong emotions in her heart. Regardless of the shocked eyes of the people around her, she finally threw herself into Gge's arms and cried bitterly, "Lord Ji Gasheng, I really miss you. Where have you been all these years?" Gge caressed Lucia in her arms and said, "First in a country called Salbei for 6 years, and now with Marine." "Marine? Young master, why do you want to go to Marine in your capacity?" Hee. Gge looked at the Figalando family residence that was gradually becoming clearer in front of him, and said lightly, "Of course it's to gain strength. Otherwise, wouldn't I be living up to his expectations of me?" Chapter 46. Lucia was slightly startled, but she quickly realized who the he in Gge's mouth was referring to. She held Gge's hand tightly and said firmly, "Young master, because of his identity, it's hard for you to take action. If the day comes, I will kill him for you." Gge shook his head, and black energy gradually rose from his body, saying, "From the day he experimented on me, he is no longer my father. His life must be taken by me personally." Lucia fell silent after hearing this, and Gge said no more until they arrived at the residence of the Figalando family. It is said to be a family residence, but in fact the scale is far larger than the palaces where kings live outside. Under the leadership of Lucia, Gge walked for a long time before arriving at the depths of the residence. This is the palace of the head of the Figalando family. A middle-aged man with hair and beard forming a crescent shape stood at the door of the palace. The man had an aura of calmness and authority. Regardless of the weird hairstyle, his facial features and facial contours are similar to Gge, a bit like a middle-aged version of Gge. He is the born king, the current head of the Figalando family, Saint Jialan. The moment Gge stepped into this territory, Jialan's eyes narrowed, and a substantial momentum burst out from him. The golden armored guards behind Gge were instantly suppressed and fell to their knees. Lucia, who was stronger, also had a look of pain on her face. Only Gge's expression looked calm, but judging from the sweat beads on his forehead, he wasn't feeling that well now either. Looking at the stagnant Gge who was oppressed by the momentum, Jialan raised his feet and walked down the steps step by step, saying in a deep voice, "Gge, is it just not enough at this level? Is this the result of your training in naval headquarters? Didn't you just say you wanted to take revenge yourself?" Gge was shocked. When he said this, he had not even reached the gate of the station. Jialan could hear his voice deep inside the station. If it weren't for Blue Star's memory, Gge would have even suspected that Jialan had eaten the thunder fruit and developed the heart network. However, the effects of observation haki vary from person to person. Effects such as predicting the future and listening to the voices of all things are also understandable. It can only be said that Garin's strength is really unfathomable. Not only Conqueror's haki, but also observation haki has cultivated to such a terrifying state. Now as Garin approaches step by step, Gge feels more and more pressure, and Lucia beside him is gritting her teeth and persisting. "Master Ji Gasheng." Lucia finally couldn't hold on any longer, and a trace of bright red blood overflowed from the corner of her mouth. Gge's eyes narrowed when he saw it. He pulled Lucia into his arms, and darkness like tentacles emerged from behind him, all rushing towards Gge. "Forest!" Jialan meant to stop completely, he snorted coldly, his aura increased again, and he directly blasted away the dark tentacles that came towards him. His terrifying momentum made Gge feel as if he had been hit hard. Logia, who was holding him in his arms, bent forward and almost fell to her knees. Garin walked up to him and said condescendingly, "Is that the end?" At this time, Gge's eyes have turned into darkness. In fact, he can use Kamui to avoid the impact of conquerors, but if he chooses to escape like this, then his so-called revenge will really become a complete joke. Looking at Gge who was holding on and not falling down, a hint of approval flashed in Jialan's eyes. He had not seen Gge since the Valley of the Gods, and he wanted to investigate Gge. Although he seemed to be disappointed with Gge, Garin was actually very satisfied with Gge's performance. The conquerors that Garin is releasing now are not just a mental shock, his conquerors can cause substantial damage. After all, he is one of the top combat powers in the pirate world. In terms of conquerors' achievements, even the red-haired Shanks behind him may not be able to surpass him. Gge can withstand his conqueror's impact at the age of 16, which shows that he definitely has the qualifications to be a king. Seeing that Gge was almost unable to hold on any longer, Jialan was about to take back conquerors. Suddenly, Gge, who had been lowering his head, murmured to himself, "How could it be like this? It's over." After Gge shouted these words, something seemed to shatter deep in his soul, and then, a jet-black aura mixed with lightning burst out from Gge. Buzz! Logia felt her body light up in Gge's arms, and her somewhat vague consciousness gradually recovered. She raised her head and looked around, only to see a black semicircular shield covering her and Gge's bodies. Inside. She widened her eyes and looked at Gge with surprise and said, "Young master! Have you awakened conquerors?" Gge smiled and nodded. He straightened his body again, looked directly into Jialan's surprised eyes and said, "Uncle Jialan, is this the meeting gift you gave to your nephew?" Jialan was also shocked by Gge's sudden awakening. He calmed down, took back conquerors and said, "Yes, this is the qualification that the Figalandu family should have. Welcome home, Figalandu Gge Saint." Gge was slightly focused, and was about to respond when Logia, who was in his arms, suddenly snorted. Gge was startled by her voice and quickly lowered his head and asked, "What's wrong, Logia? Are you injured?" Logia looked up at Gge with a blushing face and said softly, "I'm fine, it's just that the young master's strength is a bit too strong, and I'm a little short of breath." Gge was stunned for a moment, and then realized that his arms were tightly wrapped around Lucia's chest, almost pressing her into a pancake shape. Feeling the soft touch on her arm, Gge coughed twice and wanted to let go of Logia. Sensing Gge's movements, Logia held down Gge's arm, lowered her head and said in a low voice, "Master, please wait a moment. My body is a little weak. Can you hold me up for a moment?" Logia said so. How could Gge refuse? He simply moved his hand to Lucia's waist, let him lean against his body, and said, "Then just follow me in." It doesn't work. In fact, I can still hold on for a while. Okay, you are my person, I cannot allow you to refuse. The impact of these words on Logia was comparable to conquerors, and now her body really went completely limp. Garin watched silently the whole time, until Logia leaned on Gge's shoulder and said honestly, "Let's go, I have something to give you. It can be regarded as a homecoming gift from my uncle to my nephew." Chapter 47. Jialan only took Gge into his bedroom. After the two left, the golden armored guards who had been lying on the ground for a long time were able to get up from the ground with a gasp, and looked at the backs of Jialan and Gge in awe. People are really different. Some people are born to be kings. Entering the palace, Gge looked at the environment around the palace. Except for some decorations, both the furniture and the walls were spotless white, which was different from the gorgeousness he imagined. As the residence of the head of the Figolando family, this place seems a bit too simple. Garin led the way without saying a word. His bedroom was very large and even had stairs leading underground. When they got underground, a black door appeared in front of Gge. For some reason, Gge suddenly felt weak. The closer he got to the door, the stronger the feeling of weakness became. Gge had to force himself to get to the door. There was nothing strange about Jialan. He turned around, glanced at Gge, and said, "Do you feel like your whole body is paralyzed?" Gge pressed his hands on the wall to barely support his body. He nodded slightly and asked, "Is this door made of sea stone?" "Yes, it is very pure and has a strong restraint on people with abilities. It can even cause people with abilities to lose their abilities without touching it. At the same time, it is also one of the hardest substances in the world." Gge tried to activate his ability and found that, as Jialan said, not even a trace of black energy was produced in his body, and he could not use the power of dark fruit at all. Not only was he unable to use his abilities, but it also made Gge's body even weaker, staggering and almost falling to the ground. Jialan had anticipated this situation and stepped forward to help Gge. Gge's breathing was a little rapid and he said, "I'm sorry, Uncle Jialan, I really can't muster the strength." Garin chuckled, shook his head and said, "No need to apologize, your performance is already very good. Gulando's performance back then was even worse than what you are doing now. Is he a capable person?" "He wasn't before he came here. He took the devil fruit from inside the door, Paramecia blood fruit." Gge narrowed his eyes slightly. This was a strange fruit to him. But one thing he knows very well is that since this fruit was taken out from the secret room of the Figolando family, its power will definitely not be inferior to those fruits in the Valley of Gods. Garin's next words also confirmed this. "The last head of the family, your grandfather, was a user with the ability of the blood fruit. After his death, the family spent a lot of effort to recover this fruit. Gruendo fell in love with this fruit. I just give it to him." Gge really had no impression of his grandfather, because no one in his family had mentioned it since he could remember. He couldn't help but ask. The power of this fruit should be very strong. Why didn't Uncle Jialan think of eating it himself? Garin shook his head and said, "I have no interest in devil fruit, and the power of this fruit is too evil. It will corrode the mind of the Esper. My father went completely crazy just a few years after becoming a Esper. If he hadn't recovered at the last moment some consciousness, I have no chance at all." Garin stopped when he said this, with a look of pain on his face. Although he did not continue, Gge also guessed that Jialan most likely killed his father with his own hands. Thinking of this, Gge's expression was a little strange, because in the future, he would also kill his father. It's just that in the matter of patricide, Garin was forced, but he took the initiative. At this moment, the uncle and nephew Jialan and Gge fell into a state of silence. After a while, Gge took the initiative to speak. "If this fruit is so dangerous, why did you give it to him?" Garin sighed and said, "Gulando has always been worried about me taking over as the leader of the Knights of God. After I became the head of the family and had the right to control this secret room, he proposed to get this fruit. Originally, I didn't agree." Gge curled his lips and thought, "So you gave him the fruit anyway?" Thinking that Gulando's strength would be improved again, Gge felt a little unhappy and asked casually, "What? Could it be that he knelt down for you?" Jialan choked at these words. He glared at Gge angrily and said, "With his character, how could he kneel down to me? He promised me that as long as I give him this fruit, he will not interfere with you anymore, and I also wanted to ease the relationship with him, so I finally agreed." Jialan's voice sounded calm and gentle, but it made Gge's body tremble slightly. He finally understood why Gulando had no intention of doing anything to him after he had been outside for so many years. Jialan's words touched Gge very much. As a man in 2 lifetimes, this was the first time that he truly felt the existence of family affection. Thinking of Jialan's silent attention and help to him over the years, Ji looked at Jialan and said softly, "Uncle Jialan, thank you." Jialan was stunned. Although this was not the first time Ji called him uncle, he could clearly feel that the emotions contained in it were completely different. Because of his childhood experience, Ji not only hated Gulando, but also became hostile to the entire Figolando family. Therefore, even though Jialan has been helping him, there is still a gap in his heart. But now, after knowing what Jialan has done for him, the barrier in Ji's heart has completely disappeared. Garin was still very happy, but he had been quite rigid since he was a child and rarely showed his true feelings. To put it simply, he is not good at expressing himself. He turned his face awkwardly, and in the end only 3 words came out. "You're welcome." After saying that, without waiting for Ji to respond, he carried him directly to the door, took out a golden key from his arms and inserted it into a secret slot on the door. Garin turned the key, and there was a muffled sound from the door. Then he pressed his hand on the door and pushed a little harder, and the 2 heavy doors slowly opened. Just from the sound, he knew that the door was heavy. Ji couldn't help but think that if it were him, he wouldn't have the strength to open the door even if he had the key. So what should I do when I become the head of the family? Do I have to bring Lucia with me every time I come here? There was a tangled expression on Ji's face. It was okay to bring Lucia with her. Lucia was one of her own. But what he struggled with was that he would have to lean into Lucia's arms as weakly as a little girl, and then let Lucia open the door for him. This was really a bit embarrassing. Chapter 48. After the door opened, Jialan continued to carry Ji inside. Ji suddenly asked, "Uncle Jialan, has Grandpa never come here since he became a capable person? Or does he always bring you to open the door for him?" Jialan was stunned for a moment, and then he quickly reacted. He smiled and said, "Have you thought about the day when you will become the head of the family? You think about it very far. I am not dead yet." "Well, that's not what I mean. Besides, it doesn't mean that I have to die without you. Maybe you will retire early if you are tired of it." Hehe, do you think the position of head of the family is the same as those positions in Marine? Retirement? Have you heard of a retired head of the family? Well, that's true. It's better for me not to be the head of the family. I don't want Uncle Jialan to die. The last sentence is definitely Ji's. The 2 of them said a few words like bickering, and Jialan gradually let go. He said more, "You still have some conscience. Don't worry, the position of the head of the family will be yours sooner or later. As for the problem you just mentioned, it is not impossible to solve it. It depends on whether you are qualified to accept this gift from me." If Jialan hadn't said it, Ji almost forgot about the gift. Because the distance from the sea stone gate was getting farther and farther, Ji gradually recovered some mobility. He broke away from Jialan, moved his body slightly, and began to look at this secret room. As a wealthy family in Celestial Dragons, the Figolando family naturally has countless treasures in the secret room. Things like gold and jewelry can be seen everywhere here like cabbage. It is conservative to describe it as a gold mountain. From this way of display, it can be seen that the Figolando family did not take these things seriously at all. The truly precious ones are the famous swords hanging on the wall, but not all swords are qualified to be hung on the wall. Ji saw a few knives casually placed in a corner, with a sign next to them that read "Good Sharp Knife 50 Gong." There was a label on the handle, which should be the name of the knife. The one that was qualified to be hung on the wall was Big Sharp Knife 21 Gong. Ji counted and found a total of 5. This number is already very amazing. After all, there are only 21 knives of this level in the world, and the Figolando family directly accounts for nearly a quarter of them. This background is definitely very terrifying. What's funny is that Ji, the heir of the family, actually saw the strength of his family for the first time. Jialin looked back and saw Gge's eyes lingering on those famous swords. He raised a playful smile and asked, "It seems that you are very interested in swords." Gge retracted his gaze and answered honestly, "Those swords are indeed very tempting, but my swordsmanship is really average. It would be a waste to give me a good sword." "How dare you say that? Do you know that the people in our family are best at swordsmanship? Swordsmanship can be said to be the foundation of our family." Gge shook his head helplessly and said, "There is no way. There are people in Marine who can use swords, but there are no really powerful ones. I just learned some basics." Jialin nodded with disdain and said, "You are right. Those so-called swordsmen in Marine are all half-baked and not worth mentioning at all." "So Uncle Jialin, are you mentioning this to me because the gift you mentioned is a knife?" "Yes, as a member of the Figolando family, how can you not have a sword of your own?" "The knife on the wall." Jialin looked at Gge with a look that made him hate the iron. He reprimanded. "Is this all you are good at? 21 skills are good, but as the heir of the family, using that kind of knife is simply embarrassing the family." "Well..." Gge stopped talking. He glanced at Jialin's sword on his waist. According to Jialin's words, his sword must be one of the legendary supreme sharp knives. This is a masterpiece that is limited to 12 pieces in the world. Of course Gge will not think that Jialin is planning to give away his knife. That is too nonsense. Since he said this, it means that the Figolando family has more than one supreme sharp knife. With this kind of background, Gge could only shout good guy in his heart, and at the same time, he was looking forward to it more and more. Jialin didn't let Gge wait too long. He took Gge to the end of the secret room, where there were several luxurious coffins. The coffin in the middle was the largest and the most gorgeously decorated. Corresponding photos are hung on the walls above all the coffins. It can be seen from the peculiar hairstyles of the colorful 8 gates that the people lying in these coffins must be the successive heads of the Figolando family. After arriving here, Jialin first bowed to the coffins in front of him, and Gge followed suit. Then, Garin walked to the largest coffin in the middle and slowly opened the coffin lid. Gge walked to Jialin and looked into the coffin. He saw a skeleton wearing a golden armor lying inside. What made people complain was that there was hair on the skull and the photo was still there. The hairstyle above, the shelf life of this hair is simply heaven-defying. But soon Gge's eyes were attracted by the knife held in the skeleton's arms. This knife has a jet black blade, the blade is covered with purple vein-like lines, and the bottom of the handle is inlaid with an extremely bright ruby. As he watched, Gge's eyes became increasingly hollow, as if he had lost his soul. Garin was also looking at the knife in the coffin. He looked normal. He even touched the knife and said, "He is the first-generation head of the Figolando family, Saint Casillas, who is also the owner of this knife. Speaking of which, you and him. Gge? What's wrong with you?" Jialin finally noticed something strange about Gge, and at this moment, something strange happened. Black flames suddenly burned on the knife he touched, and then the whole knife turned into a black light, passing through Saint Jialin and pouring into Gge's right hand. The black light gradually condensed into the original shape of the knife, and Gge finally came to his senses. He raised his right hand holding the knife with a blank look on his face and murmured, "What just happened? What happened to the knife?" Jialin was also shocked by the scene just now. He calmed down, took a deep look at Gge, and said, "The sword in your hand is one of the 12 skills, and it's called Demon Sword Muramasa." As soon as the words Demon Sword Muramasa came out, the sword in Gge's hand began to emit a black aura. A look of shock flashed across Gge's eyes, because this kind of black energy was so familiar to him. This is the power of darkness. Chapter 49. Gge feels now the same as when he got the dark fruit in the Valley of the Gods. The demon sword Muramasa seems to be a part of his body. With a thought, Muramasa instantly turned into a black energy that merged with Gge's right hand, and finally formed a black knife-shaped mark on the back of his hand. Jialan witnessed the whole process. His expression changed from the initial shock to the current calm. Looking at the mark on the back of Gge's hand, he slowly said, "As expected, with the power of dark fruit, you are the most suitable master for Muramasa." Jialan's words sounded a bit mysterious. Gge asked, "Does Uncle Jialan mean that anyone with dark fruit ability can become Muramasa's master?" "Of course not. To become the master of the demon sword Muramasa, you must first be of the Figolando family's blood, otherwise you will be devoured by Muramasa." Swallow. Yes, Saint Ancestor Cassilis 800 years ago was also a dark fruit capable person, and his development of dark fruit has almost exceeded the limit. He can even actively separate the demonic power in his body. When Gge heard the beyond the boundaries mentioned by Jialan just now, he thought it was fruit awakening. He even thought that the development level of this ancestor was a bit low and was just almost surpassing. Doesn't that mean that he hadn't even awakened the fruit? Until the last sentence, Gge directly denied this, because actively separating the power of demons sounded so outrageous that even he with the memory of Blue Star had never heard of it. This shows that the Esper has touched the original power of Devil Fruit, and it also shows that the awakening of the fruit is not the limit of Devil Fruit's power. There is a higher realm above this. The news he got from Jialan today completely overturned Gge's understanding of the pirate world, and also made him put away his superiority with the memory of Blue Star. Think about it, the comics are never finished, and no one can guarantee that this world line will be exactly the same as in the comics. There are too many unknown factors. Gge believes that he has developed dark fruit very well based on Blue Star's memory, but he is still far away from awakening, let alone transcending the boundaries. At this moment, his thirst for knowledge was very strong. Regarding Gge, the heir of the family, Garin did not hide anything and continued to talk about that ancestor. 800 years ago, our ancestors used this demon sword Muramasa to give Joyboy a critical blow, but he himself was severely injured. He died of his injuries shortly after the establishment of the world government. Although he already knew the existence of Joyboy, Gge still pretended to be curious and asked, "Uncle Jialan, who is the Joey boy you just talked about? Is he very strong?" "He is not even a match for strong men like our ancestors. Joyboy is the common enemy of all our celestial dragons. He is also the only one who has trained the power of Devil Fruit beyond its limits. He has mastered a terrifying power of rules, and because he combined his own power with Devil Fruit's, the power was completely integrated, and a Devil Fruit with both the characteristics of Paramecia and Zoan was born, named Nica Fruit." As soon as the name of the Nica fruit came out, the mark on Gge's right hand suddenly flashed with black light, and the demon sword Murasaka Jingzhang conveyed to him an emotion called unwillingness. He suppressed the restless Muramasa and asked in a deep voice, "So this Joey boy is dead, right?" Garin did not respond immediately this time. After a moment of silence, he slowly spoke. "According to secular terms, he must have died at the hands of the 20 kings of that year, but everyone knows that the Devil Fruit will be reborn after the person with abilities dies. As long as the Devil Fruit that contains his will is still alive, if he exists, then he has no real death." After saying that, Jialan looked at Gge deeply and said, "Of course we will not let this fruit wander into the world. We have been looking for it for the past 800 years, but this fruit is just like your dark fruit. It seems to have its own will. Whenever we are about to find it, either it has been eaten, or it will suddenly disappear again. Fortunately, for such a long time, those who were lucky enough to obtain the Nica fruit could not use the power of this fruit at all, and there was not even a single person with the ability to awaken the fruit. So the world only knows that we are hiding it. The fabricated rubber fruit, without knowing the Nica fruit." After saying this in one breath, Jialan suddenly stretched out his hand and put it on Gge's shoulder, and said sincerely, "But we still can't let down our guard. This world belongs to us, Celestial Dragons. Once someone fully activates the power of the Nika fruit, it will become our biggest threat. You should have heard a lot of rumors about it outside these years. Something about Celestial Dragons, right? Yeah, the world doesn't describe us Celestial Dragons very well. Humph, you don't need to pay attention to what the ants said, but most of the Celestial Dragons nowadays are really just greedy for pleasure. Their long-term pampered life has corroded their minds. There is only one king left in the past. Once the Nika fruit comes out, it's hard for me to imagine how we can resist now that the power has revived. Gge nodded in agreement, thinking that if it weren't for Jialan and the few awakening factions among the Celestial Dragons, there would be no need to wait for the Nika fruit to awaken. Just one Rock's pirate might be destroyed by the Celestial Dragons. Garin sighed and said. Actually, in addition to the Nika fruit, the dark fruit is also the focus of our search. Its power definitely played a vital role in the battle 800 years ago, but after all, the ancestors have not really reached the level of Joyboy. So in order to prevent dark fruit from becoming difficult to deal with in the hands of others, before he died, he separated part of dark fruit's demonic power and injected it into demon sword Muramasa. This demon sword has accompanied our ancestors in battles for several years. Our ancestors often nourished it with their own blood, so dark fruit will leave the Figolando family, but it will never. It will always belong to our family. As a user with dark fruit ability, with its help, things like fruit awakening will become much easier for you. I don't know the details. You need to experience this yourself. It turns out that our ancestors' ideas back then were far-sighted. A powerful devil fruit like dark fruit is really hard to find. If it weren't for that idiot Rocks, we don't know how long it would take to see it again. Now it has finally returned to our Figolando family again. I believe this is God's arrangement. Chapter 50. Jialan's words gave Gge a feeling of being the chosen one, but he didn't know if his luck could surpass the future Luffy. He has even considered killing Luffy in advance, but now that Luffy is not born yet, if he wants to take action, he can only go to Luffy's father Long. According to the original development of the world line, Long will definitely be brought into Marine by Garp, and then he can look for opportunities. Gge definitely can't take action as soon as he sees the dragon. After all, there is Garp in Marine. He must have a reason to make everyone speechless. Of course, the reason is very easy to find. That guy Long is ABD, and sooner or later Marine will be judged. By then, wouldn't it be more reasonable for him to accidentally kill a Marine traitor? Gge was silently calculating in his mind. Jialan thought he was worried about the future and said. Gge, the probability of the Nika fruit awakening is still very small, so you don't have to worry too much about it. What you have to do now is to increase your power and bring the Figolando family's status in Marie Joyce to a higher level. Gge was startled. The meaning of these words sounded a bit wrong. She couldn't help but ask. Going to the next level? Isn't the Figolando family prominent enough? Of course it's prominent, but it's just not enough. When 20 kings besieged Joyboy, our ancestors contributed the most. If he hadn't died too early, how could it be that the Narina family would be the leader of Marie Joyce now? It should be our Figolando family sitting on the throne of heaven. After hearing this, Gge said in her heart, what a good guy. His uncle is also a young man who wants to usurp the throne. After Garin finished speaking, he regretted a little. He looked around and said in a low voice. Just remember what I said, and don't mention it again after you go out. Sheng's ability is weird and unpredictable, and there is no guarantee that he will hear it. Gge nodded. Now he can't even deal with Gulan Duo, let alone the ultimate boss Garin patted Gge on the shoulder and said. Okay, if there's anything else you like in the secret room, take it away. I'll have to see how strong you are after we get out. The Black Bible condensed from Gge's hands, and he asked honestly. Uncle Jialan, can I take them all away? If Gge hadn't been his nephew, Jialan would have drawn his sword. He took a deep breath, glared at Gge and said, "You're not the head of the family yet. Why are you taking them all away? Do you have the ability to hold on to this inheritance?" "Well, I just want to mention that you are a bit stingy, Uncle Jialan." Jialan snorted coldly and said, "Sooner or later, everything here will be yours. The layout should be bigger." "All right." Gge reluctantly agreed, thought for a while and asked, "Has Lucia eaten devil fruit? You want to get a devil fruit for her, right?" "Don't worry, I have already given her a good fruit. Otherwise, do you think she, a slave, can get the position of captain of the guard so quickly?" "Really? Then thank you Uncle Jialan. No need. She is indeed loyal to you. It doesn't matter if you give her a fruit. Besides, if she dies in the guard team, you will go crazy when you come back, right? Then I have to give her something else. I think she is a swordsman. Aren't there 4 famous swords hanging outside? Let me pick one and give it to her." "Well, just watch and come." Gge didn't just think about Lucia, he also didn't forget Ginny, but he was not going to give the devil fruit here to Ginny, because he had already thought of a devil fruit that was most suitable for Ginny. He wanted to give Ginny something else, like a gun. "Uncle Jialan, does your family have a better gun?" "Gun? What do you want this for?" "Our family all uses swords, so there's no need for it. I want to give it away. I have a friend who uses guns. A good gun will improve her a lot." "Are the friends you speak of the 3 from the Valley of Gods back then?" "Well, that's the girl with pink hair, her name is Ginny." "Haha, I see, let's do this. I will instruct the science class to build a suitable gun. I don't think you will choose to stay in the family now, right? I will send it directly to Marine then." Gge nodded. He would definitely not stay with Gulanduo around. Only when he becomes strong enough will he truly return to the family, kill Gulanduo and take back everything that belongs to him. But the development of the gun will have to wait for a while, and Gge doesn't want to go back empty-handed. After all, he told Ginny that he would bring a gift back. He thought about what he had said about giving Ginny a pair of boots, so he stretched out his hand to Garin and said, "Uncle Jialan, there are always boots in the family, right? I want the kind that girls wear, the most expensive and beautiful ones." "Of course there is, but you have to give it to that Ginny. Just looking good is of no use." Not long ago, a guy named Judge in the science class developed some combat boots. There are women's models in them. You can take them away later. "That's great, thank you very much, Uncle Galan." "Humph, 2 women showed up in a short while. You better not spend all your energy on them, otherwise I will have to help you get rid of these distracting thoughts with my own hands." "No, I know what I should do. Uncle Jialan, don't worry. It better be this way." After saying that, Jialan and Gge bowed to the coffin here again, and then the 2 of them walked outside together. When they came to the sea stone door, Gge subconsciously slowed down. The feeling of weakness was too uncomfortable. Galan glanced at him and said calmly, "Why are you lingering any longer? Do you still need me to support you?" Gge didn't mean to show off, and nodded very bachelorly. Galan suddenly laughed and said, "Then you think too much. I won't support you anymore, and you don't need it." "Ah? Uncle Jialan, are you?" Before Gge finished speaking, Jialan suddenly reached out and pressed his hand on Gge's back. Before he could react, he was pushed out with a strong force. Jialan's strength was controlled very skillfully. Although Gge was suddenly pushed out, his body was able to quickly regain his balance and finally stood firmly in front of the sea stone gate. Gge's hand was still pressed on the door. He rolled his eyes, ready to face that damn feeling of weakness. However, after a long time, Gge was surprised to find that he didn't feel anything special. He also tried to activate his ability. The hand pressing on the door turned dark and the ability was activated smoothly. Garin stood not far away with his arms folded and joked. "How's it going? Do you still need me to help you?" Chapter 51. Gge stood there stunned for a while. He raised his hands hesitantly and clenched his fists hard. Not only did he not feel any powerlessness, but he felt that the dark power in his body was much stronger than before. Looking at Gge who stood there in a daze for a long time, Jialan shook his head and chuckled, stepped forward and said, "How do you feel? Are you satisfied with your current situation?" Gge nodded, and then shook his right hand. The knife-shaped mark on the back of his hand squirmed, and several black streams poured out along the fingers and gathered in the palm of his hand, gradually taking on the shape of a knife. The arm shook, and the originally liquid darkness suddenly solidified, and the demon sword Muramasa, shining with black light, appeared in Gge's hand. Holding Muramasa in his hands, Gge felt that the dark power in his body was pouring out continuously. If it weren't for the treasures in the secret room, he would really want to release it completely. Gge probably guessed why he was not affected by sea stone. He looked at the demon sword Muramasa in his hand and said, "Uncle Jialan, is it because of this knife?" "That's right, demon sword Muramasa can not only enhance dark fruit's power, it can also cover up the devil fruit's aura on you. You no longer have to worry about the sea or sea stone in the future." Hearing this, a smile appeared on Gge's face. When he and Garin walked out of the door, he turned towards the door and released universal pull. Under the pull of gravity, the two sea stone doors quickly closed together with a loud sound. Ring! Garin took out the key and locked the door, and then the two of them left. Outside the palace, Logia had dismissed all the golden armored guards and stayed here alone to wait. When Gge and Jialan appeared from the door of the palace, Lucia's fiery eyes instantly locked Gge firmly. Gge waved to Logia, and Logia flashed directly to Gge and called her young master gently. Lucia's voice was as moving as her person. Gge gently held her hand. She flashed her big amber eyes and said with twinkling eyes, "Young master, I am just your slave. This is too intimate." Saying this, Logia showed no sign of struggling, and even moved closer to Gge. "Stop being a slave. You know, I have never treated you as a slave." Gge summoned the dark Bible and took out a long knife. Logia looked at the knife in Gge's hand curiously. The blade was sealed in a beautifully shaped scabbard. The blade was in the shape of a golden petal, and the bright red handle was wrapped with dark golden lines. Even though it hasn't been taken out of the sheath, the vague edge emanating from it already shows how extraordinary this knife is. Logia asked, "Young master, is this the gift that Lord Jialan gave you?" Gge shook his head and said, "No, this is the gift I chose for you. Its name is Falling Light. This is for me." Lucia's eyes widened in surprise. After coming back to her senses, she waved her hands and said, "Young master, this is too precious, I really don't deserve it." Seeing that Logia refused to accept it, Gge looked serious and said fiercely, "Is it worthy or not? If not, don't follow me anymore." Hearing this, Logia lost her temper. She knew that Gge was probably pretending, but she didn't want to bet on this probability. Taking the zuiming from Gge very obediently, Logia said softly, "Thank you, young master." "That's right, it's just 21 jobs, just accept it with confidence." Gge performed a Sichuan opera face changing, and imitated Jialan to pretend. Lucia's eyes narrowed into a crescent shape, and she felt sweet in her heart. Jialan rolled his eyes obscurely, thinking that you took the things I gave you and pretended to give them away. This is really intolerable. Seeing Gge still talking to Logia, Jialan glanced at Gge and said indifferently, "Gge, have you forgotten what I just said to you in there?" Gge asked casually without turning his head, What did Uncle Jialan mean? You kid. I said I would see your strength after you get out. Now, you and Lucia, come with me to the training room. Jialan gave the order in an unquestionable tone, then turned and left. Gge sighed helplessly and pulled Lucia to chase after him. It was called a training room, but when Gge arrived, he realized that this so-called training room was even larger than the training ground of Marine School. The walls and floors of the room were covered with dense sword marks. After coming in, Garin said directly, "Okay, you and Lucia go fight, let me see the results of your training in Marine. If I am not satisfied, you can practice here until I am satisfied. By the way, you are not allowed to use the fruit ability." Without waiting for Gge to respond, Lucia said with embarrassment, "But I don't want to attack the young master." Lucia's words can be said to be disrespectful. Garin's face showed a trace of displeasure, and he said lightly, "You are very courageous. You dare to disobey me. What? Are you afraid of hurting Gge? No, the young master is definitely stronger than me, Okay Lucia, let's go fight, don't worry, I'm much stronger than you think." Gge waved his hand to interrupt Lucia's words. He had noticed that Garin began to lose patience. He had no doubt that if he hadn't been around, Garin would have killed Lucia directly. On weekdays, Garin is completely different from the way he is with Gge. After all, he is a celestial dragon who regards all living beings as ants. Garin only shows his easygoing side when dealing with his own people, especially his nephew Gge. To others, he is always the head of the Figolando family who is high above and indifferent to everything. So Gge saved Lucia's life. The two walked to the center of the training room. Lucia pulled out the zuiming that Gge had just given her. A sharp cold light flashed across the black blade. Gge summoned the demon sword Muramasa. He smiled at Lucia opposite him and said, "Lucia, I heard from Uncle Garin that you are also a demon fruit power. Let me see your ability first." Lucia naturally obeyed Gge's words and nodded immediately after hearing the words. Then she closed her eyes. In Gge's surprised eyes, a deep purple flame suddenly burned on her body. Then, a pair of pitch-black wings spread out from behind Lucia. The golden armor she was wearing gradually turned into the same color as the flame under the calcination of the purple flame, and circles of black patterns emerged. Chapter 52. Seeing Lucia's changes, Gge couldn't help but look at Garin and admired. "Zoan's devil fruit? It looks like a phantom beast. Uncle Jialan is really generous. Thank you." Garin folded his arms and said nothing, but there was an imperceptible smile on the corner of his mouth, which showed that he was quite happy with Gge's praise. If Gge knew Garin's inner thoughts, he would probably suspect that he was deliberately showing off in front of his nephew. At this time, Lucia had completely released the fruit's ability. When she opened her eyes, she could see that her ember pupils had also turned into deep purple, with a strange light flowing through them. Under the influence of the fruit's ability, her face became extremely mature and beautiful, and her figure became plumper. When she looked at Gge, Gge suddenly felt a restlessness and a burning sensation in her body. Gge definitely didn't have any evil intentions. This strangeness is most likely related to Lucia's fruit ability. Facing Gge, Lucia had no intention of being on guard at all. She lightly opened her red lips and made a charming voice. "Young master, my fruit is the Zoan phantom beast species, in the form of a fallen angel, and my ability is. Needless to say, I've probably guessed a little bit, let's get started, let me feel it." "As you wish, young master." As soon as she finished speaking, the black wings behind Lucia shook, and her whole body turned into a black stream of light and rushed towards Gge, scattering pieces of black feathers along the way. Clang! Shuiming and Muramasa collided together, making a sound of fighting. Lucia in the fallen angel form has been greatly blessed in terms of speed and strength. GGE can tell from this blow that Lucia is definitely stronger than the #1 female student in Marine today. Jun is much better. However, Lucia was even more surprised at this time, because GGE's strength indeed far exceeded her expectations. Although she did not use her full strength in this attack, she even used her fruit ability after all, but GGE blocked it so easily. She stared blankly at GGE's young face, and 2 lines of clear tears suddenly flowed from her beautiful eyes. GGE was stunned. He thought he hadn't fought back yet. Why was Lucia crying? He didn't care about fighting anymore. He used some force to push Zhoming away, put his arms around Lucia's waist and pulled her into his arms, and asked softly. "What's wrong with you, Lucia?" Lucia's nose moved and she choked. "Young master, you must have suffered a lot outside these years. How could you have such strength just by practicing in marine school?" Well, GGE tried hard to recall his experiences over the years. Except for those days in the Valley of Gods, he seemed to have suffered very little in the rest of the time. So he said a little bit dumbfounded. "Lucia, you are overthinking. My life outside is not as bad as you think. In fact, my life is quite easy. As for strength, can't it be your young master that I have extraordinary talents?" Lucia wiped the tears on her face and was about to speak when Garin, who had been watching the battle, suddenly shouted. "What are you doing there? GGE, you want me to test your strength in person, right?" Hearing this, Lucia jumped out of GGE's arms and said hurriedly. "Young master, let's continue the battle just now." As for Garin, an uncle who unleashed conquerors on his nephew as soon as they met, Lucia didn't think that Garin would be so gentle when he started to attack GGE. If he injured her young master GGE, it would be even worse than killing her. GGE, on the other hand, looked nonchalant, thinking that if the worst happened, he would just keep driving the Kamui and let Jialan chop it. Anyway, it wasn't the first time they met like this, so he didn't need to argue at all. He even wanted to appreciate the way Garin was helpless against him. However, seeing how flustered Lucia was, GGE gave up on this naughty idea and prepared to end this reluctant battle quickly. Thinking of this, he raised his knee towards Lucia, and then kicked out a slash wave entwined with lightning. Tempest kick Rakari. Lucia's eyes narrowed slightly, and her armor instantly wrapped around the pendant in her hands. She held the knife across her chest with both hands. The slash wave fell on her sword edge and did not dissipate. The strong force pushed her towards the back. A thin layer of cold sweat broke out on her forehead, and she sighed in her heart at the strength of GGE's attack. If she hadn't entered the fallen angel form in advance, this slash wave would have been enough to determine the outcome with one hit. It can only be said that GGE still underestimated Lucia's strength. She pursed her lips and smiled, and purple flames rose from her body. A flush appeared on Lucia's face, her strength increased again, and with a swipe of her sword, she directly dispersed the slash wave. When she looked at GGE again, an unusually charming smile appeared on her face. "Young master, you are really amazing, I like you the most." GGE was immediately confused by Lucia's sudden confession. He couldn't help but ask. "Lucia, are you okay?" Lucia pursed her lips and smiled. A burst of purple arrogance slowly spit out from her mouth, and said. "What can I do? Young master, I just used the fruit ability. This purple flame is called the flame of desire. It can make others turn into ashes in the burning of their own desires, but if it is used on myself, it will be fine. Amplify the strongest desires within me, thus greatly increasing my power." "So your desire is?" "Yes, my desire is you, young master." Lucia's voice at this time had a soul-stirring charm. The restlessness in GGE's heart became more intense, and the burning feeling became stronger and stronger. He suppressed the restlessness in his heart and decided not to hold back. He wasn't afraid that he couldn't control it, but he was afraid that Lucia would say something sarcastic later. As long as they were there, it would be fine, mainly because Garin was still standing there. A flash appeared in front of Lucia. He turned the demon sword Muramasa over and slapped Lucia's abdomen like a board. Lucia had no intention of blocking. She directly spread her arms and hugged her. Written by GGE. What? GGE hurriedly stopped her hand, and without enough time to break, she plunged directly into Lucia's broad chest. Lucia smiled sweetly, she picked up the somewhat confused GGE, lowered her head and kissed him. The pair of black wings slowly folded in, covering her and GGE. The corner of Galen's mouth twitched when he saw this scene. He wanted to yell out, but in the end he just sighed and said, "I shouldn't have let these two people fight." Chapter 53. On the way out of the training room, Jialan walked in front with a dark face, and Lucia followed GGE with a red face. Only GGE's face was normal, and he was recalling the scene in the training room. Wrapped in countless soft black feathers, Lucia kissed him affectionately, and he kept his eyes open the whole time until Lucia released the fruit ability. The fire of desire burned out, Lucia slowly opened her eyes, and then saw GGE staring at her without blinking. Then Lucia fainted in GGE's arms, and GGE took a lot of effort to wake her up. Jialan didn't plan to let the two fight anymore. He saw that the two would never fight in their lifetime. At this moment, he was filled with dog food and walked in front without saying a word. GGE glanced at Lucia who was hanging her head beside him and teased, "Lucia, your fruit ability really surprised me." "Well, Master, please don't laugh at me anymore, I. A wisp of steam came out of Lucia's head. Although she still refused to look up, GGE could see her ears that were already red. GGE did not intend to let Lucia go, and continued, "But I want to hear it again, who did you say you liked the most?" Lucia almost buried her head in her chest. She hummed a few times, and finally under GGE's coercion, she made a sound as thin as a mosquito's hum, "I like the master the most." Hearing this, GGE suddenly felt refreshed and nodded with satisfaction. Enough. Garin could no longer bear it, he turned around and roared, but GGE was not afraid of him at all, and Lucia was frightened and suddenly got into GGE's arms again. Garin silently put his hand on the handle of the knife at his waist, he wanted to enforce the family law. GGE was completely unaware, and even hugged Lucia in his arms a little tighter. "Bulu bulu." The voice of the Den Den Mushi sounded, and Jialan frowned slightly, and took out a Den Den Mushi with a white beard from his arms. There was a scar on the left eye of the Den Den Mushi, and his expression looked very serious. After Garin answered the call, Den Den Mushi made an old voice, "Saint Garin, come to the meeting room. There is something that needs to be arbitrated by you, the leader of the Knights of God." "What is it? Speak clearly, I am with my nephew." The serious coffin face of Den Den Mushi suddenly showed a surprised expression and said, "Nephew? You mean GGE? He was brought back by you?" "Yes, he is back." "Tell me what it is first." "Okay, do you still remember the Hanagu of Dongquixote family?" "Oh, that complete idiot. I remember that he sent a message some time ago that he wanted to return to Marie Joyce." "Yes, but he is dead." "Dead?" A cold light flashed in Garin's eyes, and he lightly raised his thumb, unsheathed the sharp blade at his waist, and said coldly, "How did he die? Who killed him?" "Humph, although he deserved it, celestial still flows in his body. Dragon's blood, you must get my permission to kill him." Den Den Mushi was silent for a while, then slowly said, "It's his biological son, Doflamingo." Garin's face froze, he suddenly looked up at GGE, and then fell silent. GGE spread his hands and cursed secretly in his heart. "What are you looking at me doing? I haven't even started yet, but your record is already available for inspection." When I called the other side and saw that there was no reply from Garin, I continued. Doflamingo has just returned with the head of the famous Saint Huogu. He wants to express his attitude and return to our celestial dragons. This matter is a bit troublesome. I have summoned people from other families and I am waiting for you to come over now. Discuss together. I see. Jialan hung up the phone and Gge asked. Uncle Jialan, who called just now? Satan Saint, you should have met him. He also went to the Valley of the Gods back then. He is one of the 5 elders. Now he is mainly responsible for the science class. He has a good relationship with our family. Then you have to go to his place now and take me with you. I'm quite interested in this Doflamingo. I think his behavior is to your liking. Gge smiled and said. Is there a reason why I can go? Okay, you have almost never appeared in Marie Joyce. This time is just for you to get acquainted with me. You should go change your clothes first. Change. Gge's mind immediately thought of the spacesuits worn by celestial dragons, and he said with a look of disgust. Forget it. Those clothes are fat and ugly. I don't like them. Jialan's face darkened and he said. What nonsense are you talking about? We must wear the formal attire of our clan on this occasion. This is a symbol of status. It is Lucia's duty to help you change. Let her take you there. After saying that, Garin turned away and went to change clothes. Lucia said softly. Young master, I think the family's formal attire looks very nice. Come on, I'll take you to change. Gge sighed helplessly, waved his hand, and followed Lucia back to his original dormitory. Nearly 7 years have passed since Gge last left here, but the furnishings in the palace are still clean and tidy, especially his room, which can be described as spotless. Lucia opened the wardrobe next to the bed, and there was a long black windbreaker of the same style hanging in it from childhood to adulthood. She took out a few pieces that roughly fit Gge's figure and put them on the bed, and said softly. When the young master is away, I will declare a few new ones for you every year. I am afraid that one day you will come back and you will not be able to find formal clothes that suit you. Gge looked at Lucia blankly. She seemed to always be able to touch the deepest softness in her heart unintentionally. Lucia stepped forward and gently untied Gge's shirt and said softly. I still remember that when I was a child, I used to change the young master's clothes in this way. Maybe my skills are a bit rusty now. I hope you won't blame me, young master. Lucia, have you been cleaning my bedroom all these years? Yes, this is my duty. Although there is no shortage of places to live here, I think the young master would still like to live here, right? Lucia neatly folded the unbuttoned coats and placed them on the bed. Then she picked up a black windbreaker and put it on Gge, and then began to fasten the buttons on the clothes. Gge looked down at Lucia, who looked serious, and suddenly said. Lucia, if I let you stay with me, will you feel like you've lost your freedom? Lucia was stunned for a moment. She raised her head and stared into Gge's eyes. Then she slowly pressed her face against Gge's chest and murmured in a low voice. How could it be possible? Master, this is my wish. Chapter 54. Lucia fastened the last button on Gge. She took a few steps back, looked at it carefully from top to bottom, and praised. Young master, you look really good in this dress. Gge put on a pair of black boots and walked to the floor-length mirror. In the mirror, he was dressed in black and had a tall and slender figure. Lucia walked behind Gge and stretched out her arms around Gge's waist. Gge naturally put her hand on Lucia's hand. The two of them had a moment of tenderness and then went out. After all, they had business to do later. When he saw Garin again, he was also wearing a black suit of the same style as Gge, and was followed by a burly, golden armored guard wearing a helmet. The golden armored guard saluted Gge and said respectfully. Lord Ji Gasheng, I am Carlos, the captain of the first escort team. By the way, the Figolando family has a total of 5 escort teams, of which the first, third, and fifth teams are under the control of Garin, while the second and fourth teams are assigned to Gulando by him. The third team has been handed over to GGE by Garin, and of course he does not need to hand it over. After all, the captain of the third team is Logia, and it is a natural thing for GGE to take over the third team. Jialan looked at GGE, who had changed his clothes, with a look of approval in his eyes, and said, "Yes, this is like a member of our Figolando family." GGE put one hand in his pocket and said, "I thought it was a fat sack with a fish tank on its head." "Don't talk nonsense, you don't need to bring any fish or hood here, and I think that kind of clothes are okay." "Uncle Jialan, you hesitated just now, didn't you? Speaking of which, I've never seen you wear that kind of clothes. Does it not fit you?" Garin glared and said, "You're lucky to be my nephew. Even in Marie Joyce, there aren't many people who dare to talk to me like that." Jialan couldn't scare GGE anymore. He laughed and said, "But who makes me your nephew? Uncle Jialan, just accept it." After saying that, GGE walked forward on his own, and Logia hurriedly trotted to follow. "Young master, do you know the way?" Looking at GGE's back, Jialan's sullen face gradually relaxed. He suddenly shook his head and chuckled a few times, saying, "This feels pretty good." Carlos, the captain of the first team, glanced at Garin secretly and was shocked. Saint Garin, who had always been unsmiling and awe-inspiring, actually had such a side. Garin put his hands behind his back, looking a little old-fashioned. In fact, he was still in his prime. He seemed to suddenly remember something, until GGE's back almost disappeared from his sight. He sighed softly and murmured, "It would be better if that boy could be by my side." In the Tianlong conference hall, a dozen celestial dragons wearing similar spacesuits sat around a rectangular conference table, all looking at the little boy standing at the end of the table. The boy has short yellow hair and wears oval-shaped sunglasses on his face. He looks young and is just taller than the table. He was wearing a washed white shirt, with some bloodline remaining on it that could not be washed away. Amid the scornful or mocking gazes of the celestial dragons, he stood there alone, holding a bloody human head in his hand. Saint Satan's face was expressionless. He folded his hands on the table and said nothing. The boy's hand holding the head was trembling slightly. He raised his head and said in a hoarse voice, "Will you let me come back or not? Haven't I done enough?" No one paid attention to the boy. The group of celestial dragons had lost interest in him and were all showing off what kind of slave they had bought today. Just when the boy was about to collapse, Saint Satan slowly spoke. "Doflamingo, you'd better be patient. Your matter cannot be finalized until Saint Garin arrives." "Why?" "Because you killed a celestial dragons. If he finds you guilty later, not only will you not be able to return to Marie Joyce, you will also be executed on the spot." As soon as these words came out, Doflamingo felt a chill in his heart. He already regretted coming back here. It was really uncomfortable to feel like his destiny was being controlled by others. Every minute and every second that passed here made him feel extremely tortured. Suddenly, a burst of unheard footsteps sounded from the door of the chamber, and then the door was pushed open. What appeared in Doflamingo's eyes was a burly man wearing gold armor. Doflamingo swallowed. When he was still in the Holy Land, he often heard the name of Saint Jialan from the famous Saint Huigu, but he had never met Saint Jialan himself. So at first he thought it was Jialan Sheng who pushed the door open, but the burly man immediately stood upright by the door as if waiting for something. The originally noisy celestial dragons fell silent instantly, and several female celestial dragons stretched their necks to look towards the door. Tread. Under everyone's gaze, two slender figures entered the meeting hall. It was Jialan and GGE, the uncle and nephew. Of course it was Carlos who opened the door just now. After Garin and GGE came in, he stepped out of his own accord. Logia didn't come in directly. She was waiting outside the door. The celestial dragons in the hall were stunned when they saw Gge next to Jialan, and they all began to guess Gge's identity. Without saying a word, Jialan took Gge and sat down in the two empty seats on the lower left side of Sartan. Sartan's eyes stayed on Gge for a while, then he looked at Garin and said, "Shang Jialan, you are finally here. Do you need to introduce the person next to you first?" Garin crossed his arms, glanced at Gge next to him, and said, "He is my nephew, Saint Figolando Gge." Gge also crossed his arms. After Galen's brief introduction, he just nodded slightly. The behavior of the uncle and nephew was extremely casual, but it caused an uproar among the people. After a brief shock, a group of celestial dragons immediately began to whisper. "Saint Garin's nephew? Isn't that the sole heir of the Figolando family? Oh my god! I almost forgot that he has a nephew. I didn't expect to see him today. Sage Gge is very young and looks very similar to Saint Jialan, but his hairstyle is a bit too ordinary. Let's go and get to know him first. He will probably be the next leader." Several celestial dragons had already moved chairs to Gge's side and were talking to Gge enthusiastically. Doflamingo was completely left there. He stared blankly at Gge, who was surrounded by celestial dragons, and a strong sense of jealousy emerged in his heart. Chapter 55. The celestial dragons, who have always been arrogant, actually showed their intention to please Gge, and all this stems from Gge's identity as the sole heir of the Figolando family. This identity is really too dazzling. To most people outside, celestial dragons are all the same. As long as they are celestial dragons, they are superior and cannot be disobeyed. But in Marie Joyce, the home base of the celestial dragons, the Figolando family is definitely a special existence. It is synonymous with power, and without I'm taking action, the Figolando family is the last barrier to defend the glory of the celestial dragons. The treatment Gge was receiving now was also what Jialan had enjoyed before, and he watched quietly. Until a look of impatience appeared on Gge's face, he tapped a finger on the table and said in a deep voice, "Silence, it's time to talk about Doflamingo." A faint kingly pressure emanated from Garin. Except for Sartan, the rest of the celestial dragons were stagnant in breathing. They smiled awkwardly, and then returned to their seats silently. Sartan didn't say a word during the whole process. In fact, he and Garin were no higher or lower in terms of status. It's just that today was the first time that Garin let Gge appear in public. He wisely lowered his sense of existence. Even he has tacitly defined the nature of this meeting as Gge's public meeting, and he is very happy to sell the Figolando family's face. As for Doflamingo, from the moment Gge's identity was revealed by Garin, he was completely reduced to nothing. How can a traitor's son compare with Gge, the heir to the Figolando family? If Garin hadn't brought the topic back to Doflamingo, no one would have even looked at Doflamingo again until the end of the meeting. Doflamingo also felt that everyone was ignoring him, but no matter how angry he was, he could only grit his teeth and wait for Galen's final judgment on him. And his life or death may depend on Jialan's light words. Jealousy, fear, unwillingness, all kinds of emotions were intertwined in Doflamingo's heart. He already wanted to leave here, but that would mean that he had completely given up the only chance to regain his identity as a celestial dragons, and he couldn't bear it. Galen's eyes were cold, and he could feel Doflamingo's negative emotions because of his strong sense of knowledge. He glanced at the Hanagu head and said, "How does it feel to kill your own biological father with your own hands?" Doflamingo's body shook violently. This sentence was like opening up his scars. He gripped Hanagu's hair tightly and squeezed out a sentence through his teeth. "It doesn't feel like anything, he deserves to die. Give me a damn reason." Doflamingo finally couldn't hold it any longer. He was only a 10-year-old child after all. Under Galen's questioning, his emotions finally exploded. "He's so stupid. He killed my mother. And he let my brother and I live like that. Doflamingo told everything he had experienced outside the Holy Land. At the end of the story, he threw Hanagu's head out like trash. The head rolled on the ground and did not stop until it hit the table leg. The remaining affection between father and son in Doflamingo's heart turned into hatred at this moment. He looked at the celestial dragons who were sitting on their chairs and looking at him like clowns, and shouted in his heart. I was supposed to be one of them. My life is ruined. After hearing this, Jialan just sneered, without even looking at the human head that fell on the ground, and said lightly. Sure enough, he brought it upon himself. This kind of fate is natural for him. Sartan said from the side. Saint Garin, what do you think of Doflamingo's return to the Holy Land? Garin pondered for a moment, and first glanced at a celestial dragon sitting diagonally across the corner. This celestial dragon has green hair and an ugly face. Of course, apart from Jialan and Gigi, almost none of the celestial dragons present are good-looking, so his face is not outstanding here. Saint Muscarad, Doflamingo is a member of your Donquixote family. Do you want him to come back? Gigi raised his eyebrows when he heard the name. He still has some impression of this celestial dragons. Isn't it the guy who beat up another celestial dragons in Marie Joyce to save Shirahoshi and was finally executed by Garin? But now this guy has not been brainwashed by Otohim, and his personality is no different from other celestial dragons. After hearing this, Muscard looked at Doflamingo with disdain and said. Huoming was the sinner who brought shame to the Donquixote family. Our family has expelled him. He and his family will never want to return to the family again in this life. Doflamingo felt as if he was struck by lightning. He stared at Muscarad and clenched his fists. However, Muscard turned his head and looked at Garin with a smile on his face and said. Of course, it's up to you, Lord Jialan, to decide how to deal with him. If you want him to come back, that's not. Okay, I get it. Jialan waved his hand to interrupt. Under Doflamingo's uneasy gaze, he suddenly turned to look at Gigi and said. Gigi, it's up to you to decide whether Doflamingo will stay or die. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked and focused their attention on Gigi. Gigi had a look of surprise on his face. He didn't expect that Jialan would hand over the decision-making power on this matter to him. Sartan, who had been silent all this time, glanced at Garin and already understood Galen's intention. Garin is building momentum for Gigi, letting other celestial dragons see the importance he attaches to Gigi, and thus wants to completely consolidate the status of the heir to the Gigi family and allow him to gain a firm foothold in Marie Joyce. When Sartan turned his attention to Gigi with his arms folded, his expression suddenly changed. He noticed the black knife-shaped mark on the back of Gigi's hand. His eyes flashed, and he was surprised. Is that the demon sword Muramasa? Saint Garin has already given it to Gigi. Thinking of this, Sartan, who originally wanted to express his opinion, shut up completely. He had already made up his mind. No matter what decision Gigi made later, he would have to support Doflamingo even if he really wanted to come back. Because the demon sword Muramasa is not only a symbol of the head of the Figolando family, its birth is of extremely important significance to the entire Celestial Dragons group. That is a knife that can kill gods. Of course, the god does not refer to the Celestial Dragons who claim to be gods, but the Nika who will awaken again who knows when. Chapter 56. Gigi thought for a moment, looked up at Doflamingo, and said. To be honest, I quite admire you, Doflamingo. Originally, when he heard that Jialinsheng had handed over the decision-making power to Gigi, Doflamingo thought that he was completely out of luck. After all, Gigi looked too young. In Doflamingo's opinion, Galen's behavior was that he didn't take himself seriously at all, and his attitude was as casual as handling a piece of garbage. He didn't expect Gigi to speak for him. Not giving him the death penalty was the best result. But now when he heard Gigi actually say that he admired him, the fire of hope in Doflamingo's heart was ignited again. He looked at Gge with hope. At this moment, his fate was completely in Gge's hands. However, Gge was not in a hurry to make the final decision. He just asked. You have a younger brother, right? Why didn't he come here with you? Doflamingo was stunned for a moment, then nodded and said. Yes, his name is Rosinante. He was stimulated and ran away somewhere. Oh, so you are the only one left in your family now. If you are allowed to come back, are you sure you can stay in the family? Doflamingo couldn't help but look at Muscard, and the only response he received was a look of disdain. He fell silent, and Muscarad's attitude represented the Don Quixote family's attitude towards him. Gge was right. Even if he was allowed to return to the family, as a traitorous son, he might not even be able to find a place to stay. Among the people in the entire hall, the only one who showed concern for him was Gge. In fact, regardless of how cruel Doflamingo turned out to be, he is still just a 10-year-old kid now, so it would be good if he didn't collapse in the face of such heavy pressure. Now may be the most vulnerable time in his life. Even though Gge didn't mean to care about him when he asked this, it made Doflamingo feel a little warmth in his cold heart. Coupled with Gge's unattainable status for him, this care is even more valuable. So when he spoke again, his title for Gge also changed. Lord Gsheng, what do you think I should do? Gge smiled slightly and said. We, the Figolando family, can accept you. Nanny. Before Doflamingo could react, a burst of exclamations broke out in the conference hall. Jialin also glanced at Gge in surprise, but didn't say much. Muscard looked at Gge in disbelief and said. Sage Gge, are you kidding me? He is the son of a traitor. Gge frowned, a wisp of black air floated out of the corner of his eyes, and said coldly. What? Are you questioning my decision? Buzz. Jet black conquerors emanated from Gge, and the lights in the conference hall gradually dimmed instantly. Of course, Gge has suppressed conquerors' strength to the limit. After all, these celestial dragons are too weak. But even so, under the influence of his conquerors, many celestial dragons still felt dizzy, especially Muscarad. His body swayed, and finally fell down from the chair and sat down. On the ground. He had no idea what was happening and looked at Gge with a horrified look on his face. The other celestial dragons were also frightened like geese and sat on their chairs, not daring to move. Satan was not surprised by the conquerors displayed by Gge. It would be a huge surprise if the sole heir of the Figolando family did not even have this qualification. Doflamingo had awakened conquerors before due to an accident, but he was too young to know what conquerors was, let alone control it. Unaffected, all he saw was the scene where the celestial dragons were so frightened that they didn't even dare to fart after Gge finished speaking. But what shocked him the most was what Gge said. He is still wondering if he heard it wrong. That's the Figolando family. Doflamingo still remembers that when Hanagu decided to leave the family, he said that he was most worried about the Figolando family. Because the successive heads of this family have a privilege that is feared by all celestial dragons, that is, they can judge celestial dragons. Doflamingo never dreamed that he would have the opportunity to join this family one day. This was so dreamy that he even stuttered when he spoke. Lord G, are you serious? Gge's face darkened. It was okay for Doflamingo to stutter, but he stuttered on the first word of his name. Fortunately, no one here understood the meaning of Gge. He frowned and said impatiently. I don't have time to joke with you. Doflamingo stared. He took a deep breath for a while before he straightened his words and shouted. If Lord Gge allows me to join the Figolando family, I am willing to swear allegiance to you to the death. Well, you can go now. Ah! Doflamingo's mind has been completely turned upside down. What does it mean that he can leave? Where does Gge want him to go? Are you going to report to the Figolando family? He asked tentatively. What does Jigasheng mean? It means that you can leave Marie Joyce now and go to the outside world to have a good time. Come to me when you have enough strength. The Figolando family does not accept waste. I just gave you a chance. Why? Don't you want this opportunity? Gge's words are like a veritable painting on blue star. Of course, the cake he painted is indeed very tempting. Doflamingo's face froze, and he wanted to say something more, but when he saw Gge's increasingly impatient expression, he immediately responded. Yes. I am really grateful to Master Gge for giving me this opportunity. I will definitely try my best for this and never let you down. After saying that, Doflamingo turned around and strode towards the door. Gge stopped him and said. You must have put in a lot of effort when you came here. When you take the elevator down, you will see a ship. You go to the ship to find a man named Spangdine. Just say that I asked you to find him. He will get you where you want to go. Doflamingo immediately bowed deeply to Gge with tears of gratitude, kept his posture and stepped back to the door step by step, finally turned around and opened the door to leave. After he left, Garin suddenly said. Gge, what on earth are you thinking? Don't tell me you were just teasing him. Gge smiled and said. Uncle Jialan, this time you are not as discerning as me. That guy has good qualifications. If he can be used by the family, he will definitely be a good tool. Chapter 57. On the way back, Garin asked. Gge, how long are you going to stay in Marie Joyce this time? Gge thought for a while and said. If Uncle Jialan has nothing else to do, I might leave tomorrow. You kid, you just want to leave after taking something, right? Uncle Jialan, are you reluctant to let me go? Sulfuric acid. The sword at Garin's waist revealed a blade that was shining coldly. Gge was not afraid at all. He put his hands behind his head and turned to Lucia and said. Lucia, you come with me then. A look of surprise appeared on Lucia's face. She had been feeling uneasy when she heard Gge say he was leaving. Now she breathed a sigh of relief when she heard this. She nodded vigorously and said. As long as the young master is willing, Lucia will follow you wherever you go. Gge smiled slightly, ignoring Jialan's gradually darkening face, and said. Uncle Garin, I have to ask the world government to fabricate a reasonable identity for Lucia. I want her to enter marine school. Jialan almost laughed angrily at Gge, and he said angrily. Are you practicing or enjoying yourself at marine school? Do you want me to help you make arrangements so that she can live in the same dormitory with you? That's no need. I don't live in a single dormitory. It would be inconvenient for Lucia to live with me. A big tic-tac-toe appeared on Garin's forehead. He turned away and said calmly. I don't care about this, you can figure it out yourself. No, Uncle Jialan, not many people in the world government know about me, so my words are not as effective as yours. Have you forgotten the one named Spangdine? I have promoted him to the commander of CP9. From now on, you can just give him direct orders for things like this. Haha, I see, it must be Uncle Jialan. I am very comfortable with this guy. Jialan stopped, squinted at Gge, and said. Don't be too happy too early. It's okay to go back, but you have to practice your sword skills here first. At least you have to learn how to go out first. Don't just use Muramasa to chop around. Gge has no objection to this matter. No matter when, improving strength is the most important thing. However, in Gge's opinion, the swordsmanship in One Piece is nothing more than ordinary slashing, with a powerful turn and flying. Back at home, it was getting late, so Jialan took Gge directly to the restaurant to have dinner together. In the middle of the restaurant is a huge rectangular dining table with several gold candlesticks, which looks very gorgeous. Garin sat at the head of the dining table, picked up a newspaper prepared by the servant and read it. Gge sat on his left side, while Lucia went out to order the servants to prepare meals. Looking at the empty restaurant, Gge asked. Uncle Jialan, do you usually eat here alone? Garin looked down at the newspaper and said. Well, you don't have to worry. Since I became the leader of the Knights of God, Gulando has never had dinner with me again. He will not come over. Then where is he now? He must know that I am back. He stayed in the science class all day long, studying something else. Speaking of this, Garin sighed and continued. Those are crooked ways after all. I haven't seen him go to the practice room in these years. Hey, maybe he is practicing secretly behind your back, or he is focusing on improving the fruit's ability. When Gulando was mentioned, the atmosphere instantly became solemn. Garin closed the newspaper, looked at Gge and said seriously. Gge, do you really want to kill him? He is your biological father after all. Gge's eyes turned dark. He looked directly into Jialan's eyes and said firmly. I don't have a father like him, and he has never treated me as a son. To him, I am just a tool to improve my strength. Only one of us can survive in the end. Garin frowned and said. A tool to increase strength? What do you mean? It seems you don't know yet, Uncle Jialan. He spent so much effort experimenting on me. What do you think he wants to do? Don't you want you to defeat me in the future and take back the position of the head of the family for him? In fact, he thinks too much. I was planning to give the position of the head of the family to you, and I can only give it to you. Call. A dark tornado erupted from Gge's back, and he said expressionlessly. Uncle Jialan, your thinking is too simple. He is just cultivating a perfect body for himself, and he will use special methods to seize the body in the future. He never wanted to rely on my son. In other words, from the beginning, he just wanted to kill me. What did you say? Garin stood up suddenly, endless anger pouring out of his eyes. He really didn't know about this matter. If he had known earlier, he would not have cared about the threat of Gulando and directly chose to clean up the door. Gge's heart didn't look so calm either. He suppressed the emotions that were almost out of control. The darkness behind him slowly returned to his body and he continued. If I'm not wrong, what Gulando is currently researching should be about the method of exchanging bodies. After all, Meatball Fruit hasn't been born yet. He may be a little impatient. After listening to Gge's words, Jialan stood there silently and did not move for a long time. He did not doubt the truth of what Gge said, because there was no need for Gge to lie about such things. Jialan had no choice but to kill his father with his own hands, which also caused a great psychological shadow on him, so just now he thought of persuading Gge, telling Gge not to follow his old path again, at least to stay. Guland got one more life. But now, he has completely given up this idea, because in his opinion, Gulando's behavior is simply worse than an animal, and he is not worthy of being a father at all. At this moment, Garin was completely disappointed with Gulando, his brother. He even wanted to go to Gulando right away and fix him severely. He will not think about killing Gulando, because now his thoughts are consistent with Gge, that is, Gulando's life must be taken by Gge himself. The uncle and nephew were standing and sitting, and the whole restaurant fell into silence until Lucia's voice came from the door. Young master, the food is ready, do you want them to come up now? Hearing Lucia's voice, Gge finally calmed down. He took a deep breath, put on a relaxed face, and shouted to Lucia. Lucia, let them serve the food, thank you for your hard work. Lucia trotted over and took a strange look at Garin who was standing there with an ugly expression. Then she gently wrapped a white napkin around Gge and said. Young master, this is what I should do. Please let me serve you for dinner later. Chapter 58. Jialan held his hands hidden in his sleeves tightly. He suddenly looked at Gge and said apologetically. Gge, I'm sorry. Lucia's eyes widened in surprise. What did she hear? Garin, who is called the king, actually apologized? What happened just now when she was away? Gge trembled. He looked up at Jialan with mixed emotions and whispered. Uncle Jialan, you don't need to apologize. It was Gulando who concealed the truth. You didn't know it at the time. Garin shook his head and said. If I had been firmer then, you wouldn't have continued to be tortured there, and even almost died. Okay, Uncle Jialan, you really don't have to think so much. You are my only relative. I have nothing to be sorry for. Let's eat. Speaking of which, this is our first time eating together. A smile appeared on Gge's face, which made Jialan feel increasingly uncomfortable. Just now was the second time in his life that he said the words I'm sorry. The first time was when he personally put the sword into his father's heart. At that time, his father also had a happy smile on his face, and he, who was not good at expressing, just said sorry in the end. Garin sat back on the chair silently and murmured. A relative. Gge turned her head and winked at Lucia. Lucia understood immediately. She snapped her fingers, and a group of servants holding dishes rushed in outside the door. Some people came out to put napkins around Garin. Garin was very depressed during the meal, but Gge was deliberately trying to guide him, hoping to make him happy. Lucia was a little confused by this scene, because the identities of the uncle and nephew seemed to have been reversed, and Garin rather, he looked like a wronged child. The dinner ended in this weird atmosphere. After the meal, Garin went to his bedroom accompanied by several servants. Only Gge and Lucia were left in the restaurant. Although Lucia was curious about Garin's strange behavior, she did not ask. After living in a family like Figolanda for so many years, she knew what was right. Gge rubbed his swollen temples, stood up and said. Lucia, let's go rest too. Lucia blushed, she hummed slightly, then helped Gge take off the napkin and put it on the table, and went to the bedroom with Gge. When he arrived in the bedroom, Gge lay down on the bed and stared at the ceiling above him in trance. In fact, he was not as relaxed as he had been in the restaurant. Everything he experienced in the laboratory as a child had already become his inner demon. If he hadn't faced Garin, he would never have mentioned it again. Suddenly, Gge felt someone touching his feet. He stood up and saw that Lucia was taking off his shoes. He had been in a daze on the road just now, and he had ignored Lucia who had been following him. He said quickly. Okay Lucia, you go and rest. I can do the undressing myself. With that said, Gge was about to take his feet away from Lucia's arms, but was hugged by Lucia. Lucia looked at Gge and smiled softly, and said softly. Young master, it is my duty to help you change clothes. You didn't say anything during the day. That's because I only changed into a coat and didn't take off my shoes. They were so dirty. What are you talking about? Young master, just lie down and let me do the rest. Perhaps because she was afraid that Gge would move randomly, Lucia moved her hands faster, took off Gge's shoes, and then moved closer to Gge, lowering her head to unbutton his shirt. Gge quickly grabbed her hand and said. Wait a minute Lucia, I'm going to bed. Lucia slowly raised her head, and Gge saw that there were two purple flames burning in her eyes, which were the flames of desire. She actually used the fruit ability. Gge was a little dumbfounded, wondering what kind of trouble this was going to cause. Under the influence of the flames of desire, Lucia's face once again showed the charming look she had during the day's battle, and her behavior became more and more bold. She pushed Gge directly onto the bed, then she took her hand away from Gge's hand, stretched out a finger to draw a circle on Gge's chest, and said in an extremely charming voice. Young master, you are right, it's time to sleep now. After saying that, Lucia burst out with astonishing speed, and with Gge's confused eyes, she stripped him down to only a pair of underwear. Just when Logia stretched out her hand towards Gge's last line of defense, Gge couldn't hold back any longer. The dark fruit ability was activated, his hand turned into pitch black, he grabbed Lucia's shoulder and shouted. Logia! Wake up! Lucia's face froze, and the fire of desire in her eyes was extinguished instantly. She stared blankly at Gge in front of her, her pretty face turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye, and she murmured. Young master, I. Before she could finish speaking, her body went limp and collapsed on Gge. Hiss! Gge was shirtless now. Being touched by Logia like this made him feel a little bit off guard. He took a deep breath, put his hand on Lucia's back and asked. Logia, what happened to you just now? Why did you even use the fruit power? Logia buried her face in Gge's arms and said in a low voice. I'm really sorry, young master. I just wanted to embolden myself, so I used a little bit of fruit power. I didn't expect the effect to be so strong. Hearing this reason, Gge suddenly said in a dumbfounded way. To be brave? Why are you so brave when you have nothing to do? Can I still eat you? Young master, if you want, I can. Over the years, I have learned a little bit about this from some female officers who are responsible for training slaves. Gge glanced at Lucia's little head helplessly and said. You have been thinking about something all day long. We have just reunited for a day, and Uncle Garin just told me not to use my mind on this. If tonight I will, well, if I let him know, he is determined to make me look good tomorrow, and he will probably not let you go with me. Hearing the last sentence, Logia suddenly stood up from Gge and said in horror. No. I finally waited for the young master to come back. I don't want to be separated from you again. After saying that, Logia jumped out of bed, ran to the closet and magically took out a black silk pajamas from Gge's black formal clothes. She put it on in front of Gge, and then all of a sudden she got into Gge's arms, closed her eyes tightly and said. Good night, young master. Chapter 59. Logia lay in Gge's arms and quickly fell asleep, while Gge couldn't sleep at all for some reason. However, his body is already extraordinary. Even after a sleepless night, he is still energetic when he wakes up the next morning and does not feel tired at all. After changing clothes and having breakfast under Lucia's service, Gge thought that Garin did not show up during breakfast. Gge thought that what he said last night should have stimulated Garin a lot, and he might not have recovered yet. However, just after Gge finished breakfast, Carlos came to the restaurant to deliver a message. Lord Gsheng, the head of the family wants you to go to the practice room now. I see. Gge did not take Logia with him and went to yesterday's practice room alone. In the practice room, Garin, dressed in black Taoist uniform, held a wooden sword and faced the door with his back. As soon as Gge stepped in, he felt a sharp sword energy coming towards his face. The demon sword Muramasa seemed to sense the danger and appeared in Gge's hands instantly. Before Gge could say hello, Garin turned around and slashed out with a sword energy. Gge's pupils shrank and he subconsciously raised his knife to block. Sulfuric acid. Garin's sword energy didn't even use his weaponry. To put it bluntly, it was just an ordinary slash, but it actually made Gge retreat several meters in an instant. This was even when Demon Sword Muramasa absorbed most of the impact for him. Gge's right hand holding the sword was still trembling slightly, and his face was solemn. This was the first time that he had personally felt Garin's terrifying strength. The title king was well deserved. Compared with Garin's sword energy, Jun's kind can't even be considered as tickling. There was no wave on Garin's face, just like when he faced off against rocks in the Valley of the Gods. He was the absolute king with the sword in his hand. The wooden knife in his hand was gradually wrapped in a red gas. Gge frowned and thought. Isn't that Conqueror's entanglement? Is Uncle Jialan serious about it? However, Jialan didn't give Gge time to think at all. His figure gradually became illusory, and he appeared in front of Gge in an instant. He raised the wooden knife in his hand and suddenly slashed at Gge's shoulder. At this juncture, Gge activated his sense of sight to ultimate, and used Kamui when the wooden sword was about to contact his body. The body hollow avoided Galen's attack. A look of surprise appeared on Jialan's face. Gge seized the opportunity and instantly wrapped his arms around Muramasa, the demon sword. He held the sword in both hands and struck upward. It's a pity that Garin is not Kizaru. Even when facing the unknown Kamui, he was only distracted for a moment. With the blessing of the top level of knowledge and color, Jialan turned his wrist at the moment Gge's body solidified, causing the wooden sword to hit Muramasa's blade diagonally, deflecting the attack trajectory. However, Gge's attack did not end. He let go of his hands, and the demon sword Muramasa turned into darkness. Then it split into 7 black swords and hovered in the air, with the tips pointing directly at Garin. This move was a move that Gge suddenly realized during the battle. He was automatically possessed by the named fruit and whispered. Floating life with 10,000 blades, 7 killing swords. 7 black knives formed a circle and strangled Jialan. Jialan tapped his toes on the ground and retreated quickly. The 7 black knives were like gangrene attached to the bones. No matter where he appeared, they could never catch up with him. Put. Seeing that he couldn't get rid of it, Jialan simply stopped, and with a wave of his hand, he knocked one of the knives away. However, the knocked away knife quickly returned to the sword formation, and the offensive did not slow down at all. Not only was Garin not a coward, but he had a look of approval on his face. He finally said, "Did Muramasa give the invisible darkness a physical form? It's a good idea, but the attack power is still not enough." After saying that, a terrifying aura erupted from Garin's body. The red gas wrapped around the wooden knife spread to his body along the blade. He raised the wooden knife and stabbed it into the air, shouting in a low voice. "King's Sword Yuji!" Buzz! A transparent knife-shaped shock wave spurted out from the tip of his sword, penetrating through the 7 black knives stabbing him. The 7 black knives trembled slightly in mid-air, and then they all fell to the ground. Ultimately 1. The shock wave was so fast that it penetrated Gge's body before he could react. He only felt that his mind was shaken, and his whole body seemed to be washed away. His body went limp and he knelt down on one knee. The demon sword Muramasa flew back. His hands to support his body. Jialan sheathed the knife gracefully and walked towards Gge, saying as he walked. "This is the swordsmanship of our Figolando family, called the King's Sword. What do you think of its power?" Gge took a deep breath and said. "It's very strong. What's going on with this invisible sword energy?" Jialan walked up to Gge, stretched out his hand to pull him up, and said. "This is another application of Conqueror's. King's Sword is a sword technique that complements Conqueror's Haki. The Yuji just now is just the first move. It brings Conqueror's shock to the mind to the ultimate, focusing on the sword to explode, even Logia's elementalization cannot be avoided. I have to say that this swordsmanship really illustrates the self-confidence of the Figolando family. The basis for practicing it is Conquerors. Judging from the prosperity of the Figolando family, as long as there is a loser, this swordsmanship will there is a risk of being lost." Gge nodded slightly and said. "But my Conquerors has only just awakened, and at most it can be released. It's difficult to control it as freely as Uncle Jialan. I'm afraid it's still a little difficult to master this swordsmanship." Garin chuckled a few times, crossed his arms and said. "Are you a little too eager to achieve success? But it doesn't matter. Practicing this swordsmanship will also improve your Conquerors. As I said, the two complement each other." After hearing this, Gge finally felt relieved. He didn't want to stay here for too long. Even with Jialan by his side, the grando hidden in the darkness still made him feel a little uneasy. He raised his head and asked. Uncle Jialan, you just said that Yuji is only the first form of the king's sword, so what are the other forms? The king's sword has only 3 styles in total. The remaining 2 styles are Genkuo and God-killing. The ancestors used this last style to kill Joey Boy back then. Uncle Jialan must have mastered the last move, right? Yeah, but I can't unleash the true power of God-killer because it requires the power of dark fruit. Speaking of this, Galen's expression looked a little regretful. He patted Gge's shoulder and said sincerely. Dark fruit chose you in the end. I hope you can show your uncle the true power of this move one day. Whether the family can take a step further depends on you. Well, I won't let you down. Haha, okay, I'll show you the next 2 moves, and you'll have to figure it out on your own from now on. Chapter 60. In the next month, except for going back to the palace to rest at night, Gge basically spent time with Galan in the practice room. During this period, Gge had informed Ginny at Marine School that she would stay in Marie Joyce for a few more days to reassure her. What he didn't know was that the bear was already preparing to set off to find him that day. If he was there at night, the bear would probably fly directly to Marie Joyce, and things would be a bit troublesome then. A month later, Gge, whose hair had almost reached his shoulders, walked out of the practice room. In just 1 month, his temperament had undergone earth-shaking changes. There was a black aura faintly surrounding his body, giving people a mysterious and majestic feeling. Lucia, who had been waiting outside the practice room all day, immediately stepped forward and put a black cloak on Gge and said softly. You're tired, young master. Let's go back and clean up quickly. Gge smiled and was about to speak when Jialan also walked out of the practice room. He put his hand on Gge's shoulder and whispered. Gge, I am very satisfied with your performance today. It seems that you no longer need me to teach you in the future. You can go back to Marine. Gge was stunned for a moment. He had been focusing on practicing during this period and almost forgot that he had been here for a month. Looking at Jialan's slightly tired eyes, Gge was deeply moved. During this period of time, Jialan could be said to have devoted himself to teaching him, putting in even more energy than he did. Gge held Jialan's hand on his shoulder and said. Thank you, Uncle Galan. A smile appeared on the corner of Galan's mouth. He waved his hand and said. Go back. There is no need to say thank you between you and me. Who made you my nephew? After saying that, he took out a newspaper from his arms and unfolded it. Gge glanced at it suspiciously. It was almost all about the Roger pirates. After Rock's death, Roger's reputation at sea became more and more powerful, and his affairs would naturally be focused on by newspapers, such as which country he appeared in, or which pirate group he defeated. What was published in this newspaper was that Roger was causing a scene in a country, and there was a photo of Roger's pirate group at the top. From the photo, you can see soldiers rolling their eyes everywhere, and Roger is stepping on an officer covered in blood, grinning widely, and behind him are a group of members of the Roger pirates. Lucia also saw this photo, with a look of disgust on her face, and said hatefully. Damn pirates, they are just a bunch of scum. Gge comforted the emotional Lucia for a while, then turned to look at the silent Galan and asked. Uncle Jialan, what do you mean by showing me this? Do you want me to be careful about Roger? Jialan silently pointed to the edge of the photo, where there was a child wearing a straw hat. Because the frame he occupied was too small, Gge didn't notice him just now. But at this glance, he immediately recognized that the child wearing a straw hat was one of the future 4 emperors, the red-haired Shanks. At the same time, he also remembered the speculation about the red-haired life experience on Blue Star. He was probably Galan's son. And Jialan's next words also made Gge more convinced of this guess. Now that you have become a marine, you may encounter the Roger pirates one day. This pirate group is indeed very strong, so you should be careful when the time comes. After giving Gge a few words, Garin paused, then looked at Shanks in the photo and said. Also, if you meet this guy, leave him alive. Gge didn't ask anything. He nodded very simply and said. I understand, Uncle Jialan, don't worry. Jialan raised his head, took a deep look at Gge, and said slowly. Don't you want to know who he is? I don't need to know this. I just know that he must be a very important person to Uncle Jialan. Haha, maybe he is similar to me. Galan was stunned for a moment, then he nodded slightly and said. Yes, you two are equally important to me. I don't want you to become enemies. Then do I need to find a chance to bring him back? No, I once told you, choose your own path, and this sentence also applies to him. Speaking of this, Galan's tall body suddenly collapsed. He sighed heavily again, looked up at the gradually full moon in the sky, and whispered. But his path has gone in the opposite direction from you and me. After saying that, Galan left alone, leaving only one sentence. Tomorrow I will arrange a ship to take you back in the name of world government. Have a good rest tonight. Gge didn't speak, but quietly watched Jialan's back gradually disappear into the night. The next day, Gge and Lucia boarded Junranan's boat. Gge stood on the deck and looked up at the red line. He could feel a pair of sharp eyes watching him at the top. It wasn't until Red Line completely disappeared from sight that Gge turned back to the cabin and chatted with Lucia about Marine School, letting her know some information in advance so that she could adapt to life there faster. On the training ground of Marine School, Akainu was having a fierce hand-to-hand battle with a bear. The two of them did not use any fruit abilities, but used a pair of fists covered in armed colors to fight passionately. Akainu's size seemed a bit petite in front of the bear, but judging from the confrontation between the two, the bear was obviously suppressed by Akainu. He retreated steadily under Akainu's ferocious offensive like a volcanic eruption. Kizaru was eating a banana on the side, and looked at him with great relish. Strawberry, who had a very high forehead, squatted next to him and said. Porisalino, why don't you go up and spar with Sakazuki? I think the bear can't hold on any longer. Kizaru threw the banana peel into the air, and then another laser shot it into ashes. He stood up, stretched his butt, and said lazily. I won't go. It's rare that the old man isn't here. Why not just relax? What's the point of fighting? Strawberry was also used to Kizaru's style. He shrugged and said. Speaking of which, I don't know what happened to Teacher Zephyr today. He hasn't come yet. Who knows, come on, bear. I'm optimistic about you. At this time, in Zephyr's office. Zephyr was looking at a resume on the table seriously. The photo on the resume showed a young girl with a beautiful face, but her expression looked a little cold. Of course he was not attracted by the photo. What caught his eye was the information on his resume. Darkside Lucia, Zoan's phantom beast species and fallen angel form. Chapter 61. Darkside? Gge's cousin. Zephyr couldn't help but think of the time when Sengoku told him that Gge had a background. He didn't worry about it at first, but now it's different. He can't care less about it. Good guy, my cousin is a user with Logia dark fruit ability, and now here comes a cousin who is a fantasy beast. How could it be such a coincidence? The best devil fruit is specifically looking for someone named Darkside? It is a coincidence that a small probability event occurs once, but it is abnormal for it to happen twice in a row. Zephyr is almost certain that Gge and Lucia's devil fruit was given by the forces behind them. Thinking of this, Zephyr was secretly shocked, wondering what kind of force this was that could have such a big hand. Zephyr was thinking when a chaotic sound suddenly sounded outside the window, interrupting his thoughts. These brats have become lawless just because I haven't been there for a while. That guy from Porisalino must be the leader. Zephyr came to the window with a dark face and looked towards the training ground. He immediately knew what was going on. It turned out that Gge was back, and there was a slim black-haired girl standing next to him. Although she was a little far away, Zephyr knew that it must be the Lucia mentioned on the resume. On the training ground, Ginny was almost obsessed with Gge. Her pretty face kept rubbing in Gge's arms. Lucia frowned slightly, but she didn't say much. Gge had already introduced her to several of his close people on the ship, of which Ginny was naturally the focus. Lucia knew how important Ginny was to Gge. Jun in the crowd also wanted to go up and say a few words to Gge, but she knew that with her relationship with Gge, going up at this time would only cause embarrassment. She looked at Lucia, who had been standing quietly next to Gge, with amusement in her eyes. Gge had just introduced Lucia to everyone, saying she was his cousin, but she was good at observing words and emotions, but she saw something fishy in it. The way Lucia looked at Gge couldn't be the so-called cousin, and the sense of attachment almost overflowed. Realizing that someone had been staring at her, Lucia frowned slightly, turned her head to meet Jun's gaze, and slowly placed her right hand on the handle of Swime's knife. Jun's expression changed. She actually felt an inexplicable sense of crisis from Lucia, which meant that the opponent's strength was probably greater than hers. Fortunately, Gge noticed something strange about Lucia. He just called Lucia's name softly, and Lucia immediately calmed down and stopped looking at Jun. Akina waited for Ginny to finish talking to Gge before speaking. Gge, you have become stronger again. Gge smiled slightly and said half-jokingly. Sakazuki, where did you see this? Hair. Akina responded seriously. No, it has nothing to do with your hair. You have an aura about you, I can feel it. Kizaru held his chin and nodded in agreement. He felt the same way. Others didn't have any special reaction to this. In their opinion, just because of Gge's evil talent, his strength was growing almost every day, let alone this month. What are you all doing? You're just lazy when I'm not around, right? Zephyr's voice sounded, and everyone was startled and suddenly quieted down, which reminded Gge of the scene when the head teacher suddenly appeared from the door when he was studying in Blue Star. The students began to line up consciously, and when Zephyr came over, all the students had lined up in two neat squares, except Lucia who was standing on Gge's right. She stood out among the male students, a girl. Zephyr noticed her and asked, "You are Lucia who just arrived? Come up and introduce yourself to everyone." Lucia stood there motionless as if she didn't hear anything. Zephyr frowned and was about to speak, but Gge said, "Teacher Zephyr, my cousin has rarely been out of the house and is very shy. Don't let her introduce herself to you. I have already introduced her to everyone." Lucia, apologize to Teacher Zephyr. Lucia nodded obediently and whispered to Zephyr, "I'm sorry." The tone was very stiff, but Zephyr didn't say anything more, just nodded, thinking, this Lucia is a bit withdrawn. She won't be a female version of Sakazuki. Sakazuki suddenly felt a little itchy in her nose, raised her hand and rubbed her nose. Zephyr continued to say to Lucia, "Then you should go to the female students first." However, Lucia was still unmoved until Gge spoke again. She left the male students and stood in the female students' team. Everyone who saw this scene was secretly shocked, thinking that this cousin was too obedient to her cousin. If Gge was not too young, some people would suspect that Gge was Lucia's father. In fact, Gge himself was also helpless. To some extent, Lucia's dependence on him was even more serious than Ginny. He suddenly worried about what to do at night. He decided that he must tell Lucia later, don't let her follow him back to the dormitory at night, that would be troublesome. At the female student's place, Jessica looked back at Lucia, who was standing at the end of the team with an indifferent face, and poked Ginny with her arm, whispering, "Ginny, is Lucia really Gge's cousin? I don't think so." Ginny had noticed it a long time ago. She really thought that Lucia was the cousin that Gge met after returning to the family, but now it seems that things are not as she thought. After all, Gge has not been in the family since he was 8 years old. How could a cousin have such deep feelings for Gge? That performance is completely obedient, a bit like Gge's wife. A thought suddenly popped up in Ginny's little head, could Lucia be Gge's fiancée? Once this thought came out, it could never be shaken off. Ginny stood there with a tangled face. The more she thought about it, the more uncomfortable she felt. She had already begun to imagine the bloody scene in her mind that after Gge returned to the family, the elders of the family assigned him a fiancé. Ginny? Ginny? What are you thinking about? Why don't you say anything? Jessica poked Ginny again, and Ginny suddenly woke up and suddenly shouted. No. Brother Gge, don't agree to him. This shout immediately attracted everyone's attention to Ginny. Ginny stared with a pair of big eyes and her pretty face flushed. She didn't dare to look at Gge, who was confused over there, and said hesitantly. Yes, sorry, I was distracted just now. Chapter 62. Ginny buried her head very low, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Fortunately, Zephyr didn't say anything to her. He just briefly talked about today's training program in front of him, and then they were about to disband. At this time, a Marine general ran in anxiously. It was Bob's rear admiral who had brought Gge back to his headquarters. He shouted as he ran. Zephyr Admiral! Vice Admiral Garp encountered the Whitebeard pirates at sea, and a fight has begun. Marshal Kong wants you to go immediately to support Vice Admiral Garp. Nanny! Zephyr was startled, stood in front of Officer Bob's, and asked hurriedly. What's Garp doing out there? Where's Sengoku? Bubbles didn't even have time to take a breath and responded immediately. Vice Admiral Garp wants to go back to East Blue to visit relatives. There are not many people on the ship. Sengoku Admiral and Crane Vice Admiral are out on a mission. Marshal Kong called and couldn't find you, so he sent me here. Zephyr's face became more and more ugly. He understood the strength of the Whitebeard pirates. Since Rock's death, the Whitebeard pirates had developed very fast, with more and more members on board, and they had a vague tendency to dominate. Especially Captain Newgate, a former member of the Rock's pirate, whose strength is even more monster level. He was the top combat force on the Rock's ship back then. Garp is really in big trouble this time. There was no time for Zephyr to think about it anymore. He looked at Bobs and asked. Have the warships been assembled? Marshal Kong has made arrangements, and the assembled warships are waiting at the port. Zephyr nodded, still a little worried in his heart. Rock's death not only failed to deter the pirate forces, but instead made them even more unscrupulous in forming a new pirate group. The scattered powerful pirate groups are even more difficult to deal with than when Rox was there. Now Marine is facing a serious shortage of manpower. It would be good if Kong could assemble a complete fleet for him, but there was probably very little combat power that could be seen on the ship. He could only guarantee that he would bring Garp back safely this time, but the casualties would probably be very serious. After all, the Whitebeard pirates are different from the Roger pirates. It has a lot of members. When the time comes to fight, it will be difficult for Zephyr to take care of ordinary soldiers. The students behind him were all anxious when they heard the news. Some of them were still fans of Garp. At this time, they wished they could join the fleet supporting Garp, but they also knew that with their own once the strength is gone, it's just a little better than cannon fodder. Because of Tsuru, Jun also had a good relationship with Garp. She had already wanted to ask her to go together, but there was someone faster than him. Teacher Zephyr, let me go with you. Zephyr looked back and found that Gge, Akainu, and Xiong had walked out of the team, and it was Gge who had just spoken. Kizuru dawdled in the team for a while, and finally followed him, silently following Gge. As soon as Gge expressed her stance, Lucia needless to say. As a new student, she was the first to step out of the girls' team, one step ahead of Ginny and Jun. The strength of these 7 people just represents the strongest strength of this session. A happy smile appeared on Zephyr's face, but he shook his head and said, "No, you are all Marine's hope for the future. Our opponents this time are not ordinary pirates. I can't take you there. Call." Akainu's shoulders were extremely red, and smoke was billowing from his body. He raised his fists and said firmly, "Teacher Zephyr, I only know that I am a Marine. For the sake of justice, please let me go with you." Gge is not as excited as Akainu. He is not very interested in Garp. He just wants to test his training results through this top-level battle. After all, there are not many opportunities like this. No matter how strong he is only a student. If he doesn't go this time, he doesn't know how long it will take. He said, "Teacher Zephyr, this kind of large-scale battle is very suitable for the 3 Logias to perform, not to mention that there is Kuma here. I think I don't need to say more about his ability." Gge's words really touched Zephyr. The role played by Logia's Devil Fruit on the battlefield is definitely strategic, which is why the top leaders of Marine attach so much importance to Logia users. Ginny and Jun are also the best among the students. At least they have mastered the armament haki. With Lucia of the mythical beast, the 3 of them are definitely a considerable force. And as Gge said, at the very least, there is the Meatball Fruit ability as a backup. The more Zephyr thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. It seemed that bringing Gge and the others was indeed an extremely correct choice. Thinking of this, Zephyr didn't hesitate, waved his hand, and said, "You 7 follow me to the port now." Gge smiled and said, "Teacher Zephyr, you are still too anxious. Have you forgotten that we still have Bear?" Zephyr was stunned for a moment, and then suddenly realized, and said, yes, Bear, use your ability to send us to the port." Bear didn't waste words, and immediately used his ability. 6 consecutive pop sounds, and the figures of Gge and others disappeared from the spot. After sending the 6 people away, Bear attacked himself. Because Garp's location was unfamiliar to Bear, he couldn't send Gge and others directly. In the sea area where East Blue and Com Belt meet, the roar was endless. Several pirate ships were surrounding a marine warship, and rounds of shells were pouring down. The general-level marine on the warship was desperately resisting the flying shells to prevent the warship from being sunk. A large number of pirates have already rushed onto the warship and fought with Marine. Garp rushed onto the Whitebeard pirates' flagship, the Moby DK, alone. This was obviously not a smart decision. Whitebeard looked at the aggressive Garp in front of him and grinned, revealing a big white fang. "Gulala, Garp, you are still as impulsive as before. You actually took the initiative to provoke my Whitebeard pirates. Do you think I am Roger?" Garp's suit was already torn. He wiped his nose with his thumb and said indifferently, "Is there a difference? Whitebeard, before catching Roger, I will arrest you in jail first. You really can't see the situation clearly. You still want to catch me? Today I will let you Marine see the strength of my Whitebeard pirates." Next to Whitebeard stood a man dressed as a samurai. He raised his double swords and shouted, "Beiji, don't talk nonsense with him, let me deal with him." Whitebeard hugged him behind him and said lightly, "Forget it, Odin, you are not his opponent yet." After saying that, he looked up at the moon gradually rising in the sky and said with a smile, "It's getting dark, hurry up and get rid of you, I still have to have a party with my sons, Gulalala." Chapter 63. Go to the prison and have a party with your sons. Garp's jet-black fists had a metallic sheen, and he rushed towards Whitebeard like a cannonball. "Recklessness is your weakness, Garp." Whitebeard's eyes narrowed, the muscles on his arms bulged, and shock waves appeared on his fists. Boom! The two fist fight in the air, and a terrifying shock wave erupted from the center. Odin, who had just shouted to deal with Garp, was now suffering from the residual power with a constipated look on his face. Even though he was able to fight Whitebeard a few times when he first met him, it was because of Whitebeard's character that he didn't use all his strength in the attack. If he had met Roger at the beginning, he would definitely have been taught how to be a human being by Roger's magic evasion. Of course, although the evasion of the gods arrived late, he would experience it in a few years. In short, Odin's strength is at the level of a first-time emperor and deputy, which is much worse than Rayleigh at the same time. After all, Rayleigh is the actual deputy captain of the Roger pirates. Whitebeard was still in a stalemate with Garp. He looked at Odin with his peripheral vision and said in a deep voice, "Odin, go to the warship and help Catbelly Snake and the others." After seeing Garp's strength, Odin became honest and immediately jumped towards the warship. Garp suddenly felt that he was about to suffer. The only people on his warship that could fight were Bogart and a few Marine Rear Admirals. It was already very difficult for them to face the few cotters of the Whitebeard pirates. If Odin were added to the mix, the whole army would be annihilated very soon. Garp wanted to return to defense, but he was facing Whitebeard and couldn't get away at all. At this moment, he really regretted it, and the strength of his fist could not help but weaken. This is the most taboo thing in a battle between strong men. Whitebeard, who already had a slight upper hand, blasted out a shock wave, almost knocking Garp into the sea. On the warship, with the addition of Odin, the situation on the ship almost showed a one-sided massacre. The Marine side soon suffered a large number of casualties, including a Marine Rear Admiral who died under Odin's knife. At this time, Odin is like a wolf among the sheep, and he has become unparalleled among the Marines. As Garp's adjutant, Bogart is naturally not weak in strength, but he is still a step away from the level of Emperor's adjutant. Just facing off against Nicobelli and Inuarashi was already very difficult for him, and he simply couldn't get away to deal with Odin. Seeing Marines fall one by one, Bogart, who had always been quiet, let out an angry roar, pushed the two cats and snakes back with a sword, and then rushed towards Odin. "Damn pirate! Stop it!" Odin grinned. He crossed his swords in front of his chest, and the weapon collar was wrapped around the blades. "Gun ghost!" Odin's figure passed through Bogart's body like a ghost, and still maintained the same posture after landing. After a while, Bogart's body trembled slightly, and he collapsed on the ground clutching his abdomen. His physical strength was severely exhausted, and he was almost at his limit when he forced himself out of the battle. Otherwise, even if his strength was not as good as Odin's, he would not have been defeated so quickly. The Marines on the warship saw that the strongest combatants had fallen, and their eyes showed despair, but no one thought of surrendering. After all, that boy Kabu was not born yet. These people are all veterans who have been fighting with Garp for a long time, and they still have the basic consciousness. But this is a real battlefield after all, not a so-called playing house where you can fight for a long time without killing anyone. Bogart pushed himself up and wanted to fight again, but Odin had lost interest. He slowly raised the knife, preparing to give Bogart the final blow. Suddenly, a dark Uzumaki appeared out of thin air in front of Bogart. In everyone's surprised eyes, the darkness slowly condensed into a human form, which was GGE. Bogart looked at GGE, who had his back turned to him, and asked hesitantly, "Who are you?" GGE turned around and whispered, "Thank you for your hard work, Chief Bogart. Leave the rest to us." Bogart was stunned for a moment when he saw GGE's face, and then a look of surprise appeared on his face, and he said, "I remember, you are Zephyr Admiral's student GGE." Odin on the opposite side raised his chin when he heard this and said, "It turns out that the reinforcements have arrived. Very good. I was bored." GGE ignored Odin. He glanced at the pirates who were still shouting around him, and then suddenly opened his arms, and Dark Uzumaki appeared in both palms at the same time. Dark Universal Pull. Buzz. A strong gravitational force emanated from the two palms of GGE, and many pirates were pulled by the gravitational force and flew towards GGE before they realized what was going on. The moment they were about to get close to GGE, a darkness emerged from the ground under GGE's feet, and countless knife-shaped spikes emerged from it, stabbing all the pirates attracted. By the time Odin came to his senses, GGE's figure had been surrounded by countless pirate corpses in the center, and a large amount of blood sprayed down, instantly staining the deck red. GGE raised his eyebrows. He sensed that there was still life in the pile of corpses around him. He dispersed the gravity, and the corpses scattered one after another. Several young people about his age stood up quickly after falling to the ground. The two most eye-catching people among these people, one has a pineapple head and is emitting blue flames, and the other is completely a human-shaped diamond, with a dazzling luster all over his body. GGE immediately recognized that these two people were the future captains of the Whitebeard Pirates, Marco and Josie. Their fruit abilities are indeed very useful in saving lives. The remaining young people only avoided fatal injuries and had more or less bloody holes in their bodies. At this moment, they were all staring at GGE with hatred, but GGE smiled and said, "Yes, they are all great boys from Whitebeard." As he spoke, GGE raised his right hand slightly, and the surrounding knife-shaped spikes turned into fluid, and all gathered into GGE's right hand. After solidification, he became the demon sword Muramasa. Feeling the cold aura emanating from the demon sword Muramasa, Marco and others' expressions changed, and they subconsciously wanted to stay away from GGE. At this moment, Odin, holding two swords, rushed over like a mad cow. "A hole! Marine brat, what have you done?" GGE, who wanted to kill one or two big boys first, had to give up the idea temporarily. The armed color instantly wrapped around Muramasa, and slashed a jet-black sword energy at the charging Odin. As a member of the Figelandu family, GGE is already top-notch in swordsmanship talent. Coupled with a month of special training from Jialan, the sword energy he produced actually forced Odin to a stop. Odin raised his knife to resist the sword attack, and was horrified. In his opinion, GGE was about the same age as Marco and the others. He had just used his strange fruit ability to make them suffer, but the sword energy completely woke him up from his rage. Chapter 64. Odin finally looked at the opponent in front of him and asked with a solemn expression, "Marine, what's your name?" GGE responded calmly. Second-year Marine School student, Darkside GGE. Hearing this, the surrounding pirates looked horrified. The person with such strength was actually just a student in Marine? Are you kidding me? If all the new Marine recruits are like him, how can they survive on the sea in the future? However, before they could recover from the shock, several warships appeared on the sea not far away, followed by several transparent bear paws speeding over at a speed invisible to the naked eye, and an instant appeared on the deck behind GGE. 6 large bear paw-shaped pits appeared, indicating that the bears had arrived. As for Zephyr, he's been transported aboard the Moby DK by a bear. Akainu glanced around, and when he saw the marine soldier lying on the ground, hot lava instantly emerged from his body, and the temperature on the entire deck suddenly rose. Seeing this scene, Odin's pupils shrank and he said in shock, "Magma? No. He's Logia. Get out of here." However, it was too late. Akainu didn't say much. His arms had already transformed into elements and blasted directly at the surrounding pirates. With just one encounter, a large number of pirates were turned to ashes by the hot magma, and many unlucky ones were blasted out of the warship by the powerful explosive force of the magma, falling into the sea like dumplings. Seeing this scene, the morale of the remaining marines on the deck immediately increased, and they shouted to kill the pirates who were rushing to the opposite side. The Whitebeard pirates are not ordinary pirates, and they quickly adjusted their position. Odin was the first to rush forward, aiming directly at GGE and Akainu. GGE looked calm and exuded an inexplicable pressure. He said in a deep voice, "This guy is not easy to deal with. Porisalano, Sakazuki, you two come with me." The others dispersed to deal with the remaining cotters. The other 6 people heard the words without any hesitation, and all started to act as Gge said. Lucia spread her black wings, and her whole body turned into a black stream of light and rushed towards Nico Viper and Inuarashi. Jun followed closely. Back. Ginny found a young pirate who also used a gun and wore a pink kimono. The bear dodged and his huge body blocked Marco and Josie. Odin had no time to care about anything else. He had already formed a cross with his swords and said in a deep voice. 2 sword-style peach source 10 punches. This can be regarded as his unique skill, which shows that he attaches great importance to Gge. Kizaru, who had always been carefree, was extremely serious at the moment. Seeing the dead marine soldiers around him, his heart was not as peaceful as he looked. He used his ability to condense the Tian Kong Yun sword and stood side by side with Gge Akainu. Seeing the lightsaber in Kizaru's hand, Odin's mind froze slightly. He couldn't help but think of the scene when Gge used his ability just now. 3 Logia. Thinking of this, Odin gritted his teeth and desperately injected haki into the 2 swords in his hands. He is not stupid. If these 3 people are allowed to grow up, the future life of the Whitebeard pirates will be really difficult. So he made up his mind to get rid of the 3 marine newcomers in front of him today. Buzz. A cross-shaped slash-wave shot out, Gge stepped forward, conquerors surrounded the village. King's Sword Yuji. Gge holds Muramasa and chops on the slash-wave. However, this is Odin's full blow after all. Yuji is not the conqueror's entanglement like Kaido. It is not easy to withstand Odin's full attack. Fortunately, he was not alone. Golden light flashed and Kizaru appeared beside Gge. The 2 of them worked together to scatter the sword wave. The Daowen 10 fists are not just a simple sword attack, they are followed by Odin wielding a pair of swords. Akainu narrowed his eyes, and his whole body turned into a pool of raging lava. When Odin appeared above the magma, Akainu's figure suddenly surged out of it. His magma-formed left hand was highly concentrated, burning with red flames, and he punched Odin's chest, shouted angrily. Dark Hound! Even Odin didn't dare to resist the magma's attack force with his weapons. He had to put away his attack and protect his chest with his 2 swords, but the impact like a volcanic eruption still knocked him away. Gge seized the opportunity and pressed the darkness on the ground with his left hand. As soon as Odin landed, the ground under his feet suddenly turned dark. Gge's voice sounded. Dark A cup ointment. As soon as he finished speaking, a strong suction force erupted from the darkened ground. Odin struggled to resist, but was still pulled into the darkness below his knees. Soon, Odin felt that his limbs submerged in the darkness were being torn apart by a violent force. He quickly activated his weapons to defend himself while trying to use his strength to break away from the shackles of darkness. Of course Gge would not miss this opportunity. His entire left arm had turned dark, and the power of darkness became more and more violent. Odin felt as if his 2 calves were about to be torn apart, and he couldn't help but let out a groan of pain. At this moment, Gge shouted lowly. Hidden Waterfall Burial. The power of darkness completely exploded. Odin's eyes widened suddenly, and he screamed in pain. Under the intense stimulation, he finally broke free from the darkness and fell heavily to a ground that was not affected by the darkness. There is no way. To deal with an extremely powerful enemy like Odin, Gge cannot let the power of darkness be too dispersed. Otherwise, with his ability, it would be easy for darkness to cover the entire deck. Elsewhere, Nico Viper and Inuarashi's expressions changed drastically when they heard Odin's screams. They ignored Lucia and Jun who were attacking, and after enduring a wave of damage, they rushed towards Odin. When the 2 of them saw Odin, they immediately became jealous and shouted. Lord Odin! Odin's face was pale, and he was leaning on 2 knives to support his body. His right leg had disappeared from the knee down, and blood sprayed on the ground along his trouser legs. He looked extremely miserable. Nico Viper and Inuarashi rushed to Odin's side like crazy, and each supported him on one side. The grumpy Nico Viper roared. Who hurt Lord Odin like this? Odin endured the severe pain and said feebly. I'm too impulsive. This element, is it darkness? He broke away from the two cats and vipers. Standing with only one leg left, he tried to stabilize his body and said through gritted teeth. We must not let these three people go, kill them. Needless to say, Nico Viper and Inuarashi, who were extremely loyal to him, were already furious. Nico Viper was about to take action immediately, but Inuarashi, who was relatively calm on the side, suddenly held him down and said. Wait a minute. Look at the sky. Cat Viper was stunned for a moment, then looked at the sky. When he saw the full moon, a look of ecstasy suddenly appeared on his face. Today is the night of the full moon. Ha ha ha. You are dead. Chapter 65. Cat Belly Snake and Inuarashi stared at the full moon in the sky, and their bodies gradually began to swell, and all the fur on their bodies turned white. The most obvious thing was that the hair on their heads danced around like a lion's mane. This is the unique racial talent of the fur tribe, transformation under the moon, moon lion form. The two people who had completed the transformation looked very excited. They stared with blood-red eyes, and their gazes were firmly locked on GGE opposite. With a burst of crackling electricity, the two disappeared instantly. GGE raised his eyebrows, swiped back with Muramasa in hand, and collided with two claws wrapped with electricity. Cat Belly Snake and Inuarashi let out a long roar, then waved their claws, and raging electric currents flowed from his claws. However, GGE ignored these electric currents. Facing the two people who entered the Moon Lion state, he fought one against two, showing no sign of decline. Akainu and Kizaru originally wanted to step forward to help, but seeing this situation, they directly turned to attack the already crippled Odin. The laser lava greeted them all at once, and Odin, who had lost a calf, had not fully adapted yet, so he could only choose to stand on the spot and fight hard. But after all, he specializes in physical arts. Without GGE, the most difficult entity to deal with, it would be much easier for him to fight. Odin bounced back and forth on one leg in an extremely weird posture. Kizaru and Akainu really couldn't do anything against him, and they even had to be wary of his double swords wrapped in armament colors. Looking at GGE again, the area he is in has turned into darkness. Although Nico Viper and Inuarashi in Moon Lion form have extremely high speeds, they are tightly restricted by the gravity of darkness. If they are not careful, you may even be dragged into the darkness. It's just that GGE is not satisfied with the current situation. A look of impatience has appeared on his face. It should be said that his mood has started to feel a little wrong since the full moon rose. Neither Nico Viper nor Inuarashi noticed that GGE's eyes were emitting a faint red light. Their offensive became more and more violent, and they let out a harsh roar together, and then used their own special move. Cat Laughter Clash. In a Zainwea. The knife and sharp claws penetrated GGE's body at the same time. Under the strong inertia, the two almost rushed out of the warship. After standing still, the cat and the snake roared angrily. Damn, it's like this again, we obviously used Haki, why can't we hit him? Inuarashi's nostrils spurted two streams of hot air, and he also felt very depressed. He originally thought that he could defeat the most difficult one among the three Logia by transforming, but the result was far beyond his expectation. GGE's tyrannical swordsmanship and Haki's already made it difficult for them. Coupled with this evil elementalization, if they continue to fight like this, when the transformation time is over, their situation will be in an extremely dangerous situation. But they still have to fight hard, because once a combat force like GGE is released, their Lord Odin will probably not be able to get out of the warship. Another jet of black sword energy struck. Cat Belly Snake quickly raised his claws to resist, while Ian rushed towards GGE and slashed with his sword. Sulfuric acid. Inuarashi finally struck Gge's body, but there was no trace of joy on his face. He looked at the blade held in Gge's hand and shouted in disbelief. How is this possible? Call. Gge lowered his head and slowly exhaled a breath of white air. In Inuarashi's shocked eyes, the nails on his hands turned completely black and shaped like beast-like claws. When Gge raised his head, what Inarashi saw was a pair of blood-red eyes. Staring at these eyes, Inarashi suddenly felt that his power was declining, and it was clear that there was still some time before the transformation was over. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva, his voice trembled unconsciously. What did you do? Gge said nothing. He raised his head slightly and looked at the full moon in the sky. His eyes were filled with red light. A violent current spread along his hand to Inuarashi's body, and his hair was scorched black in an instant. Plopped down in front of Gge. Cat Viper was stunned when he saw this scene. The fur tribe has a very high resistance to electricity. He couldn't understand how Inuarashi could be injured like this by electricity. Gge didn't even look at Inuarashi on the ground. He was bathed in the moonlight, his black hair was windless, and his body was emitting a dazzling electric light. Everyone on the deck couldn't help but look towards Gge. Lucia slashed open the bista blocking the way with a knife, looked at Gge blankly, and murmured. Little Lord! Crack! The electric current in Gge's body became more and more violent. In the eyes of everyone, his black hair that had grown to his waist instantly turned into silver like moonlight. His figure grew taller again, and his skin exuded a faint silver glow. A terrifying stream of Conqueror's haki mixed with silver lightning spurted out from Gge's body, directly blowing Inuarashi who was kneeling in front of him. Cat Viper hurriedly reached out to pick it up, but was staggered by Inuarashi's body. Only then did he realize that his transformation had been lifted at some point, and the fur tribe after the transformation would fall into a kind of weakness. In the state. But he couldn't care less about it now, because there was another thing that shocked him even more, that is, Gge transformed under the full moon like the fur tribe. Isn't that posture their moon lion form? The only difference is that Gge's body is surrounded by a silver ribbon formed by moonlight, similar to the flame cloud after the Zoan fruit awakens. Cat Viper's pupils shrank, he seemed to have thought of something, and shouted in disbelief. This gesture is, Moon God. Hearing Nico Viper's voice, Inuarashi opened his eyes with difficulty. When he saw the transformed Gge, he froze and murmured. That is the legendary Moon God form that only the royal family has. How could such a thing happen? He is obviously a human being. Gge slowly raised his lowered eyes, stretched out a finger, and pointed the fingertip at Cat Viper and Inuarashi. After all, Cat Viper is a member of the cat race, and his ability to detect danger is much better than Inuarashi. Seeing Gge's movements, the hair all over his body exploded, and he hugged Inuarashi and turned around to hide. However, the moment he turned around, a silver bolt shot out from Gge's fingertips and penetrated Viper's body from behind. A look of confusion appeared on Cat Viper's face. He looked down at the big black hole in his chest, then his eyes turned white and he fell to the ground with a plop. When Inuarashi came to his senses, he pushed Nico Viper's body like crazy and called Nico Viper's name. However, Cat Viper could no longer respond, and his life had been completely cut off. Chapter 66. Cat Viper. Inuarashi's desperate cry echoed on the deck of the warship. In front of him lay the body of Cat Viper. Marco quickly flew over when he saw this, activated the blue flames on his body, and used pineapple gravel to treat Cat Viper. But what he did was ultimately in vain. Cat Viper was already too dead to die. A look of anger appeared on Marco's face, and he said in a hateful voice. Damn! That guy named Gge, how dare he? Before he finished speaking, a gust of breeze blew over his pineapple head. His body stiffened and he slowly raised his head. Gge was looking down at him with a pair of ruby-like eyes, as if looking at an ant. Immediately afterwards, his right hand turned into darkness and grabbed Marco's shoulder. With a click, Marco rolled to the ground clutching his shoulder and screamed in pain. His shoulder blades had been crushed by GGE, and there was still black gas coming out of them. Marco wanted to activate the Phoenix's ability again to heal the injury on his shoulder, but no matter how hard he tried, not even a single flame appeared on his shoulder. However, his screams awakened the overly sad Inuarashi. He dragged his weak body, picked up the knife and stabbed GGE fiercely. A hole! I'll fight you! Snapped. GGE slapped it casually, and Inuarashi's knife flew out in a swirl, and was finally inserted into the deck. Inuarashi was completely desperate at this moment. GGE's finger was already aimed at his forehead, just like before. Stop! Deo Ryu, Samurai Great Soul! Odin finally arrived, and you could see that his clothes were in tatters, with obvious burn marks on his exposed skin, and 2 wounds on his abdomen that shone with golden light. Behind him, Kizaru supported Akainu. Both of them were breathing heavily. Odin's fight for his life really made them suffer a lot, especially Akainu, who was the most aggressive in the fight. This guy just wanted to kill him. Lava poured into Odin's mouth. This is why Akainu looks weaker than Kizaru. He has a horrific stab wound on his abdomen. If Kizaru hadn't pulled him away just now, the stab wound would have almost killed Akainu. Fortunately, Odin's main target is GGE, otherwise Akainu would really be in danger today. Facing Odin, who was falling into madness, GGE's face remained calm. He raised the demon sword Muramasa a little forward, and accurately pointed at the intersection of Odin's swords. The transformation has increased GGE's power to an extremely terrifying level, but Odin is already in a scarred state. Under the circumstances, he is no longer a match for GGE. Silver lightning surged from GGE's sword-holding hand, covering Odin's whole body, and soon a burning smell filled his body. Odin gritted his teeth and shook Muramasa away with his 2 swords. To GGE's surprise, he did not attack again. Instead, he passed GGE directly. One arm at a time, he picked up Inuarashi and Marco and held them between his waists, and jumped. He ran out in the direction of the Moby DK. He actually escaped. GGE frowned, and disappeared in a flash. Aboard the Moby DK. Whitebeard waved his fists and punched the air on both sides. The sound of shattering mirrors was heard. Zephyr and Garp, who were attacking from both sides, were immediately knocked back by the violent shock wave. Looking at the 2 people who were forced to retreat, Whitebeard threw his head back and burst out laughing. However, before he could laugh for a while, a sound from the air made his laughter stop abruptly. Beiji! Whitebeard was stunned for a moment. When he saw Odin's appearance clearly in the sky, a violent aura suddenly erupted from his body, and he shouted angrily. Odin? Who hurt you like this? Before Odin could speak, there was a sudden crackling sound behind him. GGE had already chased behind him, and the demon sword Muramasa, which was mixed with electric light and armed color, suddenly struck down. Odin, who still had Inuarashi and Marco with him, couldn't fight back at all, so he had to desperately use his weapons to defend. But now he was at the end of his strength. Facing the transformed GGE, his weapons were like paper. Generally mushy. In Whitebeard's furious gaze, Odin's left arm and Inuarashi were split in half by GGE's knife, and finally fell together on the deck of the Moby DK with a muffled sound. Seeing Odin lying on the ground looking extremely miserable, both Whitebeard and Garp Zephyr fell into an eerie silence. Garp walked up to Zephyr, poked him with his arm, pointed at GGE, who also fell on the deck, and his appearance changed drastically, and asked. Zephyr, who is he? Is he also the person you brought? Zephyr shook his head and nodded, and finally said hesitantly. That seems to be GGE, my student. After a pause, he added. The strongest one. Nanny. He's still a student? A student chasing Whitebeard's 2nd Division captain. Not to mention Garp, even Zephyr himself was a little confused. To be honest, he was not sure whether it was GGE. He has long heard about the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. Although it is the 2nd Division, the situation of the Whitebeard Pirates is quite special. The captain is keen to accept his son, so no matter in terms of age or strength, there are differences between the captain and the crew. Not a small gap. To put it bluntly, the Whitebeard Pirates are still in the development stage, and the top strong one is only Captain Whitebeard. Of course, he alone is enough. Among the remaining people, there are many trainee crew members with potential, but the one who can truly be called a strong one is Odin, who is a close friend of Whitebeard. As for Whitebeard's brother Odin, he was almost chopped into a human stick by a marine student tonight, and he is still lying there half dead. This sounds really outrageous. Compared with Odin and the others, Marco was the least injured, and after a while, he was gradually able to use some of his fruit abilities. Although the degree of healing was limited, he was finally able to move freely. Marco glanced at Inuarashi, who was already in half not far away, his eyes filled with tears. He dragged Odin to Whitebeard and shouted with a choked voice. "Dad! Viper the cat has been killed, and he also died in the hands of that marine." Whitebeard's entire face was in a shadow. Judging from the bulging blood vessels on his forehead, he was on the verge of rage, and Moby DK began to tremble. Since the transformation, GGE's mood has become extremely calm. He does not seem to be like other fur tribes who go crazy with the battle after transformation, so he did not step forward to give Odin a last-ditch blow after seeing Whitebeard. Because he clearly knew that he was still no match for Whitebeard at this time, let alone Whitebeard in rage. Chapter 67. GGE tapped her toes on the ground and stood next to Zephyr. Garp immediately came up and poked GGE's jade-like skin with his hand and asked, "Are you really GGE?" GGE ignored him, turned to look at Zephyr, and said, "Teacher Zephyr, we have the situation on the warship under control, don't worry." What else could Zephyr say? He could only nodded stiffly to show that he understood, but he couldn't help but ask, "GGE, what's wrong with you looking like this?" GGE responded calmly, "It's the power of the fur tribe. Someone experimented on me." Just as he was talking, Whitebeard suddenly rose up, and a shock wave emerged from the tip of Yunki's knife. His huge body burst out at an amazing speed, and appeared in front of GGE in an instant. "Kid! Take your life!" Kong Yunki had already penetrated GGE's body from top to bottom, the shock wave spread, dense green cracks appeared in the air around GGE's body, and the entire Moby DK began to tremble violently. However, GGE's figure only twisted like a projection, and then returned to normal. It seemed that nothing happened. Whitebeard frowned. He could feel that the knife he just struck didn't hit anything at all. He thought to himself, "Is it some special devil fruit?" The moment he struck the air, Garp and Zephyr shot at the same time, and their two black iron fists hit Whitebeard's waist. Whitebeard snorted, and a transparent shock wave appeared on his hand again. He was about to take action, but suddenly he saw the shock wave on his hand flicker, and finally disappeared. He suddenly looked down and saw GGE placing a darkened hand on his abdomen. Before he could figure out the situation, Garp and Zephyr's attacks had already fallen on him. Two fist-shaped marks, one large and one small, were left on Whitebeard's waist on both sides. He roared angrily, and Conquerors completely exploded. With rich combat experience, he first broke away from GGE, then grabbed Zephyr and Garp by their collars, and headed towards them. Hit it hard in the middle. The two middle-aged men just slapped each other in front of GGE. This move was not very harmful to them, but it was extremely insulting. Fortunately, GGE still had an emotionless face at this time, as if he didn't see it. Zephyr's strength was still weaker than that of Garp. When he was still a little dazed, Garp had already rushed towards Whitebeard again, fighting hand-to-hand with Whitebeard despite the shock wave. GGE would touch Whitebeard from time to time so that he could not use Shock Fruit's power normally. Gradually, Whitebeard also figured out GGE's ability, that is, GGE has a physical body when it touches him, and this is when GGE is most vulnerable, of course for Whitebeard. Finally he seized an opportunity and punched GGE. You must know that the current Whitebeard is not an ordinary king-level strength. In his prime, he has vaguely touched the king-level, and his punch is not so easy to bear. GGE groaned and immediately entered the Kamui state, retreating to the edge of the deck to rest, while Garp and Zephyr continued to fight. A ball of electric light emitted from his abdomen, and under the influence of the electricity, the pain in his abdomen gradually subsided. An anxious voice came from the air. Young cousin. Lucia fell from the sky, she folded the wings behind her, rushed to GGE in a hurry, and asked hurriedly. Cousin, are you injured? GGE shook his head and said softly. I'm fine, Lucia, let's go back first. Sure enough, fighting at this level is still a bit reluctant for me now. In fact, GGE can still fight if he wants to. After the transformation, he is a real emperor and deputy level combatant. With Zephyr and Garp, it is not impossible to take down Whitebeard, but it will cost a lot. He didn't. It is necessary to fight hard. Lucia thought GGE was shocked by Whitebeard's strength. She held GGE's hand and said softly. No, cousin, you have already done a good job. How old are you? As long as I give you a little more time, I believe you can surpass that Whitebeard. GGE smiled slightly, reached out and caressed Lucia's pretty face, and said. Of course, I am your young master. Lucia nodded vigorously, with a bright smile on her face. The two stood up from the ground, glanced at the three Whitebeards fighting together over there, then turned around and jumped into the sky, returning to the original warship. Seeing GGE coming back, all the members of the Whitebeard pirates suddenly looked shocked. Jose was slapped by a bear and rolled several times on the ground because of his lack of concentration before he stopped. This also allowed him to distance himself from the bear. After standing up, he made a prompt decision and shouted. Everyone retreat! Go and support Dad! It was said to be support, but everyone knew that Jose was just looking for a nicer excuse to escape. The other members also knew that the situation was over. After Jose shouted, they all abandoned their opponents. Those with stronger physical skills would jump, while those with weaker physical skills could only jump into the sea and swim. During this process, many pirates were killed on the spot by GGE and others, with no intention of capturing a few alive. After the pirates on the warship were completely cleared, Akainu and others came to GGE one after another, looking at him with more or less respect in their eyes. The most outstanding performance in this battle was GGE. Without him, one Odin alone would be enough for them to drink a pot, not to mention the Cat Viper and Inuarashi who transformed under the full moon, as well as those few a very capable trainee crew member. Anyway, Akainu was really convinced by GGE this time, especially when he saw GGE chasing Odin towards the Moby DK where Whitebeard was. He was so excited that he wished he could follow him. However, he was severely injured in the abdomen, and with Kizaru pulling him, he finally had no choice but to stay on the warship. Jun looked at GGE with brilliant eyes. At this time, GGE was still in the state of transformation. The mysterious and noble posture had a visual impact. Thinking about GGE's performance in the battle just now, his heartbeat became more and more violent. The bear carried a knocked-out pirate to GGE, put his hand on his abdomen, and then a red transparent bear paw emerged from his back. He casually threw the pirate into the red bear's paw, and with a shrill scream, GGE stretched his body with a relaxed expression and said with a smile. Thank you, bear. The bear scratched his head and said. Brother, this is what I should do. Ginny was still gently rubbing GGE's belly, while Lucia was rubbing GGE's back from behind. She was treated like an emperor. Gge closed his eyes and took a breath. The silver hair that reached his waist gradually gathered, and the silver ribbon surrounding his body disappeared, and he returned to his original appearance. Chapter 68. After releasing the transformation, Gge clenched his fists and found that he did not enter a weak state after the transformation like those fur tribes. He wondered if it was related to the fatigue and pain caused by the bear popping up just now, but after thinking about it, he felt that it was not because of this. Transformation should be a rapid consumption of physical strength, and the bear's meatball fruit can only clear the negative state of the body. It is a subtraction. He cannot do additions such as replenishing physical strength. Gge couldn't help but think of the words moon god form and royal family mentioned by Nico Viper and Inuarashi before. Is the fur gene used by Gulan Duo special, or has this gene been upgraded in my body? Gge is more inclined to the first possibility, because Gulando's pursuit of perfection has reached a pathological level, and given his status, it must not be difficult to obtain some genes of the ancient fur tribe. Just as he was thinking about it, two figures flew through the air and landed on the deck. They were Garp and Zephyr. Garp's expression looked very dissatisfied, and he shouted at Zephyr. "Zephyr, why are you in such a hurry to come back? What a great opportunity this is! Can't you and I win a whitebeard together?" Zephyr shook his head and said. "Have you forgotten that this is on the ocean?" "I know, but neither you nor I are ability users. Even if the ship breaks down, it should be Whitebeard who has a headache, right?" "That's what I said, but didn't you notice? Whitebeard was obviously at a loss when fighting just now. If he is pushed into a hurry and he desperately releases the power of shock fruit, it will trigger a terrifying tsunami. Are you sure you can capture Whitebeard in that kind of natural disaster? And what will the soldiers do?" Zephyr became more and more excited as he spoke, and by the end he was shouting. Garp listened blankly as Zephyr finished speaking, raised his hand to touch the saliva that had sprayed on his face, and softened his tone, saying, "Well, what you said makes sense. Shock fruit's power is indeed very difficult on the sea." Zephyr snorted coldly and continued. "As you know, we must be fully prepared to deal with pirates like Whitebeard. It is best to lure him to land. With our current situation, it is already very good to be able to push him to this point. Of course, this time is really thanks to Gge and the others." Having said this, Zephyr turned to look at Gge, his eyes full of pride, and said, "Especially Gge, you can injure Kojiki Odin, an important combat force of the Whitebeard pirates, to that extent. You are indeed the best student in this class." Although Gge is already the strongest student by everyone's default, but after Zephyr said it today, this title has been officially certified. Akainu nodded in agreement and looked at Gge with fiery eyes. He had already regarded Gge as his target to pursue in the future. Kizaru came close to Gge and said in a low voice, somewhat obscenely, "Gge, don't forget me when you become marshal. If nothing else, just give me better treatment." Gge looked at Kizaru dumbfounded and said, "Poor Salino, you really have confidence in me. Have you even thought about this?" "Hey! It's only a matter of time, don't worry, I will support you strongly when the time comes. Whoever dares to object, I will cut off his legs." Kizaru gestured seriously, but all his words were heard by Zephyr. Zephyr came over with a black face, kicked Kizaru on the butt, and said angrily, "You've been thinking about all these messy things all day long, can you just focus on your cultivation?" Kizaru rubbed his butt with an annoyed look on his face and ran behind Akainu. Gge glanced at the direction of the Whitebeard pirates and said, "Teacher Zephyr, they have begun to retreat." Zephyr nodded. Both sides had suffered heavy losses in this battle. More than half of the warships brought by Garp had been killed or injured. However, the losses on Whitebeard's side were more serious. In addition to the ordinary pirates, two important combat forces, Nico Belly Snake and Inuarashi, had died, and the main combat force Odin was even disabled. Overall, Marine was victorious this time, albeit a miserable one. Aboard the Moby DK. Odin has been carried into the treatment room. He has lost too much blood. If his body was not strong enough, he would be cold by now. Inuarashi's half-divided body was still lying on the deck, looking extremely eye-catching. The others also had injuries on their bodies, and their heads were hanging down. Many members who were close to Inuarashi had tears in their eyes, and the atmosphere on the ship was heavy. One of Marco's shoulders was wrapped in a bandage. He raised his other arm and wiped the tears from his face. He asked someone to pick up Inuarashi's body and piece it together so that he could find a place to bury it when he landed. During the whole process, Whitebeard remained silent until the bloodline on the deck was completely cleared, then he slowly raised his feet and walked towards the bow of the ship. The people on the boat suddenly felt an extremely terrifying aura. Marco looked at Whitebeard's back blankly and murmured, "Dad." Whitebeard walked to the bow and stood there, his eyes shining with Conqueror's unique luster. He narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the several marine warships that were gradually getting farther away from here. "Marine, this isn't over yet. Bend over, bend arms, make fists." When Whitebeard took this pose, all his sons suddenly looked excited. "Dad!" Click! Whitebeard charged up and punched the air in front of him. The crack created this time spread for hundreds of meters in an instant, and huge waves instantly rose on the sea. Zephyr's expression changed and he cursed angrily. "This is absolutely crazy. Aren't they afraid that this will affect themselves?" As he said, there were waves rising near Whitebeard's fleet, but they were directly dispersed by Whitebeard's ability, and the impact was not significant. Zephyr was so angry that he was itching his teeth when he saw this scene. Facing the incoming waves, his arms were wrapped in dark armor and he gritted his teeth and said, "Fortunately, the distance is wide. A tsunami of this magnitude should be able to be dealt with by myself and Garp's Haki." At this time, all the warships were already under the hundreds of meters high waves, and shadows shrouded everyone's face. Zephyr and Garp looked at each other, and were about to jump high into the air to block with their weapons. However, a figure had jumped into the sky one step ahead of them. Zephyr was slightly startled. When he saw the person in the sky clearly, he said in shock, "GGE." Facing the huge waves coming from all directions, with everyone watching, GGE lowered his head and crossed his arms against his chest. A dark gravity compressed to the ultimate was condensing on his body. Chapter 69. GGE, who was floating in mid-air, had completely turned into a human-shaped black hole, and the sea water rushing towards him was sucked into the darkness in a spiral shape. As a large amount of sea flowed in, GGE's body suddenly burst into dazzling white light, and a white spherical barrier loomed around his body. This vision caused a commotion among the Whitebeard pirates. He has sucked all the sea water into his body. What does he want to do? Isn't he a capable person afraid of the sea? Damn it! This marine is doing bad things again. Standing at the bow of the ship, Whitebeard squinted his eyes and watched as the white light on GGE became more intense, like a dazzling Shirahoshi hanging high above the sea. In the white light, the gravity emanating from GGE had stopped. He slowly opened his eyes and whispered, "White Cave Shinra Tenzen." Buzz. With GGE as the core, a repulsive force spread out that pushed everything aside. Along with the repulsive force, the large amount of seawater that had just been sucked into his body exploded. All this happened so fast. Before Whitebeard's side could react, several ships had been washed away by the rough waves. However, what is more terrifying than the seawater is the invisible repulsion. Under the impact of this repulsive force, except for the Moby DK, which had the strongest hull, the remaining ships that were lucky enough to withstand the waves were directly bombarded into pieces. The pirates on the ship had their internal organs shattered by the repulsive force. The pirate ship was buried in the sea together. Although the Moby DK withstood the impact of the repulsive force, fine cracks had appeared in places on the hull. The entire ship was pushed back several miles by the repulsive force, and the marine warship was no longer visible at all. Whitebeard stretched out an arm and stood like a sculpture on the bow of the ship. He had used haki to withstand most of the impact of the Shinra Tenzen just now. Otherwise, the Moby Dick and other members on the ship would be in danger. Slowly putting away his numb arms, Whitebeard frowned and stared at the direction of the warship just now. Marco walked up to Whitebeard and asked with a worried look on his face. "Dad, are you okay?" After a wave of Shinra's conquest, the damage to the Whitebeard group can be said to be extremely heavy. Since the establishment of the Whitebeard pirate group, they have not suffered such a big loss. Marco is very worried about Whitebeard's current mental state. Whitebeard shook his head and whispered. "Marco, is there any news about the people on the other ships?" "No, in that case I'm afraid it would have been." Marco didn't say any more, he really couldn't open his mouth. A look of grief appeared on Whitebeard's face. He lowered his head and was silent for a long time before speaking. "That marine brat is called GGE, right?" When it came to GGE, Marco's eyes were full of resentment. He nodded vigorously and said, "Yes, Dad. I heard it on the warship." He claimed to be a student of marine school. The fruit power should be the darkness in Logia. Student. Marine really recruited a monster this time. Is Logia dark? Marco wanted to say something more, but suddenly a nurse rushed out of the cabin and shouted. "It's not good. Captain Odin lost too much blood. The situation is very critical now. Marco, come here quickly, we need your ability." Upon hearing the news, both Whitebeard and Marco's expressions changed. Marco rushed into the cabin to rescue Odin regardless of the injury on his shoulder. "The warship is here." The white light in midair has dissipated, revealing GGE's figure inside. GGE's face looked a little pale, and his forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat. It was obvious that Shinra Tianzheng had consumed a lot of him. Just now, he was able to stay in the air through the extreme condensation of dark gravity. After the explosion of power, he was now so weak that he could not even maintain the moonwalk, and he fell rapidly from the air. Lucia on the deck instantly spread her black wings, dashed into the air, and hugged GGE directly. Looking at the weak GGE in her arms, Lucia felt a pang of heartache. "Young master, you." GGE stretched out a finger and touched Lucia's red lips. He forced a smile and said, "You forgot to call me cousin outside again? Don't worry, I'm fine. It's just the first time I used this trick, so I used too much force." GGE took a few deep breaths and her complexion gradually improved. The white hole Shinra Tensei was a move that he had planned for a long time. With the memory of the blue star, he knew the existence of the special celestial body called the white hole, and as a user with the dark fruit ability, he could definitely transform into the white hole. A white hole is exactly the opposite of a black hole. A black hole attracts everything, while a white hole releases everything, which means it repels everything. The principle is also very simple. When GGE transformed into a humanoid black hole, he extremely condensed the dark gravity he could control, and finally transformed into a white hole that repels everything. Naturally, this attack move was named after Rinnegan's Shinra Tensei in Hokage. Of course, its essence is still the natural disaster of the white hole. Lucia and GGE slowly landed on the deck. GGE's recovery ability was very pervert. In a short time, he recovered from his weak state, at least he seemed to be fine. However, everyone on the ship was still in a state of confusion. The shock brought to them by the Shinra Tianzheng just now was too strong. They have a profound understanding of what natural disasters are. The two Logia users, Akainu and Kizaru, couldn't help but look at each other, and the thoughts in their minds were surprisingly consistent. Can I do this in the future? It took a long time for Zephyr to recover from the shock. He walked up to GGE, looked up and down carefully and asked. GGE, how are you feeling now? I saw that you seemed to have lost strength just now. Well, I didn't control the intensity well. If I do it again, I'm afraid I'll lie down directly. Nanny? Can you do it again? Gge raised his eyebrows, looked at Zephyr suspiciously and said. What's wrong, Mr. Zephyr? You don't want me to FK Whitebeard again, do you? Well, that's not true. You should take a good rest first. Your performance this time is really outrageous. To be honest, I don't even know how to report to Marshal Kong. After hearing this, Gge waved his hands and said with an indifferent expression. I just did what I should do. Sakazuki and the others are also very good. It would not be that easy to win Kojiki Oden if I didn't rely on myself alone. What Gge said is true. Before he transformed, Kizaru and Akainu were really good as support, and there were bears who distracted the other combat power of the Whitebeard pirates. Everyone has their own abilities that cannot be ignored. Effect. Chapter 70. Garp came over and patted Zephyr on the shoulder, saying, Zephyr, you made the right choice to transform into an instructor. These students are all great. Zephyr nodded, his eyes glanced around the 7 GGE people, and said. They are the future of Marine and the end of pirates. When the warship returned to Marineford, Zephyr ran directly to Marshal Kong's office. With Kong's confused expression, he gave a detailed report on the mission, emphasizing the contributions of Gge and others. It can be said that Zephyr praised all the students, but Gge's performance was so dazzling that Kong's mind was still buzzing after listening to it. He calmed down for a while and asked. You mean Gge disabled Kojiki Oden and then chased him aboard the Moby DK? Right. Then he destroyed the Whitebeard pirates' fleet with one move. No, the Moby DK where Whitebeard is still there. Kong digested the breaking news he just heard, and finally said. Okay, I understand, this mission was well done. As for the students you just mentioned, especially Gge, I will give them the rewards they deserve, and I will report this matter to the world government. I believe they will vigorously promote it, which will greatly enhance the reputation of our marine. At the end, a look of excitement appeared on Sora's face. The pirate power has become more and more rampant in recent years, and a large part of the reason is the influence of big pirates such as Roger Whitebeard. It can be said that Whitebeard suffered a big setback this time. If this matter is publicized well, it will have a good deterrent effect. Moreover, the outstanding performers among them, Gge and others, are all marine students. Although this is because these people are naturally talented, it cannot be separated from the training of marine school, right? By then, many young people will definitely be yearning for marine school, thus attracting more people to join marine, and maybe they will meet a few new people with great potential. Sora became more and more excited as he thought about it, and after Zephyr left, he immediately started making arrangements. Soon, the news of the battle between Marine and the Whitebeard pirates quickly spread throughout the world. The results of the battle in the newspapers defined Marine as a complete victory. Moreover, this newspaper is obviously deliberately highlighting Gge and others, with the headline clearly saying Marine Supernova. The photo headed by Gge was published in the most eye-catching top position of the newspaper, including personal information and achievements in this battle. This approach is a real star creation on Blue Star, and the effect is just as Kong expected. This news soon caused a sensation in the entire world. The 7 students even have their own fans. Of course, Gge has the most fans among them. This is not just because he is the most handsome among the male students, but mainly because his record is too dazzling. With this record, Gge is recognized as the top marine supernova. With the star effect, countless young people from all over the world want to sign up for Marine, and the Marine recruitment offices in various branches are already full. Sora was very satisfied with this situation. He personally issued the order, and each branch then screened the newly recruited Marines. Students with good talents can be sent directly to the headquarters to become the second class of students taught by Zephyr himself. However, he was so excited that he didn't know that when he reported the matter of GGE and others to the world government, there was an episode at Marie Joyce. In the Tianlong Assembly Hall, the 5 elders were sitting in a group. Saint Wuchulai, who had a red birthmark on his forehead, pointed at several documents sent by Kong Kong and said, "Isn't this Meatball Fruit user a remnant of the Bacania clan back then? He actually joined Marine." The blonde 5 elders Saint Peter said solemnly. "The Bacanians are a sinful race, and I think someone should be sent immediately to bring him back to Marie Joyce, where he was originally a slave." Holding a long knife and wearing white robes, the bald 5 elders, the holy path of Nas Hulang. I said, "Don't you want to talk about GGE?" Maz Sheng, the 5 elders with a long beard, said. "His matter is a bit complicated. After all, he is a member of the Figolando family. If you want to publish him in the newspaper, you have to ask Saint Garin." Saint Wuchulai snorted coldly and said, "Of course we can't let him appear in the newspaper. Being a Marine as a Celestial Dragon means you have lowered your status and is hanging out with the people of the Bacania tribe. If this spreads out, it will be a big deal." Scandal. The other 3 people did not express their opinions immediately after hearing this. Only Saint Satan raised his eyes and looked at him. Just as he was about to say something, the door of the conference hall suddenly opened, and Saint Jialan in black robe slowly walked in. Saint Wuchulai frowned and said, "Saint Garin? What are you doing here?" Garin ignored him. He went to the end of the table and sat down, crossing his legs to face the 5 elders in front of him. A trace of anger appeared on Saint Wuchulai's old face. He stared at Saint Jialan and spoke again. "Sheng Jialan, should you discipline your nephew? Has he forgotten his identity?" Jialan looked up at him and said calmly, "What's wrong with what GGE did this time? Do you have to be like some people and waste your energy on eating, drinking, and having fun all day long to be a qualified Celestial Dragons? You?" Wuchulai Sheng was choked severely. He stood up angrily and asked, "Then what's going on with him hanging out with people from the Bacania tribe?" Jialan Sheng crossed his arms and said, "Mixed together? You are quite eager to label my nephew. Let me tell you, this bear is GGE's slave. I, a member of the Figolando family, do I have any problem with having a slave by my side? Nanny? Why didn't I know about this beforehand? You were..." Buzz. An extremely domineering aura erupted from Saint Jialan. Jialan looked directly into the eyes of Saint Wuchulai and said word by word, "When did the Figolando family get your turn to make irresponsible remarks?" Under the pressure of Galen's terrifying momentum, Saint Wuchulai's expression changed drastically, and his intuition told him that if he said one more word, Galen would immediately draw his sword. As the legal martial god, he has always criticized Saint Garin, who has special law enforcement powers, so he wanted to take this opportunity to disgust Saint Garin, but when it came to irritating Saint Garin, he was a little bit "I'm afraid of my hands and feet." Saint Satan glanced around and said, "Okay, I think Saint Galan has made it very clear. Since this Bacania is GGE's slave, I think it's better to just let nature take its course." Chapter 71. The rewards for GGE and others within this department came out very quickly. When people saw the content of this reward, their jaws dropped. The 3 female cadets headed by Lucia were all awarded the rank of colonel, and the 4 male cadets headed by GGE were even more outrageous. The lowest rank awarded to them was Commodore Xiang. The remaining GGE, Akainu, and Kizaru were all awarded the Rear Admiral rank, but GGE as the first meritorious officer is a bit special. Because they are still students after all, the military rank this time is essentially a temporary position, and they are not yet able to have their own fleet or subordinates. But GGE is different. Marine senior management gave him a privilege, that is, he has the power to mobilize part of the army. He can go to sea in peacetime, and he can report after returning. So currently only GGE is a real Marine Rear Admiral. Of course, even a fictitious position like Akainu and others with no real power for the time being is enough to make many Marines who have been working for decades without reaching the school level be extremely envious. What's more, GGE and other students have been colonels since they started. Of the headquarters. There is a saying on Blue Star called Beijing Official Level 3, and it is also applicable in Marine. Although the generals from the headquarters are not as exaggerated as the third level, but with the same military rank, except for the branches starting with G on the Grand Line, the generals from the headquarters will crush the Sahai branch in terms of strength and level. Don't look at the anime and see that the main rear admiral seems very inconspicuous, but everyone knows that this is a position that Marine will never be able to rise to in his lifetime. Hanging on the wall of GGE's 4-person dormitory are 4 Marine coats from large to small. These are uniforms that have just been issued to the 4 of them and are equipped with general-level officer epaulets. The colors are grey, black, red, and yellow, corresponding to their fruit abilities. By the way, Marine officers and above can have their clothes designed and made by the logistics department according to their own preferences. At higher levels, you can even choose to go shirtless, such as the Admiral Green Bull at the back. However, except for trying on the coats when they were just given out, the 4 of them would not normally wear them. After all, wearing coats to train would be a bit pretentious. But when the 4 GGE appeared on the training ground again, the students looked at them very differently from before. In the past, no matter how perverted their talents were, as long as they were in school, everyone was still a student. It's different now. The 4 GGE are already Marines with formal military ranks, and they are all generals. In the eyes of all students, they are already considered big shots. Some people even call GGE and the others sir. On the girls' side, Lucia and the others received the same treatment as GGE and the others. Lucia didn't feel anything about it. She was the 3rd captain of the Figolando family, and her position was no worse than that of a Marine colonel. Jun, on the other hand, didn't care much about this kind of thing because of Tsuru. Only Ginny seemed a little at a loss. Fortunately, her best friend Jessica treated her the same as before, which made her feel a lot more relaxed. About half a year later, GGE was doing physical training on the training ground as usual. Since the gap between the strength of the 4 of them and the others is really big, an ordinary physical exercise can no longer satisfy the 4 of them. In addition to ability development exercises, the 4 of them also engage in physical confrontation to improve their strength. Akainu likes to fight bears very much, probably because the 2 of them have the kind of taciturn personalities, and the fights are very physical, and the highlight is the fight between strong men. This makes Kizaru miserable. Every time his opponent is GGE, who is the strongest? Who told him to like rubbing the Tian Kong Yun sword? Clang, clang, clang. Yayadao Kunzen and Tian Kong Yunjian kept colliding with each other, and the scattered sword energy plowed the turf on the surrounding ground over and over again. In this kind of training, Kizaru is the only one who can use abilities by default, because his weapon is a lightsaber made with abilities. Anyone who has played the game Tian Shang Village and Soft Egg on Blue Star knows that the double sword is not colorless. In order to prevent Muramasa, the demon sword, from directly absorbing Kizaru's lightsaber, GGE had to deliberately control Muramasa, but even so, it was a bit difficult for Kizaru to fight. The Tian Kong Yun sword was cut several times and its light dimmed, as if the next it will collapse in seconds. GGE dodged and pulled away, and a wisp of red gas gradually wrapped around the blade of the demon sword Muramasa. Kizaru's pupils shrank when he saw this, and he immediately stretched out a hand and shouted, "Chiao Dumada!" GGE was still preparing to use the sword technique Yuji with a serious face, but his expression froze when he heard Kizaru shouting to stop, and the conquerors that had just been condensed on Muramasa instantly dissipated into the air. The battle between Akainu and the bear ended abruptly. Akainu wiped the sweat from his head, looked at Kizaru with some confusion, and said, "Porushalino, when did you stop shouting? Are you lazy when teacher Zephyr isn't here?" Kizaru pursed his lips. Now he looked a bit like an abandoned little wife. He said aggrievedly. Sakazuki, you had a great time fighting. Have you considered my feelings? The upright Akainu had an expression of confusion, while Xiong stood silently by the side and did not speak. Gge reluctantly took back Muramasa. He looked at Kizaru and said. Okay, I was a bit harsh that day, but I really didn't mean it. A few days ago, Gge also used Yuji on Kizaru, and Kizaru experienced this kind of swordsmanship for the first time. Due to his lack of experience, Yuji's invisible sword energy penetrated his body and he knelt on the spot. Even the thick-skinned Kizaru felt so ashamed when he thought about it that he immediately called a timeout when he saw Gge's starting position today. After all, in the physical training, his privilege is to use the lightsaber. It is a foul to dodge using photonization. He really can only choose to fight hard. And his will cannot be said to be weak, but compared with Akainu, it is still there is a gap. So in addition to the fruit ability, Gge has another move that can defeat Kizaru, which is the sword technique Yuji. After Kizaru's strike, Gge and the three of them did not continue. The four of them simply sat on the ground. After a while, Lucia and Ginny also came over after finishing their training. One on the left and the other on the right, Gge sat down. Both sides. The three of Akainu were used to this situation. The four boys chatted casually, and Ginny joined in from time to time. Only Lucia knelt down quietly beside Gge. When Gge looked at her, she would smile softly, and her smile fascinated many male students who had a crush on her. Until past the microphone the flying squirrel hurried over and said. Gge, Teacher Zephyr is at the recruitment office. He asked you to come over. Chapter 72. The flying squirrel said and saluted Gge and others. Gge waved his hand and said. Flying squirrel, didn't I tell you? We were still classmates when we were in school, so there is no need for this. The flying squirrel maintained its saluting posture and said. I will graduate in more than a year, so I'll get used to it in advance. The closer they get to graduation, the more many students understand the importance of resources. For most relatively mediocre students, with almost the same strength, if they want to get better treatment after graduation, they have to rely on resources, or connections. No matter in which world, people are looking forward to moving to higher places. This is understandable. Although justice is important, it cannot be eaten after all. And Gge and other marine supernovas are themselves resources on the surface. Flying squirrel and others who can get very close to them are the envy of many students. Anyone with a bit of intelligence knows to maintain this relationship well. Gge reached out and patted the flying squirrel on the shoulder and said. Flying squirrel, to be honest, I really think highly of you. You will at least be a vice admiral in the future. The flying squirrel was stunned for a moment, and then asked excitedly. Hey? Gge, are you serious? Certainly. After saying that, Gge waved his hand and walked past the dazed flying squirrel towards the outside of the training ground. Akainu and Kizaru followed. The flying squirrel just pointed at the three of them. Flying squirrel came to Huo Shaoshan and others with a carefree look. Huo Shaoshan looked at flying squirrel with a puzzled face and asked. Flying squirrel, you look very happy. What good thing happened to you? The corners of the flying squirrel's mouth couldn't stop rising, and he coughed twice and said. It's nothing, it's just that Gge just said that I can be the vice admiral in the future. Nanny. Headquarters Recruitment Office. Today is the recruitment fair for the new class, and several of the freshmen who came here to sign up are of special interest, so Zephyr came over in person. At this moment, there were 3 young people standing in front of him, each with their own characteristics. The height of the 3 of them was surprisingly the same. They were 2 meters tall. They were dressed like ordinary soldiers, with blue and white shirts and straight black trousers. The person on the left has dark green curly hair, thick eyebrows, and thick lips. His expression looks a bit arrogant, and his figure is much stronger than the other two. The man in the middle has shoulder-length black hair hanging wildly, no eyebrows, his brows are always furrowed, and his face is fierce. The man on the right looks like a young man, his eyes are full of expectation, he is tall and thin, standing upright, with a blue hooded hat on his head. 2 clumps of black curls popped out from under the hat. Zephyr crossed his arms and glanced down at the 3 documents on the table. From left to right, they were: Aramaki, 21 years old, a user with Logia Sensen Fruit ability, born in North Blue. Monkey D. Dragon, 24 years old, Logia Wind Fruit user, born in East Blue. Kuzan, 18 years old, Logia Frozen Fruit ability user, from South Blue. The interviewers standing behind Zephyr were already in a state of numbness. No one expected that as soon as the recruitment for the 2nd Marine School started, 3 Logias came at once. After combining the 3 Logia from the previous session, Marine now has 6 Logia users all at once. This is most likely due to the previous newspaper. The outstanding performance of GGE, Akainu, and Kizaru attracted these 3 people who are also Logia. Zephyr's eyes glanced around the 3 people, and finally stopped on the dragon in the middle, and thought to himself. Monkey D. Dragon, isn't this Garp's son? Garp often mentioned Long in front of his old friends, but he always said that Long was too thoughtful. He wanted Long to join Marine several times but failed. What happened this time? Why did Garp's son come to naval headquarters without saying a word? And he's actually a Logia user. He couldn't help but ask. Long, does Garp know why you came here? Long shook his head and slowly said. My father doesn't know that I sneaked into a warship and came here. It was my choice to join the Marine. Unlike the careless Garp, Long gave people a very calm feeling. Zephyr waved over someone and asked him to inform Garp first. Aramu became a little impatient and said. Zephyr Admiral, I came here to see Senior GGE. When can he come? Aokiji also echoed. Yes, Zephyr Admiral, I also want to get to know Senior GGE. Can you let us meet them first? After saying that, he extended his hand to the dragon next to him in a very friendly manner and said. Allah, I didn't expect you to be the son of Vice Admiral Garp. I admire him very much. Long was startled for a moment, then he stretched out his hand to hold Aokiji's hand, and whispered. Dad was truly a great Marine. Aramaki, however, picked his nose and had no intention of talking to Aokiji and the other 2. Zephyr silently observed the performance of the 3 people from the front, and had a rough idea of their personalities. At this time, 3 more Logia came, even he was a little confused, and GGE and his party also arrived at this time. GGE glanced at Long and the others with some surprise, and their names immediately came to mind. His expression remained unchanged, but he was surprised in his heart. Why are these 3 guys here at Marine now? He was not sure about Long, but Aokiji was clearly a 3rd-term student, not to mention Green Bull Aramaki, who had always been unavailable before the Summit War. Seeing GGE, Aramaki, and Aokiji suddenly showed excitement, and Aokiji waved his hands vigorously and shouted. Senior GGE. Aokiji during this period was not as lazy as he would be in the future. In fact, he had always been a passionate young man before experiencing the O'Hara incident. GGE smiled and waved to him, then turned to look at Zephyr and asked. Teacher Zephyr, why did you call us here? Zephyr first handed the information about Long and the others to GGE. After a brief glance, GGE pretended to be surprised, and then passed the information to Akainu and others behind. When they found out that the 3 dragons were also Logia users, they were also surprised. Speaking of which, Aramaki and Akainu Kizaru are both from the North Blue. Aokiji feels that he is from the same hometown as GGE, which is one of the important reasons why he joined Marine a year early. He saw the newspaper, and the newspaper reports about GGE and others made his blood boil. Then he saw that the most outstanding performer among them, GGE, was actually his fellow countryman, so he decided to join Marine. Chapter 73. From Zephyr's mouth, GGE understood the ins and outs of the matter, and couldn't help but laugh and cry a little. He co-authored that he had attracted Aramaki and Aokiji to Marine in advance. Long has been watching GGE silently. Obviously he is also very interested in GGE. After all, they are both Logia. GGE faced off against the Whitebeard pirates at the age of 17, and achieved such a dazzling result, which inevitably made them curious. Aramu ran directly to GGE, grabbed GGE's hand, and said loudly, "Senior GGE, my name is Aramaki. I have seen all your deeds. I really like you so much. All trash-like pirates who ignore the government should be cleared away." As soon as these words came out, Akainu immediately showed appreciation, while Long frowned slightly. He didn't like this extreme view, and he didn't have a good impression of world government. This is also the main reason why he has not listened to Garp's advice and joined Marine. He stared at GGE, wanting to see how the now famous Marine super rookie would respond. GGE smiled and responded unhurriedly. "Hello, Aramu, welcome to join us." He is obviously 6 years younger than Aramaki, but his demeanor and tone give people a very mature and steady feeling, and he has a faint temperament that belongs to a superior person. This also made Long more curious about GGE. Before Huang Mu could speak, he walked up first and said, "Hello, Senior GGE, it's an honor to meet you. Please allow me to introduce myself. I am..." GGE directly interrupted Long's self-introduction and said with a smile, "Monkey D. Dragon, I know you. Vice Admiral Garp mentioned it before. He was originally going home to see your son that day, but he didn't expect to meet the Whitebeard pirates." Long nodded and said, "Yes, thank you very much. Without Zephyr Admiral and your support, my father would have been in danger that day. Haha, as Marine, this is our duty, but Vice Admiral Garp said that you seem to be a little resistant to joining Marine. Can you tell me the reason?" Everyone present also looked at Long with curiosity. Normally, the children of Marine generals like Garp would be assigned to enter the Marine as soon as they reach adulthood, and Long was already 24 years old. Long was silent for a moment. He did not choose to answer this question, but asked instead, "Then may I know the reason why GGE Senpai joined Marine?" GGE smiled with his eyes and said, "Me? I joined Marine in the first place to gain strength, but now, I think it's for justice." GGE speaks the truth, because the word justice has various interpretations among pirates, and his justice is the only justice. Everyone around him was a Marine. When he heard the word justice, a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. Akainu clenched his fists. He had already firmly believed in his justice from the moment he joined Marine. Long seemed not satisfied with GGE's answer. He asked, "Senior GGE values power very much, so does your justice mean to suppress everything with absolute power? Just like your attitude towards pirates, you only kill but don't catch them. With all due respect, this seems to be seriously inconsistent with your teacher Zephyr Admiral's concept of justice. It doesn't match." This was said so sharply that Zephyr frowned after hearing it. In his opinion, every Marine's concept of justice is different. As long as it doesn't go too far, as a teacher, he will never interfere. Akainu took a step forward, stared at the dragon with cold eyes, and said in a deep voice, "Monkey D. Dragon, there is absolutely no problem with GGE's justice. Do you think that just because you are the son of Vice Admiral Garp, you can point fingers at him? Let me tell you, I have no special status here. You are a soldier now, and GGE is a rear admiral. Didn't Vice Admiral Garp teach you how to talk to your commander?" Kizaru said nothing. He put one hand in his trouser pocket and pushed the brown sunglasses on his face with the other hand. He also took a step forward and stood side by side with GGE Akainu. The momentum of the three people was mixed together. Aramaki on the side swallowed his saliva and did not dare to say anything. Aokiji was immediately confused. He did not understand how Long could be so brave. But Long, who was at the center of the storm, didn't change his expression and was still looking directly into Gge's eyes. The atmosphere in the room became more and more solemn, and the temperature gradually rose. Zephyr originally thought that the dragon was showing off as a connected person and thought about scolding him, but when he saw this scene, he felt bad. Akainu and Kizaru were trying to beat the dragon. He cursed secretly in his mind. Garp, why haven't you come here yet? Look at your good son. In fact, Gge was the one with the most normal mood. He glanced around and said with a smile. Sakazuki, Pora Salino, why are you two looking so fierce? This junior is just discussing justice with me. Even if the concepts are slightly different, it is normal. Akainu snorted coldly. He stared at the dragon and slowly stepped back. Kizaru said something negative. Oh, it seems that this junior has his own unique views on justice. He is indeed the son of Vice Admiral Garp. Long seemed to have lost his guard and said word by word. Can you please stop mentioning my father? I said it was my choice to join the army. Kizaru raised his hand in his trouser pocket, plucked his ears, and retreated to Akainu as if he hadn't heard. Seeing the two people quiet down behind, Gge continued. Long, what do you mean? Do you think power is irrelevant, or do you think pirates shouldn't be killed? Long took a deep breath, his face returned to calmness again, and he said calmly. Of course power is important, but I think a person's power is limited, and not all pirates are heinous. Only tolerance and equality can everyone's power be brought together to achieve true justice. I have to say that dragon's justice sounds like that, but Gge couldn't help but chuckle a few times. In his opinion, this concept is still possible to be realized on Blue Star. After all, a person's power is indeed limited. But in this world with supernatural power, a person's power really has unlimited possibilities. If the so-called justice is not achieved, it can only be said that the power is not enough. Gge's laughter was so harsh in Long's ears, and he asked sullenly. Senior Gge, I don't understand what you are laughing at. Gge ignored him and continued to smile. It wasn't until Long's face turned livid that he stopped smiling, and a thick darkness flashed in his eyes. You don't seem to know anything about power. Chapter 74. In the headquarters building, Garp is in his office. He is lying on his back on a chair with bubbles coming from his nose. He is obviously asleep. The man sent by Zephyr knocked on the door for a long time but there was no response. If he hadn't heard Garp snoring through the door, he would have thought Garp was not there. In desperation, he had to slam the door harder and finally woke up Garp. He rubbed his sleepy eyes and said drowsily. Who is it? Come in. The visitor opened the door, saluted with a military salute, and said. Vice Admiral Garp, your son is at the recruiting office. Zephyr Admiral would like you to come over. Oh, I see. Nanny. Recruiting office. Long had already narrowed his eyes, and a strong wind gradually blew around his body. He took a few steps forward, almost touching Gge, and said lightly. Senior Gge, can you let me experience what you call power? Gge moved his shoulders and neck slightly, looked at the dragon in front of him with a half smile, and said. Want to fight with me? Okay, I'll just help Teacher Zephyr test your strength. After saying that, Gge turned his head and looked at Zephyr and said. Teacher Zephyr, what do you think? Zephyr thought about it and thought it would be good to let Long fight Gge. From his perspective, Long was a bit too self-righteous. Of course it is good for you to have your own justice, but when you come here, you start to point out what justice is for others? Who doesn't know that Gge is a person who has actually experienced bloody battles with pirates, and he is also a member of the Whitebeard Pirates. The value of this qualification is really too high. Not only Zephyr, but everyone present felt that Long was not qualified to give advice to GGE. Zephyr felt that it was necessary for GGE to fight Long, not only to see the strength of the newcomer Long, but most importantly, to allow Long to recognize himself and understand that there are people outside the world. As for GGE's defeat, he didn't consider it at all. He knew GGE's strength best. It could be said that he already had the combat power to guard AG branch alone. But after all, Long is the son of Zephyr's old friend Garp. In order to prevent Long from losing to Ugly, Zephyr's final decision was, "Okay, let Aramu and Kuzan come too. GGE, this shouldn't be a problem for you, right?" GGE smiled slightly and said, "Of course, no problem. I'm happy to have a friendly discussion with the 3 juniors, but should we start here? The juniors are all Logia." Zephyr waved his hand indifferently and said, "Just stay here. I'm not worried about the 3 of them, but you should be careful, especially your Shinra Tenzen move." The recruitment office originally had this huge open space for testing of new recruits who came to join the army, but GGE and the others were specially recruited and skipped this step. And this is not the Marine school that Zephyr is responsible for. Even if the damage is serious, it is Sengoku's concern. Sora is gradually delegating power to Sengoku, and it is no secret among Marine senior leaders that Sengoku is about to become the next marshal. After Zephyr agreed, Huang Mu rolled his eyes at Long and muttered in his heart, "Where did you come from? How could I take action against Lord GGE? No, I absolutely can't get involved in this." Thinking of this, he raised his hand and was about to refuse, but Aokiji had already rushed up and pulled him and said, "Come on, I didn't expect to have the opportunity to fight against senior GGE. It's really great." Long said no more, and his body instantly turned into a gust of wind, flying to the center of the open space at a very fast speed. GGE's figure gradually twisted, disappearing into the dark vortex emerging behind him, and he reached his position one step ahead of the dragon. Superior. Aramaki was directly pulled over by Aokiji, with a reluctant expression on his face. The battle has not yet started, but the Rear Admiral leaders have already heard the news and rushed over. They have also heard about the arrival of 3 new Logia members today. Of course, the main reason that attracted them was GGE. GGE has been so popular recently, the 17-year-old real power Rear Admiral. Even if he is an extremely rare Logia user, he shouldn't be so outrageous, right? Many people are actually very prejudiced about this, and feel that the newspaper exaggerated the performance of GGE and others just to promote Marine. After all, except for Zephyr and Garp, and he, who had briefly fought against GGE, no one else among the generals had ever witnessed GGE's strength. Their impression of GGE still remains as the strongest student. The impact of this battle became more and more serious. After a while, even the triathlon Kakuzu, Garp, he and Sengoku, came to the scene. Zephyr was a little confused after seeing the 3 of them, and stepped forward and asked, "Why are you 3 here?" Garp glanced at the dragon on the field and was about to speak when Zephyr interrupted directly. "You don't need to say anything, I know you are here to see your son." Sengoku and he looked at each other, and Sengoku said, "I also want to see the strength of Rear Admiral, the youngest member of our Marine Corps. Besides, there are 3 super newcomers. Naturally, we need to pay attention to their battles." Crane nodded, indicating that she meant the same thing. Zephyr helplessly held his forehead and said, "With so many people here, the venue is a bit crowded, and there are no seats prepared for you." After hearing this, Sengoku smiled and pointed at the Marine generals who were watching, and said, "It's okay. Let's all stand and take a look. There's no need to be so formal." Just as he was talking, another group of people came over not far away. Zephyr took a closer look and saw that they were actually students led by Ginny and others. As soon as Ginny saw Zephyr, she ran over and said with a smile, "Teacher Zephyr, everyone wants to come and watch brother GGE fight. This shouldn't be considered skipping class, right? Zephyr was already ready. He waved his hand casually and said, "If you want to see it, go and see it. It won't happen again." With Zephyr's agreement, the students cheered and crowded into the group of generals. The generals were also relatively tolerant of this group of young people, and no one cared about it. Especially for the female students, they gave some space and allowed these girls to squeeze into the front row. Ginny looked at GGE on the field and shouted loudly, "Brother GGE, come on!" The other girls were a little timid at first, but after seeing Ginny's performance, they simply let go. After all, even the aloof Lucia was shouting for her cousin to come on, and they all shouted. Seeing this, the male students were naturally unwilling to be outdone. Flying Squirrel Hwashaishan and others took the lead in shouting, "Come on, boss! Let these 3 recruits see the strength of our marine school." Chapter 75. Who would have thought that today, a small recruiting office would gather more than 80% of Naval Headquarters' top combat capabilities? In addition to the students who came to cheer GGE, the group of people standing around, whoever threw a brick casually and hit at least the level of Colonel Marine. GGE himself didn't expect that the trouble would reach this point, and thought to himself, "I originally wanted to take advantage of the chaos to do something to the dragon, but this situation is a bit difficult to do." With this thought in his mind, he still kept a smile on his face and waved to Lucia and others. Aokiji looked at GGE with eyes full of yearning and said, "GGE Senior is so popular, everyone likes him very much." Aramaki still felt resentful towards the guy who pulled him into the game. Under the current situation, he couldn't even get out of the game. He squinted at Aokiji and said angrily, "You ignorant country bumpkin, did you know that if Ji Gasheng gets angry, we won't get anything good to eat?" He originally wanted to say that if GGE's identity was revealed, he would immediately be admired by thousands of people. Compared with that, what is this small scene? It was just that when he was halfway through the sentence, he remembered that he had to avoid using GGE's title here, so he suppressed a sentence that sounded a bit awkward. Long stood in front of the two of them. He looked back and said lightly, "You stay away from me when the battle starts, I'm afraid I'll accidentally hurt you." "Ha!" Aramaki raised his eyebrows, clenched his fists, made a clicking sound, and said, "You guys really make me unhappy." Aokiji raised his hand and scratched his head, wondering why the fight was about to break out before they started fighting. Fortunately, Zephyr shouted at this moment, "Okay, you can start. GGE, I emphasize again, hold back." As soon as he finished speaking, "Call." A gust of wind instantly surged around the dragon. Aokiji and Aramaki, who were closest to him, were caught off guard and staggered. When they reacted, Aramaki was about to curse, but the dragon had already melted into the strong wind and rushed towards GGE. And go. However, this approach of getting close to GGE is obviously very wrong, especially for a user with dragon's ability. Facing the howling wind, GGE just stretched out his hand to grab it, and a dark vortex appeared in his palm. Universal pull. Nanny! The dragon's exclamation came from the wind, and wisps of green air were seen gathering into a human shape from the wind, and then being pulled out by gravity. When this human-shaped wind touched GGE's palm, it instantly turned into a shocked dragon. He glanced at GGE's hand on his shoulder and said in shock, "Is there such a thing? Why can't I?" Before he could finish speaking, GGE punched him in the abdomen, and a large mouthful of blood spurted out with a roar. The blood was then swallowed up by the darkness emerging from GGE's body, without even a drop touching GGE's body. Garp frowned among the onlookers, while the students became more and more excited and shouted even louder. This punch also made Long wake up completely. He still didn't know why his fruit ability could not be used, but he knew that if he received a few more punches, this battle would not have to continue. He suddenly raised a hand wrapped in armed colors, which showed an extremely weird claw shape, and grabbed Gge's arm, and shouted angrily. Dragon's Claw! Seeing the dragon in action, some people who didn't know the dragon's life experience couldn't help but exclaimed. Gge is not surprised at all that Long knows the armed colors. Long is 24 years old, and his biological father is Garp. If he doesn't even learn the armed colors, then Garp will have to wonder if he has an extra hat on his head. He let go of Long's shoulders, and his body instantly hollowed. Long's powerful claw directly grabbed the air, and a look of confusion appeared on his face again. Before he could recover, Gge raised his leg and kicked Long on the waist with a sweep. After another blow, Long flew back like a kite with its string broken, and fell heavily on the ground between Aokiji and Aramaki. Middle. Huang Mu looked at the embarrassed dragon and immediately became happy, mockingly saying, "Oh, no wonder they told us to stay away from each other in the first place. I almost hit you just now. You are such a good person." Long was struggling to get up. When he heard this, his arms shook in anger and he sat down on the ground again. In the end, Aokiji couldn't stand it anymore and kindly reached out to give Long a hand. Long Tai thanked Aokiji with a livid face. No matter how calm he was, his face was a little uneasy. He walked in front of the two of them and said without looking back. "It seems that I have underestimated his strength. I can't defeat him alone. Let's go together." Huang Mu laughed and said in a neutral tone. "I think you overestimated your own strength, and you still want to defeat Senior Gge? Should I call you brave or stupid? Aokiji is the good old guy among the three." He stepped forward and said to Aramaki. "Okay, it's a rare opportunity to play against Senior Gge. We should go all out. If we perform too poorly, how can we have the nerve to have more contact with him after enrolling?" Aramu's body trembled after hearing this. These words really touched him. Yes, isn't the purpose of coming here just to get close to Lord Gge? If he didn't show his value, would Lord Gge look at him again? Thinking of this, Aramaki's expression finally turned serious. He patted Aokiji on the shoulder and said in a deep voice. "I didn't expect that you, an idiot, could say such nutritious words. Yes, I admire you very much." After saying that, under Aokiji's doubtful eyes, he turned and walked towards the other side, saying as he walked. "Aren't you also Logia? Show some decent strength and don't hold me back later." Compared with before, Aramaki's attitude turned completely 180 degrees, and the dragon was directly messed up in the wind. However, it is always a good thing for the remaining two people that Aramaki has the will to fight. The three of them glanced at each other, then opened up their posture and stood in front of Gge in a triangle formation. The next second, the three dragons released their abilities almost at the same time. Waves of cyan hurricanes appeared around the dragon, causing sand and rocks to fly in the area. A large piece of solid ice spread out under Aokiji's feet, and the surrounding temperature dropped sharply. Only Aramaki's painting style is more unique. A layer of green vegetation sprouts from the ground near him, creating a lush green scene. The three natural scenes all spread towards Gge's position. Gge watched with interest and whispered. "Interesting." Boom! Wave-like darkness spread out with Gge's body as the core, and the entire venue instantly appeared in 4 colors, black, green, blue, and blue. However, everyone noticed that black was eroding the other 3 colors at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chapter 76. On the field, darkness is constantly eroding the other 3 elements. No matter how the 3 dragons increase their ability output, it is difficult to stop the erosion of darkness. The strongest among the 3 is actually Long, and he is also under the greatest pressure at this moment. The wind should be free and everywhere. But when Gge released the endless darkness, his wind was restricted to a small area where he was, and even the area of this area continued to shrink. This is not only the suppression of the fruit's ability, but also an intuitive reflection of the difference in strength among the ability users themselves. Everyone present was also aware of this. While they witnessed Dark Fruit's terrifying abilities, they also marveled at GGE's strength. Kizaru took out a banana from nowhere and said to Akainu next to him while eating it. That dragon must be very depressed now. The speed of the wind cannot be used at all in the face of darkness. Akainu glanced at him and said. Indeed, I still remember the day GGE first came. Okay, no need to say more, let's continue watching. How long do you think these three newcomers can last in GGE's hands? Akainu looked at GGE, who looked relaxed on the field, and said calmly. It depends on when GGE doesn't want to play anymore. He hasn't even used a knife yet. While the two of them were talking, the darkness was about to spread in front of the three dragons. Long Yi gritted his teeth and shouted in a low voice. Don't be stunned. If you don't know Haki, use long-range attacks. It's best not to come into contact with his body. After saying that, he turned into a gust of wind and rushed into the sky. He was afraid of GGE's universal pull, and he was not sure how big the scope of the universal pull was, so he could only fly as high as possible and did not stop until he reached a height that he thought was safe. The remaining two people also used their own methods to rise into the air. A large dandelion grew out of Aramaki's back and led him up into the sky. Aokiji stamped one foot, and a giant icicle rose up from the ground, sending him up as well. As soon as the three of them took off, the ground they were on was completely covered by darkness. However, even at a high altitude, the gravity emitted by the darkness continued to pull them toward the ground. Among them, Aokiji's situation is the most critical. The icicles he created are constantly falling in the waves of darkness. The dragon's lower body was a cyan hurricane, and its upper body materialized. He stared at GGE below, spread his hands, and two wind masses gathered on his left and right palms. Then, dense cyan wind burst out from the wind masses. Blade. Fengzi Lanya. Aramaki unfolded his tree-shaped arms, and each extended four thick wooden thorns. The spikes shone with a bright black luster. It was obvious that he had also awakened armament Haki. At this moment, he looked like an octopus, with 8 thick tree thorns growing wildly and stabbing towards GGE below. Baki Spear Tree. Aokiji exhaled a cold breath, stretched out an elemental arm, and a huge ice bird flew out of the air. Ice Bao Pheasant Mouth. 3 elemental attacks fell overwhelmingly, and the generals who were watching were all amazed. Except for a few top combat forces such as Garp, several Vice Admiral level generals also asked themselves how difficult it was to receive these 3 attacks safely. Logia's attack range is really too large, and the elements represented by the 3 of them are extremely destructive. Just looking at it makes people's scalp numb. They were all worried about GGE, but Zephyr and the other students seemed much calmer. They had full confidence in GGE's strength. From beginning to end, GGE kept an indifferent expression, not even raising his head. When the 3 attacks from the sky were about to fall, GGE's body suddenly burst into dazzling white light. Seeing this scene, the faces of Zephyr and others finally changed. Zephyr turned his head sharply and faced Garp's solemn face. Look! Without saying anything, the two of them ducked to the front. Under the puzzled eyes of the onlookers, the two of them raised their arms at the same time to resist. At this moment, GGE's voice came from the center of the venue. White Cave Shinra Tenzen. Buzz. A terrifying repulsive force erupted from GGE, forming a semicircular force field. The attacks of the 3 dragons were instantly crushed to pieces by the repulsive force. People were also bombarded by the repulsive force and vomited blood. They lost their balance in the air and fell from the sky one after another. Falling from the air. Garp, Zephyr and the 2 were even more prepared, but when the repulsive force field was about to spread to this side, it stopped suddenly, which made their behavior a little embarrassing. Garp lowered his arms angrily and said, "This GGE, it seems that he has mastered this move freely. He can control both the range and intensity very well. Zephyr's raised arms naturally turned to be folded in front of his chest, leaving an enigmatic figure behind him. However, no one paid attention to Garp and Zephyr at this moment. They all looked at the bare land on the field with horrified expressions on their faces. The entire venue fell silent until a shattering snap sounded. The icicles under Aokiji's feet had been blown into ice shards by the repulsive force and dissipated in the air. He was also the only one to fall to the ground. The other two had the ability to stay in the air. However, Aokiji is a Logia after all, so there is no such thing as falling to death. It's just because of the characteristics of the fruit that he looked a bit miserable, and he fell into pieces of ice. What made him most uncomfortable was that as soon as he landed, darkness swept over him. The broken ice he had turned into condensed, and just resisting the tearing of darkness made it difficult for him in this state to resist. This is the way Aokiji struggled to form a mouth on a piece of broken ice before GGE completely liberated the dark gravity, and shouted, "Senior GGE, I surrender." As soon as he finished speaking, the darkness in the area where Aokiji was located instantly faded away, losing the pull of darkness, and he quickly condensed his body. After taking a few sharp breaths, he glanced at GGE in awe. GGE smiled, ducked in front of Aokiji, and pulled him up from the ground. Aokiji was both moved and ashamed. He lowered his head and said, "I'm too weak." Snapped. GGE reached out and patted Aokiji on the shoulder. Aokiji suddenly raised his head and met GGE's encouraging eyes. "Don't underestimate yourself, you've already done a great job. Senior GGE." At this moment, in Aokiji's eyes, GGE is as bright as the sun. He is only 18 years old now. Both Huang Mu and Long are much older than him, and they have not experienced much systematic training, so even if he is the first to lose, there is nothing to be ashamed of. Chapter 77. For GGE, Aokiji is definitely an important force worth recruiting. After all, he is a real admiral seedling. In the original work, Aokiji was deeply influenced by Garp, but now, GGE is ready to intercept this newbie Aokiji and let him lean towards his side. Anyway, words of encouragement are free. GGE simply said a few more words, which moved Aokiji a lot, and finally retreated to the sidelines obediently. In the sky, Aramaki, who is the ability user of the Mori fruit, recovered very quickly under the sun. Of course, this is also because GGE did not burst out with all his strength, which gave him a chance to recover. He looked at Aokiji who had already left the field and thought, "Saint GGE actually appreciates this ice stick idiot so much, I have to work harder." Aramaki turned his head and glanced at the dragon not far away. Long's condition was not very good at this time. He looked like a messy mess. It was obvious that he had not recovered from the impact of the Shinra Tensei just now, otherwise he would not have not condensed his body until now. Huang Mu showed a sneer on his face. He didn't like Long in the first place. What bullshit tolerance and equality, people are originally divided into different levels. Some people are born to be kings above all others. This is a fact that can never be changed. After Long finally stabilized his body, Huang Mu directly mocked. "Hey, are you still okay? I think you might as well admit defeat now." Long glanced at him coldly and said, "If you want to admit defeat, go ahead. Tisk, you are really hard-mouthed. Forget it, I'll show you my strength." After saying that, Huang Mu's face became serious, and the dandelion behind him retracted into his body, and his body fell rapidly in an instant. In mid-air, he transformed his entire body into elements, and his body expanded rapidly. With a loud bang, a huge tree man several tens of meters high fell heavily to the ground. Forbidden hatred. GGE hugged his arms and looked at the huge tree man in front of him with interest. Suddenly, a tornado came and swept GGE in. The dragon in the sky smiled slightly and said to himself, "Distraction in battle is a taboo. You are right. Nanny. The dragon's pupils shrank, and a dark vortex appeared out of thin air behind him. Gge's figure appeared from it, and then punched the dragon in the back. Whoosh! The dragon's body slid from the air like a meteor, and directly smashed a human-shaped deep pit on the ground. Gge followed and fell next to the deep pit. Suddenly, the place where he was standing was covered by a shadow, and a huge fist smashed towards him. Senior Gge! Watch out! Aramaki didn't dare to sneak attack Gge, and even reminded him before making the move. However, Gge didn't mean to dodge, and instantly activated Kamui. Aramaki's fist directly hit the deep pit where Long was, making a deafening roar. However, Aramaki knew that such an attack would have no effect on Gge, but he still swung his fist as big as a house and smashed it hard on the ground, causing dust to fly and the pit to get bigger and bigger. After a long while, a breeze flew out of the pit, and Long, who was in tattered clothes, appeared, holding his lower back. He glared at Aramaki and scolded. Have you hit enough? Aramaki stopped his hand and said in surprise. What? You are quite resistant to beating, I thought you fainted in it. Long was so angry at these words that he almost lost his breath. Being able to transform into elements, he would naturally not be injured by Aramaki's slam just now, but the strong vibration caused his body to be shaken into air currents again and again. Life and death cannot come together. Huang Mu curled his lips and had no intention of paying attention to Long. Long suppressed the anger in his heart and released a gust of wind to blow away the surrounding sand and dust. Only then did he realize that Gge's figure had already disappeared. Long gritted his teeth and said. Damn it, Dark Fruit's ability makes him use it too evilly. How can I attack his entity? Just as he was talking, Gge's voice came from behind him again. If you want to hit me, you can. I'll give you the chance later. Long was really going to be shadowed by the elusive Gge today. When he heard Gge's voice, he turned into a strong wind and fled away into the distance without saying a word. Gge had no intention of chasing him. He shrugged and said. Why are you so nervous? I have to leave you to deal with it last. After saying that, he looked up at Huang Mu and said with a smile. I will give you the same opportunity again. Thank you, Senior Gge. Gge was really confused by Huang Mu. Huang Mu's current performance reminded him of one person, and that was his number one henchman Spang Dine. Aramaki touched his chest with two huge fists, and the dark armed color spread to his two fists. This time also almost exhausted Aramaki's armament haki. After all, his fist was too big. He raised his fists and slammed them at Gge, roaring. Sky Burial Tree Star. Gge narrowed his eyes, a serious look appeared on his face, and also released his armed color. However, after his armed color was released, it flowed on his right arm. Among the onlookers, those who were not familiar with it thought that the flowing black on Gge's hands was Dark Fruit's ability. But those veteran generals were shocked when they saw the armed colors in Gge's hands. Garp, who had the deepest knowledge in armed colors, marveled in his heart. Flowing haki? It's unbelievable. He has cultivated his armor to such an extent. How old is he? Under everyone's gaze, Gge, who looked extremely minuscule in front of Aramu, punched out his right fist and met Aramu's giant fists. However, before Aramaki's fist touched Gge, the haki on Gge's fist instantly condensed to a point and exploded out, all bombarding Aramaki's fists. Click! Fine cracks appeared on Aramaki's giant wooden fist, and then shattered suddenly. The scattered residual power of haki directly knocked Aramaki back to his original form from the tree-man state, and he lay on his back with a plop. His arms had lost feeling, and even with photosynthesis it was difficult to recover in a short time. Finally, it was Gge who pulled him up. After standing up, he drooped his arms and praised. Senior Gge, you are so strong, my arms are almost useless. The corner of Gge's mouth twitched, and then he said a few words of encouragement as before, directly telling Eramu that he was elated. After comforting Huang Mu, Gge raised his eyes to look at the heavy-faced dragon not far away, and disappeared in a flash. Long's nerves suddenly became tense. When Gge appeared in front of him, he immediately used the dragon hook claw to catch Gge's right fist. The force of Gge's punch seemed to be much lighter than Long expected. He looked happy, thinking that Gge's physical strength had dropped. However, Wudeo Style Yuji. Chapter 78. The red conquerors flowed on Gge's fist, and Long also burst out his own conquerors subconsciously. The two conquerors collided together, sparking several red and black lightning bolts. Fortunately, the people around him were not mediocre people, so except for a few students who felt dizzy for no apparent reason, no one fainted to the ground. Condition. But this once again shocked the generals who recognized conquerors. After all, conquerors is different from the weapon color and the knowledge color. This is an absolute talent. If you don't have it, you don't have it. No matter how hard you practice, it will be useless. And it's one thing to have it, but it's another thing to be aware of it. A person who awakens conquerors is destined not to become a mediocre person. If placed on the sea, he will definitely be a strong man who suppresses one party. Marines who have awakened conquerors are extremely rare, so in the eyes of this group of marine generals, Marines who have awakened conquerors are even rarer than those with Logia abilities. On the field, Long's face was already dripping with sweat, while Gge's face was calm. He said calmly, "Is that all you have in terms of courage?" Hearing this, Long roared like crazy, trying to boost his momentum in this way. He can accept losing to Gge in terms of strength, but he cannot accept losing to Gge in terms of courage, because this means that his firm belief has been completely defeated by Gge. But his conquerors obviously has not been practiced systematically, it is only to the extent that it can be released. Just roaring cannot increase the strength of conquerors. Gge, on the other hand, has been seriously trained under Garin, the top authority of conquerors Haki. Having mastered Yuji, his control over the spirit is far beyond that of a dragon. Gge admired Long's helpless and furious look for a while, then his eyes focused, and the conquerors on his right fist instantly gathered together, turning into a knife-shaped shock wave that penetrated Long's body. Long was shocked and his eyes gradually turned white. Under everyone's gaze, he knelt down in front of Gge and murmured with his remaining consciousness. Why? Gge did not reach out to help Aokiji and Aramaki like he did before, but turned around and left, leaving only one sentence. My courage is above yours. This sentence was the last straw that broke Long's back. He completely lost consciousness and his head hung heavily. A figure passed by Gge and rushed to Long's side, helping him up. The only one who could come to care about Long at this moment was his biological father, Garp. Garp shook Long's body hard, but Long showed no sign of waking up. In desperation, Garp raised his hand and used a big ear scraper. With a loud pop, Long woke up from his coma. After waking up, he ignored the burning feeling on the side of his face and murmured as if he was in a daze. I was defeated, completely defeated. Looking at the lost dragon, Garp sighed silently. With his character, he certainly wouldn't think of going to Gge to settle a score. He watched this battle from beginning to end. Gge completely defeated Long head-on, and even gave up Hollow on his own initiative, giving Long something to fight with. His chance to fight has been exhausted. As for Gge's attitude towards the dragon, that is understandable. Zephyr has just told him that it was the dragon who verbally offended Gge first, and the battle was initiated by the dragon. Overall, he asked for it. Even without these, Gge would not have a good impression of dragons. His identity meant that he and Long were on opposite sides from the beginning. If not for the crowd, Long's defeat would not have been as simple as fainting. Gge walked into the crowd of onlookers with a relaxed look on his face and joined the classmates who came to cheer him on. Ginny jumped directly into Gge's arms and excitedly described to Gge how handsome he had just been. Lucia stood quietly aside, watching Gge's side face tenderly. Akainu gave a thumbs up, Kizaru said with a unique smile on his face. It has to be you Gge, well done. Xiong raised his hand, looked at Gge and said. Brother, let me help you relax. Gge waved his hand and said with a smile. No need, it's just to test the newcomer's strength. It doesn't take much effort. This calm look put the surrounding generals to shame, especially those who had previously questioned Gge's strength. Some generals at the Vice Admiral level asked themselves, it was a question whether they could win against the three dragons, let alone win as easily as Gge. After witnessing Gge's battle, no one will think that Gge's military exploits are just bragging. He definitely deserves the rank of Rear Admiral. Even based on his strength alone, it would not be too much to give him a Vice Admiral. Zephyr is also very satisfied with Gge's performance. In terms of fruit ability, haki, swordsmanship, and physical skills, he didn't see any shortcomings in Gge. It can be said that he is the perfect student template in his mind. Thinking of this, Zephyr couldn't help but glance at Kizaru. Kizaru seemed to feel something, turned his head to meet Zephyr's gaze, and immediately moved away like a god of plague, secretly thinking. I'm really convinced. The old man's look means he wants to preach to me again. How did I offend him? Aokiji trotted over, looked at Gge with admiration, and said. Senior Gge, what was that move you just made? It looks cool. Does our school also teach this? As soon as these words came out, Zephyr next to him looked embarrassed. As the chief instructor of Marine School, he said that he did not know how to do this trick, and that it would be impossible for him to learn it in his life. Gge also knew that Aokiji did not have Conqueror's qualifications, so he once again used his best move, painting pancakes. That's Conqueror's haki. You can't learn it yet. When you awaken Conquerors one day, I will personally teach you how to use it. When Aokiji heard this, he immediately excitedly expressed that he would definitely work hard. I have to say that Aokiji is really easy to fool at this age. He is completely a middle-aged youth. No wonder he in the original book thought Garp's refusal to be promoted to Admiral was very cool. Gge has made up his mind that he must train Aokiji well, oh no, teach him. Anyway, he must not let Garp lead him astray again. The entire Marine has been regarded as his own power by Gge. He wants to imprint his will deeply into Marine, and finally make Marine, a huge war machine, completely obey his orders. As a member of the Celestial Dragons, he naturally does not want the doves to become too powerful. Whether it is now or in the future, Marine needs the hawks to step forward. Chapter 79. Long has not yet recovered from the mental trauma he suffered, so he was temporarily taken away by Garp. He will probably rest at Garp's place for a period of time. Aokiji directly followed Gge and the others back to Marine School, and were arranged to stay in the dormitory together with other freshmen. Aokiji, and Long, who did not come, shared a dormitory. When they were disbanded, Gge found an opportunity to lean next to Huang Mu and whispered. Wait for me at the school's training ground in the evening. Aramu was stunned for a moment and wanted to say something, but was choked back by Gge's silent gesture. Gge looked deeply at Huang Mu and left quickly. In the evening, the lights in the dormitory were turned off. Aramaki waited for Aokiji's snoring to sound, then left a wooden figure on the bed, while he turned into vines and crawled out through the cracks in the window. He condensed his body under a big tree on the training ground, looked around nervously, and tried to shout softly. Senior Gge! I'm here! Gge's voice came from above Huang Mu. He suddenly raised his head and saw Gge sitting on a thick branch with his back against the trunk. Aramaki immediately put on a simple and honest smile and said. It turns out that Senior GGE is already here. I'm really sorry for keeping you waiting. It's just that popsicle fool who went to bed too late. Okay, stop talking nonsense. GGE waved his hand to interrupt, and stood in front of Huang Mu in a flash. Facing GGE's eyes that were like two black holes, his face was expressionless, completely different from the image of Sunshine Senior during the day. Aramaki swallowed, forced a smile and asked. I wonder what Senior GGE wants to do by asking me to come here. A smile did suddenly appear on GGE's face, but the smile did not relieve Huang Mu's nervousness. Instead, it made him feel a chill and his body shivered. Tell me, who asked you to come to Marine School? Hearing this, a look of panic flashed across Aramu's face, but he quickly hid it. He said with a blank expression. I came here on my own. Well, it can also be said that I joined the army under the influence of Senior GGE's deeds. That person named Kuzan is in a similar situation to me. After hearing this, the smile on GGE's face became brighter and she said softly. Really? So that's it. Aramaki nodded vigorously, looking honest and sincere. However, the next second, there was a snap, and GGE suddenly took action, grabbed Huang Mu's neck, and lifted him up. GGE's speed was so fast that Aramaki couldn't react at such a close distance. He stared, slapped GGE's wrist with both hands, and made a ho-ho-ho sound in his mouth. If you keep pretending to me, you will die. GGE's hand turned into pitch black, and the black energy on it seemed to be burning, surging violently. In this case, even if Aramo wanted to escape through elemental transformation, he could not do it. He could no longer use the fruit's ability. Huang Mu's face turned purple from holding back, and he slowly shook his head. Seeing that Huang Mu was still dishonest, GGE's eyes narrowed slightly, and a dark vortex appeared on the hand holding Huang Mu's neck. Strong gravity emanated from the dark vortex, and Aramaki's neck gradually began to twist. GGE continued to increase the intensity of gravity and said lightly. Actually, I know that world government sent you, and you must also know my identity. I just thought you were a talented person and wanted to give you a chance. But now it seems that you are really stupid. If GGE didn't have the memory of Blue Star and knew a little about Aramaki's character, he would have thought that he just wanted to join the army like Aokiji. This guy admires celestial dragons and world government so much, there is most likely some connection between them. Aramaki's neck had been twisted and deformed, and he nodded with his last strength. GGE immediately let go of his hand, and Huang Mu collapsed on the ground with a plop, breathing heavily. If it was just a few seconds later, he would really have to confess here. After Aramaki's breathing calmed down a little, GGE slowly squatted down and said softly. This is your last chance, tell me. Aramo couldn't resist GGE who was so close in front of him. No matter in terms of status or strength, GGE was someone he couldn't afford to offend. What's more, what GGE just said really pointed out his origin. As for whether it was a fraud, it was no longer within his scope of consideration. If he didn't confess, his life would be dead. What makes him despair the most is that even if GGE really kills him, those people will not give a damn about it. That is to say, Marine will do a little investigation, and the final result will probably be nothing. Of course, Aramaki is still very loyal to the world government and Celestial Dragons. If GGE was not a Celestial Dragons, he really would not confess. He took a deep breath, faced GGE who almost killed him, and said respectfully. GGE. Lord GGE. I belong to CP0 and was sent by Lord Wuchulai. Hearing this name, GGE raised his eyebrows. Garin, the man from Wuchulai, had told him about it. He knew that this guy had always had a prejudice against the Figolando family, and would pop up from time to time to discuss the Figolando family. If he was the one behind the scenes, he definitely had no good intentions. Thinking of this, Gge asked. What did Wachulai ask you to do? Monitor me. Huang Mu was so frightened that he grabbed the ground with his head without daring to say a word. His performance has confirmed Gge's guess. Gge was silent for a moment and said. What is the purpose? Sir Wachulai didn't say anything, he just asked me to report to him what you said and what you did in the marine. Gge snorted coldly and said. Then do you know the consequences of doing this? Spying on the Figalando family, you are really courageous. Huang Mu was about to cry at this time. He hugged Gge's legs and said aggrievedly. Lord Gge, I really don't want to carry out this mission, but Lord Wachulai said that I am a Logia user with the right age, so I am the most suitable person to enter Marine and get in touch with you. Haha, he is quite thoughtful. Gge shook off Huang Mu and said calmly. Get up. Aramaki stood up from the ground tremblingly, his face covered with runny nose and tears, and he looked quite pitiful. However, Gge's next words made him almost collapse to the ground. You committed a capital crime when you chose to take on this mission. Do you want me to do it, or do you do it yourself? Chapter 80. Lord Gge, please forgive me. I can leave Marine immediately. Huang Mu knelt on the ground with a plop again, and kowtowed heavily to Gge. Gge tilted his head slightly and asked. Do you think Wachulai will spare you if you leave Marine now? Aramu lay on the ground, his body trembling constantly, and said with a desperate look on his face. Won't. It seems that you are quite clear in your mind, so are you going to hide from now on? Or simply become a pirate? No. I will never be a pirate. Pirates are the lowest form of trash. Gge was a little surprised by these words, and he didn't know how the world government brainwashed Aramaki, and he still looked down on pirates at this level. In fact, regardless of how miserable Aramaki is now, it is because he is facing Celestial Dragons. For him, Celestial Dragons and world government are his beliefs. Gge put his hands in his pockets and said calmly. I can't tell, but you are quite principled. Yes, I can forgive your offense. Huang Mu suddenly raised his head and looked at Gge in disbelief. Gge smiled slightly and said. But from now on, you have to work for me, that is, for the Figalando family. Sir Gge means, to let me betray Lord Wachulai. How can this be called betrayal? After all, he and I are both Celestial Dragons. Whoever we work for is not the same to you. Or do you think my Figalando family is not as good as a 5 elders? Speaking of this, Gge's body once again ignited the surging darkness, and Huang Mu, who was kneeling on the ground, was pulled forward and slowly moved forward. He hurriedly said. No, no, no. I definitely didn't mean that. I am willing to be loyal to you. As a member of CP0, the top intelligence agency, Aramaki certainly knows how terrifying the Figalando family is. A single 5 elders really can't compare with this family. Moreover, this family is synonymous with force in Celestial Dragons, and its head controls the ace power of the Knights of God. Aramu admires the Figalando family very much. If he had to choose a backer, the Figalando family would definitely be the perfect choice. But Wachulai is also in existence that Aramu cannot afford to mess with. He said with a worried look on his face. But Lord Gge, Lord Wachulai. This is nothing for you to worry about. From now on, you will only take orders from me, the Figalando family. Even he, the 5 elders, will not dare to touch you. After hearing this, Aramaki gritted his teeth and took out a phone bug with a red birthmark on its forehead from his pants, holding it in both hands and offering it to him. Gge nodded with satisfaction. It turned out that it was the phone bug that Aramu used to convey messages to Wachulai. When he handed over the phone bug on his own initiative, it was regarded as a surrender. A dark tentacle climbed up Aramu's body and slowly wrapped around the phone bug. The phone bug was pulled into the darkness, and finally turned into a Bible and merged into Gge's hand. After doing all this, Gge leaned over and patted Huang Mu on the shoulder, saying softly, "All right, Junior Aramu, go back to bed quickly. We have training tomorrow." Aramaki nodded vigorously, and slowly turned into scattered vines and left. After he left, Gge took out a phone bug from his arms. After a while, the phone bug raised his drooping eyes, and a majestic voice came from the phone bug's mouth. "Call me at this time. What trouble are you running into?" Gge smiled and said, "Uncle Jialan, someone is targeting our family." Marie Joyce. A group of golden armored guards appeared in front of the Topman family's residence. The expressions of the two men in suits standing guard at the gate of the residence changed when they saw this. One of them hurriedly stepped forward and asked, "Excuse me." As soon as he opened his mouth, Carlos, the leader, kicked him away and used his body to open the door. The remaining man in a suit stood there in shock, turning his neck stiffly to look at his companion who had already rolled his eyes. Without even looking at it, Carlos waved his hand and the golden armored guards behind him divided into two teams and dispersed. Saint Garin in black robe slowly walked forward from behind. Behind Garin, there was also a short man wearing a crown and carrying a long flintlock gun. His body was decorated with gold similar to Garin. He wiped the gun in his hand, turned to Garin with a smile, and said, "Captain, your bodyguard really behaves like the Figolando family. The members of the Mamair family don't dare to do this." Garin glanced at him and said calmly, "Stop talking nonsense, I'm here to talk to Wuchulai about something, why do you have to come with me?" "Of course I want to use your prestige, leader, to add some trouble to Wuchulai. Who makes this old guy always like to go against our Knights of God?" Garin ignored him and walked towards the Topman family. Someone had already informed Wuchulai of what happened at the door. Before Garin left for a while, Wuchulai came up to him with a group of men in suits. Wuchulai looked at the leader, Garin, with an ugly expression, and said in a deep voice, "Saint Garin, what do you mean? You brought so many men to my Topman family and even injured my people." Garin's eyes were full of contempt. He took a step forward and released a burst of red conquerors, instantly knocking down most of the men in suits around Wuchulai. The remaining ones should be at the elite level. Although they are not stunned by conquerors, they are still physically swaying and holding on under the pressure of Garin's conquerors. Seeing this, Wuchulai's expression changed dramatically, and his body suddenly expanded. 4 ferocious fangs extended from his mouth, and he entered the state of a human animal. He stared at Garin with both eyes and said angrily, "Saint Jialan, you are too presumptuous. Do you really think no one in the Holy Land can treat you?" Click. The sound of bullets being loaded sounded, and the man with the crown next to Garin had already raised his gun and pointed it at Wuchulai, and the amusement on his face had disappeared. "Captain, do you want to take action?" Garin said nothing, and appeared in front of Wuchulai in a flash. Wuchulai blew out 2 thick breaths, clapped his hands violently, and the surrounding water vapor instantly gathered, spraying out a powerful high-pressure water cannon. Boom! A pitch-black bullet shot out, directly blasting away the blisters. Without even pulling out the knife, Garin raised his left leg wrapped with red and black lightning, and swiped it hard at Wuchulai's mouth with its big teeth. Just hearing a few loud bangs, Wuchulai's body was kicked backwards by Garin like a large rubber ball, smashing into several buildings one after another before stopping. Garin stood there with his legs kicked, surrounded by a group of frightened men in suits. Chapter 81. Roar. Roaring sounds resounded over the entire Marie Joyce. Within the Topman family, a huge wild boar stood up from the ruins. It was Wuchulai who had completely turned into a beast. And his fruit is the form of Zoan phantom beast species. At this moment, a black flame cloud was wrapped around his body. He raised one hoof and stepped heavily on the ground. He stared at Garin with red eyes and made a pig noise from his mouth. From the beginning to the end, Garin's expression did not change at all. He put his hand on the hilt of the sword at his waist and slowly pulled it out. The next second, "What shall I?" roared, a large amount of water vapor floated around his body, the four thick fangs turned into black, and the huge body rushed towards Garin. Garin unsheathed his sword, a strange red light flashed across his pupils, and the red and black lightning on the sword was already crackling. The moment What shall I rushed towards him, he swung his sword in a crescent-shaped arc, and a red sword energy that tore the earth burst out. Genkuo. The sword energy collided with What shall I, and a strong wave spread, raising everything around to the ground. Click, click, click. Fine cracks began to appear on What shall I's four fangs, and huge beads of sweat appeared on his huge pig head. Finally, a clear cracking sound was heard, and all four fangs shattered. Just as the sword energy was about to fall on What shall I's forehead, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him, holding a knife to resist the impact of the sword energy. The body of the visitor was also wrapped with black flame clouds. The lower body was a horse body made of bones, and the upper body was the image of a bald old man wearing a kimono. He is Saint Nashulang, one of the 5 elders. Not only him, but the other 5 elders also appeared on the scene. Sartan glanced around the dilapidated environment with a solemn expression. Nasu Shiro narrowed his eyes, and a thick layer of frost began to appear on his sword. Then he slashed hard, completely dispersing the sword energy. With a soft breath, Nasu Shiro released his human animal form and landed in front of What shall I. He turned around and glanced at What shall I, who looked slightly embarrassed, and asked. Saint What shall I, what's going on? What shall I also returned to his human form, and it was obvious that 4 big teeth were missing from his mouth. He wiped the blood from his mouth and said bitterly. It was Garin who broke into my family for no reason and released the conquerors in front of me. He is simply lawless. After hearing this, Nasuhiro turned to look at Garin and asked in a gentle voice. Shang Jialan, do you want to explain this? Clang. Jialan sheathed his sword, and before he could speak, Sartan stepped forward and said. I think there must be some misunderstanding between Saint Garin and Saint What shall I. Let's go to the meeting hall to sit down and have a good talk. What shall I immediately raised his eyebrows in anger when he heard this, and said angrily. Satan! Look at how my family has been destroyed? You just want to cover this up with a simple misunderstanding. Sartan's expression remained unchanged, as steady as an old dog, and he responded. Then what do you think? The battle between you two made too much noise. What will other people think when they see it later? In your eyes, the majesty of our 5 elders and the knights of God is not as good as these broken bricks. Is it important? As soon as he put on this big hat, What shall I's old face had a constipated expression, and he looked very disgusted. The man wearing the crown came close to Garin and whispered. Captain, Saint Satan's mouth is really good. Although Sartan thinks that people are old, his ears are really good. The wrinkles on his face twitched when he heard this. After coughing a few times, he looked at the other 5 elders and asked. What do you think? Nasu Shiro held the sword in his arms, nodded after thinking for a moment, and said. Well, you're right, we should straighten things out first. The remaining 5 elders also nodded in agreement. When Sartan saw this, he didn't care about What shall I. He looked directly at Garin and said. Shang Jialan, before going to the meeting hall, can you ask your men to go back first, otherwise it will be too ostentatious. Garin was still very respectful to Sartan, and turned around and issued an order for the crown man and the golden armored guards led by Carlos to leave. But before leaving, Wang Guanan suddenly said to Jialan. Captain, if you haven't come back before dark, I will summon the Knights of God immediately. After saying that, he glanced at What shall I, who looked ugly, turned around and left with the golden armored guards. Arriving at the meeting hall, the 5 elders sat down in their seats, while Garin sat on the chair with his legs crossed as before. Seeing Galen's casual look, Wuchulai's pent-up anger finally burst out, and he shouted angrily. Garin! If you can't give a reasonable explanation today, you won't be the leader of the Knights of God. These words directly made Garin laugh. He sneered and glanced at Sartan first. Sartan spread his hands, which meant, this has nothing to do with me. I won't support him anyway. Wuchulai glared at Sartan and said. I know some people will disagree. It doesn't matter. I will report this matter to Lord Yimsheng when the time comes. Seeing that Wuchulai actually moved him out, the remaining people looked at each other, and Sartan became silent. Only Jialan looked calm. He tapped the table lightly and said calmly. Okay, I really want to ask, who gave you the power to send someone to monitor my nephew? Is it Master Imshen? As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes focused on Wuchulai's old face again, and he quickly realized that Eremo had sold him out. Thoughts were racing in his mind, and he wanted to make a few excuses, but since Galan said this, it meant that he must have sufficient evidence, such as this damn guy Aramaki. If he didn't speak at this time, it would be equivalent to acquiescing. The remaining 4-5 elders immediately understood. Sartan naturally would not miss this opportunity and asked directly. Saint Wuchulai, why did you send someone to monitor Saint Galen's nephew? Under the gaze of everyone, Vasiyulai's face was uncertain. The reason why he did this was naturally because he did not want to see the power of the Figolando family spread to Marine. He had felt something was wrong ever since GGE emerged in Marine. If GGE was allowed to develop and he became a senior executive in Marine, would the world government, especially the orders he issued, be able to execute smoothly in the future? You know, GGE is the heir of the Figolando family. Other senior officials dare not say no to world government's orders, but he really dares and has the confidence to do so. Once the Figolando family takes complete control of Marine, wouldn't it be like having one of his 5 elders' arms cut off? This is absolutely unacceptable to him. Chapter 82. Wuchulai felt quite helpless at this time. He had no hope of Sartan wearing the same pants as Garin, but the remaining 3-5 elders were not very reliable either. Nasu Shiro began to clean the sword in his arms again, and Wuchulai really wanted to put the sword in his mouth. Satan was still asking relentlessly. Sheng Wuchulai, what do you mean by not speaking? Wuchulai clenched his fists, and his voice came out from between his teeth. I just think it's not a problem for Saint Gge to stay in the Marine as the heir of the Figolando family, so I sent someone to observe him. It would be best to find an opportunity to bring him back and return to Marie Joyce. The other 5 elders frowned for this reason, and Galan even laughed and said. Then I would like to thank you for your concern for my nephew. Wuchulai was so overwhelmed that he didn't dare to say anything back, so he chose to remain silent. Galan didn't push him anymore. After all, he was almost done with his anger. Today's incident was a warning to Wuchulai, telling the old guy not to put his evil thoughts on Gge again. Standing up from the chair, Galan raised his hand and waved, and said casually. That may really be a misunderstanding, but my nephew won't bother you Wuchulai from now on. If there is another similar misunderstanding, it won't end so well. With that said, Galan walked to the door and suddenly stopped, turned around and smiled. By the way, Saint Wuchulai, the man you sent to Marine seems to be called Eremu. My nephew is very fond of him and he also intends to join me. Let him stay in Marine. The sea is quite chaotic now. Don't waste talents. After saying that, without waiting for Wuchulai to speak, Garin disappeared directly from the door. The other 4-5 elders glanced at Wuchulai, said hello and left one after another. When only Wuchulai was left in the meeting hall, he suddenly slammed the table and said through gritted teeth. Damn Eremu! You really blinded that dense fruit in vain. In Marine School. Ah sneeze. Aramaki, who was training with Aokiji, suddenly sneezed. Aokiji didn't stop the car and punched Aramaki in the face, causing him to stagger and almost sit on the ground. Allah! I'm so sorry Aramaki, I didn't mean it. Aokiji hurriedly stood upright and looked at Aramaki with an apologetic expression. Aramaki glared at Aokiji fiercely, waved his hand and released a vine for him to fly away, and cursed secretly. Damn! What a bad luck! Why do you want me to meet this idiot? Hey! Aramaki was cursing when he suddenly felt his feet getting cold. When he looked down, he found that his feet had been frozen to the ground. A layer of ice slowly approached, and a human-shaped ice sculpture emerged from the ice. It was the same person who had been slapped by him just now. Flying Aokiji. Aokiji hugged his waist and said accusingly as soon as they met. Aramaki, we are conducting physical training, how can you use your fruit ability? Aramaki rolled his eyes helplessly, his legs shook and the ice cracked, and then he punched Aokiji in the stomach with an iron fist wrapped in armed colors. Aokiji's eyes widened from the punch. Before he could recover, Aramu's fists came like raindrops and he said while beating. Train, train. You want physical training, right? Laozi will satisfy you today. Aokiji, this poor kid, hadn't mastered the weaponry yet, and was quickly beaten up by Aramaki, who kept shouting. Stop, stop, stop. I don't know how to be armed. This is not fair. Aramaki had no intention of stopping, and continued Ola Ola, dissing Long by the way. Fair? What bothers Laozi the most is this word. Go talk to that stupid dragon about fairness. Call. A strong wind blew by, and Long suddenly appeared behind Huang Mu and said coldly. Who are you talking about? Huang Mu raised his eyebrows, turned around and saw the Dragon Queen, and immediately sarcastically said. Hey? Isn't this a wind-pulling dragon? Does it look like you are well-trained? Long squinted his eyes, glanced at Aokiji who was holding his face and sighing, and said. What's the point of bullying a newcomer who doesn't know how to fight? How about we compete? He had been very angry with Aramu that day, and on top of that, he heard Aramu say bad things about him, and the frustration he felt in the past few days also burst out at this moment. Aramaki raised his chin and said arrogantly. Okay. To be honest, I wanted to deal with you the day I joined the army. Me too. As soon as he finished speaking, a gust of wind suddenly rose around Long, causing Huang Mu's face to tremble wildly, showing a kind of beauty in appearance. Click, click, click. The ground cracked, and countless thick tree roots emerged from the gaps, connecting to Aramaki's feet. What stood out about the duel between the two Logias was the huge momentum that attracted the attention of all the students on the training ground. Aokiji looked at the two of them in confusion and thought. What's going on? Why did these two people suddenly start fighting? Just as he was stunned, a gravitational force suddenly pulled him upside down, and with a final snap, his back was pressed against a hand. Aokiji turned his head suddenly and found Gge looking at him with a smile. He said quickly. Senior Gge, Huang Mu and Long are about to fight. They are not training. Go and stop it. Not long ago, after the battle between Gge and the three dragons ended, Zephyr asked Gge to guide other students in the school in the future in view of Gge's strength enough to serve as Vice Admiral, and when he was away, the students in the school all matters can be temporarily managed by Gge. After all, judging from that battle, whether it was physical skills or haki, Gge already had this qualification, not to mention that he was also a rear admiral himself, and the students all admired him. With Gge here, Zephyr has a lot of leisure time, but Kong will not let such an important combat force like him drink tea in the headquarters, and will give him several tasks from time to time. Zephyr was originally a retired admiral, and now he was dragged out again. However, since he accepted a group of students like Gge, his morale has improved a lot, and he readily accepted the task. Zephyr is not in the school today. As the hidden second in command, GGE naturally has to take on the responsibility of managing the school. GGE glanced at the confrontation between Long and Aramaki, patted Aokiji on the shoulder and said, "Don't panic, let me see how Long is recovering first." Aokiji was stunned by these words and asked hesitantly. "But they have even used their fruit abilities, which will seriously damage the venue. When Teacher Zephyr comes back." "Relax, I'll observe the situation first. If they make too much trouble, I will take action." Chapter 83. Long slowly raised his hand, and a mini version of the tornado appeared in his palm. Aramaki sneered, and all his fingers turned into tentacle-like vines. Seeing this, the newcomers on the field all moved towards GGE's position. When they got closer, they discovered that their seniors had already stood here. There is no way GGE, Kizaru, Akainu, and others can give people a strong sense of security just by standing here. With these people around, they can just watch the show with peace of mind. After all, Logia's battle scenes are still very shocking. With the boss shaking around them, the students had begun to relax and talk. "Hey, isn't that a dragon? I haven't seen him since school started. He's recovering from his injuries. Didn't you see how badly he was treated by Senior GGE that day? It's not because he was arrogant. I heard it the day he joined the army. He came up and started giving instructions to Senior GGE like a dumbass. Who asked him to be Logia? He is also the son of Vice Admiral Garp. Of course he is different from us. TCH. What's so great about this? Senior GGE is also a Logia. Tisk tisk, he defeated 3 people with Logia abilities in one go. He is indeed my idol. Yet, look at Senior GGE's calm look, my god. I really admire him so much. Okay, wipe your saliva, what kind of nymphomaniac are you doing as a man? As a user with the ability of the wind and wind fruit, Long has extremely keen perception. The student's comments reached his ears along the wind, making his face look even more ugly. Aramaki had actually been observing GGE's movements. After confirming that GGE had no intention of stopping him, he picked his nose and flicked a black booger towards the dragon opposite. The booger passed through Long's body and landed on the ground at his feet. Although it didn't touch him, Long still had a look of disgust on his face and said, "You are so disgusting." He suddenly threw the tornado in his hand towards Huang Mu, and a dandelion grew out of his back and floated away in the wind. The dragon turned into the wind and wanted to chase, but the ground under his feet suddenly cracked. A huge piranha flower opened its mouth, revealing a row of dark teeth. The dragon's face changed. "Nanny?" It was just. Puff. The piranha flower suddenly closed and swallowed the dragon whole. Seeing this, Huang Mu in the sky laughed and said, "How's it going? How does it feel to have booger in your mouth?" As a vegetative person, the boogers he took out just now can naturally be turned into seeds, and he was also entangled with armed-colored seeds. UBD. The dragon's curse rang out from the piranha's mouth. Then, the piranha exploded, and a hurricane rose into the sky. Several wind blades shot out from it, and Aramaki's body was cut into several pieces in an instant. However, soon, thin branches sprouted from these pieces of body, and they were quickly connected together. Aramaki crossed his arms and sneered. "This kind of trick is useless to me. The element of wind has no entity, and you can't attach haki to the invisible wind with your armament color attainments." Long said with a cold face. "So what? Haha, let's try this, snake strangulation." Aramaki spread out his arms and turned into 2 thick tree trunks, from which a large number of wooden thorns spurted out, and each thorn tip shone with a dark luster. Immediately afterwards, all the wooden thorns grew crazily and pounced on the dragon in the center from all directions. The attack range of this move is really too large, and it is armed, which directly blocks the dragon's retreat. Long's eyes focused, and the air currents around his body gathered, forming a spherical shield made of wind around his body. Wind barrier. The rushing wooden thorns were crushed into pieces by the violent wind the moment they touched, but there were too many wooden thorns. Soon, the barrier began to flicker, and finally dissipated completely with a pop. Fortunately, Aramu's attack had reached the end of its strength. Long shouted, released a spiral hurricane, crushed the remaining wooden thorns, broke away, and rushed towards Aramu on the opposite side. Aramaki raised a pair of thick eyebrows, entered the tree-man state, and fought with the charging dragon. He used to be a member of CP0, so he was naturally not weak in physical skills. After all, Kalong had received one-on-one tutoring from Garp. At first, the two of them fought back and forth, but as time went on, Aramu's side had already clearly showing signs of decline. In the close state, the dragon can use physical attacks that entangle haki, and it also has the cutting property of wind. On the other hand, Aramaki is at a bit of a disadvantage. After the distance is shortened, his fruit ability can only grow vines or wooden thorns from his body to harass him, but plants without haki attached can easily be crushed by the dragon's wind. Aramaki's armament haki was not in a state where he could use it casually, so he had to fight hard, but the dragon caught him once and knocked him out of the air with a dragon's claw. With a bang, Aramu's body fell to the ground and made a big pit. Dragon followed closely, raised his hands to condense a spherical wind ball, and threw it into the big pit where Aramu was. The wind mass exploded in the pit, erupting into a powerful airflow storm that crushed everything underground. A seed floated out of the pit, and immediately began to grow after falling on the ground. A large number of vines were spliced together, and Aramu's body was once again condensed. Aramaki looked a little uncomfortable. He was lying on the ground panting. Aokiji in the distance saw this and shouted. Aramaki, stop fighting. If you continue to fight, you will be injured. Aramaki raised his eyebrows, and he wanted to say something to Aokiji out of habit, but when he turned around and saw Aokiji with a worried look on his face, he couldn't help but froze for a moment. He stood up and muttered. TCH. Who wants you, an idiot, to meddle in other people's business? As he spoke, he raised his eyes to look at the dragon slowly descending from the sky, and said to himself. I can't let you, an idiot, look down upon me. Forbidden hatred. Aramaki directly entered the giant treant form and rushed towards the fallen dragon with a sea of trees. The dragon brought up a hurricane and collided with Aramu. In fact, the difference in strength between the two is not too big, especially on the ground, where Aramu has the upper hand, and Long has a much harder time dealing with it than in the sky. Therefore, it is impossible for Long to defeat Aramu in a short period of time. During this period, Aramu continued to verbally attack Long. Long had a sullen face and did not talk back because he was confident that he could win. The more Aramu talked, he would let him go later. The worse he loses. After the two fought against each other for a while, Huang Mu could no longer hold on, and the giant tree man's body collapsed. Seeing this, Long, who was in a better condition than him, couldn't help but show a victor's smile on his face, and used his unique trick, Dragon Hook and Claw, to attack Huang Mu. At this time, Aramaki has reached his limit. Once this move hits, it means the battle is over. Just when Long was about to enjoy the joy of victory, a dark Uzumaki emerged from his side, and GGE finally took action. With a snap, Long's wrist was firmly grasped by GGE, and GGE's soft voice came from his ears, which was covered in sweat. Okay, that's it for now. Puff. Chapter 84. Long spurted out blood, and he didn't know whether he was tired or angry. He stared at a pair of red eyes and said angrily. Why? The battle is not over yet. GGE said calmly. When I say it's over, it's over. This sentence carried an undeniable tyranny. After hearing this, Huang Mu's face flushed with joy, and he shouted crazily in his heart. This is pure celestial dragons. Long couldn't accept it. He who respected equality couldn't stand this kind of power. His forehead felt hot and he wanted to break free. Gge's hands remained motionless as he whispered. You asked for this. Buzz. The rising darkness surged in Gge's hand, releasing a twisted gravity that instantly twisted Long's wrist into a twist. Ah! Heart-rending screams resounded through the sky. Long Pain's face was ferocious. He squatted down while covering his miserable-looking wrist, his teeth clenched. The students watching the battle were so frightened that they froze in place. In their hearts, Gge had always been very easygoing, and they had never seen Gge show such a cold side. Jessica tugged on Ginny's sleeve and asked softly. Ginny, are you afraid of Gge like this? Ginny shook her head and said. If you're not afraid, what's that? Brother Gge is much more ruthless in fighting than this. He will only be gentle to his own people. Then how can I become who you say you are? Haha, Jessica, why are you so nervous? Don't worry, Brother Gge has a good impression of you. He won't hit you. Why did he treat me? Because the dishes you cooked at the last party were really delicious. Brother Gge also said that if there is a chance in the future, he will invite you to be the chef on his warship. Hey? No, my military rank is not enough to serve as a chef. Gge's warship organization is at the general level. What's the point? If you are willing, this kind of thing is just a matter of words for Brother Gge. Jessica's pretty face turned red, she lifted her blonde hair from her forehead and whispered. I will definitely work harder. Gge looked at Long, who was in so much pain that he could no longer express his pain. He turned around and waved to the crowd watching, saying. Come on, 2 people, and carry him to the infirmary. Many male students heard this and ran over subconsciously. Finally, Gge designated 2 people, one of whom carried Long to the infirmary. After arranging things, Gge also praised Huang Mu. Aramaki, your performance in the battle was very good, and you also knew how to obey orders. I will reward you with 3 days of vacation. Go back and have a good rest. After receiving Gge's praise, Aramaki immediately felt refreshed, and all the fatigue in his body seemed to be swept away. In fact, he doesn't need much rest. His injuries are not serious. The main reason is that his physical strength is exhausted. As a vegetative person, he just needs to get more sun for photosynthesis. A few days later, when Zephyr returned to marine school, he saw nearly 1/3 of the training ground destroyed, and a dragon with bandages on his hands and a gloomy face. Seeing this, Zephyr's first reaction was that he didn't know how the dragon provoked Gge. But then he thought about it, with Gge's strength, it would not cause so much damage to take down a dragon. When he asked Gge about the reason, he couldn't help but feel a headache. However, Long stood up very confidently and said, Teacher Zephyr, I think Senior Gge is targeting someone personally, and you should take back his temporary management rights. As soon as these words came out, the students on the field looked at Long with stupid eyes. Huang Mu, who was standing on the left of Long, was the first to jump out and said with a close face. You're the only one who's causing trouble. If you don't accept it, go back to East Blue. Long snorted coldly and said. My defeated general, I advise you to be quiet. After hearing this, Huang Mu's main purpose was to show off his face. He immediately raised his chin and said with disdain. Who do you think is the loser? If Senior Gge hadn't stopped me that day, I would have beaten you to paralysis. Long gritted his teeth and cyclones began to appear around his feet. Aramu became more and more arrogant and said. Hey, you want to fight, right? I'll accompany you. If you lose, you'll be my grandson. As he said that, he looked at Long's bandaged hand with evil intentions. His mean look made people want to slap him. Long thought so too, but the pain from his hand still suppressed his impulse. At this time Gge took the initiative to stand up and said. I'm sorry, Teacher Zephyr, I was too harsh. People are biased, and Zephyr naturally has a filter for his best student, and he had no intention of blaming Gge. So, under Long's astonished gaze, Zephyr just waved his hand casually and said, "You just performed your duties. You have nothing to apologize for." Teacher Zephyr. Okay. Long, you should pay attention to your character. Your classmates are not enemies. Long looked at Zephyr in disbelief, and then looked at the expressions of approval on the other students' faces. At this moment, he suddenly felt like he was being criticized. In his opinion, all this is ultimately because he provoked Gge when he joined the army. Long lowered his arms feebly, feeling an emotion called disappointment in Marine's heart. He originally thought he could find like-minded companions in Marine, but the reality gave him a loud blow. Isn't everything that's happening now the injustice he hates the most? He no longer defended himself, but said "I understand" in a low voice, and then fell silent in the team. Even though Aramaki kept making provocative expressions at him, he remained indifferent. Zephyr sighed silently and thought to himself, "Garp, Garp, this son of yours is really a headache." Gge narrowed his eyes and raised an imperceptible smile at the corner of his mouth. What he is doing now is, to put it bluntly, he is targeting someone, and it is clear that he is looking for trouble with Long. Of course, this was also because Long himself came to the door that day, giving him a reason to deal with him reasonably. From that day on, Long's emotions were explosively guided by Gge. His purpose is to force Long to defect to Marine, and the bigger the noise, the better. Then he can have a justice trial. No matter how bad it is, we can't let Long leave Marine normally and quietly form a revolutionary army like in the original work. By the time the world government finds out, it's already too late. The butt determines the head. Gge, as a Celestial Dragons, of course cannot see the revolutionary army grow, because world government is his force. Chapter 85. In the following days, Long, with the halo of Garp's son and Logia, seemed to become a transparent person in the school. During the day, he trained alone, and at night, he returned to the dormitory, listening to Aokiji and Aramaki's daily bickering, silently turning his head to the wall. Only Zephyr and Gge in the school would pay attention to him. Zephyr's concern was obvious. After all, he was the son of his old friend Garp, and he was indeed very talented. He couldn't leave the dragon alone for both emotional and rational reasons. Gge has been observing the dragon's behavior, waiting for the opportunity to take action. However, Long has become more honest since that day. He trains very seriously every day and concentrates on improving his strength. Another year has passed in the blink of an eye, and Gge's school life has come to an end. Marine senior management has always attached great importance to their students, especially the arrangements for Gge and others. But before that, they first have to arrange a graduation exam for Gge and others. The senior executives all want to see how far the monsters in this class have reached in terms of strength. The content of the exam is also very simple. It is divided into two parts, written test and practical test. Of course, the written test is just a formality. It only accounts for a small part of the score. As long as the theoretical knowledge is not too poor, it will basically not be used for the final test. Has a great impact on the performance. Actual combat is the highlight of this exam. It is conducted in the form of a competition. Students who are about to graduate will draw lots in groups to determine their opponents. The final results will also determine the job placement after graduation, and the highest level will be directly awarded the rank of Rear Admiral. This kind of simple and crude reward is really very tempting to most students, but when they think of Gge and others in the same class, they suddenly wilt again. Especially Gge, no one knows how far his strength has grown over the past year or so. Kizaru, Akainu, and Xiang alone are already invincible in their eyes, but in daily training, at least two people are needed to barely compete with Gge. Obviously everyone is a student of the same class, but after 3 years, the gap has not narrowed, but has become wider and wider, like a natural chasm lying in front of them. So when this announcement came down, people in the school were immediately panicked. They all had the same idea, that is, what if I draw one of GGE? We can't blame them for being timid. After all, the gap in strength is really too big. It's not possible to win by shouting slogans. But after Zephyr announced something, their worries immediately dissipated. Zephyr said that GGE, Kizaru, and Akainu will not appear in the lottery during the graduation exam. The exam headquarters for the three of them has other arrangements. Although there are still 4 bears left in Marine Supernova, this is good news for everyone. Compared to the 3 Logia dads, Xiang usually looks gentle and quiet, with a sense of simplicity, which gives people like Flying Squirrel Huashuashan the illusion that even if they really face Xiang, they have no chance of winning. As for the remaining 3 Lucias, their strength seems to be within the understanding of most people, not to mention that all of them are beautiful women. Many male students feel that it is not a bad thing if they really encounter each other, at least they can still it's eye-catching, isn't it? The graduation exam was decided, and in the remaining days, all the students who were going to take the exam were training hard. This scene is very familiar to GGE. He remembers that when he was in college at Blue Star, he and several roommates would review like this crazily a few days before each final exam. Moreover, there is a tradition in their dormitory, that is, everyone will pay homage to GGE the day before the final exam, because the homophony of his name means passing. This is how college exams are, not seeking high scores but seeking passing. It's just that GGE is now considered a real student master, the kind who consistently ranks first, so he is not nervous at all, and still practices step by step every day, eating and drinking when he should. On the day of the exam, under the leadership of Zephyr, all Marine School students went to the exam venue set up by the headquarters. When GGE arrived, he discovered that the so-called exam venue was actually the huge open space from Summit War in the anime. On the high platform where the 3 admirals were originally, Marshal Sora sat in the center position. Garp, he and other Marine senior officials were also present. After Zephyr explained the exam rules again, a soldier came over and saluted Zephyr and said, "Zephyr Admiral, please go to the spectator seats." Zephyr nodded, and after the soldiers left, he said to GGE, Akainu, and Kizaru, "You 3 are already rear admirals. During the other students' exams, you go up there with me to watch." As soon as these words came out, all the students were in an uproar, but it was right to think about it. The only ones who could go to the viewing area today were officers above the rear admiral level. After all, the situation of the 3 GGE is indeed too special. They already had the rank of rear admiral when they were students. Others have been living with them day and night, but it is easy for them to ignore their identities. At this moment, other people can deeply feel the gap between strength and status. Under the complicated eyes of everyone, GGE and the other 3 followed Zephyr to the viewing seats on the high platform. The chairs placed here are the same as those where the 3 admirals were sitting during Summit War, and the seats of the 3 GGE were also deliberately separated, probably because the 3 of them are also candidates. Akainu and Kizaru sat on one side respectively, both agreeing to leave the middle position to GGE. GGE smiled slightly and sat down between the 2 of them. The postures of the 3 of them were surprisingly consistent after sitting down. They were all in a difficult cross-legged position, with one calf resting across the knee of the other. The 3 of them were sitting like this, and the students and junior students below them all felt inexplicably at ease after seeing them. The surrounding senior officials were also observing the 3 of them. He leaned slightly to Sengoku and said, "Sengoku, who among the 3 of them do you think will become the admiral first?" Sengoku was stunned for a moment, and said somewhat dumbfounded, Why do you seem to have made up your mind when you say this?" He shook his head and said seriously, "It's just a matter of time." Okay, I think it's GGE then." "Me too." After he finished speaking, he turned his attention to GGE again. GGE also raised his head at this moment and looked at he. At this moment, the referee came to the center of the field and announced through the loudspeaker. The exam begins. Chapter 86. After the exam began, one group after another of students came on stage to compete. This class of students is indeed the first class taught by Zephyr. Almost everyone has mastered Haki, and can learn at least one or two of the 6 moves. These 2 points alone are already a superhuman-level existence outside. Although the much-anticipated marine supernovas have not yet appeared, the senior management is already very satisfied with the quality of this class of students. However, the senior officials also noticed that the students were clearly divided into different grades. For people like Flying Squirrel and Huo Xiaoshan, other students were obviously far behind them in terms of strength. This also makes them look forward to more what kind of strength the remaining 4 marine supernovas will have. Finally, it was the bear's turn to play, and the unlucky guy who drew him was Dalmtia, one of the future vice admirals of the team. Dalmtia came on stage with half a dog face. He is Zoan's ability user and takes the form of a Madara dog. Ever since he ate the devil fruit, he has basically ceased to be a human being and is usually in human animal form. Although it doesn't look good, it can indeed maximize the benefits of Zoan devil fruit to the body. And as for Madara's dog form, maybe entering the beast form will still negatively increase her strength. However, even if Dalmtia develops the half-animal form of Madara, there is nothing she can do against the bear's flesh ball fruit. The most difficult thing is that an ordinary Zoan fruit may not be as good as the Bacanian bloodline of the bear itself. Even if it is called a human fruit in a Bacanian form, it is not an exaggeration. On the field, Dalmtia looked helpless at the hill-like bear standing opposite. Listening to the cheers of the Flying Squirrel and others below, he felt a sense of gloating. Under the referee's instruction, the 2 fist bumped and then distanced themselves. After the referee announced the start, Dalmtia directly used the shave and appeared in front of the bear with a swish. Then, he raised his armor-colored claws and used the finger pistol he was best at. The bear stretched out his hand to block finger pistol's attack with the pads of his palms. Dalmatia's expression changed and she quickly shaved away from the bear, as if she was avoiding the plague. Who in the school doesn't know how terrifying a bear's pair of pads is? That's not for showcasing cuteness. He had been practicing hard for a long time but was still slow in the face of the bear's ability. The bear just moved his feet slightly and caught up with Dalmtia in an instant. In the latter's panicked gaze, the bear slapped him on the back, and with a bang, a bear paw-shaped pit appeared on the ground, with Dalmtia lying in the center of the pit in a large shape. It was the first time for many generals and new students to see Xiang's abilities, and their mouths opened wide in shock when they saw this scene. In their opinion, Dalmtia is already very good. Haki, who is very skilled in all 6 forms and has demon fruit power, is so vulnerable in front of the bear. However, Xiang's strength was not even among the top 3 in Supernova. Everyone couldn't help but look at Gge and the 3 people on the high platform, and the same question came to their minds. How strong are these 3 people? The referee came to Dalmtia. He had not lost consciousness yet and just said weakly, "I lost." The referee was about to announce the result of the game, but Xiang suddenly leaned down, gently lifted Dalmtia, and put his hand on him. A red bubble popped out of the bear's paw, and the originally wilted Dalmtia suddenly became lively and energetic. He collapsed twice, and then said to the bear with a grateful face, "Thank you, Xiang. I would like to trouble you for treatment." The bear smiled and shook his head and said, "It's fine." The referee was dumbfounded, but it was Dalmtia who took the initiative to remind him. He quickly wanted to hold the bear's hand and declare the winner. However, what was embarrassing was that after he held the bear's hand, the bear lifted it, and he also lifted it. "Got up." Xiang carefully put the referee down. His gentleness was in sharp contrast to his appearance. He also won a burst of thunderous applause. Gge on the high platform smiled slightly, waved his hand, and the dark Bible flew down from his palm, absorbing the bear paw bubbles floating in the air. Some people who didn't know the bear's ability were a little confused. They didn't know what GGE meant by doing this. The knowledgeable people next to him explained it to them, which aroused another wave of amazement. After watching the battle between the bears, everyone is increasingly looking forward to the battle between the remaining marine supernovas, especially GGE and the three people on the high platform. They are all guessing what the battle between the three will be like. Judging from the current situation, the three of them should be left at the end as the finale. Next, Ginny, Lucia and Jun also appeared one after another, and they all defeated their opponents easily. Lucia didn't even use her abilities. As more and more students were eliminated, finally, the supernovas faced each other. Jun held Gold Pyrrha, looked at Lucia opposite with a smile, and said, "I've wanted to compete with you for a long time, and finally I've been waiting for this opportunity." Lucia pulled out the pendant from her waist and said calmly, "Bring it on." As soon as he finished speaking, Jun raised his hand and swung out a sword energy, and Lucia also fought back with sword energy. The sword energy of the two people created a deep crack on the ground. The moment they collided, Lucia and Jun's figures disappeared at the same time. Chiang! Zuiming and Jinbeluo collided in mid-air. Both swords were wrapped with armed colors. After a brief stalemate, the two fell from the air and started a dazzling swordsmanship competition. The level of swordsmanship displayed by both sides put many generals who also used swords to shame. Lucia's expression was indifferent, and she waved her hand up and down, neutralizing all Jun's attacks. Jun was secretly frightened. Even now in the battle, Lucia in front of her still gave her an unfathomable feeling. She gradually increased the strength of her hand, and Lucia began to retreat until she was at the edge of the field. Jun seized the opportunity and slashed with her sword. A strand of black hair fell slowly, Lucia tilted her head, and a strange purple light flashed in her eyes. Jun wanted to continue attacking, but suddenly he felt a burning sensation coming out of his body, and the hand holding the knife couldn't help but tremble. Before she could figure out what was going on, purple flames ignited on Lucia's sunken light, and Jun was forced back several meters with a single blow. After Jun stabilized her body, she covered her chest with her hands. Her face was flushed and her breathing was rapid. She pursed her lips and murmured, "What a strange feeling! Is this also her ability?" She raised her head and glanced at Lucia, and her heart suddenly trembled. At this time, Lucia had a charming smile on her pretty face, completely different from her just now. Chapter 87. Lucia gently shook her long purple hair, a pair of dark wings spread out from her back, and her whole personality changed drastically. Her wings shook, and before Jun could react, Lucia had appeared in front of her, waving the light in her hand. Jun hurriedly used Jinpira to block his chest, but he was still sent up into the air by a powerful force. Lucia has entered the half-beast form, and both her speed and strength have been greatly improved. Jun quickly activated his armor, suppressed the heat in his body, and turned around in mid-air. However, Lucia's figure had already disappeared from the ground. Lucia appeared above Jun like a ghost and teased, "Where are you looking?" Jun's pupil shrank. She was not as agile as Lucia in the air. It was too late to fight back at this time, so she had to activate her armor again to cover key parts of her body for defense. It was impossible for Lucia to make a fatal move. She did not use the falling light, she just threw a punch wrapped in a weapon color and hit Jun hard on the back. This punch made Jun groan, and she fell rapidly. When she was about to hit the ground, she used moonwalk to stop it. Lucia slowly landed on the ground. Instead of taking care of Jun, she turned her head and smiled charmingly at GGE on the high platform. GGE held his forehead helplessly, and Kizaru on the side came over and said, "GGE, your cousin is smiling at you, why don't you respond? Reply for me, you have the most charming smile." "Well, let's forget it. I'm afraid your cousin will rush up and chop me." Jun landed on the ground holding his waist, using Kinpara to support himself on the ground. Lucia turned around and asked, still smiling. Do you want to continue? Jun took a deep breath and said. No need, you are indeed stronger than me. If you had used a sword just now, the battle would have been over long ago. After saying that, she raised her hand to signal the referee, and then took the initiative to leave the field. Lucia deactivated her ability, secretly glanced at Gge on the high platform, and ran back to the students with a blushing face. Ginny touched a silver-white pistol on her waist. It was her turn next time. Her opponent is the Ghost Spider. Before going on stage, Ghost Spider's hair started to dance, and he grabbed the 6 knives placed on the ground. He took out the 2 knives from his waist and walked to the field aggressively. He is one of the few students in the school who has mastered the return of life. Amidst the cheers of Jessica and other female students, Ginny patted her proud chest, pulled out 2 pistols, 1 gold and 1 silver, and walked out with cat steps like a model. When facing Ginny, Ghost Spider tried his best to control the muscles on his face and forced a smile to make himself look less fierce. He had no interest in beautiful women, but he just couldn't help it. Everyone in Marine School had acquiesced that Ginny was the big brother woman. Although Ginny seems to be the least conspicuous one in Supernova, she is actually the most unprovoked existence in the school besides Gge. After entering the venue, Ginny first turned to Gge and showed a charming smile. When she faced the Ghost Spider, the smile on her face had disappeared, and she looked attentive. Locked by Ginny's gaze, the Ghost Spider suddenly felt like his whole body was full of flaws. He quickly protected his 6 spider leg-like hairs in front of his body, and finally felt a little calmer. After the 2 got into position, the game began. Ghost Spider was the first to take action. He rushed in front of Ginny and launched a storm of attacks using the 8-sword style. Ginny's petite figure moved between the shadows of the sword, and she could accurately avoid the blade every time. Gge on the high platform nodded slightly when he saw this. Ginny's talent in observation haki is indeed top-notch. It is no wonder that she was able to crack the signal of the phone bug when she was in the Valley of the Gods. Seeing that the Ghost Spider could not hit her, it separated its hair again and turned into black tentacles, trying to wrap around Ginny. This move looks a bit evil. If it were on Blue Star, someone would shout pervert. Ginny also dislikes Ghost Spider's hair, maybe for the sake of better cohesion. Ghost Spider doesn't like washing her hair, so it looks shiny, which is really difficult for a girl like Ginny who loves cleanliness. Head. She quickly put her guns around her waist, turned her body over, put one hand on the ground, and assumed an inverted position. Then, she exerted force on her wrists to drive her body to swing. A pair of long white legs came together and rotated like a windmill as her body swayed. Tempest kick Joduan. A circular slash wave spread out, instantly cutting off the hair that came towards him. Ghost Spider quickly used his knife to protect his body, and the slash wave hit his blade and knocked him backwards. The distance between the two then widened, and this was the perfect opportunity for Ginny, as a gunner, to attack. Ghost Spider also realized this, and he immediately blocked the 8 knives in front and rushed towards Ginny, trying to get close again. Pulling out both guns and crossing her arms, Ginny fired several times. Each bullet accurately hit the spot where the Ghost Spider's hair was holding the knife, knocking the 6 knives holding by his hair to the ground. The Ghost Spider, who had only 2 knives left in his hands, could be said to have opened his door wide. Ginny narrowed her eyes, and her armed collar was wrapped around the bullet in the gun chamber. Then, with another continuous shot, the Ghost Spider also wrapped haki around the double swords and slashed at the incoming bullets several times. However, the bullet attached to haki was not something he could easily cut off. After a brief operation, he looked down at the 2 smoking bullet holes in the clothes on his abdomen, smiled bitterly, and knelt down on the ground, covering his abdomen. The bullet did not penetrate his body. It can be said that Ginny controlled armament haki's output just right. And with Ghost Spider's physique, even if a gunshot wound to a non-vital part was really penetrated, it would not be fatal. At most, it would only cause him to temporarily lose the ability to move. After calming down for a while, Ghost Spider also stood up and admitted defeat, and walked down with his head hanging down. Ginny cheered, turned around and blew a kiss to GGE. The students watching below immediately burst into cheers, which actually made Ginny shy. She didn't dare to look at GGE anymore and ran away covering her pretty face. As if running away. Kizaru cast an intriguing look at GGE again, but GGE simply ignored it. The exam continued until the afternoon, and a total of 2 groups were promoted. They are Bear and Flying Squirrel, Ginny and Lucia. There is no suspense about the results of these 2 groups. In the end, it is the showdown between Xiang and Lucia. Since it is getting late, the final is scheduled for tomorrow morning. When the winner is decided, the exam formats of the 3 GGE will be announced one after another and will be held in the afternoon. Chapter 88. The next day, more people came to watch the game than yesterday, and there were even many reporters. Many people want to see how far the 3 Logia ability users who attracted much attention when they first entered Marine have grown after 3 years of training. Of course, the final between the 2 supernovas Lucia and Xiang also attracted a lot of attention. A glamorous beauty and a burly man nearly 7 meters tall are very visually impactful just standing there. Xiang is not good at words, and Lucia rarely speaks to anyone except GGE. So after the 2 came on the court, the atmosphere was surprisingly quiet. Even after the referee announced the start, the 2 remained motionless, seeming to be waiting for the other to make the first move. Finally it was GGE on the high platform who spoke. "Lucia, you go first." As soon as she finished speaking, Lucia drew her sword instantly, and after slashing out a sword energy, she rushed towards the bear opposite her like a black light. The bear who had been standing like a sculpture finally moved. He raised his hand and swatted away the flying sword energy. The moment the sword energy disappeared, Lucia followed closely and swung his sword to kill. The bear slowly stretched out his palm again, using his flesh pad to block the slashing blow. Lucia looked at the blade stuck in the meat pad and narrowed her eyes. The ability of the Meatball Fruit was really tricky. Even a famous knife could not cause effective damage to the meat pad. If you want to defeat a bear, you have to avoid these pads and find opportunities to attack other body parts. The bear raised his other hand and patted Lucia. Dalmatia on the sidelines couldn't help but feel a chill down his back when he saw the bear's action. He was almost beaten by this move. However, Lucia was not comparable to Dalmatia in terms of both her fruit ability and her physical strength. She just tapped her toes on the ground and her figure disappeared instantly. Lucia teleported to the side and directly entered the human-animal form, spread her wings and flew high into the sky. She looked down at the bear below, with a purple flame burning in her eyes. "I have fallen." The bear raised his head and looked at Lucia. He was absent-minded for just a moment before returning to normal again. A look of surprise appeared on Lucia's face when she saw this. She had clearly aroused the bear's inner desire, but the bear didn't seem to be affected much. "Did he use Haki to disable my fruit ability? His Haki is so strong." GGE on the high platform suddenly said. "This guy Xiang, his desires are really low." He knew that the strength of Xiang's Haki was not enough to remove Lucia's ability so easily. The reason why he was not affected was entirely because Xiang himself was a person with low desires. The bear shook his head and thought. What was that warm feeling just now? After the bear was affected by Lucia's ability, what came to his mind was the picture of living with GGE and Ginny in the church of Sorbet country. He did think about how great it would be if he could continue to live like this. Ah! The painful and unbearable fire of desire only stimulated Xiang's yearning for a better life in his mind. It can only be said that one thing defeats another. Lucia doesn't know this, and she ultimately thinks it's the bear who uses the extremely powerful Haki. However, in addition to the special effects of her desire flames, its temperature is also extremely high, but it is more harmful to people with strong desires. Speaking of which, let's name a certain fruit in Logia. The purple flames on her body flourished, and Lucia completely entered the fallen angel form. Her long purple hair spread out, and she held the pendant in her hand high. Then, she slashed down the pendant that was burning with purple flames. Judgment Day. Boom! A pillar of purple flame fell from the sky, and a sea of fire erupted on the ground, submerging the bear's figure in it. The generals on the stage couldn't help but secretly smacked their lips when they saw this scene. With this move, Lucia was the undisputed #1 among the female students. Crane, the current strongest female Marine, was also filled with emotion. She knew best how difficult it was for a woman to possess such strength. Jun was silent. She had to admit that Lucia was much stronger than her. Her eyes reflected the raging purple flames on the field, and she thought to herself. If I also eat devil fruit, can I make up for the gap with her? Ginny looked at the sea of fire in the venue with a worried face and said. Lucia is really strong. Is Bear Boy okay? Lucia flapped her wings in the air, not daring to take her eyes off the ground for a moment. Suddenly, a huge transparent bear paw emerged from the center of the sea of fire, and then exploded instantly. The powerful impact directly dispersed the purple flames, clearing a large open space in the center of the field, revealing the figure of the bear. The bear squatted down with one hand on the ground. Below it was a bear paw-shaped pattern. The clothes on his upper body had several holes burned by the flames, and the skin below was blackened. Lucia's attack just now still had an effect. But with the bear's physical condition, this level of burns was completely within the acceptable range. He could even pop the pain out and push it onto Lucia's body. It's just that he wouldn't choose to use this trick against his own people. The bear gently rubbed his palms and then spread them out. The surrounding air quickly condensed between his palms, forming a huge bear paw bubble. He squeezed it with both palms, and the volume of the bubble began to shrink again, eventually forming a mini version of the bear's paw bubble. Students in the same class as Xiang subconsciously took a step back when they saw this mini bubble. They knew the power of this move. Lucia's pupils also shrank. She had also seen this move by Xiang when she was fighting the Whitebeard pirates. She immediately put the falling light on her chest, and her whole body burned with raging purple flames again, and then her whole body fell rapidly downwards like a purple meteor. Hammer of the Fallen Angel. The bear also pushed the compressed bear paw bubble toward Lucia at this moment. Bear paw impact. Boom. The explosion sounded, and a strong airflow was generated from the sky. A large number of black feathers fell down. Lucia slowly landed on the ground. She glanced at her bleeding left arm and said lightly, I lost. After saying that, Lucia turned around and left. Xiang looked down and saw a sword mark extending diagonally from his shoulder to his waist. It was injured by a sword energy that just fell from the sky. Both of them were injured, but they both had strength. Lucia gave up because she believed that the bear was definitely better than her in terms of physical strength. Moreover, the bear can also use its fruit power to dispel fatigue and pain, so she feels there is no need to continue fighting. On the high platform, Gge's figure has disappeared from the chair. Lucia walked with her head lowered, and suddenly a dark vortex appeared in front of her. She was stunned for a moment and murmured, Cousin. Chapter 89. Gge looked at Lucia's still bleeding arm and said softly, Does it hurt? Why don't you let the bear help you remove it? Lucia shook her head and said, It's okay. This kind of injury will be fine as long as you rest. And I don't want anyone other than the young master to touch me. Gge frowned, reached out and flicked Lucia's smooth forehead lightly, and said, What's the point? Besides, we're still separated by clothes. Come with me. After speaking, without waiting for Lucia to respond, Gge directly reached out and held Lucia in his arms like a princess, and disappeared in a flash. Xiang had already used his ability to pop a pain bubble out of his body. Suddenly, Gge appeared in front of him holding a red-faced Lucia. Gge first released the dark Bible to absorb the bear's painful bubbles, then put Lucia down and said to the bear with a smile. I still need to trouble you, Xiang. My cousin is a bit stubborn. Lucia wanted to say something more, but Gge stopped her with a look. He held down Lucia's shoulders and made her face him. The bear reached out and touched Lucia's back lightly, and the pain bubble popped up, and then also absorbed by Gge using the dark Bible. Looking at Lucia, who looked much more relaxed, Gge smiled slightly and said to Xiang. Bear, thank you. The bear scratched his head and said with some embarrassment. Brother, I wanted to do this just now, but Lucia walked too fast. Hey, she's stupid. Bear, you make me worry-free. Lucia pouted after hearing this. It was rare for her to show such a cute expression. Gge couldn't help pinching her nose and said. Okay, Xiang, your ability can't heal the injury. You two should bandage it quickly, especially you, Lucia. It won't look good on a girl if she leaves scars. Xiang and Lucia both nodded obediently. Gge watched the two being surrounded by a group of nurses and then used Kamui again to return to his position. Marshal Kong looked back at Gge. Gge raised his hand and said with a smile. I'm sorry, Marshal Kong, I've sorted out a few things. Kong, who was always known for his seriousness, seemed much more amiable towards Gge. He nodded and said. It's okay. You did a good job just now. We Marines just want to help each other. Gge responded with a smile. He looked around and couldn't find Zephyr, so he looked at Kizaru and Akainu and asked where Zephyr had gone. Kizaru spread his hands and said. I don't know where the old man went. He left when you went down just now. Akainu also said that he did not see it. Just as he was talking, Sora suddenly stood up and walked to the front of the high platform and said to the loudspeaker phone bug. Both students performed very well just now. I have decided to grant Bartholomew the Bear the rank of Rear Admiral and Lucia the rank of Commodore. In this way, Xiang and Lucia's military ranks have been promoted by one level. According to their original levels, one level is already a huge leap. However, no one among the generals present raised any objections. Judging from the performance of the two just now, this reward is considered reasonable. The students below also applauded excitedly, but the two parties involved, Lucia and Xiang, had the calmest expressions. They didn't care much about their military rank. After Kong finished speaking, he paused, looked back at Gge and the other three, and then said. Next, we will announce the content of the afternoon exam. Gge, Sakazuki, and Porisalano. Their opponent is only one person, and that is Admiral Zephyr. As soon as these words came out, everyone was in an uproar, and even Gge himself looked surprised. He originally thought that each of the three of them would be assigned a vice admiral, but he did not expect that the headquarters would think so highly of the three of them, and they would serve as admirals directly. Although there is only one level between admiral and vice admiral, the difference in strength is completely different. It can be said that except for the special existence Garp in vice admiral, all the vice admirals in this department now may not be able to win an admiral if they are tied together. Externally, Admiral is Marine's card and is absolutely responsible for combat power. When Kizaru heard the news, his face dropped immediately and he complained. Why, old man? Why not Vice Admiral Garp or Sengoku Admiral? Akainu said nothing. He straightened the white marine hat on his head, his eyes filled with fighting intent. The reporters below were already going crazy. They raised their cameras and phones to the three Gge people on the high platform and took photos wildly. The students' graduation exam is actually assessed by Admiral himself. This will definitely be explosive news. The students watching became more and more excited. Aokiji clenched his fists and said excitedly. It's great, I finally get to see Senior Gge take action with all his strength. After hearing this, Aramaki rarely criticized Aokiji. He crossed his arms and said, "Humph. I just hope Sakazuki and Porisalino don't hold back GGE-senpai." Long lowered his head and said nothing. No one knew what he was thinking. Jessica said to Ginny with an annoyed look. "What are those officers thinking? Admiral is so strong, if he hurts GGE, what will they do?" Ginny patted Jessica on the shoulder like a big sister and said, "Don't worry, Admiral, brother GGE is the strongest." In the afternoon, the examination venue was already crowded with people. Many soldiers from the headquarters who had no missions rushed over. They also wanted to see Admiral take action. In the perception of ordinary soldiers, Admiral is invincible, and although they are soldiers in the headquarters, there are only a few who have actually seen Admiral take action. Speaking of which, once you encounter a battle that requires the participation of an Admiral, the opponent will definitely not be a good opponent. If you encounter a stronger conquerors, ordinary soldiers will faint from the beginning, and the unlucky ones will die directly in the aftermath of the battle. No matter which world it is in, the fate of cannon fodder is so tragic. GGE, Kizaru, and Akainu had already arrived on the field. After a while, Zephyr finally appeared wearing a marine cloak, and there was a burst of shouts from all around. Even though Zephyr has been semi-retired in recent years, his reputation among Marines is still frighteningly high. He slowly walked to the opposite side of GGE and the three of them, and threw out the marine cloak he was wearing. This action was indeed handsome. GGE couldn't help but regret after seeing it. She had known that he had also worn his marine cloak. Kizaru couldn't help curling his lips and muttered, "The old man blames the bun burning." Only Akainu didn't pay attention to this. He had already started to warm up. Zephyr looked at the three people opposite and smiled slightly, saying, "Let the teacher test your achievements in the past 3 years today." Chapter 90. GGE loosened his collar and glanced left and right at Kizaru and Akainu, who both responded with their eyes. Then, darkness, magma and flash, 3 Logia abilities exploded together. The surface of GGE's body was filled with flowing darkness, Kizaru's entire body shone with dazzling golden light, and hot magma dripped from Akainu's body, leaving dark marks on the ground. Zephyr smiled slightly, bent his arms, and his armed colors instantly wrapped around him. Compared with the momentum of the 3 GGE, he seemed simple and unpretentious here. After a brief silence, GGE's eyes focused, he exerted force on his feet, and flashed in front of Zephyr as if teleporting. This speed alone was beyond the comparison of the previous students. GGE kicked out in the air, and Zephyr immediately blocked it with his forearm. With a loud noise, the ground under their feet exploded, which stunned everyone present. Zephyr frowned slightly. He felt that his forearm was being twisted by an invisible force. If his weapon color were not strong enough, someone else might have his arm twisted off. The muscles on his arms swelled, and Zephyr was about to fight back when a golden flash of light flashed across his face. Kizaru had a signature smile on his face and launched a light-speed kick. However, Zephyr caught the extremely fast light-speed kick instantly, and even commented, "Polosalino, with sparkling fruit's speed boost, is this the only level of your kicks?" The smile on Kizaru's face disappeared instantly. Without saying a word, he took out the Amazon Cloud Sword and wanted Zephyr to try his sword skills again. At this moment, Akainu dragged a huge magma arm, like a heavy tank rushed over. Great eruption! GGE and Kizaru looked at each other, and in a flash, they disappeared from both sides of Zephyr. Zephyr faced the giant fist of magma with a calm expression, shouted low, and hit the hot magma with an iron fist. 2 fists of completely unequal size collided together, and the result was a huge magma fist that exploded and turned into scattered magma and flew towards the sidelines. Fortunately, none of the students in this class are weaklings. Lucia and others took action together to eliminate the incoming magma. Zephyr shook his hand, squatted down slightly, and then rushed out like a cannonball. The first person he came to was Kizaru, who had just condensed his body. Kizaru thought, oh shit, he held the Tiankong Yun sword and slashed down. However, Zephyr's ability to see and hear was also top-notch. Kizaru was stunned for a long time but couldn't hit Zephyr. In the end, GGE used Kamui to rush over and help him out. GGE summoned the demon sword Muramasa and fought directly with Zephyr. The two men's figures flickered on the field, and wherever they passed, the ground cracked. The more Zephyr fights, the happier he becomes. GGE can fight him to this extent, which shows that GGE is now fully capable of taking charge on his own. His family had been killed by pirates, and as a teacher, there was nothing more gratifying than seeing his students achieve something. Everyone watching the game was completely dumbfounded, because GGE's fighting power completely exceeded their imagination. You must know that he is only 18 years old this year. An 18-year-old young Marine actually fought against the long-famous Marine Admiral Zephyr to such an extent. Just for this reason, the outcome of the battle was no longer that important. On the high platform, Sengoku also looked shocked and said, "It's unbelievable. GGE's growth rate is really amazing." He looked intently at GGE and Zephyr who were fighting together on the field, and said in a deep voice, "Marshal Kong, we should renegotiate GGE's status after graduation." Sora, who was sitting in the middle, nodded slightly, looking thoughtful. On the field, Kizaru had already flown high into the sky, crossed his arms, and condensed two shining balls of light in his hands. He locked onto Zephyr and shouted, "Yashikani no Megatama!" In a dazzling halo, countless light bullets fell like raindrops, all rushing towards Zephyr below. GGE, who was fighting with Zephyr, immediately activated Kamui. Zephyr punched into the air and was then drowned by the rain of light. The power of each light bullet was even more violent than the shells on the warship. The explosions sounded one after another, raising a large cloud of dust on the ground, making it difficult to see the scene in the field for a while. Swish! Kizaru dispersed the light and fell to the ground with a tumble. Akainu took a step forward, raised his arms after elementalization, and blasted a wave of magma fists into the sky. Then, after the light rain, people were lucky enough to see another wave of magma rain. Meteor volcano. The hot lava fists with terrifying impact force fell from the sky, all hitting the position where GGE and Zephyr were just now. People who didn't know GGE's ability saw this natural disaster-like attack and were worried about GGE who was still inside. However, when the dust and smoke cleared, they saw the two people inside and were stunned again. Zephyr's upper body clothes had disappeared, revealing his strong muscles, but some burns and flashing marks could still be seen on his body. GGE looked no different from before, and the reporters were all horrified, thinking what kind of defense this was. Zephyr shook his body, turned his head to look at GGE, and suddenly found that GGE's body had begun to light up white. His pupils shrank, and he immediately crossed his arms to protect his chest, and his figure flashed and retreated. The next second, GGE's voice sounded. "Shinra Tensei!" Buzz! The terrifying repulsive force swept out, and a hemispherical transparent repulsive force field was instantly generated on the field, and the ground was washed clean by the repulsive force. Zephyr himself was rushed to the side of the field. He still maintained a defensive posture, his body trembled slightly, and in the shocked eyes of everyone, he spit out a mouthful of blood. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Zephyr smiled and said, "Not bad, your move is still powerful enough." Not far away, countless light points gathered into Kizaru's body, and the ground next to him suddenly cracked, and a thick pillar of magma gushed out from it, and Akainu walked out of the magma. This highlights the benefits of elementalization. No matter how strong your physical fitness is and how fast you are, you have to take on the extremely destructive and wide-ranging moves like Shinra Tensei. Light, an invisible element, is more convenient. Kizaru only needs to stand still. At most, he will be temporarily dispersed and it will take some time to condense his body. Akainu was a little more troublesome. In order to avoid being blown out of the field by the repulsive force, he had to choose to sink into the ground and temporarily avoid the impact of the repulsive force. Zephyr moved his body, and his slightly disordered breathing caused by the repulsive force calmed down. Then, he locked his eyes on Kizaru.